Introduction asterisk. The master begins to question life. The system awakens. My heavens! Had I known, I would have started questioning life much sooner. Meng, amid surprise, is also filled with trepidation. What if he had never questioned life at all? The master retorts to the elder, enhancing a bit of mental fortitude. Retort? Now, where are my realm of expertise? Bring it on. My throat itches. Meng is exhilarated. Accumulating wealth in exchange for points? This system is indeed a gold mine. Yet, each level up brings bountiful rewards. In truth, I am not a greedy person. Money means little to me. An awakening of extraordinary attributes, not classified among any of the supreme properties. My abilities are uniquely extraordinary. Loyal to my beautiful wife, I embody the essence of devotion. Do not envy me, for I am a legend. The 5 wastelands conceal tumultuous currents. Beneath the calm lies a vast conspiracy. Where is the Son of the Holy Spirit? But is the so-called force of justice truly just? I, Meng, tread my own path to divinity without attributes. My life is not for anyone else to dictate. Chapter 1. Questioning life, the system awakens. In the borderland between the Star Domain and the ancient wilderness lies Changlin Town. In the Wu family hall, a spacious interior filled with numerous family elders gathered around, while a sandalwood incense burner in the center emits purple smoke, wafting upward, its fragrance enveloping the room like a profound mist, intensifying the solemn atmosphere. At the forefront sits Wu Ling, the family patriarch, yet his expression is dark, scanning the faces adorned with smiles, his fists subtly clenched beneath his sleeves. Though they were smiles, their hearts harbor ulterior motives. Had it not been for their pressure, he would never have convened this family meeting. These scoundrels, indeed, are the ones who relish in kicking someone when they are down, he mutters through gritted teeth. Yet, even as the patriarch, he cannot prevent today's proceedings. To forcibly intervene would contradict his position as leader. Haha, I believe it is only fitting to dismiss Meng from his position as the young patriarch. If someone at the initial stage of the spirit master realm, without any spiritual energy, is to inherit the position of the Wu family's patriarch, then our family would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of Changlin Town. The elder Wu Xian strokes his long beard, chuckling. However, a subtle sharpness flickers in his profound gaze. The second elder immediately concurs. I too agree. We had high hopes for Meng, but he was ultimately expelled by the Yun royal mansion, bringing shame to our family. Moreover, he has stagnated in his cultivation for 2 years, showing no talent for the path of the spirit. At this juncture, it would be better to appoint a new young patriarch. The elders nod in unison, the majority evidently supporting this proposal. Even the 4th elder, casting a helpless glance at Wu Ling, sighs but refrains from voicing opposition. Whichever side is dominant, they will naturally align with it. Yet given Meng's current predicament, they find it impossible to lend their support. Having become a mere shadow of himself, the difficulty of a comeback is insurmountable. For them, it is evidently more reasonable to seek new allies. Thus, most of them have positioned themselves against the current young patriarch. As the young patriarch, Meng enjoys resources and power that are highly coveted, long sought after by the younger generation of the clan. Moreover, Meng is merely a bastard, by rights. He has no claim to the position of young patriarch. Wu Ling, surely you can no longer show favoritism towards this illegitimate child? Everyone knows who the strongest contender for the position of patriarch is. I need not elaborate. A cold female voice resonates. Belonging to Wu Ziru, the matriarch of the Wu family and mother of Wu Xiao, arms crossed, her imposing presence radiating chill. She is among the most vocal critics of Meng. As Wu Xiao's mother, she harbors resentment towards Meng for overshadowing her son for years due to his exceptional talent, yet she could do nothing at that time due to Meng's illustrious reputation. But now the time has come. At that moment, Wu Xiao, with tousled blue hair and a complex expression, silently sits in the gathering. He observes the emotions on his mother and father's faces, his beautiful eyelashes drooping slightly. He lets out a soft sigh. The situation is evidently dire. Nearly everyone tacitly accepts this outcome. Wu Ling tightens his fists, then gazes deeply at Wu Ziru. After a long pause, he seems to resolve himself, speaking with a tone filled with resignation that anyone can discern. Since everyone agrees, then I concur to temporarily suspend Meng's position as young patriarch, and the resources he enjoys will be temporarily transferred to the new young patriarch. I announce, the new candidate for young patriarch is... I disagree. A calm voice unexpectedly interrupts Wu Ling's speech, filled with long-suffering resignation. Everyone turns to the speaker, astonished, as the room falls into silence. It is none other than Wu Xiao. In the secluded courtyard of the Wu family's rear mountain, Wu Meng stands in a focused state, his short blue hair dusted with specks, beads of sweat glistening on his attractive forehead. He bears a long sword, its length disproportionate to his height, crafted entirely from hardwood, making it much lighter than ordinary weapons. Leaves flutter down before him. Wu Meng's mind is wholly concentrated, indistinguishable from the external world. Should an outsider be present, they would marvel at his focus and clarity. It seems he has reached a realm that even those who have immersed themselves in swordsmanship for decades could scarcely attain. Swish! The wooden sword is drawn with a soft sound. Leaves fall to the ground. Wu Meng sheathes his sword and turns to leave. The leaves beneath him split in two. My swordsmanship has indeed progressed. After more than a decade, it hasn't been in vain. Wu Meng plops down onto a wooden chair, yet his expression reveals no excitement. The reason is simple, his cultivation level. Damn it, am I truly a traveler, yet treated so insignificantly? Wu Meng sighs, and then curses, gripping the chair's armrests, leaving deep imprints. He recalls the moment he traversed into this world. On that moonless night, he was seated at his computer, typing away, feeling frustrated while typing out the words system. Before he could ponder further, a flash of lightning startled him into this realm. Where's my system, after all? Wu Meng laments. It has been 12 years. Surely the system hasn't ascended and left him behind, languishing in the Wu family, progressing at a snail's pace? For 2 years now, he has made no advancement whatsoever. His cultivation remains at the initial stage of the Spirit Master realm, with no trace of attributes in sight. Gazing at the elegant yet somewhat desolate courtyard before him, Wu Meng exhales deeply. Suddenly, he raises his head, looking towards the main building of the Wu family in the distance. There, a meeting of great consequence to him unfolds. One eager to usurp his position as young patriarch, Wu Meng sneers inwardly. It is not that he covets that position. However, to be so ruthlessly forced, subjected to bullying, and to witness his father being belittled, losing face, this is not a pleasant situation. If I, Wu Meng, still possessed my former talents, if my cultivation could continue to rise, or if I were still a disciple at the Yun royal mansion, perhaps you would not dare to be so excessive. Wu Meng chuckles bitterly to himself. But is my life truly destined to be that of a failure? A bitter smile graces Wu Meng's lips as he clutches his head tightly. The master begins to question life. The defiance system is activated. With a soft chime accompanied by a melodious female voice, Wu Meng instantly felt a warm current coursing through his body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Could it be? It truly is activated? The system? Wu Meng joyfully leaped from the wooden chair, his eyes sparkling with excitement, feeling an invigorating power surging through him. Before him appeared a line of data, the verdant text arranged like a cap above his head. Defiance system. System level, 1. Host, Wu Meng. Spirit energy level, initial stage of Spirit Master. Mental strength level, mid-first grade, 60%. Alchemist level, 0. The striking text made Wu Meng's heart race. He hesitated to rub his eyes, fearing that he might awaken from a dream at any moment. Yet this was reality. My mental strength is astonishingly high. No wonder my perception is so acute. Does this mean I could become an alchemist? Wu Meng murmured in delight. Being an alchemist was one of the most esteemed professions in this world, rarer than that of a spirit master. This implied that he would invariably attract a legion of powerful allies. How enviable it sounded. However, as a transmigrator with a system, I shouldn't settle for merely becoming an alchemist. I ought to cultivate both paths. A dual cultivation of spirit master and alchemist would suit me perfectly. Additionally, I enjoy swordplay. Hey, system, you've abandoned me for 12 years. Surely you could grant me some rewards to start? Wu Meng shouted into the air, resembling a madman. This system is the defiance system, which levels up through points. Each level increase is accompanied by rewards, and completing tasks of various magnitudes yield rewards. This time, you have directly gained 50 points, upgrading from level 0 to level 1. System reward. Level increased by 1. Physical refinement. Fire attribute awakening. Wu Meng could once again hear the crisp female voice, and the explanation filled him with immense satisfaction. For the first time, he found himself enamored by someone's voice. A warm sensation enveloped him, yet he did not perceive many changes. It seemed to come to an end. Is that all? Wu Meng, somewhat incredulous, began sensing the condition within his body. Within him, a red energy core slowly floated, emanating a significantly stronger spirit energy, robust like a flowing stream. He had reached the initial stage of Spirit Master. The spirit energy radiated a crimson glow, accompanied by a faint warmth, evidently of the fire attribute. Clenching his fist, a serious expression adorned his face, the veins on his arms visibly protruding. He focused on a piece of blue stone and delivered a powerful punch, producing a muffled sound in the air, followed by the stone shattering. Boom! The fragments scattered, kicking up a cloud of dust, and the grass was torn away. In the tranquil, deserted courtyard, a wisp of black smoke rose, clearly from the grass, scorched by Wu Meng's fire attribute spirit energy. Ha! Indeed, this is a remarkable system. At long last, Wu Meng has his day of reckoning. He laughed heartily. Since his cultivation had stagnated, he had endured countless setbacks. The ruthless expulsion from the Cloud Emperor's mansion, the cruelty and oppression, the coldness from the Wu family, and 2 years of cultivation stagnation. The only solace was that Yuya from the Cloud Emperor's mansion awaited him. Though there was initially no chance for them, she was the chosen one, the young master of the Cloud Emperor's mansion. As a second-generation official, she was an exceptionally gifted individual. In the previous era, she would have been deemed a quintessential belle of wealth. Thus, the difficulty of being with her was beyond ordinary comprehension. Wu Meng clenched his fist, his expression turning somber. And then there was his mother. Retained by the Cloud Emperor's mansion as a stewardess, they demanded her lifelong service to atone for Wu Meng's supposed sins. In a testing accident, a precious crystal suddenly shattered, and the so-called sins were placed upon him. Had it not been for Yuya's assistance, he would not have survived. Cloud Emperor's mansion, the things you have bestowed upon me. Should I be granted the opportunity, I will ensure you pay the price. Wu Meng gazed into the distance, envisioning the grand sect filled with towering structures, his thoughts consumed by vengeance, his fingers instinctively digging into his flesh, causing a sharp pain. Yet from now on, he would be one who possessed a system. No longer would he be the target of bullying. System, do you have more rewards? This is far too little. It is nowhere near sufficient. Wu Meng continued to shout into the air. System notification. Minor task. Insult your brother to increase mental strength slightly. Wu Meng's eyes brightened, then bewilderment struck him. What? Insult my older brother to increase mental strength? This task seemed utterly foolish. Suddenly, Wu Meng felt a presence approaching. This secluded mountain courtyard rarely saw visitors. It was his brother. Wu Meng's lips twitched slightly. It seemed the system was indeed. His innocent older brother was gradually approaching. To insult him, that would indeed be delightful. Wu Meng's smile widened as he prepared to roll up his sleeves, or rather, clear his throat. An unexpected opportunity to enhance his mental strength had arrived. Chapter 2. This is my abode. Bang! The wooden door of the courtyard was kicked open, and a tall young man strode in. He was handsome, youthful, yet already exhibiting a hint of maturity, his long, light blue hair flowing gracefully in the wind, exuding a sense of elegance. I say, brother, you might break my door. Next time, bring some repair money. Wu Meng looked at the young man with resignation, forcing a smile. Insult your brother. Increase mental strength by 1%. The system's emotionless female voice resonated once more, and Wu Meng's face lit up with joy as he realized that indeed, his mental strength had slightly increased. 61% as a first-grade alchemist. Repair this broken door and you want repair fees? Hey Meng, why are you here grinning like an idiot? Are you hiding from me while reading something? Wu Xiu asked with a hint of confusion upon seeing Wu Meng's demeanor. What book? I haven't read anything. I'm just happy to see you, Wu Meng replied with a smile. Wu Xiu looked at him with disdain, clearly not believing such a flimsy excuse. Come on, how much do you need? Money? Are you joking? Am I the type to be obsessed with wealth? Hearing the system's voice again, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Earning mental strength was far too easy. Isn't that so? Brother still doesn't understand you. Here, take these 500 spirit coins as pocket money from me. Use it to enjoy a good meal and charm a lovely girl. Wu Xiu pulled out a pouch of coins and tossed it to Wu Meng. Stop right there. Wu Meng took a deep breath, preparing to launch his retort. Minutes later, facing Wu Meng's relentless retort, even the usually easygoing Wu Xiu fell silent. It was time to feast. Why do you seem so fiery today, like you've consumed fire spirit stones? Nevertheless, I'm steady. Let it all out, Wu Xiu said, sitting on a large blue stone, gnawing on a greasy chicken leg, grinning. I enjoy seeing your spirit itself. Upon hearing this, Wu Meng shot Wu Xiao a peculiar glance, pondering whether he should be cautious. Though they were brothers, they shared different mothers, which could. No, it was impossible. I'm quite happy. There's no need for any venting, Wu Meng thought to himself. Just moments ago, his mental strength had soared to 80%, now displaying as a late first grade, 80%. How many days of cultivation has it taken to surpass the prowess of a mere novice? Truly a bargain. It appears that my spiritual strength has exceeded that of an ordinary first-tier alchemist. Wu Meng ceased his musings and sat beside Wu Xiao, who offered him a chicken leg. Wu Meng accepted it without hesitation and began to gnaw at it. Is something troubling you, brother? As Wu Meng chewed slowly, he admired Wu Xiao's handsome profile, reflecting on how he would undoubtedly become even more dashing in the future. Wu Xiao hesitated, gazing at Wu Meng's charming face, finding it difficult to voice his thoughts. I know what you wish to say. My position is undoubtedly untenable. Just tell me, have you relinquished it? If I discover that you have handed over the position of the young clan leader to Wu Yang or anyone else, I shall ensure you receive a sound thrashing. Even if my spiritual energy is depleted, Wu Meng declared, finishing the chicken leg and turning to Wu Xiao with a smile. Of course not, Wu Xiao replied with a wry smile. I anticipated you would respond this way, but alas, there's more to this position. Just then, both of them sensed an unfamiliar energy approaching, abruptly interrupting their thoughts. Few guests venture here. Wu Xiao narrowed his eyes, peering into the distance, as if rays of wisdom emanated from him. Wu Meng also rose, directing his gaze afar. Suddenly, he placed his finger on his temple, concentrating his mind. Given his formidable spiritual strength, it was worth a try. What are you doing? Wu Xiao inquired, puzzled. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt a surge of powerful energy erupt, swiftly spreading like a vast net, akin to a fierce gale rushing across the grasslands, quickly extending into the distance. Wu Meng stood still, his demeanor calm, with an invisible light seemingly flickering on his forehead as his spiritual energy rippled like flowing water. Wu Xiao's face displayed astonishment. What immense spiritual power! It has undoubtedly reached the level of a first-tier alchemist, and beyond that of an ordinary one. Meng, you have hidden yourself well. Are you already an alchemist? Wu Xiao could not conceal his surprise. Certainly not. I have yet to encounter an alchemist. Wu Meng chuckled ruefully, having not come across such a figure until today. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he turned to look into the distance, speaking in a low voice. It's Wu Yang and his entourage. Wu Yang. Wu Xiao's countenance darkened. How could those ruffians have come here? Wu Yang had organized a small faction within the family, known as the Yang Gang, to garner support from numerous young disciples. Yet their actions were far from honorable. If it were these individuals, trouble was inevitable. They may be here to stir up trouble, Wu Xiao said gravely, then shook his head slightly, looking at Wu Meng. It's likely I brought them here. Don't worry, I can handle this. Meng, retreat to your room and cultivate for now. Although Wu Meng's spiritual strength had astonished him, it seemed he was still unable to control it effectively. For safety's sake, Wu Xiao preferred to keep Wu Meng under his protection. Yet, it appeared he intended to confront those individuals alone. Brother, I understand your intention. However, I must assert that this is my territory. Wu Meng turned, smiling at Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao looked up, noticing a glimmer of resolute determination in his eyes, causing him to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. It seemed this child had changed since before. Regrettably, his cultivation. Wu Xiao's gaze dimmed slightly. The five soon arrived at the entrance. A foot imbued with spiritual energy kicked the door off its hinges. Bang! Huh! This dilapidated place has a courtyard? What wildlings reside here? A sharp voice rang out, belonging to a short-haired youth whose scornful gaze fell upon the center of the courtyard. The door is equally shabby. I doubt it would even allow us to relieve ourselves here. Another person grinned widely. Leading them was a black-haired youth, around 17 or 18, with piercing eyes fixed on the two. Wu Yang frowned, as he noticed neither Wu Xiao nor Wu Meng exhibited any signs of significant anger. What are you two doing? Wu Yang addressed Wu Xiao, his gaze dismissively ignoring Wu Meng, his tone icy. Wu Yang, the elder brother, is inquiring. One of his companions boisterously demanded. Respond to him. Did you hear? Do you still think you are the young clan leader? You should know your position is in jeopardy. Wu Quan's round face bobbed in front of the two, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips. With both of you here, we can resolve this matter once and for all. Wu Yang's lips curled into a haughty smile, his chiseled features raised as he coldly regarded the two. The pressure was palpable. Wu Xiao gently shook his head, lowering his gaze, and finally stepped forward, meeting their stares. Have you finished your tirade? His voice carried an icy undertone. This is the residence of the clan leader's son. Not just any rabble can intrude here. What? You dare call us rabble? What about you? A waste of space? Or a fool? Wu Nan laughed heartily. Wu Yang raised a hand to silence Wu Nan, fixing his gaze on Wu Xiao. You ran out in the middle of a meeting, thinking you were destined for this position? Or did you just come here to feign concern for this waste? His words cut sharply like a blade. Currently, you merely occupy that position temporarily. The time has come for you to step down. Oh, I almost forgot. You haven't even warmed that seat yet, have you? How many minutes has it been? Wu Yang's mocking smile never faded, his eyes locked on Wu Xiao. I can overlook many things, but your label of waste must be retracted. Wu Xiao's smile gradually vanished, replaced by an extreme coldness. Upon witnessing this, the others, aside from Wu Yang, who had once appeared intimidating, now seemed somewhat deflated. Wu Xiao's aura was chilling, akin to a bone-chilling blade slicing through flesh. They were merely relying on Wu Yang's influence, yet still harbored a profound fear of Wu Xiao. Oomph. Wu Yang scoffed, taking a step forward, while Wu Xiao's pressure was momentarily countered. Do you think I will always lag behind you? Wu Xiao, I may be half a year older, but my talent is by no means inferior to yours. Those days of being suppressed beneath you are over. The future of the Wu clan now belongs to me. I am the true young clan leader of the Wu family. Wu Yang stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy without reservation, his lips curling into a smirk as he looked down upon the opponent with an air of superiority. Complete mastery of the spirit master realm. A flicker of surprise passed through Wu Xiao's eyes. Moreover, it was not merely at the beginning stages. It had likely been achieved for quite some time, probably around the mid-stage. Wu Yang has concealed himself quite effectively. My previous adversary was Wu Meng, but I soon realized he was merely a waste. Now it is you, Wu Xiao. Do not presume you have a secure grip on this position. This meeting has not yet confirmed you as the young clan leader. The majority will undoubtedly favor me. Wu Yang sneered. Though it is not yet certain, once I defeat you, this position will inevitably be mine. That a few individuals stood in a row nearby, their mocking gazes directed towards Wu Meng and his companion, emanating a palpable aura of spiritual energy that revealed their prowess at the minor completion stage of the Spirit Master realm. Most of them hovered around the pinnacle of this stage, with one at the full stage of Spirit Master and 4 others at the peak of the minor completion stage. Their combined strength was undeniably formidable. It seemed these individuals had come with a premeditated intent. Wu Meng narrowed his eyes slightly. Yet, it appeared they had overlooked his presence entirely. You will not enjoy a favorable outcome. Wu Cheng laughed boisterously. Behind Wu Xiao, Wu Meng took a deep breath, his handsome face exhibiting a remarkable calmness. He surveyed the 5 before him, yet only one seemed to fixate on him, as if he were an easily crushed soft persimmon. Have you forgotten about me? Wu Meng stepped forward slowly, casting a sweeping glance over them, and smiled faintly. Evidently, the place you currently occupy is my courtyard. His voice was soft, yet it bore an air of nonchalance. However, his striking eyes radiated a fierce intensity. If their previous disdain and bullying could be overlooked, the fact that they had now trespassed into his home and behaved with such impunity crossed a line he could not tolerate. Your dilapidated courtyard? So this is the environment where a worthless existence resides. Wu Quan derided. Daring to show your face? Huh, let me handle this waste. I shall trample this former genius underfoot and humiliate him thoroughly. Such a sensation seems rather delightful. Wu Yao grinned, his gaze fixed firmly on Wu Meng, as if viewing a fish on a chopping block, contemplating how best to butcher it. To him, Wu Meng's early-stage spirit master strength appeared utterly feeble. He had already envisioned how to place his foot upon Wu Meng's face. Is that so? It appears your vision is rather impaired. Wu Meng's words were laced with an icy demeanor. This is my residence, not a place for your reckless arrogance. Chapter 3. 1 against 4 in the expansive courtyard, lush vegetation thrived, yet a stifling atmosphere permeated the tranquil surroundings. What did you say? Wu Yao's expression darkened instantly. His gaze fixated on Wu Meng, as if he intended to devour him whole. When did a mere waste dare to address me in such a manner? At this moment, Wu Meng's eyes met his, displaying an unperturbed calmness. You this good for nothing? Just as everyone was taken aback, Wu Yang suddenly erupted. His figure surged forward like a hawk swooping down on its prey, moving with astonishing speed. He appeared before Wu Meng in an instant. unleashing a powerful punch without holding back, the very air around them resonating with a thunderous explosion. Bam! The proximity was such that even Wu Xiao could not intervene in time, his expression turning icy. Meng, seeing Wu Yang's attack barreling towards him, Wu Meng was momentarily astonished, not expecting this individual to be so decisive and ruthless as to strike directly at him. With his mastery at the peak of the Spirit Master realm, was he truly launching a full-force assault against me? Or was it a sneak attack? How utterly devoid of martial ethics. A chill ran through Wu Meng's heart. He clenched his teeth, a surge of formidable mental energy erupting within him. In the next moment, with great effort, he concentrated it into a form akin to an enraged dragon, which then fiercely crashed into Wu Yang. Bam! Invisible ripples spread forth, causing Wu Yang's advance to falter slightly. He felt a sharp pain in his head, his momentum momentarily hindered. However, alas, Wu Meng's understanding of mental energy was still rudimentary. And aside from catching Wu Yang off guard, it could not inflict any real harm. Consequently, Wu Yang's assault merely paused before surging forward with even greater ferocity. His eyes ablaze with jealousy and loathing. He had not anticipated that Wu Meng's mental prowess was so formidable. This waste he looked down upon had a hidden strength? Wu Yang felt a stinging blow to his pride. His mind throbbed painfully, and he absolutely refused to allow a waste to shine brighter than himself. A pale blue aura enveloped him, and his speed quickened yet again. Good for nothing. You seek death, he bellowed. Witnessing this fierce onslaught, Wu Xiao's expression shifted slightly, and he accelerated towards Wu Yang, yet those nearby prepared to collectively impede his advance. Although they could not triumph over him, they could certainly delay him momentarily. Wu Yang's attack was unexpectedly brutal. Wu Meng gazed at the looming threat, having already drawn his wooden sword during the brief pause, positioning it defensively before him as his spirit energy surged wildly. Regrettably, his application of mental energy was still too rudimentary to serve as a proper defense. With a sigh, in the next instant, Wu Meng executed a seamless coordination with his sword, demonstrating a level of skill akin to a master of the sword path who had traversed it for decades. This sword was named Qingfeng. Wu Meng emitted a low cry. At that moment, spiritual energy surged wildly into the wooden sword, causing it to burst forth with a fiery red glow, which swiftly transformed into a sharp azure light. A blade of sword energy, merely half an inch long, shot forth like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air and leaving a faint azure shadow in its wake. The expressions of those around shifted dramatically. How dare this worthless fool clash head-on with brother Wu Yang? He was destined to meet a gruesome end. He had lingered at the early stage of the spiritual master realm for far too long, and their strengths were not even comparable. Await the conclusion. This was but a desperate struggle. It seemed inevitable that blood would be shed. A cruel glint flickered across Wu Yao's face. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the essence of the sword. In the next moment, the two forces collided violently, akin to a clash of lightning. A cacophony of intense collisions erupted, as if the very air were being torn apart. The half-inch sword energy continuously dissipated and shattered beneath Wu Yang's fist, resembling mountains being cleaved asunder. Yet, Wu Yang's expression was now as somber as still water. It was known that Wu Meng and he were separated by several small realms, with significant disparities between each. Yet, he was unable to achieve a crushing victory, which was utterly humiliating. How could this worthless being withstand his onslaught? Not even for a moment. Regardless of the method employed, he was simply incapable of contending with him. Wu Yang fiercely channeled his spiritual energy, tearing apart the sword energy before him. The next second, the sword energy finally shattered with a resounding bang, dissipating into the air. Indeed, it was feeble. Yes, brother Wu Yang is formidable. This worthless fool's struggles posed no threat whatsoever. The onlookers began to jeer, but suddenly, a figure appeared before Wu Meng, towering over him by nearly a head, his eyes brimming with unimaginable fury and coldness. Brother, Wu Meng exclaimed in surprise. The figure facing Wu Yang was none other than Wu Xiao, who had managed to intervene in that brief moment. Wu Yang, I had no intention of engaging you, but you have truly incensed me. Your actions are most unbecoming. Wu Xiao replied coldly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Wu Yang, unperturbed by the ferocity of his assault, his voice laced with simmering anger. Humph, Wu Xiao, do you still believe yourself to be the foremost among the younger generation? Spare me your pretense of superiority. You are merely a stepping stone for me. You shall all be cast beneath my feet. Wu Yang roared, veins bulging on his neck as he swung his fist with vicious intent, aimed squarely at Wu Xiao's head. His speed augmented by the wind attribute of spiritual energy. Even with only the initial mastery of the mid-realm, its effects were already evident. Having been suppressed by Wu Xiu for so long, his jealousy had reached its zenith. He was no longer the same as before. The position of the young clan leader was now his for the taking. Wu Meng raised his wooden sword, pointing it at the surrounding individuals with a smile, and said, "Is it our turn now? Are you all coming at me together? Humph, don't provoke us. We will attack together." Wu Yao glared at Wu Meng, then turned to his companions, saying, "This young man may be a bit unusual. We must not underestimate him. Let us first seal his spiritual energy, and then torment him thoroughly." The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fierce intent, and soon, the four of them unleashed a barrage of intricate and concentrated attacks upon Wu Meng. For formidable warriors, each at the pinnacle of the minor realm of spiritual masters, had joined forces, their combat prowess formidable indeed. Faced with Wu Meng, who wielded a wooden sword and was merely at the initial stage of spiritual mastery, the disparity was stark. They believed it would be a swift victory. It appeared they intended to overwhelm Wu Meng with a thunderous assault. Die. As the Master's swordsmanship reached its initial success, the potential of the Qingfeng sword technique shone through, granting him 150 points and allowing him to ascend to level 3. Additionally, he received a bonus of 5% to his mental strength, a 10% increase in physical strength, and a 10% enhancement to his attributes. The system's voice rang out, clear and devoid of emotion, akin to a mechanical tone, yet Wu Meng felt a wave of comfort wash over him. To his ears, it was as melodious as celestial music. What a timely boon. After faking for so long, there was indeed a reward. Wu Meng couldn't help but smile wryly while feeling a sense of relief. He cast a calm glance at the approaching four, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Chapter 4, One Sword. The transformation occurred in an instant. Wu Meng felt a subtle tremor throughout his body, followed by a significant surge in his physical strength, with a dramatic enhancement in his affinity for fire attributes. His realm suddenly advanced to the mid-stage of the initial realm, and his mental clarity soared. The change was monumental. A powerful sensation coursed through him, and he felt an urge to howl at the sky, which he quickly suppressed. The onslaught before him grew increasingly fierce, and he heard the synchronized battle cries of his opponents, as if they sought to crush him in one decisive blow, then trample him underfoot. With a gentle smile, the faint red glow surrounding him intensified, and he swiftly swung his wooden sword. A formidable sword energy surged forth, extending a full inch in brilliant azure light. It pierced the air directly, unyieldingly charging towards the four adversaries. Sensing the potency of his sword energy, the attackers momentarily faltered, their expressions shifting dramatically, clearly taken aback. This assault far exceeded their expectations. How could he be this powerful? Meanwhile, Wu Xiu coldly regarded Wu Yang as he launched a full-force assault, emanating a murderous aura akin to a demon. He neither dodged nor flinched, instead delivering a powerful palm strike. The overwhelming fire attribute spiritual energy erupted in a striking red, enveloping the surroundings in a searing heat. Crimson flame palm. Wu Xiu roared, fixing his gaze on Wu Yang as if regarding prey. Boom. As he unleashed his palm strike, an astonishing might radiated outward, making the air feel as though it had been seared with heat. Wu Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed the ferocious palm strike, akin to a fiery hand, press upon him with an overwhelming force, instantly breaching his defenses and striking him heavily. With a sudden cough, Wu Yang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion paling to an ashen hue. His body was sent flying, akin to a fragile kite, landing heavily on the distant grass. Coughing again, his face was as white as a sheet, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, rendering him a pitiful sight. At this moment, his gaze towards Wu Xiu was filled with astonishment. Wu Xiu's spiritual energy was overwhelmingly more formidable than his own. This disparity was not merely quantitative. It was qualitative as well. Within Wu Xiu's spiritual energy, there existed a subtle yet undeniable aura of dominance. Although he wielded fire attributes, there lingered an almost imperceptible chill within that energy, exhibiting a formidable strength. The chilling force, embedded with an air of destruction, was the hallmark of a practitioner at the Yin spirit realm. Wu Yang, at the pinnacle of the spiritual master realm, could scarcely comprehend it. He murmured in disbelief, feeling the bitter taste of blood in his mouth as he struggled to prop himself up with one hand. Despite the jealousy gnawing at him, he was unwilling to concede. Yet it was unmistakable. Wu Xiu had reached that realm before him, and the gap between them was not trivial. This did not even account for the difference in their attributes. No. After a moment, he lifted his head again. His expression twisted with rage as he glared at Wu Xiu, his voice hoarse. "You bastard! Isn't it just because of the resources provided by your clan leader, father? What is there to be proud of? Your talent isn't that impressive. Without his support, you are nothing. Wu Xiao's spiritual energy retracted, the heat dissipating as he approached with measured steps, his expression regaining its composure, though his gaze remained icily resolute. Have you finished? Don't assume I will let this slide easily. Everything you have done must come at a price. You owe for my brother and for myself. The position of our family is not a justification for your hatred. If you persist in your delusions, you are unworthy of remaining in the Wu family. His voice was cold, yet Wu Yang erupted into laughter, mocking him for an extended moment. I merely suffered a temporary defeat. Do you truly see yourself as invincible? In the future, I shall surpass you and trample you underfoot. You think you can drive me away? Do you genuinely believe that is within your reach? His derisive gaze continued to look down upon Wu Xiao. First, take a look at the condition of your companion before you speak, Wu Xiao replied calmly. Everyone knows that a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Although Wu Xiao was unaware of the full extent of Wu Meng's hidden prowess, he had gleaned something from Wu Meng's confidence and had begun to form an estimate. Inexplicably, he held a steadfast belief in him. Companion? Do you think that waste can contend with all four of them alone? Wu Yang laughed heartily, as if Wu Xiao's words were utterly ludicrous. I think you've lost your mind. He was well aware that Wu Meng was stuck at the initial stage of the spiritual master realm and lacked any attributes, creating an insurmountable gap between him and Wu Yao's group. To him, the outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion. With a thunderous crash, both of them suddenly turned their heads. Wu Xiao's eyes shimmered slightly, a profound shock sweeping across his gaze as he murmured, "Not bad, young man." He believed he had placed considerable trust in this youth, yet the reality exceeded his expectations. Truly, he was the boy once adorned with a radiant aura, and a faint smile graced Wu Xiao's lips. In the distance, Wu Meng stood resolute with his sword, his demeanor calm and icy, his similarly colored short hair cascading beside his ears, untouched by dust. He regarded the four individuals sprawled before him, all devoid of fighting spirit, having been vanquished by a single strike. The blade's edge, merely a foot long, wielded such formidable power. Wu Meng sighed softly, genuinely taken aback. That was not an option. With the enhancement of his physical prowess and attributes, despite having only recently stepped into the minor completion of the Spirit Master realm, he effortlessly subdued 4 peak minor Spirit Masters in one blow, even retaining a portion of his strength until the final moment. Such an accomplishment would be unattainable for most seasoned Spirit Masters. This clearly illustrated the extent of Wu Meng's current capabilities. Dream, what heights will you reach in the future? You are merely 12 years old. Observing the contemplative youth, Wu Xiao whispered, astonishment flickering across his features. In the recent battle, even he could find no fault in Wu Meng's performance. Particularly, the prowess of his swordsmanship, though still in its infancy, held tremendous potential. He would undoubtedly shine brightly in the days to come. The poise he exhibited, coupled with his harmony with the sword, was truly remarkable for a child of merely 12 years. A silent exclamation of how terrifying it was crossed his mind. The 4 Wu family disciples had entirely lost their previous bravado and arrogance, resembling rabbits petrified by a lion's bite, huddled on the grass, afraid to move. In truth, they were hardly able to stir, bearing various injuries. How could a monster be so monstrous? Hadn't it been declared that he was no longer a genius? Wasn't he labeled as worthless? Wu Yao, you foolish pig. Stop berating me. He's still watching us. Were we too excessive? Thankfully, he held back. We might have to concede this time. Life is not easy, brothers. Wu Yao, who had been insufferably arrogant moments ago, was the first to yield, rolling over to Wu Meng's side and clinging to his leg, exclaiming, "Hey, monster, no. Big brother, I'll follow you from now on." Your swordsmanship was simply unparalleled, truly invincible. Witnessing Wu Yao's shameless demeanor, the others silently chastised him for his lack of spine, then hastily followed suit, eager to approach as if queuing to avoid being left behind in their quest for rebirth. "Hey, our leader, you are truly magnificent. I admire you greatly. A few more strikes would be wonderful. You are the young patriarch of the Wu family. How dare that scoundrel from the Cloud Emperor's mansion disrespect you? They are all fools. After all, the Cloud Emperor's mansion is far away," and thus he began to spin tales without limit. Wu Meng gazed at the group with a hint of exasperation, feeling the weight of her legs as she dragged 4 hefty individuals along. An arduous task indeed. "I don't ask for much, just 10,000 spirit coins from each of you," she stated innocently. "What?" The crowd was taken aback, eyes wide with disbelief. Wu Xiao could hardly suppress a chuckle as he turned to find Wu Yang's grim expression, dark as if it could drip with water, juxtaposed with an undercurrent of profound shock and envy. Isn't my younger brother quite exceptional? Wu Xiao smiled broadly, allowing the sunlight to cascade over his handsome visage. Chapter 5, An Ominous Threat. In Wu Meng's courtyard, the group huddled on the ground, clinging to her leg, their bodies smeared with mud. Not far off, Wu Yang's face was a thundercloud, his teeth clenched tightly, turning away to avoid their gaze. Wu Meng looked at them innocently, resembling a child being bullied. It would be a disservice to herself not to extract some tribute from them, even if they were merely subordinates. 10,000 spirit coins? Wu Yao's complexion turned a sickly green as he hesitantly glanced at Wu Meng, then offered a wry smile to the others, who appeared equally bewildered, their expressions morose. Boss, we are merely impoverished youths, with little money to spare, Wu Cheng lamented, his eyes darting. Given your prowess, surely your family's support is substantial. You must not be short of funds? Wu Yao suggested tentatively, scratching his head. Yet you are unwilling to part with mere trifles. It seems you hold me in low regard, Wu Meng replied with a frosty demeanor. Absolutely not. You are magnanimous, but we truly cannot muster such a sum. They protested. How about this? We four can pool together and offer you 8,000 spirit coins as a gesture of respect. It's not your money I seek. I am merely looking out for your best interests. Is it not a waste to squander your youth on frivolities? Allow me to safeguard your funds. As your leader, it is my duty to manage certain affairs. Your predicament places me in a difficult position, Wu Meng pondered, her face a mask of conflicted emotions. What a grandiloquent rationale. The group exchanged glances. Very well, she nodded. You will gather 10,000 spirit coins, but you must recruit other juniors to join. I aim to establish a small organization. And since you have the Yang Gang, I shall name it the Dream Team. I will be the leader, and you, my subordinates. Each of you will contribute 200 spirit coins monthly to receive my protection and the assistance of our organization. Upon completing this task, congratulations. You will be my esteemed elders. Wu Meng looked at the four figures, now frozen like servants on the ground, and smiled. Wu Xiao, upon hearing this, displayed a look of sheer astonishment. What was this little one concocting? Would Wu Ling ever agree to such an arrangement? Observing the hesitance etched on their faces, Wu Meng calculated her potential gains. Indeed, this would maximize her spirit coin acquisition, though she had not initially intended to take such a hefty sum. However, the system had just reminded her, wealth could accumulate into points. 1,000 spirit coins can be converted into a single point, and the system requires a total of 150 points to elevate from level 1 to level 3. Just now, he had achieved a modest success in swordsmanship, which conveniently equated to the points needed for the advancement to level 3, amounting to 150,000 spirit coins. However, he felt that the system had deceived him. I am currently short on funds. I only have 3,000 spirit coins saved, which translates to merely 3 points. Yet, I need to continue my ascent. And this is far from sufficient. Wu Meng sighed, lamenting the difficulty of making money. Brother, your proposal may not sit well with everyone, Wu Ning cautioned. Wu Meng smiled faintly. What objections could there be? Those who do not wish to join are free to decline. I do not wish to impose. However, when we demonstrate sufficient strength, there will undoubtedly be those eager to join us. Our Wu family's youth have never been united. It is time for a reformation. Wu Ning hesitated. The others also appeared uncertain. After all, contributing 2,500 spirit coins each was no trivial sum, although their families were affluent. How much could they truly afford? Previously, they had followed Wu Yang and were required to pay a monthly fee of 300. Moreover, battles were frequent, necessitating considerable expenditure on healing. Expecting Wu Yang to fund their medical expenses was utterly unrealistic. Fools! Wu Yao exclaimed, clapping his hands sharply, causing the others to momentarily lose their bearings and look at him in confusion. Our leader is the greatest asset. Neglecting him will surely lead to regret. Are you all truly this dim-witted? Wu Yao felt a surge of satisfaction before clearing his throat and proclaiming. The group exchanged blank glances, then suddenly understood. Indeed, Wu Meng's displayed talent was nothing short of formidable. At just 12 years of age, his swordsmanship rivaled that of many masters who had devoted decades to their craft. His prowess overshadowed the four of them, pressing their faces into the ground in humiliation, showcasing a talent that seemed almost otherworldly. What are you still pondering? I would kindly suggest that now is not the time for hesitation, Wu Xiao said with a smile as he stepped forward, his fiery aura seeming to threaten another eruption. The fire attribute's spiritual energy, nearing mastery, already possessed considerable power, leaving the others parched and bewildered. They suddenly realized that behind Wu Meng stood the formidable Wu Xiao, capable of easily subduing Wu Yang. Immediately, they buried their heads in the grass, respectfully addressing Wu Meng. Your organization is destined for success. This is a fortune for the younger generation of the Wu family. The funds can be deferred. It is perfectly acceptable if you cannot pay me now. A simple IOU will suffice. How about a 50% interest on the amount? Wu Meng mused, displaying a childlike innocence. The others gazed at Wu Meng's adorable demeanor, gasping in disbelief. What a miserly character. Who would believe such a naive child? Naturally, we can provide the funds immediately, they declared earnestly, their expressions serious. Pray tell, does that mean your finances are quite ample? Wu Meng suddenly smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Not sufficient, absolutely insufficient. Yet we shall undoubtedly exert our utmost to fulfill your needs. Several individuals were on the verge of bowing in reverence, utterly flustered, exclaiming, Heavens! He is nothing short of a fierce deity. Are you truly intent on this, Meng? Wu Xiao approached slowly, offering a smile to Wu Meng. He often found himself perplexed by his younger brother's intentions. At times, it felt as if they existed in entirely different realms of time. Nonetheless, that notion was rather peculiar. Yet, it was ultimately a positive development. If we do this well, we shall all share in the rewards, Wu Meng declared, patting his chest. He then turned to the others, adopting a stern countenance. You may depart now, but remember what I have said. Our dream group is to be genuinely organized. I am working towards the collective benefit of all, unlike your Yang gang, who failed to do good. Understood, understood. Thank you for your guidance, boss. The group nodded in trepidation, promptly preparing to leave. Humph, you wretched curs still know how to walk. You have utterly shamed me, Wu Yang. Wu Yang struggled to rise. Glaring fiercely at them, he felt as though his lungs might burst from indignation. What had transpired moments ago? These individuals had approached with such arrogance, only to depart in utter defeat, like drowned rats. Who could have anticipated that the previously deemed useless Wu Meng could possess such strength? Effortlessly vanquishing 4 peak practitioners of the Spirit Master realm, Wu Xiao's prowess was even nearing the Spirit Shadow realm, easily overpowering him, all with a single move. Could you not employ more than one technique? You are no less a disgrace than we are, merely a lost dog, he retorted. In all honesty, your talents cannot compare to any of theirs. It is only rational that we take our leave. Wu Yao, who had been fawning over Wu Yang moments ago, now bore a calm expression, with a hint of pity and mockery in his eyes. They had evidently recognized Wu Meng's talents and capabilities, as well as Wu Xiao's strength. This was where their true prospects lay. From today onward, we shall withdraw from the Yang gang. You can tidy up your own mess, Wu Nan remarked with a smile. You will come to regret this, Wu Yang warned, his face smeared with dirt and blood, yet his gaze remained filled with hatred. At this point, perhaps you should focus on yourself? Do not presume that you can act with impunity in the Wu family. Wu Xiao's lips curled into a cold smirk once more, clearly unable to tolerate Wu Yang's repeated disdain and provocations any longer. Engaging in reason with such individuals seemed as futile as a mere trifle. I concur, Wu Meng said, approaching with a smile. Perhaps it would be best to package you up nicely and present you before everyone? What do you think? Or do you still believe you have encountered a soft target this time? He fixed his gaze on Wu Yang, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Wu Yang's expression darkened further, akin to the bottom of a blackened pot. Wu Xiao, Wu Meng, you young ones dare to harm your fellow disciples. Today, I shall ensure justice is served for the Wu family. Suddenly, a harsh voice echoed, and amidst the momentary shock of a few individuals, a figure surged forth from a distance. An overwhelming aura of spiritual energy surged like a tempest, casting an oppressive force that seemed poised to crush everyone in the courtyard. Wu Xian. The expressions of Wu Yao and the others changed drastically. It was this old rascal. As the father of Wu Yang and the grand elder of the Wu clan, Wu Xian was a formidable figure in the realm of spiritual origin, his power astonishing. How dare this old scoundrel strike at us? A flicker of crimson seemed to arise in Wu Xiao's eyes as he spoke coldly. Wu Meng felt an intense chill sweep through him, his expression shifting as he glanced at Wu Xiao. What is this? A spiritual energy palm imprint descended with the might of a mountain, its ferocity causing the air to explode around it. Even from a distance, the violent force bent the bodies of those present, the pressure akin to a mountain pressing down upon them, leaving their faces pallid. No matter how formidable, there existed an insurmountable chasm between them and the realm of spiritual origin. If Wu Xian intended to kill them, it would be as effortless as an elephant trampling a mouse. Was this to be their demise today? Wu Meng's face turned ashen, yet a fierce unwillingness surged within him. He had only just acquired his system, yet to unleash its brilliance or retrieve the Cloud Emperor's mansion. His journey to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse had merely begun. Too many regrets lingered. He absolutely could not perish now. Wu Meng fixed his gaze on the impending palm imprint, every bone in his body creaking painfully. What right did this accursed Grand Elder have to act as a mentor? Bang! Just then, another formidable force surged forth, effortlessly dissipating the palm imprint. Simultaneously, a voice, cold and seething with rage, resonated as if it had descended from the heavens. Wu Xian, you shameless old wretch. My son, Wu Ling, is not one for you to discipline. Chapter 6. The overbearing Wu Lai Wu Ling's icy rebuke reverberated throughout the area, akin to the wrath of thunder. Only then did the individuals in the courtyard break free from their constraints and the suffocating pressure, feeling as if they had just emerged from a bath, their backs dampened. They had narrowly escaped death. Wu Nan and the others collapsed to the ground, their bodies limp as they gazed in trepidation at the two figures confronting one another in the distance. The murderous intent emanating from Wu Xiu slightly receded, the flicker of crimson in his eyes gradually fading. He exhaled deeply, his expression grim as he turned his gaze toward Wu Meng. Father has arrived. All is well. Wu Meng understood his concern and felt warmth in his heart, nodding reassuringly to indicate he was unharmed. However, Wu Meng soon sighed heavily. System, what use are you in critical moments? He murmured to himself as he observed the two figures approaching, reflecting on how close he had come to death. Had it not been for his father's timely arrival, he might have lost his life. Yet, nothing else materialized before him. The previous green hue still lingered above his head. The cool female voice had not sounded again. It seemed that in this era, without a modicum of caution, one might meet a swift end. Wu Meng clenched his fists, the pressure of his nails piercing his flesh, drawing forth a jarring pain that finally made him cease. Wu Meng had always been accustomed to contemplation and reflection, a habit inherited from a bygone era. Yet now, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. What should he do if he were to encounter danger abruptly, akin to the peril he had just faced? Should he simply await his demise? Such a notion was utterly unacceptable. Two figures swiftly darted into the courtyard, soon reaching its center, Wu Ling and the esteemed elder Wu Xian. Wu Ling, what is your intention? My son has been grievously harmed by them. And am I to stand idly by without seeking justice? Where is the righteousness of the Wu family? As the clan leader, how can you command respect? Wu Xian exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Ling, his expression a tumult of agitation. Do not cast aspersions upon me, Wu Xian. This is merely your perspective. Everyone knows Wu Yang's true nature. You must compel them to clarify the situation and reveal the truth, Wu Ling replied, his dark countenance betraying a barely contained fury. Were he not the clan leader, he might have already resorted to violence against Wu Xian. Had I not arrived in time, my two sons would likely have met their end at your hands. Wu Ling suppressed his rage, a cold smile playing on his lips. Nonsense. My actions were solely to discipline them. I would never resort to lethal force, Wu Xian asserted vehemently, his demeanor surprisingly composed. You old fool, your words are utterly shameless. Wu Xiu remarked, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he regarded Wu Xian. This course of action is most unwise. Wu Xian's expression darkened instantly. How dare this junior speak to him so disrespectfully, tarnishing his dignity? You! Wu Xian erupted in fury, his fiery spiritual energy surging forth, enveloping him in flames, transforming the courtyard into a veritable furnace, radiating searing heat. The flames coalesced into a magnificent fire tiger, its blood-red maw agape, as it lunged toward Wu Xiu. Such prowess was indicative of a formidable spirit essence master, at least of the transformation stage, demonstrating a ferocity that was astounding. As the fire tiger advanced, the ground beneath it turned pitch black. Wu Xian, how dare you? Wu Ling's expression shifted dramatically, his icy spiritual energy erupting, coalescing into a colossal ice bear in an instant. The frigid aura emanating from him swiftly dispelled the heat, making everyone feel as though they had leaped from a furnace into an ice cellar. How terrifying! The four individuals lying on the ground barely opened their eyes before they promptly shut them again, feigning death. However, Wu Xian stood defiantly before Wu Ling, his fiery energy erupting like a torch. Begone! Wu Ling's countenance was colder than even his icy aura. Wu Xiu fixed his gaze intently upon the fire tiger, a menacing aura radiating from him, while Wu Meng felt a tremor of fear, desperately attempting to rush forward. How infuriating! This old wretch was indeed cut from the same cloth as his son. At that moment, it seemed as though a sudden sigh resonated through the air, and then, from the heavens above, a figure descended abruptly, akin to a gust of wind that swiftly arrived before Wu Xiu. With frail fingers, it gently pointed forth, making contact with the colossal flame tiger, an encounter that appeared as fragile as an egg striking a stone. Yet, in the blink of an eye, The mighty beast found itself unable to unleash even the slightest ripple of energy and erupted instead in a tremendous explosion. The roar of the fiery tempest surged forth. But with a gentle command from that ancient voice, fierce winds surged from the sky, forming a veritable wall of air that sealed off the explosion. The onlookers heard but a muffled thud, and soon the fiery storm began to subside, dissipating entirely after a brief moment. Remarkably, the massive conflagration had wrought little destruction, leaving only the grass charred to a crisp. The air was charged with both heat and cold, faintly revealing the extraordinary nature of the prior battle. Wu Xiao and his companions remained utterly unscathed. "Thank you, Elder Lai," Wu Ling said, as the pent-up anger and spiritual energy he had gathered gradually dissipated, his entire being relaxing as he spoke with a slight movement of his lips. "That was a close call. To speak truthfully, had it not been for your involvement with the younger generation, I would not have intervened, though I seldom manifest in your sight. The entirety of the Wu family exists within my perception. Anyone who dares to act recklessly shall not be easily forgiven," Elder Lai remarked. Stepping forth from where the flames had receded, a blade of dogtail grass clutched between his lips. His aged visage bore an air of languor, and his white hair cascaded like a silken waterfall. Wu Lai and Wu Xian exchanged glances, the latter inwardly chastising himself for his impulsiveness, wondering why he had provoked such a formidable presence today. This individual held a rather exceptional status within the Wu family. "Wu Ling, your tenure as clan leader seems to be regressing," Elder Lai commented with a smile, extending the slender finger he had just utilized against the flame tiger toward the pallid-faced Wu Xian. The latter, who had previously been furious at being scolded so directly, merely lifted his gaze to meet Elder Lai's before returning to his concentration, refraining from voicing any retorts. "Such dominance," Wu Meng remarked, her lips twitching slightly as she could not help but commend the elder. "Your temperament is truly commendable, young man. Do remember to direct your praise toward others rather than secretly to yourself. By the way, I perceive a remarkable quality in your bones. Your brow indeed bears a greenish hue. You shall undoubtedly achieve great success in the future." The white-haired elder turned his attention to Wu Meng with keen interest. Wu Meng's expression shifted slightly, her thoughts racing as she wondered if the elder might be a charlatan. "A greenish brow? That omen does not seem auspicious," she mused. Wu Ling, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Wu Meng, fully aware of the elder's reputation. The elder's evaluation of Wu Meng astonished him. "Have you broken through?" His gaze swept over Wu Meng, and astonishment gave way to joy as he exclaimed, "Brother, are you all right?" Wu Meng chose to disregard the seemingly disrespectful elder and approached Wu Xiao. "Do not touch me. Hey, though we are brothers, it is inappropriate for men to engage in such intimate exchanges. Others may misconstrue our relationship." Wu Xiao chuckled, dismissing the concern. "It's nothing." Wu Meng retracted her hand and smiled, suddenly inquiring, "Brother, what was that ominous aura earlier? It felt as if you transformed into a different person." "Indeed. My secret had been uncovered. It was merely a minor trump card of mine. I have mastered a unique spiritual technique of considerable rank. A well-guarded secret for quite some time." Wu Xiao smiled nonchalantly and then fell into a chattering mode. "So that's the case," Wu Meng replied with a smile, promptly interrupting his flow of words and choosing not to pry further. Everyone possesses their own secrets, and since her brother was reluctant to divulge his, it was best not to inquire further. Nevertheless, a hint of worry lingered in Wu Meng's heart. If this matter were simple, Wu Xiao would not have concealed it from her. "System, could you please assess my brother's condition?" Wu Meng whispered, but there was no response. "Damn you, System." Nearby, Wu Ling approached with a resigned expression. "I'm powerless in this matter, my dear elder. As the head of the Wu family, I must prioritize the greater good." "I understand. You were quite the troublemaker in your youth," Wu Lai remarked with a smile, patting Wu Ling's robe. "Could you grant me a bit of dignity?" Wu Ling replied, somewhat exasperated. "We are no longer children." Wu Xiao and Wu Meng were astonished. How could this elder speak of Wu Ling's childhood? He must be of considerable age. Although Wu Ling appeared youthful, he was actually over 55 years old, meaning his childhood was at least 4 decades past. This implies the elder could be around a century old. Could he be a hidden ancient monster of the Wu family? Wu Meng murmured to herself. "What ancient monster? You young one, show some respect and address me as master." Wu Lai chuckled. "Master? Why should I call you that?" Wu Meng was taken aback. "Child, don't be foolish, hurry up." Wu Ling scolded playfully. "You've already broken through, haven't you? Since your talent has returned, you should have informed me. Do you not consider me your father?" Beside them, Wu Xian snorted, clearly displeased but wary of further actions. Otherwise, Wu Lai might truly transform him into a lifeless corpse. This old fellow was well known for his peculiar temperament, domineering and protective of his own. He had never been one to heed consequences. He then approached Wu Yang, his aged face twitching as he kicked him heavily, useless, and subsequently dragged Wu Yang away, head bowed in defeat. Wu Ling and the others did not intervene, their gazes fixed upon Wu Meng. A look of innocence crept onto her small face. Surely, this elder wasn't he developing an interest in her? I know my talent is remarkable, but I am not someone who is willing to take on just anyone as a disciple. She thought defiantly. Humph. Do you think I am just anyone? I am the most senior elder of the current Wu family. Do you know how many people would be eager to become my disciple? Yet, I find it beneath me. Wu Lai huffed, spitting out the grass he had been chewing. Wu Ling could not help but cast a glance at the fellow, truly lacking in respect for his elders. Wu Meng displayed a troubled expression, and soon, as if making a painful decision, she adopted an innocent demeanor while gazing at Wu Lai, gritting her teeth and stating, "Actually, it's not a big deal. The young man is in dire need of funds. The organization requires financial support. Therefore, I am willing to become your disciple. But with a small condition. If I could receive around 100 to 180,000 spirit coins from you each month, that should suffice to sustain my living." Chapter 7. Apprenticeship and Extortion 100 to 180,000? Upon hearing this, Wu Lai's aged face involuntarily twitched, and his gaze towards Wu Meng became peculiar. As a venerable figure within the family, his wealth was undoubtedly substantial. However, who would have thought of targeting his finances? Even if he possessed such riches, they would typically vanish under his spiritual influence. Thus, amidst his astonishment, he found the situation somewhat amusing. Yet, he certainly could not extinguish Wu Meng's spirit, could he? This mischievous child. Menger, do not speak recklessly. Do you comprehend what you are saying? This esteemed gentleman is Wu Lai. Given his stature, those within the family wishing to become his disciple must queue up. To earn his favor is a rare blessing, Wu Ling admonished, his dark beard twitching slightly as he furrowed his brow at Wu Meng's expression. Previously, he had never anticipated Wu Meng would be regarded highly by Wu Lai, for the probability was exceedingly low. Wu Lai's standing within the Wu family was remarkably elevated, and he had gained renown at an early age, even in relatively favorable relations. Wu Ling did not dare to be negligent. Otherwise, how could that old fellow have so readily reprimanded Wu Xian? Your wealth cannot be drawn from Wu Lai. Even if it were essential, I shall provide. After a moment of silence, Wu Ling reluctantly declared. Alas, alas, Wu Lai replied, casting a strange look at Wu Meng with a sigh. Wu Ling's countenance shifted, and he thought to himself, this is troublesome. He hurriedly approached Wu Lai, saying, Esteemed Wu Lai, please do not take offense. My child is merely Navi. I assure you, his exceptional talents will not tarnish your esteemed name should you take him as a disciple. He grasped Wu Lai's sleeve in a somewhat anxious manner. Release me. Wu Lai glared at him, pondering, if I were to accept your two sons as disciples, you, old man, would surely find yourself at ease. What a clever scheme. Wu Meng brushed her hair, looking at Wu Lai with some hesitation, realizing that this approach might not be entirely appropriate. Nonetheless, she thought it necessary to make an effort. Meanwhile, Wu Xiu silently observed for a while, and at this moment, he slightly tilted his head with a smile, thinking to himself that Meng truly was restless. Esteemed Wu Lai, my two sons are exceptionally gifted. This is my eldest son, Wu Xiu. His current strength is nearing the spirit-yin realm, remarkably formidable, and his comprehension of attributes has reached the brink of mastery. If both were to be accepted together, it would be a most favorable arrangement. Wu Ling reflected for a moment before enthusiastically introducing Wu Xiu to Wu Lai again. He was aware of Wu Xiu's talents, and should both sons become Wu Lai's disciples, it would indeed be a splendid affair. He is still lacking. His talents are somewhat inferior. Unexpectedly, Wu Lai glanced at Wu Xiu and casually remarked. Wu Ling displayed a look of astonishment. Could it be that Wu Meng's talents surpassed that of Wu Xiu by a significant margin? From his perspective, Wu Xiu's abilities should be at least on par with Wu Meng's. Within the current Wu family, Wu Xiu was undoubtedly a person of immense popularity, his strength and talent widely acknowledged, thus garnering the support of more than half of the members for his candidacy as the young clan leader, excluding those who harbored grievances against him. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiu remained unfazed, merely chuckling. Meng's talent indeed far exceeds mine. Your discerning eye for apprentices is commendable. Old Wu Lai looked at Wu Meng with a hint of regret in his eyes. Alas, I am not in possession of such wealth, my boy. While I would dearly love to take you under my wing, I simply cannot afford the monthly sum of 100 to 180,000. Wu Ling hurriedly prepared to dissuade him, determined to ensure Wu Meng's acceptance regardless. However, your disposition is quite to my liking. How about this? I shall offer a monthly stipend of 10,000 as your apprentice's fee. Wu Lai raised a hand to halt Wu Ling, stroking his long beard with a smile. Let me assure you, there is no one else in all of Chonglin Town who would receive such treatment. It is akin to scaling the heavens to extract money from me. Upon uttering those words, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own statement. Thank you, Elder. However, I am willing to forego the 10,000 spirit coins, provided you also take my brother under your tutelage. Otherwise, I may have to decline. Wu Meng spoke with unwavering resolve in his eyes. Wu Xiao regarded Wu Meng with a complex expression, but, seeing the determination in his gaze, chose not to voice any further objections. Ah, young lad, it appears I did not misjudge you. Very well. I shall accept the spirit coins and take him as my apprentice as well. One more does not pose a problem. However, I must inform you both that I will inevitably show some favoritism, so I hope you are prepared for that. Wu Lai smoothed his sleeves and, smiling, readily acquiesced. Wu Ming immediately displayed a respectful demeanor, bowing deeply. Disciple pays respects to master. Seeing this, Wu Xiao stepped forward to pay his respects as well. Good. My disciple, no need for such formalities. We shall not engage in such rituals. Wu Lai waved his hand dismissively. From now on, you both must come to see me daily. Wu Ming, I shall provide you with your daily stipend, but should you fail to appear on any given day, that month's funds will be forfeited. Wu Lai reached out to pat them, his gaze growing increasingly fond. Rest assured, I will make it a point to arrive every day. Wu Ming replied hastily, inwardly acknowledging his master's shrewdness. Oh dear, what am I to say about you, my boy? Wu Ling couldn't help but laugh and scold him, then seemed to recall something, asking, what exactly transpired earlier? How did the conflict with Wu Yang arise? At this juncture, Wu Ling's expression turned serious. Wu Ming recounted the events in detail, omitting only a few matters he wished to keep concealed. Wu Xiao nodded along in silence. You two have certainly surprised me greatly. Nevertheless, be cautious with your dream team. Ensure you do not disrupt the unity. However, I find myself placing considerable trust in you both. Wu Ling, having been astonished by their achievements, finally spoke up. Thus, you two effortlessly vanquished the leaders of the Yang Gang? That rascal Wu Yang is not one to be trifled with. He will undoubtedly seek revenge. Wu Lai stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, we have defeated them once, so we can certainly do so again. Wu Ming smiled faintly and replied softly, that is reassuring. I shall not interfere in the disputes among you youngsters. If you cannot resolve such matters, then what claim do you have to genius? My disciples will never be mediocre. With that, Wu Lai cast a deep glance at Wu Ming and waved his sleeve, preparing to depart. Farewell, Elder Lai. Wu Ling bowed. Wu Ming returned the gesture with a profound gaze, both bending slightly. A gust of wind enveloped Wu Lai as his robes fluttered, signaling his imminent departure. Master, you haven't given me today as payment yet. Wu Lai paused, nearly losing his balance, and shot an irritated glance at Wu Ming before tossing a pouch. Encountering you has truly been a trial. Wu Ming chuckled heartily, catching the pouch of spirit coins with ease, then took out half to hand to Wu Xiao. Brother, I shall leave my share with you for now. Wu Xiao waved his hand dismissively, smiling lightly. Very well, but you must remember to retrieve it, lest it disappear. Wu Ming jested, fully aware that his elder brother was subtly refusing, yet he was determined to keep that portion for him. Wu Xiao nodded nonchalantly. Enough of your antics. You too. Remember, if danger arises, crush this jade pendant. I cannot always be by your side. Wu Ling cleared his throat, drawing the attention of both, and then produced 2 small jade pendants, offering them to each. Are these pendants of great value, father? Wu Ming inquired with curiosity. Wu Ling's lip twitched as he shot him a disapproving glance, and said, you might as well sell them. Next time, I shan't come to your rescue. Let you wallow in your greed. Wu Ming feigned innocence. Father, what are you saying? Am I the sort to engage in such activities? Indeed you are. Both Wu Xiao and Wu Ling replied in unison. Wu Ming scratched his nose, realizing that his reputation was less than favorable. As they prepared to part, Wu Ling left behind a small ring for him, to which Wu Lai appeared quite disdainful. Yet, Wu Ming was touched, for it was a storage ring. Father is truly generous, he mused, caressing the cool ring, warmth blossoming within him. Chapter 8. The Spirit Herb Workshop and the mysterious old woman. His father was indeed quite generous. He must truly be my biological parent. Wu Ming thought with a silent chuckle as he examined the contents. In his hands lay 2 scrolls of spirit techniques and a list from the Spirit Herb Workshop. The value of spirit techniques is indisputable. Even 2 ordinary tier techniques are quite commendable for someone of his low-tier spiritual master status. Previously, he had practiced sword techniques and a set of boxing skills, with swordsmanship being his forte, as it was the quickest to master. After all, He had trained in swordplay for over 10 years. Who would dare believe that a 12-year-old child had dedicated more than a decade to sword practice? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that I am a traveler from another realm, distinct from others. Then there is the list of the Wuling Dan. A remarkable item indeed, a pinnacle second-tier elixir. Wu Meng smiled briefly but soon fell silent, his azure eyes gazing into the void, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, the system's familiar voice re-emerged, echoing through the air. Your wealth has increased. Your points have risen by 500. You have leveled up to level 5. Receiving an additional reward, a 10% enhancement in spiritual power, a 10% boost in physical attributes, and a 15% elevation in your attribute realm. Wu Meng felt a wave of comfort wash over him, and he let out a joyful laugh. Haha, how delightful. Clenching his fists, he experienced an overwhelming surge of strength, invigorating his spirit. Such an enhancement was undeniably significant. His total spiritual power now stood at 95% of a first-tier alchemist. Though his physical attributes had yet to be displayed, they had already improved by 20%, and he had finally stepped into the late initial realm of fire attributes. It appeared that various spiritual techniques and elixirs could be converted into points, with those points serving to directly elevate the system's level. However, the requirements for points had become increasingly demanding. For instance, ascending to level 6 necessitated a staggering 300 points. Regrettably, the system had proven rather ineffectual during times of crisis. Had it sensed my ability to evade this calamity? Wu Meng pondered quietly. Nonetheless, the system was not omnipotent. In moments of peril, one must rely on oneself. Yet, with the jade pendant bestowed by my father, I felt considerably safer, and for the time being, safety concerns could be set aside. Wu Meng mused, valuing his life greatly. After all, what is there to cherish if life is lost? If only the system could communicate with me normally. I have numerous questions to pose. The inability to converse left him yearning, forced to await the issuance of tasks. Suddenly, he cast a glance at the 4 individuals feigning death nearby, snorted disdainfully, and approached them. Within a certain courtyard of the Wu family, Wu Yang struck the tree with a powerful fist, causing leaves to scatter and smoke to rise from the trunk. Damn that Wu Xiao and Wu Meng. You have truly brought disgrace upon us. Our Yang faction holds considerable influence among the younger generation of the Wu family, and now we shall become a laughingstock. Beside him stood a youth clad in tight-fitting attire, arms crossed, watching him with a detached demeanor. Wu Xiao has nearly reached the Lingyin realm. Do you truly wish to disregard him? Wu Yang shot him a glare. Humph. What of being close to the Lingyin realm? Your generation has yet to mature. If it comes to a fight, you are hardly a match for me. Wu Kai, the young clan leader, replied with a calm smile, his expression tinged with arrogance. You are merely 3 years my senior. What is there to be proud of? This competition for clan leadership will hinge on my prowess. Regardless, I must defeat Wu Xiao and claim the position of young clan leader. Wu Yang's countenance darkened as he gripped a branch as thick as a bowl, which he subsequently crushed in his hands. In the spiritual medicine workshop, as the sole alchemical authority in Changlin Town, the spirit medicine workshop stands as a transcendent entity. Having consistently maintained neutrality amidst the rivalries of the other major factions, thus garnering unanimous support from the 4 principal powers. Consequently, it monopolizes 60% of the entire market for elixirs and medicinal herbs in Changlin Town, with the Wu family trailing at a distant 20%. This location serves as the main establishment of the Spirit Medicine Workshop, nestled in a remarkably tranquil area. What was once a bustling thoroughfare has now transformed into an orderly and serene setting, devoid of chaos. The towering wooden structure stands out distinctly, adorned with intricately carved latticework that appears vividly lifelike, allowing sunlight to filter through effortlessly, bathing the interior in a warm, gentle glow. Wu Meng, observing the emptiness at the entrance, noted the absence of guards and felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that the headquarters of the Spirit Medicine Workshop is so lightly defended? That seems improbable. Surely, many formidable individuals must be concealed in the shadows. Yet, this was not his concern. Wu Meng lifted his gaze to the grand entrance and strode forward, intent on obtaining his Wuling pill. Upon receiving the order, his anticipation surged. He could not afford to delay even for a moment. Contrary to his expectations of a bustling hall, he found himself surrounded by well-dressed individuals quietly seeking herbs and elixirs. With no one raising their voice, everyone adhered to the rules with remarkable decorum, leaving Wu Meng, a newcomer, feeling somewhat out of place. It was indeed an impressive establishment. Otherwise, how could so many distinguished individuals behave with such propriety? The evident influence of the Spirit Medicine Workshop was palpable. The merchandise was displayed on simple wooden shelves draped with light golden fabric, showcasing an array of herbs that exuded a rich, enchanting fragrance, invigorating the senses. Staying here for an extended period could greatly enhance one's spirit and cultivation, Wu Meng mused as he gazed around. Suddenly, while surveying the surroundings, he spotted a tattered blind minstrel seated beside the door, her eyes devoid of color, entirely white. The instrument she held appeared as if it had been scavenged from a refuse heap, starkly contrasting with the pristine environment and the polished appearance of the other guests. Occasionally, passers-by cast disdainful glances her way, muttering curses under their breath. Could she be akin to a wandering monk? A thought flickered in Wu Meng's mind. Reminiscent of the martial arts dramas he had often watched in his previous life. He approached her, smiling, and performed a simple gesture of respect. Onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, some smirking at his apparent folly, thinking it foolish to bow to a beggar, thus bringing shame upon himself. However, what went unnoticed was that the blind minstrel, after Wu Meng turned away, suddenly lifted her head, her unseeing gaze locking onto him as if she possessed vision. It seemed that someone with keen insight from the Wu family recognized Wu Meng, exclaiming in astonishment, "Yes. It is he, the prodigy of the Wu family who went to the Cloud Emperor's court. What news do you bring? Do you know his current predicament? He has long been expelled from the Cloud Emperor's residence, and he remains at the initial stage of the Spirit Master realm, which is quite dismal." The initial stage of the Spirit Master realm? It is indeed lamentable to linger in such a state for so long. I recall that I ascended beyond it in less than half a year. That is nothing. I accomplished it in merely 4 months. Wu Meng cast a calm glance at the group surrounding him, filled with derision, and chose to depart without uttering a word. "Oh, isn't this the prodigious talent of the Wu family, Wu Meng?" A mocking voice suddenly erupted from the throng. The crowd parted, revealing a few figures, among whom was a round-faced young man, his visage marred by acne, appearing to be around 18 years of age. His gaze, replete with unmasked disdain, fell upon Wu Meng, while the exquisitely crafted knife at his waist glimmered in the sunlight, appearing quite ostentatious yet foolish. It was Mo Xian of the Mo family. Wu Meng regarded him coldly, irritated that this insufferable individual was present. The second son of the second elder of the Mo family, his talent was relatively average, having reached the consummate level of the Spirit Master realm by the age of 18. However, his notoriety did not stem from his strength or lineage, but rather from his conduct. This fellow was known to flirt with numerous young ladies daily, traversing the gardens of beauty while remaining untouched by any single leaf. His lecherous reputation beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Wu Meng held a profound disdain for such individuals, for he himself was devoted to Yuya, resolutely refusing to be a scoundrel. "What is this? Are you a relative of mine? Your mother or grandmother?" Mo Xian, clad in resplendent attire, suddenly pointed lazily at the blind musician, calling out to Wu Meng. The crowd erupted in laughter. Wu Meng merely smiled faintly. "It appears we have a stallion young master among us. This esteemed elder shares a certain affinity with me. I request you show him some respect. Pray tell, what wisdom do you possess?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the audacity of the name stallion, which was quite unflattering. While it aptly described Mo Xian, who would dare utter it before him? That would be courting trouble. Mo Xian's arrogance was notorious in Changlin town. Wu Meng exhibited a boldness that was remarkable. The crowd, surprised, assumed a spectator's posture, eager to witness the inevitable wrath of Mo Xian upon Wu Meng. Although Wu Meng's strength was lacking, he was, after all, a scion of the Wu family, and any conflict between the Wu and Mo families piqued their interest. Repeat that? Mo Xian's countenance darkened, his voice heavy with menace. How long had it been since anyone dared to provoke him so? The 2 Spirit Master realm guards by his side bristled with agitation, glaring at Wu Meng. "Do you enjoy me addressing you in such a manner?" Wu Meng inquired with curiosity. The crowd erupted in laughter once again, as Mo Xian found himself outwitted by a mere child. Fury surged within Mo Xian, his spirit energy ready to erupt. "In the territory of my alchemy workshop, who dares to resort to violence here?" At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, and a woman stepped forth from the crowd, positioning herself before Mo Xian. Her gaze icy and unwavering. Her enchanting figure, enveloped in attire reminiscent of a Chong Sam, exuded an alluring charm. Yet, no one dared to fix their gaze upon her. They merely stole furtive glances. The sub-branch master of the spirit medicine workshop, Ru Xian, murmurs of astonishment arose, as the crowd swallowed hard in disbelief. Wu Meng observed her with curiosity. She was a woman of considerable maturity, a true femme fatale. Indeed, the spirit medicine workshop must be guarded by formidable individuals. And this woman was the purported sub-branch master? This was fortuitous, sparing him the trouble of seeking her out, he thought, as a glimmer of ambition flickered in his eyes. Wu Meng's visit was not solely to acquire the black spirit pill. He harbored another intention. He aimed to showcase his alchemical prowess at the spirit medicine workshop. A smile crept across Wu Meng's face. If all went well, he planned to extract a handsome profit from the workshop, leveraging his unique skills. Chapter 9. Is it so difficult to withstand your oppressive aura? The fury etched on Mo Xian's face remained palpable, yet the fluctuation of spiritual energy had subsided, evidently. He dared not directly challenge the authority of the spirit medicine workshop. As he regained a semblance of composure, his attention was suddenly captivated by Ru Exine, his lustrous eyes lingering upon her graceful form, instinctively licking his lips. What a remarkable specimen, he mused, reflecting on how he had overlooked such a splendid beauty. With another glance, he felt compelled to keep his gaze fixed upon her. You should be careful where you direct your eyes, Ru Exine remarked coolly. Her voice a delicate whisper laced with an undercurrent of frigid resolve. Mo Xian, momentarily taken aback, displayed his displeasure, for he was not accustomed to being rejected. However, recognizing the cloud of the spirit medicine workshop, he begrudgingly swallowed his indignation. Yet, as if recovering his bravado, he cast a venomous glare at Wu Meng. Is this how the spirit medicine workshop enforces its rules? You allow this brat to enter? Mo Xian pointed an accusing finger at Wu Meng, his countenance darkening. And that beggar at the entrance? Is the spirit medicine workshop a refuge for beggars? His ire seemed to stem from a mix of embarrassment and anger. Desperately seeking to salvage his dignity, Ru Exine regarded his furious visage with a chilling calm. The affairs of the spirit medicine workshop are not yours to dictate. Should you harbor discontent, you are free to take your leave. Mo Xian's anger intensified. Are you attempting to expel me? So, you are willing to incite enmity with the Mo family? He could not believe that the spirit medicine workshop would dare disregard the Mo family's authority. Mo Xian's arrogance was palpable, and indeed, it was excessive. He was concerned only with appearances. The crowd murmured among themselves, clearly bewildered by Mo Xian's audacity. This was the headquarters of the spirit medicine workshop. Who would dare to stir trouble here? Even if his father were present, he would not dare to act rashly. They might respect the Mo family, but why should they hold you in high regard? Ultimately, he was merely a spoiled scion relying on his family status. Wu Meng merely regarded Mo Xian with indifference, saying nothing. The spirit medicine workshop does not easily forge enmities, but should someone choose to provoke us, we shall certainly respond in kind. As the chilling essence of Ru Exine's voice resonated, a formidable surge of mental power erupted forth in the next moment. Her long hair danced gracefully without the slightest breeze, and the sheer force of her mental prowess enveloped the surroundings like an enraged dragon, causing the faces of all present to shift dramatically. Such an overwhelming mental force, Wu Meng murmured softly. Recognizing that this level of power surpassed her own by a significant margin, undoubtedly placing her at the level of a second-tier alchemist, if not approaching that of a third-tier one. Under such pressure, even those at the pinnacle of the spirit master realm would likely feel an immense mental strain. Indeed, Ru Exine's strength was remarkable. Yet, if I were to confront this kind of pressure, I would falter. How then could I possibly attract attention? Wu Meng's gaze sharpened momentarily before she offered a subtle smile. The onlookers, visibly unsettled, began to disperse. The events of the day had escalated beyond their expectations. After a brief hesitation, they chose to withdraw from the apothecary, recognizing that this was merely a conflict among several major factions. Given their own limited strength, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, the trio at the heart of the mental pressure, Mo Xian and his companions, turned pale, their heads throbbing as if crushed by an immense weight. The anger that had once colored Mo Xian's face dissipated, giving way to fear as he regretted provoking such a formidable entity. It was worth noting that in the entirety of Chonglin Town, they alone represented the Alchemist faction, their economic power overshadowing that of other sections. The figure before him was second only to the guild master in status. And even as the second son of the Mo family's elder, he found himself unable to compare. Ru Exine's beautiful eyes flickered as she caught sight of Wu Meng, who stood firm and composed, appearing as if he were merely a detached observer, his posture straight and his demeanor unperturbed. How is it that you remain unscathed? Can you withstand my mental pressure? Ru Exine arched an eyebrow. What pressure? Wu Meng scratched his head, a look of innocent bewilderment on his face. Stop pretending. Humph. Only those with the strength of a first-tier alchemist or above can withstand my pressure. Are you also an alchemist? Ru Exine replied coldly. However, her inner astonishment was profound. For Wu Meng appeared to be no older than 12. A 12-year-old alchemist? What a ludicrous notion. When did becoming an alchemist become so effortless? They were beings that transcended spirit masters, holding a far more esteemed position. It was precisely this reputation that allowed the apothecary to maintain its standing in Chonglin town. Wu Meng couldn't help but internally scoff at her chilliness, responding, "I merely possess a slightly stronger mental power. I am not an alchemist. As for withstanding your pressure." He smiled. "Is it truly so difficult?" Ru Xian lifted her delicate face, unleashing an even more formidable wave of pressure that enveloped Wu Meng entirely, as if his mental fortitude were shackled by heavy chains. Wu Meng's expression changed. This woman was quick to resort to force, lacking any sense of martial ethics. However, it was far better than the previous encounters with Wu Yang and his ilk. As the pressure intensified, Emo Xian found himself collapsing to the ground. A look of agony etched across his face. For someone of his mental capacity, enduring such pressure proved exceedingly challenging. At present, a multitude of frustrations surged within him regarding Wu Meng. The new task required the master to withstand the oppressive force with composure, thereby earning an additional 100 points. The system's melodious female voice chimed once more, igniting a spark of joy in Wu Meng's expression. An opportunity had presented itself. As she exerted her full might, the astonishment on her face became increasingly evident, no longer able to be concealed. Remarkably, Wu Meng stood her ground, her striking blue eyes fixed intently upon her. Unflinching in her gaze, this level of pressure was beyond what a mid-tier alchemist could withstand. Even those in the later stages would struggle to manage it so effortlessly. Who, then, was this young man? A tremor coursed through Ru Xian's heart. The magnitude of the shock she experienced was beyond comprehension. After all, Wu Meng was exceedingly young. Had it been Master Qi of the Wu family, approximately 50 years of age, she could have handled the situation with ease. However, her heart was now tumultuous. "Have you truly never undergone the alchemist's initiation?" Ru Xian felt her cheeks warm slightly as she released the pressure, speaking urgently. "I assure you, dear sister, I am still quite young and have not received the alchemist's enlightenment, for my talents are lacking. Everyone calls me a waste, and I am aware of my own limitations. Which is why I wish to concoct some elixirs for myself," Wu Meng replied with a smile. At that moment, 100 points were added to his score above his head. "How very Versailles of you," Ru Xian thought, exasperated yet amused, wanting nothing more than to roll her eyes at this little rascal. "Hey, have you forgotten about me?" Emo Xian gasped for breath as he interjected, only to be simultaneously silenced by both of them. "Shut up." Ru Xian fixated once more on Wu Meng, gritting her teeth in frustration at this little brat. Emo Xian stared blankly at the two before him, pondering their peculiar dynamic. Could it be that they had developed feelings for one another? Observing the flush on Ru Xian's face, he was taken aback. Was she truly enamored with Wu Meng? "Very well, I, on behalf of the Spirit Herb Workshop, accept you as my protege. I am willing to teach you. You may have heard of me. I am a second-tier senior alchemist, considerably more formidable than your Master Qi. Would you be inclined to accept?" A hint of a smile graced Ru Xian's typically stoic features as she posed the question, her breath quickening with anticipation. Such a gifted alchemist would not go unnoticed by the Spirit Herb Workshop. After all, such talent was exceedingly rare. Otherwise they would not have been so reluctant to accept disciples in the past. Emo Xian's expression towards Wu Meng was now tinged with both resentment and jealousy. Though he thought of it as an old bull courting a tender heifer, he was deeply dissatisfied at having such a remarkable individual snatched away by Wu Meng. What's the point of a small cart pulling a larger one? Ru Xian was simply too young. Wu Meng's lips twitched slightly. This was indeed rather direct. After a moment's contemplation, an innocent smile blossomed upon his face as he formulated his thoughts. "I have long heard of the Spirit Herb Workshop's immense wealth, but alas, my family circumstances are dire. I believe that if you could sponsor me with resources for my studies, providing me with several 100,000 spirit coins monthly for my training, and granting the Wu family priority access to high-quality elixirs, I would be quite amenable to such an arrangement. If the Wu family could engage in more dialogue with the Spirit Medicine Workshop, the benefits would undoubtedly be numerous." In an instant, Ru Xian nearly fell prey to this fellow's facade, but upon clarifying what Wu Meng had said, her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard something profoundly shocking. "What do you mean? You want my Spirit Medicine Workshop to take you as a disciple, teach you, and then pay you? Pay you that much? Are we fools? This is outright extortion." Emo Xian laughed derisively from the side, casting a scornful glance at Wu Meng. "You are truly foolish. No, you are quite astute. Accepting me as a disciple is indeed a wise move," Wu Meng retorted with a smile. Ru Xian couldn't help but interject. "This little rascal is infuriating. How could such terms possibly be accepted? Not even the workshop leader would agree to this." Just then, a figure emerged from the inner room, a middle-aged man in a long robe, wearing a high hat, his countenance serious, emanating a subtle air of authority. Master. Ru Xian trembled slightly upon seeing this man, quickly bowing respectfully. Yet, her heart was struck by a tremendous blow. Was the workshop leader actually agreeing to this? Ru Mo approached Wu Meng, smiling as he scrutinized him, appearing quite unpretentious. After a moment, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. Your name is Wu Meng, correct? I have a good relationship with your father, Wu Ling, who is quite remarkable. I initially thought you had lost your former genius status, but I did not expect to witness such a scene today. Although you may have issues with your spiritual energy aptitude, your mental prowess is astonishing. I accept all the conditions you proposed earlier, but you shall not be her disciple. Instead, you will be mine, and I shall personally instruct you. Ru Mo's expression turned solemn, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of profound mystery. Wu Meng was filled with admiration, thinking, the master is indeed wise. His heart leaped with joy. He didn't even attempt to haggle. A monthly stipend of several 100,000 spirit coins? What a remarkable gain. The spirit medicine workshop was truly a wealthy establishment. Ru Xian, too, wore a look of astonishment, remaining silent beside him. She had not anticipated that the master would personally teach him and accept such overtly excessive demands. It was almost as if he were a fool. She couldn't help but glance again at Wu Meng's handsome face. Not solely attracted by his looks, though there was a hint of that, but rather pondering whether his talent was truly of such an extraordinary caliber that even the master would overlook these conditions to accept him. You? Enough. With your level of skill, you won't be able to teach him for long. I must take on that role. At this moment, a voice laced with unmistakable sarcasm rang out, leaving everyone astonished. Who dared to mock Master Ru Mo in such a manner? In all of Changlin Town, not even the head of the Mo family, the leader of the Luo sect, the chief of the Blackhead gang, or even the head of the Wu family would dare to act so irrationally, unless, of course, this person had gone mad. Yet, the voice that emerged belonged to the seemingly beggar-like old woman who had been seated by the door. In the face of the profound silence that enveloped the room, she slowly rose to her feet, her white pupils lifted, and her ancient guqin propped against the ground. At this moment, Mo Xian had already risen, straightening his back with the assistance of 2 guards, and respectfully bowed to Ru Mo. He glanced at the old woman and scoffed. Where did this madwoman come from? Master of the apothecary, I suggest you expel her from Changlin Town immediately. We cannot allow such a beggar to wander into the apothecary, as it is an affront to our esteemed establishment. Maintaining a cordial relationship with the master of the apothecary was essential for him, as it represented a significant advantage. Thus, this blind beggar was merely the first of many benefits. If you wish, I shall teach her a lesson at once, Mo Xian proclaimed, gesturing grandly to the 2 guards beside him, ready to take action. The master of the apothecary's expression shifted, yet he ignored Mo Xian entirely. He coughed twice and swiftly approached the old woman, bowing respectfully. It is indeed best for you to provide guidance. In that case, it is settled. Are you satisfied with my arrangements? The wooden hall fell into a profound silence. Under the gazes of all present, the master of the apothecary, a figure of considerable stature in Changlin Town, spoke with such deference to this tattered old woman, seemingly unfazed by her derisive remarks. This was utterly astonishing. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Xian's body stiffened, his face paling. Could it be that he had erred again? Wu Meng revealed a smile, pondering the remarkable nature of this old woman. Chapter 10. The shock of a pinnacle alchemist in the quiet hall. Mo Xian's countenance had turned ashen to the extreme. He gazed at the old woman, who stood serenely before the respectful master of the apothecary, and could not help but swallow hard. Feeling a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, he was oblivious to the caliber of the being he had provoked. Who was this mysterious old woman? To command such reverence from the master of the apothecary, even the head of the Wu family could not compare. The disparity between such an existence and his humble status as a scion of the Mo family was nothing short of monumental. Wu Meng observed coolly, smiling as he bowed to the old woman, recognizing her extraordinary identity and thus refraining from any disrespect. However, at that moment, he began to silently pray for Mo Xian. The once flamboyant young master of the Mo family found himself at a loss for words, fearful as he regarded the blind old woman. You have done well, Ru Mo. It is a testament to my teachings. You possess the potential of a 4th-tier alchemist, the old woman remarked with a faint smile directed at Ru Mo. Thank you, Granny Li, Ru Mo exclaimed joyfully. The old woman, referred to as Granny Li, turned to Ru Xian and said, Be cautious, bring forth the Wu Ling Dan. Yes, Ru Xian replied, her delicate form trembling slightly, her previously cold voice now softened. Cautious, Wu Meng could not help but cast an odd glance at Ru Xian. The name intrigued him. Ru Xian gracefully departed. Your elixir will arrive shortly. Do not concern yourself with that girl, Ru Xian. You are still quite young. The wrinkles on Granny Li's aged face shifted slightly as she unexpectedly directed her unseen gaze towards Wu Meng, speaking in a surprisingly gentle tone. Even more so than her previous demeanor towards Ru Xian. There is nothing of the sort, senior. I am merely browsing, Wu Meng replied awkwardly. However, he felt a slight sense of relief in his heart, as this senior seemed rather amiable. Although she appeared somewhat fierce earlier, it seemed she was not unkind. You mentioned the conditions earlier. We have agreed. Granny Li articulated the very words Wu Meng longed to hear, prompting him to express his gratitude with joy. To be candid, Wu Meng's motivation extended beyond personal points and system enhancements. It was also for the Wu family. If he could strengthen the connection between the Spirit Medicine Workshop and the Wu family, providing them with greater resources, it would undoubtedly be a splendid outcome. Although the Wu family was currently formidable, they were not the dominant force in Changlin Town, as they still contended with 3 other major factions of comparable strength. The Wudo gang was the weakest, while both the Luo Sect and the Mo clan stood on equal footing, compelling even the Wu family to proceed with caution. Furthermore, the relationship between the Luo Sect and the Mo clan was notably close, posing a significant threat to the Wu family. Thus, Wu Meng harbored a deeper aspiration to forge a connection for the Wu family with the Spirit Medicine Workshop. This establishment, transcending the conflicts among various factions, not only possessed unparalleled wealth but also boasted an impressive foundation and strength that should not be underestimated. A collaboration between the Wu family and the Spirit Medicine Workshop would bring Wu Meng a sense of security. You mentioned earlier about granting the Wu family priority supply rights. Did you not? Granny Li suddenly inquired, lifting her pale eyes. Wu Meng was momentarily taken aback, fearing she might retract her offer. Rest assured, I do not intend to refuse. On the contrary, I have been contemplating a favorable relationship with the Wu family. But I hesitated until today when I encountered such a talented alchemist as yourself. I can now set my mind at ease, Granny Li said slowly. In the future, all resources from our Spirit Medicine Workshop will gradually be prioritized for the Wu family, and we will discreetly strengthen our collaboration. Discreetly? Wu Meng felt a surge of joy. This was indeed the best approach. Hidden from enemies, such a strategy would serve as the finest weapon. Granny Li, Ru Mo hesitated, cautiously inquiring as if addressing a lion. What is it? Do you have any objections? Granny Li asked nonchalantly. Of course not. I have long harbored this intention. Ru Mo managed to force a smile, albeit awkwardly. Wu Meng secretly reveled in the situation, realizing that the head of the Spirit Medicine Workshop did not wish to be embroiled in the conflicts of these factions. For Ru Mo, the most appealing prospect was undoubtedly the freedom to earn profit. However, it was surprising to find that this senior was so compliant with his wishes. Could it be that my talent is truly exceptional? Wu Meng pondered, yet he still felt some doubt, as such a presence should not. Mo Xian's expression had grown increasingly grim. Observing that those around him were not focused on him, he held his breath and concentrated, disregarding the guards as he quietly bent down, preparing to slip away. You think you can escape in front of me? Grandma Li spoke softly, but her words struck Mo Xian like a bolt from the blue. My lord, you are magnanimous. Please forgive this foolish child of mine. I did not mean to offend you. To take action against someone like me would surely soil your own hands. Mo Xian, once brimming with arrogance, now knelt on the ground, his forehead touching the floor, his obsequiousness almost unbearable to witness. It must be said, this fellow truly knew how to bend and yield. Wu Meng regarded him coldly. It would indeed be a good thing to teach this loathsome individual a lesson, especially since the Mo family and the Wu family were already at odds. However, the power to decide lay with the old woman, so she refrained from speaking further. In truth, I possess great magnanimity, so I shall disregard the insults you hurled at me. Grandma Li gently shook her head, speaking with warmth. Wu Meng, intrigued, looked at the old woman, somewhat perplexed by her peculiar temperament. Meanwhile, Ru Mo shot a meaningful glance at Wu Meng before casting a pitying look at Mo Xian, letting out a soft sigh. You may claim I am unscathed, but as for him, I shall take matters into my own hands. Grandma Li suddenly exclaimed, her voice rising with a power that seemed to contain an immense spiritual force, akin to the fury of thunder, erupting forth with such strength that even Ru Mo's expression changed. Wu Meng was rendered speechless in shock. Grandma Li was directing her ire at him. Not only that, but her spiritual power was astonishingly formidable. The wooden carvings at the entrance trembled slightly, That spiritual energy surged like tumultuous waves, impressively robust. Wu Meng could not ascertain the level of her spiritual prowess, as the disparity was too vast. Mo Xian's face turned ashen, staring blankly at Wu Meng. Could it be that this old woman had intricate ties to him? I heard every word you spoke about him, so now you shall perish. Grandma Li's voice was chilling, imbued with a sense of ancient weight and dominance. Wu Meng scrutinized her face, which was partially obscured by her disheveled hair, recognizing that it must have been extraordinarily beautiful in her youth. Strangely, it felt somewhat familiar. What connection did she have to him? Who was she? Suddenly, Wu Meng experienced a tumultuous surge of emotions, clenching his fists tightly. Was it possible that the young master's guards rushed forward, positioning themselves in front of Mo Xian? Grandma Li regarded them coldly. A gentle wave of her hand unleashed a tremendous force that roared like an enraged dragon and resonated like thunder. With Wu Meng's perception, he could merely sense a ripple in the air for an instant, and then two guards spewed blood as they were violently hurled backward, crashing into a wooden rack, blood seeping from their 7 orifices. Mo Xian felt his blood run cold, and with a bellow, he fled in terror. The fear that gripped his face was as tenacious as a parasite. He understood that if he hesitated even for a moment, he might find himself with no place to be buried, and the status of being a Mo family scion offered no solace in that moment. All of this stemmed from his own arrogance. Why had he provoked the calamity that was Wu Meng? However, Granny Li merely gazed at the retreating figure, her hand moving once more, summoning forth a surge of formidable power that erupted into an invisible colossal hammer, ruthlessly striking towards Mo Xian. Boom! Wu Meng was astounded. This mental prowess was not only immense, but also exhibited such remarkable control, truly an eye-opening experience. Uft! Mo Xian spat out blood, violently propelled through the door, crashing against the wooden sculpture at the entrance, shattering it to pieces. My sculpture! Ru Mo exclaimed, clutching his head. Yet it seemed he was not dead. Wu Meng observed the scene outside, extending his mental energy, sensing that Mo Xian still clung to a breath of life. He harbored no intention of killing him. After all, if Mo Xian perished, the Mo family would not easily let it go. Mo Xian was the second son of the second elder, and the Mo family would never permit his execution. However, as Wu Meng fully released his mental energy, apart from Granny Li, the others were left utterly astonished. Ruexian, who had just brought over a jade vial, looked up in shock, nearly dropping the plate in her hand. Ru Mo was completely taken aback, fixated on Wu Meng. Slowly speaking, the mental power of a pinnacle first-grade alchemist? Chapter 11. Swallowed on the spot. Although they had previously witnessed Wu Meng resisting Ruexian's pressure, it had merely been an initial impression, and they had not anticipated that Wu Meng's mental strength could reach the pinnacle level of a first-grade alchemist. Indeed, that was the mental prowess of a pinnacle first-grade alchemist. Wu Meng was somewhat surprised. It turned out that his 95% data indicated an achievement exceeding the first-grade alchemist's standard by 95%, and this was merely the initial level. Upon this realization, even he couldn't help but marvel. Isn't it said that achieving 99% of a first-grade alchemist's potential before awakening as an alchemist is the benchmark for alchemical genius? Ruexian trembled slightly. Could it surpass the level of a first-grade alchemist? Ru Mo remained silent for a moment before responding. In truth, 99% is indeed the recognized standard for alchemical genius, but this is merely conventional wisdom. It is said that in the most formidable regions with top-tier alchemical factions, surpassing the first-grade alchemist by 20% defines the standard of a top genius. Surpassing the first-grade alchemist by 20%? Ruexian raised her eyebrows in astonishment, as she had been entirely unaware of this. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at Wu Meng once more. It is known that such mental power is innately possessed, while the mental energy she had prior to her enlightenment was only 75% of a first-grade alchemist. Yet, she had been regarded by Ru Mo as the successor to his position. Now, at 29, she stood at the pinnacle of a second-grade alchemist. She considered herself quite the prodigy, even feeling a tinge of pride. However, when compared to Wu Meng before her, the disparity was indeed somewhat absurd. However, one must understand that this standard is still a considerable distance from the pinnacle of a first-grade alchemist. This child is truly an unparalleled anomaly, Ru Mo remarked. To be honest, I am even tempted to betroth you to him. If it were possible, he chuckled softly, his long sleeves cascading down as he stroked his old face. As Ruexian felt her cheeks flush, the once aloof demeanor of the lady took a turn for the restless, all due to that mischievous child. Yet, his exceptional qualities made it hard to dismiss the notion that perhaps indulging in a youthful dalliance was not entirely reprehensible. Uncertain of when these thoughts had begun to surface, Ru Xian hastily dismissed them, giving her cheeks a gentle pat. In truth, it was Granny Li who had imparted such knowledge to her. Without her guidance, Ru Xian would remain oblivious to the intricacies of those powerful regions. Thus, she understood that refusing Granny Li was not an option. Ruemo sighed, acknowledging that his path as an alchemist may hinge solely on her support. Otherwise, their apothecary would forever remain confined to the small corner of Changlin town. At this juncture, Rumo's gaze grew heavier as he looked up at the tattered old woman, aware that she harbored countless secrets, yet he felt no concern. Ru Xian nodded silently, adhering to the Master's words. It is wiser to preserve that fellow's life for now, Ruemo. Have someone take care of him and return him to the estate, Granny Li stated calmly. Ruemo promptly complied, summoning 2 individuals to escort Emotion away. Though gravely injured, the apothecary would surely provide some healing elixirs. And Wu Meng could only imagine the spectacle of the second elder of the Mo family upon discovering the situation. Ru Xian approached gracefully, her movements reminiscent of a fox, exuding an alluring charm that most men would find difficult to resist. However, Wu Meng merely shook his head, casually retrieving a jade vial from the tray she held. This woman was indeed a captivating beauty, and her attitude had undergone a complete transformation. Yet, Wu Meng had no desire to provoke her. His resolve was steadfast, merely enjoying the visual delight she presented. As the exquisite jade vial was opened, a refreshing herbal fragrance wafted forth, invigorating Wu Meng's spirit and even offering a slight enhancement to his vitality. Excellent elixir. Master, did you concoct this? Wu Meng gazed at Ru Mo in astonishment. Though the Wuling pill was a top-tier second-grade elixir, its effects were remarkable, indicating that the alchemist was indeed a master. It was not I, but Granny Li who crafted it. Do you realize? This pill is already a fine third-grade elixir, Ru Mo replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. Third grade. Wu Meng's gaze shifted towards the slightly stooped figure of the old woman nearby. Has the alchemical prowess of this elder reached such heights? This is nothing. Merely a low-tier elixir. Your aspirations must reach beyond such trifles. You need to set your sights higher, Granny Li remarked nonchalantly. Wu Meng hesitated, about to speak. When Granny Li continued, you must be quite curious, are you not? Wu Meng's interest piqued as he regarded Li Qin earnestly. You wonder why I am aiding you so thoroughly. Indeed, this goes beyond merely treating a genius. While that is part of it, my motives for treating the Wu family in this manner are not solely based on your connection, Li Qin stated solemnly. It is because of your mother, Li Yinran. Upon uttering these words, it felt as if a thunderclap had shattered the silence. Wu Meng was momentarily taken aback, fixating his gaze on Li Qin for an extended period. His teeth clenched tightly, fists balled in tension, his body trembling subtly before he suppressed it. His expression, as he looked at Li Qin, remained a mixture of shock and complexity. You are my grandmother? Wu Meng spoke slowly, memories of the time spent with his mother flooding back, causing a painful twist in his heart. I am sorry for what I have done to you and the bond between you and your daughter. Li Qin grasped the edge of the guqin, her body quaking, her voice lowering, as tears streamed down her wrinkled face. Ru Mo and the other person stood silently nearby, not uttering a word. I should have said that I would never forgive you, considering the hardships my mother and I endured over the years, which are hard to articulate. Especially regarding my mother. Wu Meng, whose temperament surpassed that of ordinary individuals, felt a shiver run through him, his nose tinged with a painful ache. Indeed, only he understood the depths of his mother's suffering. Now, she remained trapped in that place, that self-righteous sect. Wu Meng clenched his teeth, biting his lip fiercely, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After a moment, he wiped away a tear and turned to Li Qin, saying, Yet, I cannot bring myself to resent you, for you are my grandmother. I will not utter words of eternal unforgiveness, as I am aware that you too have your own struggles. However, from now on, please do not leave again. I wish for our family to be together. Wu Meng regained some composure, lifting his head with earnestness etched on his small face. Li Qin nodded silently. I will not leave you again. When the time comes, we will seek your mother together. However, due to certain reasons, my identity must remain confidential, especially from your father. Why? Wu Meng inquired, puzzled. There are unspoken complexities between your father and me. He likely does not wish to see me, especially concerning Yinran. Once we bring her back, we can inform him then. To spare him the sorrow, Li Qin replied gently. Wu Meng nodded softly, and then suddenly squeezed tightly, causing the jade vial in his hand to shatter. The round, green elixir emitted a billowing green mist as it rushed into his mouth. Wu Meng let out a muffled groan as the potent medicinal energy coursed through his entire being in an instant. Such recklessness. Li Qin's expression shifted dramatically. She immediately called out to Ru Mo, "Go and fetch all the supplies from the third floor." A flicker of surprise crossed Ru Mo's eyes. Those were the rare treasures of the Spirit Herb Workshop, at least third-grade medicinal materials, and not mere common herbs. Understood, he promptly responded, then hurriedly departed with Ru Xin to procure the medicine. In their hearts, they were genuinely concerned, wondering if this young man would not perish so easily. He was a genius, a rare treasure. Alas, Li Qin thought, sensing Wu Meng sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall, enveloped in a mist of medicinal energy, which was astonishingly potent. Any practitioner at the Spirit Yang realm would effortlessly absorb such energy. Even a formidable presence within the Spirit realm would likely exercise caution. Yet here is Wu Meng, a mere novice at the Spirit Master level, audaciously ingesting the elixir without a second thought. Had it been any other Spirit Master, they would likely have met a swift demise. Even Li Qin found herself unable to intervene, for she was merely a pill master. My grandson, though, possesses an extraordinary nature. After observing for a while, Li Qin discerned that Wu Meng's condition was not as dire as she had initially feared. This little rascal, while certainly bold, is not a fool. His previous conduct clearly indicated a thoughtful disposition. Thus, she could not believe that his actions were the result of a momentary lapse in judgment. He must have been well prepared. His body, astonishingly resilient, seemed to harbor a mysterious aura that was gradually awakening. Li Qin's expression shifted slightly, even with her extensive experience. She had never encountered such phenomena. The system's voice chimed in Wu Meng's mind. The master has courageously consumed the elixir within 3 seconds, earning 300 points. The master's attribute of nullity is on the verge of initial awakening, requiring immense energy. Indeed, Wu Meng had merely sought to fulfill his task. The system had prompted him to consume the elixir within 3 seconds, and after a moment's hesitation, he complied. That moment passed swiftly. Wu Meng himself felt somewhat impulsive. Yet he was willing to take the risk. After all, his physical prowess far surpassed that of his peers. A result of years of rigorous training and a recent 20% enhancement in physical strength from the system, laying a solid foundation for him. Furthermore, his grandmother was present. She would not stand idly by should he face peril. Although, if such a calamity were to occur, Li Qin would be powerless to intervene. Additionally, they were in the elixir chamber, surrounded by a wealth of medicinal herbs and potions, providing a safety net of sorts. Solutions could surely be found here. Thus, Wu Meng resolutely swallowed the elixir, motivated by the allure of those 300 points. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed those points. However, Wu Meng found himself puzzling over the notion of this attribute of nullity mentioned in the task. Was it a newly awakened attribute? Did it truly mean having no attributes at all? Nonetheless, it sounded intriguing, and he hoped the system would not deceive the honest. Wu Meng murmured to himself, excitement bubbling within him. Chapter 12. Is this still the Spirit Master realm? Before long, Mo arrived with 7 varieties of spiritual herbs, each housed in exquisite pots, emanating an array of peculiar energies as if they were wonders born of nature itself, each possessing extraordinary vitality. Following Li Qin's instructions, Mo arranged the pots in a circle around Wu Meng, resembling a constellation of stars encircling the moon. At that moment, the energies released by the herbs began to intertwine, coalescing and gradually enveloping Wu Meng, who absorbed them completely. Mo's expression was one of profound astonishment. Originally, he believed that Wu Meng must be in a perilous predicament, for he was merely at the Spirit Master realm. Moreover, the reckless elixir he had just consumed was the formidable third-rank Wu Ling Dan. Known for its rather aggressive potency, the primary purpose of the Wu Ling Dan was to refine the body and establish a foundation, with the enhancement of spiritual energy being merely ancillary. Such potions are notoriously more domineering than ordinary ones, typically necessitating the accompaniment of various herbs and the protection of a powerful guardian. Otherwise, one could only rely on their own formidable strength to endure the ordeal. At the very least, it was an exceedingly dangerous undertaking. Yet, astonishingly, Wu Meng absorbed it with such ease, devoid of any sign of distress. Not only that, but the energy coalescing from all the surrounding herbs continuously surged into his body, as if filling an insatiable abyss. Was he a bottomless pit? Ru Mo gazed intently at the unfolding scene, utterly astonished, her mouth agape, as she marveled at how a mere spirit master could assimilate such vast amounts of energy. Even Ru Mo couldn't help but internally exclaim in admiration, truly monstrous. Li Qin was equally taken aback, despite her considerable expectations for Wu Meng. She had never anticipated he could be exceptional to such a degree. After all, he was merely a fledgling spirit master. Truly worthy of being my grandson, blessed beyond compare. She murmured softly. It had been countless years since she had felt such a stirring in her heart. Yet, today marked the second occurrence. The first was the moment she laid eyes on Wu Meng. In the arena, Wu Meng himself was quite astonished, but soon found solace in the realization that the greater the energy he absorbed, the stronger his attributes would become. It was said that the initial awakening of potent attributes required considerable energy absorption, demonstrating a significant dependency on energy. It seemed that even his non-attribute would not be inferior to those of powerful attributes, Wu Meng mused, allowing himself to relax. Only he knew that the system's notification had indicated he was undergoing a significant process. This was not a gift from the system itself, but rather a manifestation of his own capabilities, the powerful attributes yet to be awakened within him. He was far from being useless. With that thought, he resolved to witness just how much energy he could devour. The more, the better. I will do everything in my power to help you awaken, Wu Meng shouted within, focusing his mental energy ever more intently as he began to consciously manipulate the surrounding energy. The energy of the Wu Ling Dan, combined with that of the 7 remarkable herbs and the naturally abundant celestial energy of the Spirit Herb Workshop, created the environment in which Wu Meng now found himself. The absorption rate was still too slow. If he could accelerate this process and absorb more of the celestial energy, surely the speed of awakening would increase. And it might also allow his grandmother and the others to gather even more herbs for him. Wu Meng contemplated, knowing that if Ru Mo realized he still intended to exploit the herbs, she would undoubtedly rush over to reprimand him. 7 treasures already, for heaven's sake. What kind of monster are you? A spirit master? Ru Mo felt her mind unraveling. At this moment, he truly began to question the essence of life. He felt that his resolve to cultivate had started to waver. It seemed prudent to minimize his encounters with that mischievous child. Otherwise, if he were to stray into madness, what would become of his cultivation? Li Qin raised her brow once more, sensing that something unusual was unfolding. Before long, Wu Meng felt a remarkable lightness enveloping her entire being, surrounded by an array of energies that were remarkably gentle, easily assimilated into her body, where they slowly merged, fortifying her meridians and solidifying her foundation. At this juncture, the effects of the Wu Ling Dan seemed almost secondary. Various energies were fervently absorbed into Wu Meng's body, including her head. It felt as though an aperture had opened atop her skull, emitting a strong yet gentle, subtle aura akin to a hazy mist. A vortex resembling a tornado began to form. It certainly appeared hopeful. Utilizing her own spiritual energy and attributes as a medium, she harnessed her mental strength to draw in the surrounding energies like a whirlwind, transforming them into an ever-expanding energy vortex. This would significantly accelerate her absorption rate, leading to a more profound awakening. Wu Meng's mind raced with thoughts. In her past life, she had been a person of considerable knowledge, and with her formidable mental prowess, she could swiftly realize her vision. She required more energy. Silence enveloped Li Qin and Ru Mo as they observed the intensifying energy before them, which ultimately coalesced into a small tornado, the richness of its flowing energy resembling a river. Remarkably, the sound of water could be heard. The wooden hall trembled slightly as the various herbs on the shelves began to wither, ultimately releasing their multicolored energies into this tornado. The energies of heaven and earth extended into the surrounding area. From outside the spiritual medicine workshop, one could distinctly perceive the fluctuations of nature's energy. Ru Mo's complexion paled as he clutched his head. He was no longer the epitome of tranquility he had been earlier. How many herbs must there be? These were all materials from the workshop's master, and their quality was undoubtedly exceptional. He felt a pang of regret. It's merely refuse. Why concern yourself with such trivialities? Li Qin remarked nonchalantly. Ru Mo's lips twitched slightly, but it seemed to indeed be the case. For Li Qin, these items were inconsequential, truly akin to things that could be cast into the trash. If you genuinely desire them, I can concoct some elixirs for you as compensation. You, a third-tier alchemist who has languished for so many years, should not be so petty about these matters. Li Qin's words dripped with sarcasm. Then I am immensely grateful. Elderly, Ru Mo responded with utmost respect. In truth, you need not go to such lengths. I will undoubtedly exert my utmost to assist Wu Meng through this ordeal. I have fully recognized her extraordinary talent and will not hesitate in my support. That is good to hear. Such talent, if squandered, would be a grievous waste. Are those herbs truly that significant? Li Qin observed Wu Meng sitting in quiet meditation, speaking calmly. Ru Mo nodded. Indeed. He would have no regrets regarding any investment made in Wu Meng. This child indeed possesses extraordinary talent, a rarity in his lifetime. Wu Meng felt the surrounding energy gradually dissipating, The energy of the Wu Ling Dan had entirely vanished, leaving only the remnants of energy brewing in the vicinity. At this moment, the meridians within him had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once constricted, the various meridians had now widened to the extent of vast thoroughfares, allowing the flow of spiritual energy to move with remarkable speed and stability. The quality of this energy had significantly enhanced, and Wu Meng had already sensed a substantial improvement in his fire attribute perception, having ascended to a new realm. This was the realm of mastery. In the eyes of most, only those who have entered the realm of mastery can be deemed to have truly arrived. For at this point, attributes have transcended their previous stages of unfamiliarity and budding potential, beginning to reveal their true might. However, attaining such a level is no small feat generally speaking. Only those who have crossed into the Spirit Yang realm can inevitably reach the attribute realm of mastery. And even those in the Spirit Yin realm achieving this level find it quite challenging. Yet Wu Meng has merely reached a minor success in the Spirit Master realm. Indeed, he has yet to break through. He is still at the pinnacle of minor success in the Spirit Master realm. At least 80% of the energy had been absorbed for the awakening of the attributeless state, 10% used for body refinement, enhancing his physical form, while the remainder was utilized to open the meridians, with only a scant portion allocated for the cultivation of spiritual energy. Thus, after the last trace of energy was fully absorbed by Wu Meng, he fell into a tranquil silence. His physical strength had increased significantly, approximately by 15%. However, what he truly anticipated was the awakening of his new attribute, attributeless. What extent would this reach? Wu Meng's heart raced with excitement as he began to circulate his spiritual energy. System prompt. Completed a perfect baptism, absorbed the energy of all the medicinal materials in the alchemy workshop, awakened attributeless at 0.9%, gaining immense rewards, 1,000 points. System upgraded to level 7, cumulative reward, 1 use of system secret technique. At this moment, a message from the system arrived. Chapter 13. Crisis. As the crisp female voice of the system resonated, Wu Meng was momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming shock. He had absorbed all the energy of the medicinal materials from the alchemy workshop. Had he drained those materials dry? Had he exhausted everything, including that of Mo? Was the poor workshop owner still alive? Yet, with such an abundance of energy, how could the awakening of the attribute-less state be less than 1%? Wu Meng was utterly astounded. He rose from a position similar to that of a tatami mat, gazing at his hands in disbelief. It was truly inconceivable. How could there be an attribute awakening that required such a vast amount of energy? It seemed utterly fantastical. If others were to discover that he had absorbed such a tremendous amount of energy, yet achieved less than 1% awakening, they would likely be rendered speechless. Meanwhile, in a room within, a certain individual, grappling with existential doubts, silently sipped tea, trembling before Li Qin. My materials, woe is me. Li Qin was left speechless, a dark line of frustration forming across her forehead. This indicates that my attributes are remarkably extraordinary. Within the grand hall, Wu Meng felt a subtle joy. Although he was aware that the road ahead might be fraught with challenges, the path of the strong is inherently laden with obstacles, and he did not fear. On the contrary, he was immensely exhilarated by the opportunities that lay before him. Without further contemplation, Wu Meng commenced channeling his spiritual energy to sense the transformations within his body and the nascent attributes emerging within him. Wu Meng uttered softly, observing that the spiritual energy enveloping him did not manifest a completely different appearance. It remained the same fiery red as before. Was it still solely the fire attribute? A slight frown crossed Wu Meng's brow. Could it be that his awakening of the null attribute was too weak? Indeed, less than 1% might have been assimilated by the fire attribute. No, that cannot be right. Wu Meng once again gathered his mental focus and noticed that amidst the fire attribute's spiritual energy, there was a faint hint of white. This white hue was exceedingly subtle, almost indistinguishable from the surrounding air, rendering it difficult for him to detect. No wonder he had missed it earlier. Yet, although this attribute power was minuscule, it was undeniably present, and Wu Meng could sense the formidable energy it contained. It was remarkably powerful and shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze forward. His entire being tensing, spiritual energy coalesced, muscles unleashed their strength, and he delivered a punch. Bang! The air erupted with a muffled explosion, akin to the beat of a drum, as the air before Wu Meng accelerated in its flow. Sensing the potency of that force, Wu Meng smiled gently. This punch possessed sufficient power to easily breach the defenses of a fully realized spirit master. This signified that, even without employing sword techniques or spiritual energy, he could contend with a fully matured spirit master. If he were to incorporate his swordsmanship and spiritual attribute as hidden cards, he would likely be prepared to confront Wu Yang once more. Nonetheless, he needed to persist, for there remained a considerable distance to cover before he could rival the stronger members of the Wu clan's younger generation. Wu Meng murmured softly, his beautiful eyes fixed ahead, neither arrogant nor impatient. The youngest in the Wu family was at least 20 years old. This meant that he might have to compete against peers who were 7 or 8 years his senior. Although Wu Yang possessed extraordinary talent, he was merely 17. While many others approached the age of 20, and due to their extended training periods, they wielded significantly greater strength. Many of them had likely advanced into the spirit shadow realm. A 20-year-old prodigy could indeed reach that level. After all, before the age of 35, the cultivation speed of spirit masters is at its peak. During this period, an extra year of training compared to the average person results in a considerable disparity. 3 years could yield an earth-shattering difference. Perhaps this is what is referred to as the generational gap, Wu Meng mused inwardly. However, those who shatter these generational divides are true geniuses, those who battle above their rank, and are truly monstrous. The path that Wu Meng currently treads is this very journey. To ascend to the hall of unparalleled strength is a necessary course. Otherwise, the potential and drive would be insufficient to sustain him. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, Wu Meng suddenly noticed a prompt from the system. The grand mission of the Chonglin mountain range promises the reward of an attribute-less awakening in the next phase. The next stage of the attribute-less awakening? Wu Meng murmured softly, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. He had already succumbed to temptation. Such a boon was immensely vital for him. The absence of attributes was undeniably formidable. Even now, having only just acquired a faint glimmer of this power, he could still sense its might and the benefits it conferred upon him. Clearly, the enhancements in the future would be even greater. Truly, it was a rare attribute. This monumental task was certainly within his grasp. Wu Meng felt a surge of excitement within. Have you completed your assessment? Came the gentle voice of Li Qin, who approached with her frail, hunched figure, her ancient zither serving as her walking stick. Yes, more or less, Wu Meng replied with a smile. Gazing upon his grandmother's kind visage, his earlier anxieties dissipating. In truth, he had never truly harbored resentment toward her. After all, it was not entirely her fault. Wu Meng maintained a balanced perspective, aware that his future still held many opportunities. Rescuing his mother was his mission. He recognized the immense fortune Li Qin had bestowed upon him, had it not been for her tacit approval. How could he have gained access to all the medicinal materials within the Alchemist's domain? By the way, where has the Alchemist gone? I wanted to express my gratitude, but I feel somewhat embarrassed. Wu Meng scratched his head, his azure eyes scanning the surroundings with a hint of unease. He had invaded their sanctuary so brazenly. Surely, anyone would be unsettled by such boldness. He was prepared for a potential confrontation, comforted only by the presence of his grandmother, which assured him he would not face dire consequences. Yet, the continued tranquility around him only heightened his sense of abnormality and concern. Don't mind him, he seems lost, as if he has misplaced something dear. Honestly, what's the big deal? You're an adult now. There's no need for tears, Li Qin remarked, her brow furrowing. Before adding with a peculiar tone, easier said than done, standing there without a care. Were you crying? Wu Meng was taken aback, then quickly felt a sense of relief. Under Li Qin's blunt and straightforward demeanor, it was no wonder he found himself in a state of discontent. I suppose I do feel a modicum of sympathy, he admitted. So, what is the current situation? Do not be misled by my identity as an alchemist. I am also a spirit master, Li Qin stated, abruptly shifting her focus away from him and addressing Wu Meng. A rare glimmer of anticipation appeared on her aged face. She seemed to disregard her own age, genuinely eager for updates on her grandson. What was that vortex earlier? And the absorption capabilities, along with that mysterious energy fluctuation, absorbing at such a rapid pace? All of these have become significant enigmas. Despite her extensive experience in the martial world, Li Qin had never encountered such wonders. Even she had to admit it was an eye-opening experience. Wu Meng hesitated, ultimately deciding against disclosing the existence of the system. This matter was far too clandestine. He felt it best to keep it to himself. What if someone overheard, or a powerful being detected it one day? What would happen to him then? Would he be subjected to dissection for experimentation? He certainly did not wish to become a mere guinea pig, so he recounted the situation in detail, concealing what needed to be hidden. Upon hearing this, Li Qin's wide eyes were incessantly darting about. Indeed, he was extraordinary. Might you unveil your attributes? Li Qin's speech quickened, brimming with impatience. Calm down, calm down. Wu Meng managed a wry smile, then proceeded to release his spiritual energy, which gradually enveloped him in a fiery crimson aura. Oh, this undeniably signifies a fire attribute. It is rather rare to encounter a genius with dual attributes, yet why does your power appear so feeble? A profound astonishment resonated in Li Qin's voice. The energy you have absorbed should be considerable, logically, if it were a first-tier attribute. It ought to have awakened significantly by now. Even for a top-tier attribute, it shouldn't be this scant. Li Qin stroked her chin with her withered palm, pondering. It appears to be a truly rare attribute. Seeing the smile on her face, Wu Meng realized that it would be prudent to keep this matter under wraps. Your talent is commendable, yet until you grow stronger, it is wise to refrain from drawing too much attention, as one can never predict how those in power may react. This is quite advantageous. Your attribute remains concealed within the fire attribute, rendering it undetectable to others. Li Qin illuminated a path for Wu Meng. Thank you, grandmother. I shall remain vigilant. Wu Meng nodded and replied with a smile. From now on, come here every day at precisely 8 in the morning. I shall instruct you for 4 hours, during which you must not leave casually. Otherwise, I will deduct your pay for that day. By the way, you should know that you can receive 8,000 spirit coins daily, which seems to be that individual's bottom line, Li Qin mentioned lightly. 8,000 spirit coins? Wu Meng's eyes sparkled. Earning 8,000 a day translates to a monthly salary of 240,000 spirit coins, which is quite impressive. All right, you should take your leave for now. I intended to teach you, but it may not be convenient at this moment, Li Qin said after a brief silence. Wu Meng could not help but display a peculiar expression as he gazed at the room within, discerning that his grandmother likely wished for him to avoid drawing attention. Indeed, she was currently in a sorrowful phase, and it would be best not to appear before her too soon. Heaven forbid if she were to suffer from a heart attack. He would feel quite guilty. After departing from the medicinal herb shop, Wu Meng had no further engagements and simply made his way home, strolling leisurely along the broad street. He navigated through the bustling crowd, heading in the direction of the Wu family residence. This return would likely surprise his father and the others, and he would need to explain matters to his master as well. Wu Meng contemplated that he now effectively had 2 masters, which would inevitably make his schedule quite tight. If he did not arrange things properly, he would find himself overwhelmed. Nonetheless, Master Wu Lai was rather accommodating. He believed that he would grant him a reasonable schedule. To be honest, having 2 masters simultaneously was quite a burden, as both were closely monitoring him, leaving no room for relaxation. However, upon reflection, this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Both masters were remarkable individuals. With these thoughts in mind, Wu Meng dismissed his worries and strolled leisurely through the vibrant street. Turn left ahead, then walk straight along this road without pausing. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice pierced the air without warning, sending a shiver down Wu Meng's spine, which had just been relaxed moments ago. A profound sense of danger surged within him. Who is it? Chapter 14. Kill. Behave yourself, and I shall make your experience a tad more comfortable. However, should you dare to play tricks, I can make your blood spill in an instant. The voice, cold and laced with malice, reverberated in his ears. Wu Meng inhaled deeply, his eyelashes fluttering as he scanned the bustling crowd around him. Vibrant yet oblivious to the source of the ominous voice. Was it a rat lurking in the shadows? Wu Meng struggled to maintain his composure, thoughts racing through his mind. Undoubtedly, it was an adversary of considerable strength, one he could not contend with. He controlled his emotions, feigning a semblance of panic, his large, trembling eyes darting around. He continued walking, not displaying any overt signs of distress, merely slowing his pace slightly. He understood that, as a 12-year-old, he could not appear too composed in the face of danger. Moreover, this act might serve to lower his assailant's guard. The other party likely wished for him to venture into a secluded area, with a high probability of wanting to eliminate him. As Wu Meng observed the scenery retreating before him, his thoughts raced through the precarious balance of life and death. He knew he must remain calm. If he were to arrive at the location desired by his foe, escape from death would be nearly impossible, since his adversary required his presence. It was evident they wished to avoid unnecessary complications. This was a bustling market, and they must fear the presence of formidable individuals passing by. Wu Meng continued his path, gazing up at the canopy of green overhead, a wave of dissatisfaction washing over him. Why was the system silent? Would it merely sit back and watch him perish? He wondered if Granny Li would be able to detect anything, but the distance was too great for her to notice. Perhaps the jade pendant in his possession could be employed, though that would be a last resort. Wu Meng's fleeting thoughts were swiftly quelled. His opponent could likely extinguish his life in a matter of moments. System, what about that secret technique you rewarded me with earlier? It must still be available, right? Don't just swallow my items without a word. He mentally cursed. He fixed his gaze ahead, determined. Surely, this system wouldn't remain indifferent in the face of his impending demise. After all, it always claimed to be his master. The adversary, observing Wu Meng's anxious demeanor from the shadows, felt a flicker of doubt. This task promised a substantial reward, thus he approached with caution, for the mission's demands were high. He must eliminate the child discreetly and ensure that no trace remained. Frankly, the individual who devised this scheme was quite ruthless. After all, he was still just a child. How steady could one's mindset truly be when faced with death? He finally allowed himself a self-deprecating smile, dispelling the thoughts troubling him, and began to follow slowly. The disparity in their strengths was vast, so he had little reason to worry. It was best to finish the task swiftly. He was not one to linger over the last words of the dying. Ahead lies the forest, a secluded place, an ideal setting for treachery. Luo Yun emerged from the shadows, while Wu Meng had already halted at the forest's edge, his diminutive frame appearing so frail. He stood motionless, perhaps paralyzed by fear. Humph. Today shall witness your final rest. With a cold smirk, Luo Yun prepared to stealthily approach, but at that moment, Wu Meng suddenly turned around. Who are you? Wu Meng demanded icily, his entire being pulsating with energy. He sensed the encroaching shadow of death, realizing that they were utterly alone, just he and this unfamiliar foe. Such a foolish question betrayed his naivety. However, since it was to be his last moments, Luo Yun decided to elucidate his demise. Kid, my name is Luo Yun. Surely, you recognize it, he declared. Luo Sect? Wu Meng tightened his fists, astonishment flickering in his eyes. It seemed these individuals had extended their reach far and wide. If he were to return to his family, he must inform his father and the others of this affair. Yet, why was he the one to be ambushed first? He was merely a fallen waste, unworthy of their initial ire. Luo Yun merely smiled, unperturbed. He clenched his fist and slowly advanced towards Wu Meng, his formidable aura gradually revealing itself. Sensing this presence, Wu Meng's pupils dilated in shock. A practitioner of the spirit sun realm, the two stood 2 major realms apart, akin to the vast divide between clouds and mud. No wonder his opponent showed no concern. This would surely end in overwhelming dominance. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. There are those who require your demise, Luo Yun remarked, a cruel smile curling his lips. A surge of potent energy coalesced in his hand, transforming into a brilliant blue seal. The rich energy condensed, a faint yellow hue swirling, an emblem of the unyielding spirit of a practitioner of the spirit sun realm. He extended his hand, and the seal shot forth towards Wu Meng with blinding speed. There was no escape. For Wu Meng, the velocity was unfathomable. Luo Yun observed the sudden change in Wu Meng's countenance, as he desperately gathered fire attribute energy, and sighed softly. A commendable attribute realm. Indeed, a genius. Nevertheless, your end is nigh. Boom. A deafening roar erupted, flames and dust swirling, obscuring all vision. Luo Yun smiled slightly, walking forward to assess the aftermath. Surely this fellow would be reduced to ashes. Suddenly, from the thick mist, a shadow erupted like a bolt of lightning, moving with astonishing speed. Given their proximity and Wu Meng's relaxed state, Luo Yun had yet to register the imminent threat. How can this be? Wu Meng's expression remained impassive, his wooden sword transforming into a mere blur. His body surged forward at an unimaginable pace, lunging at Luo Yun. Azure Edge. An intensely sharp sword energy coalesced along the blade, reaching an impressive length of 5 inches, imbued with a powerful white energy, an energy devoid of attributes. Did you think I was unprepared? Before I meet my demise, take a good look at my sword. Luo Yun's mouth gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock as the sword technique struck his chest with brutal force. He could never have anticipated that he would be outmaneuvered by this 12-year-old boy. The sword energy pierced through him, resembling a highly corrosive substance that effortlessly penetrated the hastily conjured layer of spiritual energy before him. The sword energy rampaged. Luo Yun was alarmed, but his insides were already in disarray. With another swing of the sword, it flowed through the air like a falling leaf, executing a swift yet astonishingly fluid motion that once again struck him. Falling leaf sword technique. You little rascal, Luo Yun roared, unleashing an explosive burst of spiritual energy. Wu Meng's expression shifted dramatically, and he prepared to retreat, quickly conjuring a wall of fire before him. Bang! Luo Yun unleashed a desperate blow, shattering Wu Meng's fire wall in an instant. The layers of spiritual barriers around him crumbled one after another, with only the white, attribute-less spiritual energy providing a slight delay before it too was torn apart. Wu Meng was hurled backward, blood spewing from his mouth, his face pale as a corpse. Crashing to the ground like a massive stone, leaving behind a substantial crater. The scene was tragically gruesome. Yet, Luo Yun appeared even more wretched. After executing his final strike, his body erupted in a spray of blood, resembling a bloodied porcupine as he collapsed to the ground. Wu Meng's previous attack had absorbed most of his spiritual energy, and given its surprise nature, it had yielded significant results. However, had it not been for the formidable nature of my attribute-less spiritual energy, this assault might not have been executed with such swiftness. Lying on the ground, drenched in blood, Wu Meng coldly regarded the fallen Luo Yun, who was likely beyond salvation. If not for the secret technique of the system, he would not have achieved such progress. But that technique could only be employed once and had consumed over 1,000 points, causing the system level to drop back to 5. Nonetheless, the effect had been surprisingly effective. Just moments ago, Wu Meng's strength had reached the pinnacle of the spiritual Yin realm, nearly leaping a significant tier. The jade pendant had shattered, and he believed his father would arrive shortly. He hoped there were no formidable foes lurking nearby. Wu Meng struggled to rise, positioning the wooden sword before him, blood dripping from the hilt. This crisis served as a stark reminder. Danger lurked everywhere, and one could never know when life would slip away. However, the circumstances of this event felt somewhat peculiar. Wu Meng's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of fierce light flickering within. Chapter 15. Shockwaves across the realm. Before long, Wu Meng sensed a familiar presence rushing toward him. "Father!" Wu Meng exclaimed in delight, recognizing the unmistakable aura, which bore no concealment. The bone-chilling coldness mirrored Wu Ling's current state of mind as ice flowers erupted behind him, propelling his form to an unprecedented speed, akin to a flash of lightning. In merely a few breaths, the jade pendant was crushed, and Wu Meng swiftly dispatched Luo Yun. However, the speed at which Wu Ling arrived was astonishing. "Who dares to confront my son?" His thunderous roar resonated through the air, akin to a clap of thunder, echoing across the heavens and the earth. The inhabitants of Changlin Town looked up in astonishment, feeling a chill run down their spines. Such formidable power. Wu Meng couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration, his gaze towards his father growing increasingly fervent. If Wu Ling had shouted like that the moment Luo Yun made his move, it would likely have been enough to intimidate that fellow, even if only for a fleeting moment. Wu Ling was, after all, the undisputed strongest in Changlin Town. Whether it be Luo Men, Luo Tian, the Mo family, or the leader of the Wudo gang, they all paled in comparison. In a one-on-one confrontation, none could match Wu Ling, who was regarded as the greatest genius of many generations past in Changlin Town. Wu Meng's pale blue hair was matted with dirt and blood, yet he stood resolutely, watching as Wu Ling approached, his expression dark and unfamiliar to Wu Meng. Wu Ling's large hand clasped his shoulder, surveying his injuries. And though his overwhelming spiritual energy nearly erupted, he inhaled deeply and handed Wu Meng a healing potion. "How are you? What is your condition?" Wu Ling's face was fraught with anxiety. "I'm fine, no need to worry. A good night's sleep will suffice," Wu Meng reassured him with a smile. Before turning his cold gaze towards Luo Yun's direction, his voice low and ominous. "However, that fellow may very well be dead." "What?" Wu Ling was taken aback, finally noticing the lifeless Luo Yun on the ground. Realization dawned upon him, and anger surged within. The pitiful Luo Yun lay frozen, transformed into an ice sculpture once more. After witnessing this, Wu Ling's expression darkened considerably, and then, as if struck by a revelation, he looked at Wu Meng in shock. "You killed him?" Wu Ling seemed momentarily bewildered. He was well aware that Luo Yun was a genuine spiritual Yang realm expert. Only the elders of the Wu family could rival him. Yet, wasn't Luo Yun there to kill Wu Meng? Why, now that he was dead, was Wu Meng still alive? Wu Ling found it difficult to comprehend. Could it be that Wu Meng had slain him? But how could that be possible? At this moment, having taken the medicine, Wu Meng was already feeling significantly better. He chuckled. "I was just fortunate." A passing expert lent a hand. If Wu Ling were to discover that he had been the one to kill Luo Yun, it would likely raise doubts in his mind. Even the most extraordinary genius could hardly overlook such a vast disparity in strength, which was not merely a matter of talent. However, Wu Meng had no intention of revealing the truth about the system. Wu Ling paused for a moment, then seemed to come to terms with it, nodding. "I see. That is indeed fortunate. I wonder who that strong individual was. To think I even entertained the notion that you had killed him, huh? Wasn't that a foolish thought?" Seeing that Wu Meng was unharmed, Wu Ling felt a wave of relief wash over him, chuckling self-deprecatingly. "Indeed, quite foolish," Wu Meng mused inwardly. "Now, let us hurry back and recuperate. We must not delay." In the opulent hall of the Luo clan, a sense of disbelief permeated the atmosphere. What? Luo Yun was slain by that wretched boy? The words hung in the air, punctuated by incredulity. Yet, it was indeed true. Luo Yun had met his demise at the hands of Wu Meng. Wu Ling arrived shortly thereafter, and in the face of his formidable presence, none dared to act. For a confrontation between the Luo clan and the Wu family would have been inevitable. The elegantly robed figures fell into a heavy silence, their expressions darkened by shock and disbelief. Could it be that Luo Yun had truly fallen to such a young adversary? The news was utterly staggering. Meanwhile, within a sumptuous yet dimly lit chamber of the Wu estate, adorned with lavish purple decor, the atmosphere was decidedly tense. Wu Ziru, clad in a figure-hugging black attire that accentuated her mature beauty, gripped a letter tightly in her hand. Her countenance was clouded with anger, and a flash of malice flickered in her eyes. How could this scoundrel possibly escape? When she first received the news, she was rendered momentarily speechless. The implication was absurd. Luo Yun, a formidable figure in the spiritual sun realm, could not have been vanquished by that insignificant waste of space. It had to be Wu Ling's doing. That old man always sheltered him. I wonder how long he can shield him from the consequences. As she tore the letter to shreds, a chilling glint danced in Wu Ziru's eyes. In the Wu family's grand hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone's gaze fixated on the center, where an ice sculpture stood starkly. This assassination of my son, Wu Meng, was executed by none other than Luo Yun. Wu Ling intoned, his expression as grave as the depths of the ocean, taking deep breaths to quell the rising fury within him. How dare they? When has the Wu family ever suffered such indignity? They have shown us utter disrespect by targeting a mere 12-year-old child. I propose we storm their sect and demand a reckoning. The one with the strongest fist holds the truth, one elder suggested, his voice laced with indignation. Calm down, fourth brother. The assembly was charged with emotion. Even those who had previously dismissed Wu Meng now felt the weight of the situation. After all, an attack on a child was a cruelty beyond measure. Please, let us maintain our composure. Outbursts will yield no results. The elder Wu Xian interjected, his demeanor notably composed. He turned to Wu Ling and inquired, "Where is Wu Meng now? Perhaps he could provide some clarity. Dreamer is gravely injured and currently on the brink of death, tending to his wounds. He has already shared the details with me, so I can speak on his behalf," Wu Ling replied calmly. "Oh, I see. How unfortunate," Wu Xian responded, his expression tinged with concern. "Rest assured, my intention was merely to extend my sympathies. He is a cherished child of the Wu family, and we must ensure this assassination does not lead to further troubles. Thank you, esteemed elder. In that case, might you bestow some tangible items to assist my son?" Wu Ling suddenly smiled. Upon hearing this, Wu Xian's expression stiffened. Noticing the unusual mirth on Wu Ling's face, he silently chided himself for being overly concerned. Yet, once the words escaped his lips, he found it difficult to retract. "I shall prepare them immediately," he stated. "That will not be necessary. I have already compiled a list of items to alleviate you of the burden of selection," Wu Ling replied with a smile, producing a slip of paper. "I must also extend my gratitude for your care, esteemed elder." Wu Xian, upon hearing this, felt his beard tremble as he took the note. A glance at its contents caused his countenance to shift dramatically. This was undoubtedly the mischievous idea of that rascally child. In Wu Meng's courtyard, Qi Nan, clad in blue robes, was blocked at the entrance by Wu Xiao. "Master Qi, your intentions are appreciated, yet Wu Meng's condition is quite precarious at the moment. An elder skilled in healing from the family is currently attending to him, and entry is not permitted. However, we do require some elixirs, not just for healing, but also to restore his physique and prevent any lingering repercussions on his path of cultivation," Wu Xiao added with a bright smile. "Please take a moment to review this list." With a furrowed brow, Qi Nan accepted the list. After reading it, his hands trembled, wishing he could tear apart the lengthy inventory of precious elixirs. Despite having amassed considerable wealth through the Wu family's alchemical chamber, the value of these elixirs was painfully evident. "I trust in your concern for Wu Meng, so I shall not detain you further," Wu Xiao said with a respectful gesture. "Take care." Qi Nan glared at him before departing in dissatisfaction. Once Qi Nan had left, Wu Xiao sighed softly and turned to enter the house. Wu Meng sat upon his bed, his blood still fresh and the sight rather gruesome. Indeed, he had sustained significant injuries. Luo Yun's initial strike had nearly been delivered with full force. Although he had managed to deflect it, substantial damage was still inflicted. Coupled with the subsequent near-fatal blow, he was fortunate that his defensive capabilities and attributes were dramatically enhanced by the secret technique, or he would have been unable to withstand such an onslaught. Numerous elixirs had already been delivered, so Wu Meng was not overly concerned. Given some time, he would naturally recover completely. This bout of cultivation seemed to have yielded some progress, and as he examined his inner self, a soft chuckle escaped him. It appeared he was on the verge of breaking through to the next level of the Spirit Master realm. Chapter 16. The Instruction of Swordsmanship and Alchemy in the Courtyard. Wu Lai gazed in astonishment at the vigorous Wu Meng. In just 3 days, you've made such a recovery? Thanks to the elixirs sent by my master. I was able to regain my strength so swiftly. Wu Meng grinned, patting his head. Naturally, he would not disclose that he had pocketed a substantial amount of them. Indeed, your recuperative abilities are impressive. Have you even made a breakthrough? Wu Lai raised an eyebrow. A glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he finally recognized the extent of Wu Meng's transformation. Fortune from misfortune, perhaps. Master, may we commence? Wu Meng blinked his large eyes eagerly. According to Wu Lai's arrangements, he and Wu Xiu were intentionally alternating their teaching schedules to optimize their instructional effectiveness. However, the primary reason lay in the fact that Wu Meng, apart from attending his lessons, was also required to study at the Spirit Herb Workshop for no less than 5 hours daily, rendering his time exceedingly scarce. Wu Lai harbored a certain competitive spirit towards that alchemist master. He was determined to ensure that his guidance to Wu Meng reached its utmost potential, as he could not afford to lose face. Achieving mastery in the Spirit Master realm by the age of 12, you truly are a prodigy, Wu Lai mused, stroking his beard, astounded despite his century of experience. He had never encountered a child with such remarkable talent. Moreover, he was acutely aware that, in comparison to spiritual energy, Wu Meng's swordsmanship was even rarer, entirely beyond the capabilities of his peers. Mere talent alone could not account for such proficiency. Show me your finest sword techniques, as well as your footwork and boxing skills. Do not concern yourself with exhaustion. I wish to thoroughly observe your condition, Wu Lai instructed. It had been many years since he had taken on a disciple, and he felt a rekindling of youthful passion within him. All right, Wu Meng replied with a smile. He stepped into the center of the courtyard, closed his eyes, and soon reopened them. With a simple gesture, his spirit and energy harmonized. Resembling a seasoned warrior stepping onto the battlefield, his eyes gleaming as he advanced a step forward. Such formidable composure and combat awareness, Wu Lai whispered in astonishment, internally marveling. Is this child truly only 12 years old? In the past, I would not have believed it. Yet, this mischievous boy was indeed remarkable, defying conventional expectations. Wu Meng began by executing a series of self-created boxing techniques and palm strikes, intending to first showcase his unique martial skills before revealing his swordsmanship as the grand finale. His cultivation of spiritual techniques was also quite formidable, particularly in the realm of swordsmanship, where he practiced with an ease that was astonishing. On one occasion, he had perfected a scroll of upper-tier mundane sword techniques within merely 10 days, leaving Wu Ling utterly astonished. The speed of his progress was nothing short of remarkable. After all, it would typically take an ordinary person at least 6 months to master such spiritual techniques, especially at a higher level of spirit mastery. With a series of powerful punches, elbows, knees, and kicks, Wu Meng struck with fierce precision, causing the air to vibrate with a muffled resonance that echoed throughout the courtyard. Wu Lai nodded continuously, a smile spreading across his face as his satisfaction grew. The young boy's physique was well trained, and his physical strength was indeed formidable. The key was his evident dedication to martial arts. Such proficiency could only be attained through relentless effort, a trait rarely found among his peers in the Wu family. As he observed Wu Meng's progress, Wu Lai felt a sense of relief. The heavens reward diligence, and Wu Meng's remarkable achievements could not be divorced from his tireless practice. My investment in you has truly borne fruit, Wu Lai continued. After executing a sequence of the red sun palm technique, Wu Meng was now drenched in sweat and beginning to breathe heavily. The Qiyang palm is an exceptional spiritual technique of the mortal realm. Despite having practiced it for an extensive period, mastery had eluded him until now, but due to his recent progress and strength, he can finally execute it in its entirety, showcasing remarkable advancement. Let us take a moment to rest, Wu Lai suggested, nodding. Your boxing and palm techniques are commendable, particularly for someone of your age. It is difficult to find fault, he continued, casting a watchful gaze at Wu Meng, who sat on the stone steps, panting. However, as my disciple, I must uphold stricter standards. As Wu Meng wiped the sweat from his brow, he felt a surge of anxiety. While your boxing style is fierce, your speed leaves much to be desired. Your explosive power is adequate, yet your control lacks finesse. Such issues are commonplace, falling under the realm of power management. The same applies to your palm techniques, Wu Lai stated, his beard billowing in the breeze as he spoke slowly. Wu Meng listened intently, tilting his head in contemplation. Indeed, his master's observations were astute. You are correct. but I have always struggled with achieving better control. I recognize that, particularly in terms of physical techniques. My control still requires refinement, he admitted, looking earnestly at Wu Lai. So, you possess confidence in your swordsmanship, do you? Wu Lai replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Wu Meng's intent was clear. While he felt deficient in physical techniques, his command over swordplay appeared to be more assured. Wu Lai pondered, realizing that this young one, despite his youth, harbored a strong desire for validation. It was not a matter of disbelief on Wu Lai's part, but the quest for mastery over one's strength was no trivial endeavor. Even many formidable practitioners of the spiritual Yang realm, and some of the spiritual origin realm, struggled to maintain control over their power. In combat, they often relied solely on spiritual energy or attributes to overpower their foes, resulting in rather crude fighting styles. Wu Lai was determined that his prodigious disciple would not follow such a path. He was destined to be the best in foundation, combat skills, and depth of knowledge. Very well, demonstrate your swordsmanship for me. I wish to see your proficiency, he instructed, nodding in agreement. At the very least, he had faith that Wu Meng's swordplay would possess a certain level of merit. Wu Meng responded promptly, regaining his composure before rising to retrieve the wooden sword he had carried for quite some time. Though the wooden sword was fragile, it served as an excellent tool for honing swordsmanship, as Wu Meng's pursuit of the sword path differed fundamentally from his quest for mastery in boxing and palm techniques. In swordsmanship, he relentlessly sought perfection. Now, let me witness the swordsmanship you take pride in, and see to what extent it has developed, Wu Lai murmured softly. His aged yet spirited eyes fixed intently on Wu Meng in the arena, filled with anticipation. With a smile, Wu Meng instantly entered a focused state. Confidence was essential in swordsmanship. As a seasoned swordsman, Wu Lai's eyes sparkled with recognition. He had discerned the extraordinary nature of Wu Meng's abilities. Achieving such a level of skill foretold a remarkable future. Wu Meng moved, his gaze fixated on the leaves before him, his sword seemingly melding with his hand. With a swift flash, the sword danced through the air, akin to the whisper of the wind through the grass, tracing an elegant arc in the sky. Before Wu Meng, the leaves split along their veins, smooth as if carved. With another swing of the sword, then the third, and the fourth, Wu Meng's petite figure danced gracefully beneath the grand tree, her sword moving like a soaring dragon, twisting and turning, as agile as a serpent. The rustling sound startled Wu Lai. This was indeed the falling leaves sword technique. Had a master of swordsmanship been present, Wu Lai would not have been particularly astonished. Yet this was merely a child. Such a technique, born of a deep understanding of nature, evidently required not only considerable swordsmanship skills, but also profound insight. The talent for swordplay was astonishing, leaving Wu Lai in awe. It seemed that the instruction of swordsmanship must be approached with greater caution. Stroking his beard, Wu Lai's shrewd eyes glinted. Once Wu Meng completed her display of swordsmanship and awaited his judgment, he merely smiled faintly. The sword technique was commendable, yet further effort was essential. As he spoke, Wu Lai disregarded the flicker of uncertainty within and waved his sleeve, commencing his first day of teaching. He was determined to surpass the apothecary in excellence. In the apothecary, Li Qin observed the obedient Wu Meng before her, nodding as she continued. Let me first carefully assess your spiritual power. With her withered, aged hand, she reached toward Wu Meng's forehead, instructing her to relax. Allowing one's spiritual essence to enter another's body was a considerable taboo. After all, should the intruder harbor ill intentions, it could easily lead to one's own downfall. Yet, as she was his grandmother, Wu Meng naturally placed complete trust in her and relaxed her mind, permitting Li Qin to gauge her spiritual state. The spiritual power of an alchemist is significantly more formidable than that of an ordinary person, primarily due to the formation of the heart lake, which resides within the center of the forehead, creating a unique and mysterious space. For ordinary individuals, cultivating a heart lake is considerably more challenging. Although some may possess powerful spiritual energy without being alchemists, such instances are exceedingly rare. As Li Qin spoke, a faint blue spiritual essence flowed from her hand into Wu Meng's forehead. Wu Meng felt a brief jolt in her mind, and within her spiritual realm, the image of a clear blue lake emerged in her perception alongside Li Qin. To describe it as a lake would be somewhat inaccurate, for its dimensions were merely around 100 meters in length and width, perhaps better termed a pond. Li Qin gazed at the scene before her in a moment of daze. Wu Meng, momentarily taken aback, voiced her confusion within her spiritual world. Grandma, is my heart lake too small? Fool. Li Qin's sudden exclamation startled Wu Meng slightly. Do you think a novice alchemist can possess a heart lake as vast as a true lake? Nonsense. Even a typical 5th-grade alchemist's heart lake is only several hundred zhang long and wide, barely reaching 1,000 meters in length. Li Qin chastised softly, her voice tinged with a hint of excitement. As a novice alchemist, one's mental reservoir is often akin to a mere puddle. However, your development has already reached a considerable scale, approximately 70 to 80 meters in size, which is quite impressive and nearly meets the criteria for a second-tier alchemist. I suspect even your esteemed Master Qi may not exceed 100 meters. With such mental prowess, you ought to be content. Li Qin could not suppress a roll of her eyes. At that moment, Wu Meng felt a tremor at her brow as Li Qin retracted her mental energy from her. From her earlier perception, Wu Meng discerned that Li Qin's mental force was as profound as the ocean, emanating a tremor-inducing resonance. What level of alchemist is my grandmother? It appears she is at least not comparable to that individual, Mo. She must be a significantly advanced alchemist. Contemplating this, Wu Meng could not help but feel fortunate to receive guidance from such an exceptional mentor. It is indeed a rare opportunity. Merely toiling away in isolation would render the path to becoming an alchemist nearly insurmountable. Li Qin observed Wu Meng's expression, which grew increasingly complex. After a moment, she sighed deeply. Noticing the look of confusion on Wu Meng's face, Li Qin waved her hand dismissively, indicating that there was nothing to worry about. I was simply reflecting on a few matters. Your talent is truly extraordinary. It would be a grave oversight not to nurture it properly. I have decided to implement rigorous training, Li Qin stated calmly. Rigorous training? Are you a devil? Wu Meng gasped in astonishment. Do not jest, focus your mind. Do not presume that just because you are my granddaughter, I will go easy on you, Li Qin replied, her tone slightly somber. Wu Meng scratched her head, feeling an increasing weight of pressure. Yet, it is precisely this challenge that is beneficial. Chapter 17. Li Qin's astonishment to become an alchemist. Several fundamental conditions must be met. Primarily 3. Firstly, mental strength is of utmost importance. This is akin to the capacity of one's stomach. The greater the appetite, the larger the stomach must be. Insufficient capacity will not accommodate the required intake. In the alchemical process, mental strength is the key factor that enables one to adeptly refine materials, integrate medicinal properties, and ultimately create elixirs. Among alchemists of the same tier, a more formidable mental force generally correlates with a higher success rate in alchemy. Secondly, theoretical knowledge is essential. An alchemist must possess a profound understanding of alchemical principles, the detailed properties of various herbs, and adequate mastery of alchemical techniques and experiences. Even with immense mental strength, lacking sufficient knowledge will render one incapable of producing the requisite elixirs. Just as you currently stand, devoid of any alchemical knowledge, while your mental strength is commendable, you remain unable to concoct any elixirs. The third aspect pertains to the innate flame. Wu Meng appeared bewildered. She had heard of beast fire, spirit fire, and various extraordinary flames born from the natural world, but this was her first encounter with the concept of an innate flame. The world is replete with flames. Yet beast fire is excessively domineering, and spirit fire is too gentle. Only the innate flame, birthed from the alchemists themselves, is deemed most suitable for the alchemical process. Compared to other flames, an alchemist wields this innate fire with greater ease, and it possesses a natural affinity for medicinal materials. Its temperature fluctuations are also more pronounced, significantly aiding in the refinement of elixirs. Wu Meng concentrated intently, absorbing the unfamiliar concepts with unwavering determination, knowing he had to commit them to memory. Li Qin, evidently pleased with Wu Meng's demeanor, continued her exposition with a warm smile. As for the activation method of the innate flame, being a manifestation of the alchemist's own essence, it required particular techniques to elicit. There were numerous ways to ignite it. Some individuals could even conjure and master it without any preliminary activation. Judging by your expression, it is clear that you have yet to awaken this flame, Li Qin observed, her pale eyes flickering slightly. How can I activate it? Wu Meng inquired. Do not fret. The most reliable method is to have a true alchemist stimulate it with their spiritual energy, thereby coaxing it into existence, Li Qin replied. Now, relax a bit. Her countenance turned serious as she extended her hand, and a small tuft of emerald flame suddenly erupted from her fingertip. The flame, while not particularly intense, was exquisitely formed. Wu Meng gazed curiously at the delicate flicker, recognizing its beauty, yet it appeared far too gentle for combat. Almost akin to a harmless sprite compared to the ferocity of beastly flames. However, it was not to suggest that this flame was limited to such a mild temperature. In fact, Li Qin had deliberately suppressed its heat. An essential characteristic of the innate flame is its remarkable controllability for its creator, devoid of any backlash or adverse effects. Nonetheless, most alchemists' innate flames are of a softer nature, rendering them relatively ineffective in battle, akin to a superfluous appendage. With a subtle movement of her finger, Li Qin's spiritual energy intertwined with her innate fire surged into Wu Meng's brow. He felt a powerful wave of rejection emanating from his mental realm, instinctively resisting the foreign consciousness and flame, likely sensing a threat from the fire. Yet, this rejection proved futile. Li Qin's spiritual energy effortlessly breached Wu Meng's mental defenses, flooding into his psyche alongside the flame. A flicker of astonishment stirred within Wu Meng. He surmised that Li Qin must be at least a 4th or even 5th-tier alchemist. Above his heart's lake, her spiritual energy morphed into a shimmering silhouette, surveying the expanse. With a graceful gesture, the emerald flames ignited fiercely, sweeping through the space with her spiritual impetus. Wu Meng felt a sharp sting resonate deep within his consciousness, as his heart's lake churned violently. Despite the struggle, he valiantly suppressed the rebellious instincts of his mental realm, allowing Li Qin to work her art. Minutes passed, and beads of sweat streamed down Wu Meng's brow. The strain on his psyche was profoundly intense, and it would have overwhelmed many others. A look of satisfaction graced Li Qin's face, though her brow furrowed slightly. She was taken aback that the innate flame had yet to manifest despite the elapsed time. This was an unprecedented situation for her, leaving her somewhat perplexed. As time slipped away, Wu Meng felt his spiritual realm entirely enveloped by his master's life fire, a sensation akin to being cast into a blazing inferno, undoubtedly. A source of immense suffering. Did he truly possess no life fire at all? A quarter of an hour later, Li Qin's heart began to sink, her confidence in Wu Meng gradually dissipating. Without a life fire, even if Wu Meng were to become an alchemist, reaching an advanced level would be an impossibility. She was acutely aware of the significance of the life fire, as it was a crucial determinant of an alchemist's prowess. Just a moment longer. As Li Qin was about to express her regret, a faint, ethereal white light slowly emerged above Wu Meng's heart sea. Wisps of pale white flames erupting unexpectedly and enveloping the expanse above his heart sea. It was the life fire. Gazing at the nascent flames, Li Qin finally exhaled in relief, her mental energy swiftly retreating from Wu Meng's spiritual realm. Wu Meng regained his composure, wiping away the cold sweat from his brow, and exchanged a delighted glance with Li Qin. With a flick of his hand, a strand of white flame ignited at his fingertips, quietly burning with a gentle radiance that illuminated its presence. Marvelous, it was a success. Wu Meng gazed at the flame with joy, a profound sense of affinity emanating from it, confirming that this was indeed his life fire. Yet, why did it appear so feeble? Observing the seemingly gentle little flame, Wu Meng couldn't help but roll his eyes and mutter in jest. Do not dwell on such trivialities. Now that you possess the flame, you must learn to manipulate it diligently to enhance your fire control ability. This will greatly benefit your alchemical pursuits, Li Qin remarked calmly, her gaze fixed on his flame. The subtle fluctuations reassured her slightly. Although the fire seemed ordinary, as long as this child had his own life fire, the potential for future development remained substantial. If he could compensate in other areas, there should be no significant issues. Let us name it Mengluo Xinyan, Wu Meng murmured softly, and with a thought. The Mengluo Xinyan swiftly retracted, returning to rest beside his heart lake at the center of his brow. This Mengluo Xinyan had a source of fire above the heart lake, capable of generating an endless supply as long as his spiritual energy or aura was abundant. Alas, it was indeed a gentle fire, unsuitable for combat. My narrative is limited. Here are some alchemical texts primarily intended for low-tier alchemists. You must study them for 2 hours daily, followed by half an hour of my instruction, and then proceed to practice in the adjacent alchemy chamber for no less than 2.5 hours. Do you understand? Li Qin gestured towards a nearby bookshelf laden with yellowed old tomes, likely numbering 40 or 50, each quite substantial in thickness. Wu Meng replied bitterly. Must I read all of these? What purpose would it serve not to? Do you believe these books are easily acquired? They constitute a vital part of my collection amassed over many years. Ordinary low-tier alchemists cannot even access these texts. Do you comprehend? Li Qin said with a hint of frustration. No worries, I could not wish for anything more. Wu Meng scratched his head, still filled with anticipation. The knowledge a Dan master must acquire is indeed extensive. Many fail to ascend to higher levels due to their theoretical limitations. As the process of refining pills progresses, the required herbs become increasingly rare and precious. Without a profound understanding of the properties of various herbs and the intricacies of their preparation, one cannot hope to concoct elixirs successfully. These ancient texts are, as Li Qin mentioned, invaluable treasures, encompassing detailed wisdom about most herbs. a veritable repository for any Dan master. Li Qin observed as Wu Meng swiftly devoured one tome after another. Later, with a hint of skepticism, she playfully nudged him and discovered he had retained every word and page with remarkable clarity, which almost tempted her to thump him in jest. She reminded herself that, as his grandmother and elder, she should not easily question life's absurdities, for it would be quite embarrassing. After poring over a plethora of texts, Wu Meng embarked on his journey of alchemy. Naturally, his initial attempts were far from ideal, which secretly amused Li Qin, prompting her to tease him, thinking that it was about time he experienced such setbacks. Yet, Wu Meng's unwavering focus during his first attempt astonished her. His concentration was so profound that it seemed the inscriptions on the alchemical furnace melded harmoniously with his intent. Indeed, he was a true prodigy among Dan masters. A flicker of brilliance sparkled in Li Qin's eyes. Even if she were not his grandmother, any other Dan master would likely welcome Wu Meng's seemingly extravagant requests. Such was the thirst for talent in their realm. Wu Meng was, without a doubt, the most resplendent gem, captivating their hearts. However, when Wu Meng concluded his half-day of practice, he presented Li Qin with a new request. "What? You wish to take a month off? To the Changlin mountain range?" Li Qin exclaimed in astonishment. "No way." Chapter 18. An Unexpected Reward. Although this demand was indeed excessive, Wu Meng ultimately persuaded her, for this monumental task was imperative. Of course, the price he paid was the loss of a month's worth of spirit coins, 240,000 spirit coins, equivalent to 240 points, a thought that pained him greatly. Upon hearing Wu Meng's request for leave, Wu Lai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him with aged eyes for a considerable time, his white beard fluttering in the wind. "Just don't die, and remember to return in time for the clan competition," he finally remarked before drifting away. Wu Meng stood there, bewildered. Was this not a bit too hasty? He was about to venture into the perilous Changlin mountain range. Nevertheless, Wu Lai bestowed upon him a jade pendant, a token for life and death communication. He also gave him a ring. Glancing disdainfully at the modest ring Wu Meng wore, he remarked coolly, "You might as well toss that into the trash." Wu Meng was taken aback. Wu Lai produced a ring that was not much larger than his. Yet the radiant light of spatial energy emanating from it was palpable. If we were to liken the spatial attribute of the current ring to a tumultuous, flowing river, then the previous ring would indeed represent nothing more than the water for a bath at night. A storage ring with a capacity of 3 cubic meters. How meager and pathetic was that trinket your father dared to offer you? Such stinginess. Wu Lai cast a disdainful glance at his own ring, curling his lip in derision. "Master, this is far too precious," Wu Meng hesitated to declare. Although he did require money from time to time, he was not one to be avaricious. Moreover, Wu Lai had already shown him considerable generosity. It was not mere pretension. He genuinely felt a pang of guilt. Had it been a gift from his father, he would have accepted it without hesitation. "You are my disciple. Thus it belongs to you. No one else shall claim it," Wu Lai retorted coldly, his words imbued with an undeniable authority. "As my disciple, you ought to possess something grander. Anything smaller would be embarrassing to present to others." This proclamation, while formidable, was oddly comforting to hear. "What about my brother?" Wu Meng inquired, curiosity illuminating his small face. "Wu Xiao? He already possesses something substantial. I have bestowed upon him another gift, so do not fret. Just take it without any fuss." Wu Lai snapped, tossing the ring to Wu Meng, who hastily caught it in trepidation. This item was not to be trifled with. Its exorbitance was simply beyond imagination. If the previous ring was a treasure, this one was truly priceless. A storage space of 3 cubic meters. Later, Wu Xiao divulged to him that this ring actually belonged to Old Lai himself, and it was his sole storage ring, acquired during his adventurous escapades in the past. Such an artifact was incredibly rare. In Changlin town, one would never encounter a storage ring of such caliber. Upon marking the ring with his own spiritual energy, Wu Meng immediately discovered a hidden scroll within, rendering him utterly astonished. It was an exceptionally rare fire attribute tome, the Fire Dragon technique. Equally invaluable. Clutching the ring, Wu Meng gazed into the distance where Wu Lai had departed, standing in contemplation for a considerable time. The gratitude he felt towards his master was indeed profound, and for a moment, he found himself lost in thought. Moreover, Wu Lai's favoritism was evident, yet in this world, absolute fairness was a mere illusion. Having reconciled these thoughts, Wu Meng settled cross-legged upon a stone, awaiting the system's response. Surely, his newfound wealth must be extraordinary. The points and rewards he could acquire would undoubtedly surpass any previous accumulation. He was filled with anticipation. Based on Wu Meng's estimations, this wealth would certainly eclipse all prior instances. dwarfing any fortune he had previously amassed. Just when Wu Meng was nearing impatience, the echo finally arrived. The system announced that his accumulated wealth had reached an exceedingly high limit of 40,000 points, presenting the following options. First, upgrade the system to level 9, costing 30,000 points to activate the intelligent life form, EE. Second, upgrade the system to level 13. The opportunity to choose was singular. Yet the voice of the system conveyed something unexpected to Wu Meng. Activate the intelligent life form, EE? What does that entail? Has the system attained consciousness? The name is indeed intriguing. Thoughts swirled in Wu Meng's mind as he pondered his choices. Should he complete the upgrade to level 13 now to reap numerous rewards, perhaps enabling him to achieve the unimaginable? However, a significant upgrade was not Wu Meng's foremost desire at this moment. There would be many opportunities for advancement in the future, yet this might be the only chance to awaken intelligent life. With the system's consciousness, he would be able to master the system more adeptly. Wu Meng mused. And of course, there was another reason. He was genuinely curious about what that life would be like. He needed to clarify for himself that he was not seeking a virtual girlfriend, nor did he wish to engage in trivial chatter with a beautiful woman. Although he occasionally felt lonely, he was certainly not that type of person. All right, I am. Wu Meng exclaimed. I choose the first option. The air seemed to momentarily solidify, and Wu Meng remained motionless on the large stone, concentrating intently on what would transpire in the next moment. The system announced 10,000 points. The system upgrades from level 5 to level 9, with cumulative rewards including a set of low-grade Xian-level sword techniques and a set of low-grade fire attribute techniques, Fire Cloud Palm. Wu Meng was momentarily taken aback by the system's voice, only to quickly reveal a joyful expression. 2 Xian-level techniques were indeed a significant gain, truly worthy of a 10,000 points reward. It is essential to note that Xian-level techniques were not accessible to elders below the Spirit Yang realm in the Wu family, as they were exceedingly precious. Even his previous status as a young clan leader had not afforded him such opportunities. However, the most crucial item had yet to appear. Wu Meng rose from the stone, furrowing his brow. System, do not let me down. My 20,000 points. He shouted, filled with grievances. Didn't I just speak? Was my voice not pleasant? At that moment, the familiar voice echoed again, a melodious female tone, reminiscent of tender bamboo shoots gently swaying in his ear. Wu Meng's cheeks tinged slightly red. So lovely. Miss, could you please show yourself? I cannot see you. I am EE, your virtual system life. A girl clad in a pale pink long dress appeared before Wu Meng, resembling a demure neighbor girl with a light blush, strikingly attractive with her long, shapely legs. Sister E. Wu Meng gasped, his azure eyes sparkling with excitement. In the Wu family hall, a gathering was underway once more, this time to discuss a potential collaboration with the Spirit Medicine Workshop. Can we trust this? Wu Xian hesitated, his incredulity evident on his aged face. After much contemplation, he could only express his doubts. The elders exchanged glances, as the name Wu Meng had surfaced frequently of late. It was said that this collaboration was entirely spearheaded by Wu Meng, a fact they all had come to know, as the master of the Spirit Medicine Workshop had taken Wu Meng as a disciple. Had Mo ever taken on a disciple before? It seemed so. Astonishment enveloped the room as the elders marveled at the unexpected talent of our young master in alchemy. One elder, his aged eyes glimmering with surprise, murmured in disbelief. Indeed, it has been an age since the Wu family encountered such a momentous event. The Apothecary Guild has maintained a stance of neutrality in Changlin Town, looking down upon us with disdain. Yet, to our astonishment, they are now willing to lower their pride and engage in the local power struggles of Changlin Town. Should we unite with the Apothecary Guild, who would dare challenge the Wu family in Changlin Town? It is likely that no one would even entertain the thought. It seems that Wu Meng's allure is significant to them. For our family, this accomplishment is monumental. We had previously considered stripping Wu Meng of his position as the young clan leader, yet now he repays grievances with virtue. Seated upon the fragrant Nanma chair, encircled by the incense burner, the elders wore expressions of mixed emotions. Some were bemused, while others were astonished or contemplative. Many elders, who had previously maintained neutrality, began to ponder which side to align with. Perhaps, Wu Meng's future presents a promising opportunity. The youth is indeed formidable. After a lengthy session of flattery, Wu Ling's expression brightened. He glanced at the somewhat sullen Wu Xian, offering a faint smile. This time, Wu Xian found himself at a loss for words. After all, this matter is of utmost importance to the Wu family. It can be asserted that the combined strength of the Wu family and the Apothecary Guild surpasses that of the other 3 factions combined. If this collaboration succeeds, we shall no longer need to fear any threats from the Luo clan, the Mo clan, or the Wudo gang. The rise of the Wu family is imminent. Wu Ling clasped the armrest of his chair, his voice both authoritative and fervent. This matter warrants due recognition for Wu Meng. Otherwise, where lies the prestige of our clan? At that moment, the fourth elder suddenly rose, his face flushed with excitement. Indeed, we must not let our young benefactor down, he exclaimed. I concur. Wu Xian seethed with resentment, yet felt powerless. The atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm, and to intervene now would only create more enemies. I propose that we reaffirm Wu Meng as the young clan leader. Do the rest of you agree? Wu Ling surveyed the room, smiling. This proposal is commendable. He undoubtedly possesses the capability to hold this position, and his status as an alchemical prodigy is sufficient to merit this honor. The assembly responded in agreement. Indeed, however, as the crowd looked at Wu Ling with curiosity, he raised a hand to temper their excitement, then smiled broadly as he surveyed the room. Yet this time, the position of young clan leader shall be temporarily bestowed upon Wu Meng. Furthermore, as per Wu Meng's wishes, we shall arrange for this to be a position open to challenge. Anyone who triumphs over Wu Meng in the clan competition shall have the opportunity to contend for it. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Such an arrangement was unprecedented. The clan competition includes all young members under the age of 20. And how old is Wu Meng? Does he dare to compete against so many talented individuals within the clan? Such confidence is indeed remarkable. However, since it was Wu Meng's personal request, they had no reason to refuse. There were indeed many who coveted this position. The young scions of noble families would all have their chance. Humph, it seems they have become quite self-satisfied. This position was practically delivered to you on a silver platter. At the entrance, Wu Yang crossed his arms and looked coldly at the situation unfolding before him, sneering before turning away. Chapter 19. She, more beautiful, such sweet words. It seems she is truly a good child. Yi smiled sweetly, her rosy cheeks resembling ripe apples, stirring Wu Meng's heart with a gentle flutter. She was indeed an adorable girl. Yet, after gazing at Yi for a while, he suddenly found himself lost in thought, the excitement on her small face slightly fading. At that moment, inexplicably, a beautiful silhouette deeply rooted in his heart suddenly emerged, causing a considerable stir in his emotions. What is wrong, master? Yi asked in confusion. The child appeared to harbor some strange concerns upon their first meeting. Wu Meng sighed softly, a trace of sorrow washing over his handsome features. He then sat upon a stone, idly fiddling with a small blade of grass. Facing the equally youthful, yet somewhat ethereal Yi, he began to recount the story of the girl who held the utmost significance in his life. You are very beautiful, but she is even more so. Upon the ancient and grand platform of the Cloud Royal Mansion, a young girl stood gracefully, her exquisite ponytail partially bound with a red ribbon, while the rest cascaded down like a flowing waterfall of jet-black hair. Though still young, her beauty was already evident. As the young mistress of the Cloud Royal Mansion, her brilliance was unimaginable. It was said that such a talent had not graced the mansion in many years. The scene resembled a celestial gathering, a rare encounter with the young mistress, as the eyes of everyone present in the square widened in awe, captivated and entranced, including many female disciples, rendering him momentarily speechless. Lilies? Humph, how beautiful can they truly be? They are merely unripe beings. I have seen the world unlike you all, he thought with dissatisfaction. Yet, when he turned to glance as well, he found himself momentarily stunned. Oh no, how could she be so beautiful? Wu Meng felt an inexplicable shock. His gaze fixated on the girl upon the stage, his heart racing like a drum. The girl, no more than 13 or 14 years old, already showcased the nascent stages of her beauty. On the stage, Yunhuang stood tall and elegant, her black hair softly curled and cascading like ethereal threads. Her flawless visage, though still youthful, exuded an irresistible charm, with her bright blue eyes resembling a spring well brimming with life. Her figure was already slender, perfectly proportioned, her long legs like exquisite artworks lost in the mortal realm. In that instant, he forgot to breathe, simply entranced by her presence. Appearing no different from the crowd around him. Not quite. I am different. My psychological age surpasses that of you young ones. What do you know of love? Wu Meng silently fumed. Alas, in his previous life, he was no older than 20, which hardly qualifies as mature. Is this truly the essence of love? Wu Meng suddenly lifted his head, finding tranquility within himself, a bright light flickering in his eyes. The young maiden on stage seemed oblivious to those around her, her delicate visage marked by a hint of aloofness. Was it love at first sight? Wu Meng remained silent for a considerable time, gazing vacantly at Yunhuang. She merely spoke a few gentle words in accordance with the ceremony, her voice as melodious as a clear spring, refreshing to the ears. Indeed, it was rare to behold her. She seldom appeared in public, shielded meticulously, maintaining a significant distance from ordinary disciples of the sect. Even elders had limited encounters with her. There was no hope for someone like him in her. The elders watched Yunhuang Sect intently as she spoke, while several of them remained alert, vigilant of their surroundings as if facing a formidable foe. Even within the confines of the Yunhuang residence, the headquarters of their sect, the likelihood of an intrusion was exceedingly low. Wu Meng clenched his fists beneath his sleeves, a sharp pang of sorrow coursing through him. For reasons unknown, even upon their first meeting, the impending separation filled him with profound heartache. He always felt different from the rest, not one of those simple sycophants, nor one of those who merely harbored wishful fantasies of insignificance. Just as Yunhuang Sect concluded her speech and prepared to depart, Wu Meng, almost as if compelled by fate, spoke a phrase that flowed steadily, as if it had been brewing within him for ages. Many regarded him with puzzled expressions, assuming he was reciting some incantation. Fools, perhaps they were merely awestruck by the sight of the young lord. Yet Wu Meng's gaze remained fixed on the maiden on stage, oblivious to the disdain of those around him. Yes, she must be. She and I are kindred spirits. As Yunhuang Sect turned partially, she suddenly trembled. She looked back at him. Wu Meng revealed what he believed was his most charming smile, lifting his face as if sunlight had graced him. At that moment, he felt undeniably handsome. The two exchanged lingering glances. The sunlit youth and the exquisitely beautiful maiden. Time seemed to stand still in their gaze, an unspoken connection enveloping them. The onlookers were momentarily transfixed, as if struck by lightning. They were not blind, of course. They beheld the scene of their mutual stare. If it was normal for Wu Meng to gaze at her, everyone did so, but why was the young lord also gazing back at him? It felt as if 1,000 wild horses galloped through the minds of the spectators. Impossible. Such an occurrence was utterly absurd, absolutely inconceivable. The young lord must take his leave. An elder from the inner court respectfully bowed in farewell. Yunhuang Sect cast another glance at Wu Meng, a complex expression fleeting across her beautiful eyes. She nodded slightly, and then departed with the elder. As she left, she caressed a small pink cat emblem on her attire. Lost in contemplation, it was soon after that their paths crossed for the first time, as she invited him to meet. The opening line she uttered left an indelible mark on his memory, one he felt he would never forget. She said, "I want to play with my phone." In that moment, Wu Meng was almost petrified, his face frozen in astonishment, yet he solemnly nodded in agreement, replying, "Actually, I feel the same." Unfortunately, he lamented, "I truly find cultivation tedious and burdensome. Shall we indulge in some fun instead?" Yunhuang Sect regarded him playfully, her fragrant presence nearly intoxicating him, and he struggled to maintain his composure. To his surprise, the seemingly aloof maiden on stage revealed a completely different demeanor in their private encounter. Not far off, the elder stood guard, for he forbade too many individuals from being in Yunhuang Sect's company. It turned out that even celestial beings were not as frigid as they appeared. I long to find someone with whom I can share a common language. But everyone insists I focus on my cultivation. It feels so monotonous and tiresome, she lamented, though they still praised her as the fastest cultivator within the estate. Wu Meng nearly choked on his words. What? Merely dabbling in cultivation renders you the fastest? How infuriating. I have little to converse about with others. This world feels so dull, and its inhabitants lack excitement. But let me tell you, I know everyone adores me, yet I do not reciprocate their feelings. They are far too boring. I like you. You are someone with whom I can connect, and now I shall not feel so lonely. The ethereal quality of her voice resonated in the air as she smiled at him. Her declaration of affection left Wu Meng momentarily speechless, his heart fluttering despite knowing she did not mean it in a romantic sense. Nonetheless, he felt an overwhelming joy. Although it was merely the beginning, it was already a significant advancement compared to others. He took a quiet breath to quell his excitement and replied with a smile, "I am rather flattered. Yet I am merely a humble outer disciple." Yunhuang Sect's exquisitely shaped brows furrowed slightly as she leaned closer, a small gesture that quickened Wu Meng's heartbeat considerably. "I have heard about your situation. Rest assured, if they bully you, I shall protect you. You are as precious to me as the teddy bear I cherished from my previous era, and I cannot allow you to be mistreated. How about I arrange for you to be a core disciple? Would you accept?" Yunhuang Sect whispered, seemingly cautious of being overheard, communicating through spiritual energy as she glanced at the elders nearby. Toy. Wu Meng felt a pang of incredulity, yet her words reflected a certain innocence. She was akin to a substantial ally, and accepting her offer would feel like relying on someone else for sustenance. Of course, depending on someone else was an option. By the way, please do not refer to me as young master of the estate, and refrain from using those antiquated expressions. I find them quite distasteful. You may simply call me Yueya, as it sounds melodious, chuckled Yunhuang Yueya. Yueya, Wu Meng softly called, her heart ablaze. Yunhuang Yueya laughed joyfully. Although her appearances dwindled over time and her promise of becoming a core disciple remained unfulfilled, Wu Meng bore her no resentment. In the end, she found herself unable to reclaim her former self. Perhaps her tears had long since dried up. Like herself, she too was ensnared in an environment of turmoil and strife. A girl so innocent. Wu Meng sat in silence upon the stone for an extended period, resembling a statue. At one moment, he suddenly struck the stone with his fist, devoid of any spirit or defense. The stone shattered with a resounding crack, leaving a bloody mark upon Wu Meng's hand. This world, Wu Meng murmured softly as he gazed skyward, his once gentle visage now transformed into a visage of icy resolve. Cold and fierce, akin to the sharp edge of a newly forged blade, he finally unveiled his fangs. If the rules are to be dictated by unparalleled power, then I shall become that invincible force. Should heaven obstruct my path, I shall defy it. Wu Meng looked up at the vast firmament, yearning to become that transcendent powerhouse, embarking on the arduous path to deification. For only then could he possess the authority to determine everything, the fate of those he cherishes, and his own destiny. He vowed to grasp it firmly in his hands. Yi awaited him patiently, her eyes seemingly brimming with tears. In her ethereal form, she stood as the sole witness to all that transpired. I never imagined you had such a past, my master. Allow me to safeguard your journey. Chapter 20. You are the one unqualified. The upper echelons of the Wu family experienced a tremor, gradually weaving greater mystique around Wu Meng. At this moment, it appeared as though a new halo had coalesced around him. Previously, although Wu Meng was indeed gifted, his brilliance was evident to the naked eye. He was extraordinary yet transparent. However, the current Wu Meng had receded from the public eye, yet he was ceaselessly performing miraculous feats. No one knew how he accomplished these wonders, leading to an air of the surreal. Consequently, doubts and skepticism arose, but above all, there was an overwhelming sense of reverence and admiration. Wu Meng's remarkable achievement in defeating 4 adept spirit masters quietly spread throughout the Wu family. While Wu Yao and the others played a role in this, it was undeniable that Wu Meng's standing within the family had significantly transformed. His acceptance as a disciple of the master of the medicinal herb shop was not concealed, and thus, amidst their astonishment, many members of the Wu family began to feel an enigmatic aura enveloping Wu Meng, as if he were the very embodiment of miracles. During this time, Wu Yao and his companions capitalized on their momentum to establish the Dream Team, garnering substantial support. At this juncture, Wu Meng's reputation had undeniably been restored. Even challenging the status of Wu Yang and Wu Xiu within the Wu family, discontent always brews among the clan members. Thus, Wu Meng received news from 4 elders he had appointed. In a modest martial arts arena of the Wu family, the ground of azure stone was suffused with waves of spiritual energy as 2 young men, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, clashed violently. The fluctuations of their spiritual energy were remarkably powerful, both having achieved the pinnacle of the spiritual master realm, making them stand out among the younger generation of the Wu family. At last, a youth enveloped in a crimson glow unleashed a punch that shattered his opponent's defense. Instantly, the latter's complexion turned pale as he stumbled back several steps, leaving a series of shallow marks on the azure stone floor, ultimately stabilizing himself at the edge of the arena. Your fire attribute spiritual energy has indeed grown stronger, reaching the latter stage of the initial realm. It seems you are destined to secure a place among the top 10 in this clan competition, Wu Meng remarked, wiping away a trace of crimson from the corner of his mouth with a smile. Top 10? Wu Yuan shook his head slightly, responding coolly. My aspirations extend far beyond that. With that, he turned and walked away. Hey, I've heard about the recent troubles your Yang gang has encountered. It doesn't seem very promising, does it? To be honest, I harbor considerable doubts about that fellow Wu Meng. How did he suddenly become an apprentice to the owner of the spiritual herb shop? Moreover, defeating a few minor spiritual masters, and yet some people are elevating him to such heights? Wu Meng grinned. To my mind, this is merely a spectacle, a ploy by the clan leader. Wu Yuan paused momentarily, then turned his gaze back to Wu Meng, stating coolly, so what? Even if he is so, what can he achieve? With his strength, daring to oppose my Yang gang is utterly laughable. At this point, Wu Yuan contemptuously added, were it not for Wu Xiu's assistance. Should I encounter him, I would make him understand the consequences of provoking us. Wu Yuan, what do you mean by that? Are you insulting our leader? Suddenly, For figures emerged from the crowd, revealing themselves to be Wu Yao and his companions, their eyes fixed angrily upon Wu Yuan, with Wu Yao's voice rising above the others. Wu Yao, is this truly wise? Just the 5 of us? Even if we harbor discontent, must we voice it publicly? Wu Nan murmured, his grip on Wu Yao's sleeve trembling slightly. It was Wu Yao's discontent with Wu Yuan's words that had prompted him to step forward alongside a few others. Although everyone felt uneasy, the disparity in strength required considerable courage to speak out. Are you being short-sighted? We are not to be compared with such individuals. Our leader may not match them for now, but what of the future? Moreover, we have Wu Xiu on our side. We cannot falter at this moment. We are in the Wu family, and they dare not act against us, Wu Yao asserted, shaking off Wu Nan's hand with a mix of frustration and determination. Wu Nan glanced at him in surprise, and the others nodded slightly, as if infused with newfound confidence, though much of it stemmed from their faith in Wu Xiu. What are you whispering about over there? Wu Ming cast a disdainful glance at them, his tone harsh. You few dare to speak to us like that? It seems you have truly become more foolish. You traitors are rather carefree, assisting in the formation of a new faction. The Yang gang has yet to punish you. Today, I shall apprehend you first and await the leader's verdict. Wu Yuan's contemptuous gaze loomed over the 4, sending a chill down their spines. The punishment from the Yang gang? How brutal would it be for those like them? Wu Yang was no benevolent character. Aren't you 4 quite strong? To be defeated by Wu Meng, merely child's play. Wu Yuan chuckled lightly, the arrogance in his smile unmistakable. Suddenly, he leaped into action, his form surging toward the 4 below. The air seemed to ignite with a scorching intensity, causing their expressions to drastically change. Let us fight. We are no longer the dogs of the Yang gang. We will no longer serve them. These scoundrels only know how to exploit others. Wu Yao's words were abruptly halted as he felt Wu Yuan's formidable aura solidify before him, followed by a swift hand that seized his throat. A bunch of rodents, dare to resist? Wu Yuan's voice was frigid as, in the next instant, he unleashed a vicious kick. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, his leg struck Wu Yao squarely in the chest, leaving him no chance to retaliate as he was hurled away. With a splutter, blood gushed forth as Wu Yao collapsed to the ground, blood staining his form. Looking utterly miserable, Wu Yuan was indeed ruthless. As a senior member of the Yang gang, his loyalty to Wu Yang necessitated such purging actions. But were they not all scions of the Wu family? Was this infighting truly acceptable? Would Wu Ming intervene and seek to reclaim his honor? You think too much. These individuals were originally part of the Yang gang. Would Wu Ming really expend effort to confront so many forces for their sake? I doubt it. I believe Wu Yuan is more than capable of handling him. The crowd buzzed with discussion, yet most remained unsupportive of Meng's faction, for Wu Ming's own strength was lacking. Although he could defeat 4 minor spiritual masters, it would be a trivial task for Wu Yuan. Moreover, Wu Xiu had been present that day. Who could say if Wu Ming had borrowed Wu Xiu's strength? Clearly, no one believed Wu Ming would care about today's events. But if he chose not to show himself, he would be viewed as less than a man, igniting scorn towards him. What now? Shall I deal with each of you one by one? Wu Yuan smirked. Yet to the 3, that smile appeared cruel. We will follow you. Wu Nan hesitated before conceding. Wu Nan, for now, we must compromise. Or else. Wu Nan's words were cut short as his eyes widened in shock, for Wu Yuan's figure had already appeared before him. His mocking gaze locked onto him at close range. The audacious individual seized the opportunity amidst their conversation, brazenly breaking their prior agreement to launch an assault. Do you truly believe I would let you off the hook? That is sheer folly, Wu Yuan sneered, preparing to strike. Stop. A youthful voice resonated in the suddenly hushed stone square. At the far end of the plaza, a strikingly handsome boy, notably shorter than the rest, emerged into view. Beneath his light blue hair, his eyes glinted with an icy demeanor. Wu Meng. He actually came? This was indeed a willing prey delivered to his doorstep. Such arrogance was remarkable. It would be interesting to observe how Wu Yuan would deal with him. As Wu Meng stepped forward amidst the multitude of gazes, Wu Yuan seized Wu Nan by the throat, mockingly regarding him as one might a circus monkey. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the esteemed young Master Wu. He emphasized the title with a hint of amusement, directing his attention to Wu Meng. Did you just instruct me to cease? Pray tell, what qualifies you to make such a demand? Wu Meng approached with calm composure, though beneath that tranquility simmered a hidden fury. A formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, causing the fragments of stone on the ground to tremble. He advanced step by step, his crimson spiritual energy soaring. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. He had already attained the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm, and his fire attribute cultivation had reached the late stage of the initial entry. Was he merely 12 years old? Such extraordinary talent. Below, Wu Meng lifted his gaze, regarding Wu Yuan with a hint of mockery, a slight smile gracing his lips. In my eyes, you possess no qualifications. In the Wu family's martial arts arena, spectators stood in astonishment, witnessing the confrontation between Wu Meng and Wu Yuan, feeling the weighty tension that filled the air. How imposing! Speaking to Wu Yuan in such a manner could hardly bode well for him. After all, Wu Yuan was a seasoned spirit master at the pinnacle of his realm, while Wu Meng had likely just stepped into this level, placing him in a precarious position. Youthful impulsiveness often leads to a desire to save face. Yet this might cost him dearly. Wu Meng disregarded the myriad voices of surprise and skepticism, focusing on Wu Yuan, whose expression was undeniably grim. What did you just say? I did not hear you. Wu Yuan's face exhibited a chilling smile as he fixed his gaze on Wu Meng. Is your hearing impaired? No matter. I shall administer a thrashing, and that should remedy it, Wu Meng replied, maintaining his calm demeanor as he regarded Wu Yuan. Do you truly seek your own demise? Do you believe that merely having entered this realm grants you the ability to contend with me? Wu Yuan unleashed his formidable spiritual energy without reservation, exuding an impressive aura. He grinned malevolently, tossing Wu Nen aside and stepping upon him. Clearly, he held no belief that Wu Meng could pose any threat. After all, he had been entrenched in the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm for nearly a year, having dispatched several Spirit Masters of that caliber himself. Moreover, it is Wu Meng, who has likely only just attained the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm through the power of elixirs. Wu Nan's lips bled as he gazed at Wu Meng below the stage. Gritting his teeth, he urged, "Leave quickly, team leader. It seems he is indeed a loyal lackey. Yet your appearance is rather unsightly." Wu Yuan gently shook his head, and then suddenly delivered a powerful kick aimed squarely at Wu Nan. Bang! The explosive sound of energy erupted beneath the stage, and the onlookers felt as if a fireball had detonated on the ground. The blue stone slab shattered with a resounding crack, fissures spreading across its surface. Wu Meng, who was already in close proximity to the stage, surprisingly closed the distance in an instant. To the spectators, Wu Meng appeared as a fleeting shadow, moving with astonishing speed. What a terrifying velocity! How can it be so swift? Wu Yuan's movements faltered, and his sneering expression stiffened slightly as he turned to look. Wu Meng surged forth, enveloped in a fierce energy of flames, radiating a heat so intense that it overwhelmed him, the force of his spiritual energy far surpassing Wu Yuan's. How could this be possible? Shock finally registered on Wu Yuan's face, for according to his senses, Wu Meng's attribute realm had astonishingly reached the mastery realm. The mastery realm? Good heavens! This is a level only attainable by the elders of the Spirit Sun realm. Truly monstrous. He is merely at the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm. I've never heard of such a prodigy. He is only 12 years old. A thunderous uproar erupted from the crowd, many incredulous gazes fixed upon Wu Meng, clearly astonished by his unexpected advancement. One must understand. The difficulty of breaking through to the mastery realm is extraordinarily high. It represents an entirely different realm, a hall of attributes where one truly begins to grasp their power. If the initial stage can be likened to a 3-year-old child, then the mastery realm is akin to a 10-year-old who has begun to navigate the world, entirely different in stature and capability. Yet, Wu Meng remained the calmest of all. After absorbing such a wealth of medicinal energy, coupled with the effects of the Black Spirit Elixir, if he could not step into the mastery realm, then his talent would indeed be abysmal. However, he genuinely wished to ask at this moment, is it difficult to attain the mastery realm in fire attributes? Since awakening his formless attribute, he had been contemplating, yet he remained at the very initial stage. It was exceedingly challenging. In contrast, comprehending the fire attribute felt as effortless as drinking water. Nevertheless, this was merely his personal experience. Wu Meng spoke softly, "Release him. My spiritual energy has already overwhelmed you. My attribute realm surpasses yours, and in terms of physical prowess and strength, I prevail. How can you possibly compare with me?" His words, though simple, radiated an unparalleled confidence, a brilliance laid bare. However, those who had previously intended to mock Wu Meng fell silent, no one daring to oppose him. Upon reflection, they found the truth of his words undeniable. Wu Yuan, in comparison to him, appears utterly insignificant. Their hearts can scarcely contain such thoughts. Do not feign mystery any longer. You believe, Wu Yuan, to once again wear a mocking smile, yet before he can utter another word, Wu Meng's figure abruptly vanishes from sight. The Dream Team is recruiting today. Anyone may join voluntarily, but we shall not accept those who intend to cause disruption. Otherwise, they will meet the same fate as Wu Yuan. Wu Meng's voice resonated through the training ground, and in an instant, An overwhelming aura erupted forth. Wu Meng's fist, having built up immense power, felt as if the formidable spirit energy and fire attribute coalesced in an instant, ultimately converging in his fist. His entire being erupted with energy, and the force of his punch became the epicenter of all offense. The air seemed to freeze momentarily, and astonishment spread across Wu Yuan's face as Wu Meng's form loomed larger before him, rendering him utterly immobile. With this punch unleashed, it was akin to a thunderous roar, all momentum consolidating within Wu Meng's fist, resembling an unparalleled sword, its sharpness beyond description. Wu Yuan, in shock, realized that were this blow to strike him, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injury. It was comparable to a punch from a perfected spirit origin realm practitioner. How formidable! This is a self-created attack. My heavens! It is undeniably a self-originated technique. The mastery of his strength is astonishingly fierce. Wu Meng's expression was icy as the ferocious wind of his punch surged forth, hurtling directly towards Wu Yuan's face amidst the onlookers' horrified gazes. I beg for mercy. I concede. The tone of Wu Yuan's voice transformed, an overwhelming dread crystallizing within his heart, shattering his final nerve. He must preserve his life. With a heavy heart, Wu Meng sighed slightly. All eyes were fixed on that fleeting moment, and soon, expressions of sheer astonishment adorned their faces, rendering them quite comical. Wu Meng's fist halted merely half an inch from Wu Yuan's face. Such a devastating blow. Almost unleashed with full force, its momentum akin to a force that could shred anything, astonishingly came to a standstill. It was utterly unfathomable. Some individuals twitched at the corners of their mouths, while others found their jaws agape. The mastery of strength is showing progress, Wu Meng stated calmly. Yet he shook his head. The turbulent energy was drawn back to roughly 60%, with the remaining 35% dissipating under his control, flowing through the gaps in Wu Yuan's body like a gust of wind. It was akin to the artistry of a master sketching the human form, exquisite and unparalleled. Yet, Wu Yuan could not help but retreat slightly, a small crimson imprint left on his face, an unavoidable consequence, a fact that Wu Meng lamented in that moment. What a prodigy! I have regretted my words. I wish to join the dream team. I take back what I said. Wu Meng, the young clan leader. I wish to join the dream team and fulfill my dream. So do I. At that moment, a thunderous uproar erupted around the training ground, as individuals clamored to join the dream team, seemingly fearful that the opportunity would slip away, leaving them without a chance. Everyone has a part to play. However, please wait for a moment. Wu Meng smiled faintly and then proceeded towards Wu Yuan. What do you intend to do? Wu Yuan's voice was somewhat shrill, clearly indicating that he had reached the pinnacle of fear regarding Wu Meng. How could he have attracted such a formidable creature? Oh, thank you all. You are the stalwarts of my dream group and will continue to be, Wu Meng said as she crouched down, gazing at Wu Nan and the fallen Wu Yao. With a soft sigh, anyone willing to assist in bringing these esteemed members to a place of healing shall be granted the status of a core member in my dream group. Wu Meng called out. Immediately, a throng of people surged forward, collectively carrying the two away. The fervent atmosphere was beyond description. Leader, we are grateful for your timely arrival. The remaining two individuals respectfully bowed to Wu Meng. No need for that. My organization does not exist to oppress the descendants of the Wu family, Wu Meng replied, lifting her gaze to the sky. It is time. The matters at hand have been resolved, and the next step is to venture to the Changlin mountain range. At that time, we shall likely awaken even more attributes. Master, your understanding of the non-attribute must be enhanced. Yi's voice resonated in his mind with a hint of dissatisfaction. At present, you have yet to unleash your full potential. That is only natural. However, I am rather preoccupied at the moment, Wu Meng said with a wry smile. It was indeed challenging, as she needed to cultivate her alchemist skills while simultaneously improving her swordsmanship and combat techniques under Wu Lai's guidance, thus severely compressing her time to comprehend her attributes. One thing you must understand is that attributes and spiritual energy cultivation are fundamental. These are the essentials you cannot afford to neglect. Yi's melodious voice was quite pleasant to hear. Her words held truth. To be honest, whenever the beautiful Yi addressed him as master, he felt a certain part of him swell, and he barely managed to suppress the fire within. However, hearing you call me master is indeed delightful, Wu Meng smiled. Chapter 22. Turbulence and departure. With Wu Meng's recent actions, the establishment of the Dream Group proceeded remarkably smoothly, with an increasing number of young descendants joining, all beginning to exhibit an almost obsessive admiration for Wu Meng. The incident where she had intimidated Wu Yuan with a single punch had quietly spread within the Wu family, inevitably causing a stir. Her innate talent as an alchemist was undeniable, as she was directly accepted as a disciple by the master of the spiritual herb workshop, which was a significant honor. Yet, the upper echelons of the Wu family were aware of an even more astonishing development. The spiritual herb workshop was willing to collaborate with the Wu family on exceptional terms due to Wu Meng's influence. As a major force in Chonglin Town, known for its neutrality, the spiritual herb workshop had always maintained a lofty demeanor. This shift was indeed shocking. It was evident just how exceptional her alchemical talent was. She had likely been recognized by Ru Mo as a future master alchemist, possibly surpassing even Ru Mo herself. Consequently, they were not overly surprised by her talents in alchemy, but they were astonished by the fact that Wu Meng's personal strength had reached such remarkable heights. Without a single blow being struck, the overconfident Wu Yuan, whose strength had long reached the pinnacle of the spirit master realm, was utterly terrified. This reaction would seem more reasonable if it were directed towards Wu Xiao or Wu Yang, as they were nearing adulthood and had already gained considerable renown. However, Wu Meng was merely 12 years old. A child of such tender age exhibiting such monstrous capabilities, what might the future hold? In a meticulously adorned room within a courtyard, Wu Ziru fixed her cold gaze upon Wu Xian, her towering presence slightly trembling as she gritted her teeth. Are you really considering giving up? No, I do not intend to concede. However, I wish for you to avoid escalating the situation unnecessarily. We must ensure a retreat path for ourselves. Wu Xian replied solemnly from his chair. A retreat path? Do we still have one? Wu Ziru scoffed disdainfully. You are rather optimistic. Our only course now is to continue down this path. We must eliminate that little wretch, Wu Meng. Her voice sharpened with a hint of bitterness. Wu Xian shot her a glance, then smirked derisively. Weren't you the one who botched the entire affair previously? Their protection over Wu Meng will undoubtedly be more stringent now. To be honest, had you not retained some utility, I would have discarded you back then. Discard me? Humph. As the legitimate wife of Wu Ling, my influence is not something you can simply disregard. If you are unwilling to cooperate, I shall handle this myself. Wu Ziru replied with a cold smirk. I am aware of your connections with that band of scoundrels from the Luo sect. However, I am not fond of such matters. My ambition lies in absorbing them. I understand you desire Wu Xiao to ascend to the position of clan leader. I too wish for my son to emerge victorious in the end. Enough. My son is undoubtedly the sole candidate for clan leader, Wu Ziru stated with a dismissive glance. This time, I bring not only bad news. Should you wish to continue our collaboration? Wu Xian suddenly wore a peculiar smile, casting a glance toward the outside. With his prowess at the spirit origin level, it would be impossible for anyone to eavesdrop without his notice. Nevertheless, he transmitted a message using his spiritual energy. This matter is exceedingly confidential. You must ensure it remains undisclosed to anyone, or else. Outside, the sunlight paused at the tightly shut window panes. Upon hearing the entirety of the situation, Wu Ziru's face brightened with a smile, an eerie curve gracing her lips. Indeed, this is excellent news. It seems we are destined for victory this time. The room fell into silence, while the outside world basked in radiant sunlight. After Wu Xian departed, Wu Xiao lingered outside for a moment before finally entering the room. Upon seeing him, Wu Ziru's face, remarkably mature for her age, instantly lit up with a joyful smile as she approached and gently embraced him. Xiao, is there something on your mind? She inquired tenderly, gazing up at him while caressing his face. Mother, does Wu Meng's situation have anything to do with you? Wu Xiao suddenly exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on Wu Ziru with utmost seriousness, as if trying to discern her true intentions. What are you suggesting? No matter how much I dislike that individual, I would never go so far. Besides, it is clear that this matter was orchestrated by the Luo sect. Wu Ziru replied gently. However, are you perhaps being too distrustful of your mother? My devotion to you is unwavering, dear Xiao. I implore you never to doubt your mother. Wu Xiao stared blankly at Wu Ziru for a moment, sighed, and replied. I may not possess the qualities of a clan leader. In fact, being a wandering cultivator seems quite appealing. What nonsense are you speaking? Wu Ziru's voice suddenly turned sharp. Her face flushed with anger, veins visibly protruding. Mother, do not refer to me as mother. Let me make one thing clear. You must secure the position of clan leader. Do not grow too close to that lowly wretch. He is despicable and unworthy. He has gained your trust merely to lower your guard and usurp your position. I never anticipated that you would be so thoroughly influenced by him. Wu Ziru spoke sternly, the purple adornment on her head trembling with her agitation. Henceforth, limit your interactions with him. Wu Xiao lowered his head, clenching his fists, standing silently in place. In the Wu family plaza, Wu Meng looked on in astonishment at the group before her. including the amiable Wu Xing, who wore a simple smile. Wu Ling stood nearby, acknowledging Wu Meng's arrival with a nod before stepping forward. His expression was serious, clearly still haunted by previous events. You all. This operation is primarily to ensure Wu Meng's safety, so remember, you must follow Wu Hong's directives during each mission and refrain from acting independently, understood? Wu Ling glanced at the middle-aged man clad in a long robe, the captain of a mercenary group from the Wu family, Wu Hong. A formidable presence in the realm of Lingyin. Beside him stood Vice Captain Wu Hai, also a practitioner of Lingyin. At that moment, he clasped his fists towards Wu Ling, respectfully declaring, "At your command, even if it costs us our lives, we shall not allow the young master to come to harm." "And you?" Wu Ling surveyed the others. Wu Hai naturally nodded respectfully, while nearby, Wu Xing scratched his head, earnestly stating, "I will do my utmost to assist Wu Meng." "I too," Wu Kai added, lowering his head and speaking softly, appearing quite compliant. Wu Meng could not help but glance at him. As a member of the Yang gang, he surprisingly sought to join the team. To be honest, Wu Meng harbored some doubts. After all, the Yang gang and he were like oil and water. This fellow, being a senior disciple, was willing to assist him? Nevertheless, he was indeed a companion, and it was likely he did not share the same camaraderie with Wu Yang. Wu Kai was not of the same generation as Wu Yang. He was already 20 years old. Wu Meng nodded in acknowledgement to each of them. "Very well. I hope for your safe return. One thing you must remember, under no circumstances should you venture deep into the mountains. Safety is paramount in all matters." Wu Ling spoke with an air of authority, casting a glance at Wu Meng, clearly warning him as well. "Father, there is no need for such trepidation." "I am not a sheltered flower," Wu Meng replied with a wry smile. "Why does it feel as if I am being lectured like a child? Yet, I suppose I am indeed still a child." "I too believe you are not," Wu Xing remarked, his squinted eyes gleaming with a hint of mirth as he regarded Wu Meng with a gentle smile. Wu Kai cast a fleeting glance at Wu Meng, a subtle smirk playing upon his lips, yet he chose to remain silent. It was futile. After all, this child has grown wings and no longer requires my guidance. However, one must remember that rigidity can lead to fragility. There are moments when one must yield. Wu Ling furrowed his brow and offered a few earnest admonitions to Wu Meng, only to feel his own words becoming tedious. With a gentle sigh, he concluded, "Very well, I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." "Father, your words are etched in my heart," Wu Meng replied with a smile, fully aware of his father's worries, especially in light of the recent assault by the Luo clan. Yet he cherished his own life dearly. Even without Wu Ling's counsel, he would never recklessly court danger. As Wu Ling gradually distanced himself, the tense atmosphere within the group lightened slightly. "Honorable young clan leader, it would be prudent for you to remain within the heart of our formation and refrain from wandering. Should peril arise, we may struggle to safeguard you. You sought this experience, did you not? Perhaps even to capture a few spirit beasts?" Wu Kai approached with a smile, his expression tinged with a hint of sarcasm, though not overtly so. Wu Meng fixed his gaze on him, sensing a faint undercurrent of hostility. "What do you mean by that?" "Indeed, young clan leader, while your words may be unpalatable, they hold truth. It is safer for you to stay amidst us. And capturing spirit beasts should be postponed until we have assessed the situation." Wu Hai, clad in silver armor, nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Wu Kai before stating solemnly. Their sentiments echoed one another, for within this troop, Wu Meng's strength was undeniably lacking. The members of the Wu mercenary corps, though unwaveringly obedient to orders, harbored little regard for these scions of the clan. The principle of strength prevailed wholly, leading to their condescension towards Wu Meng's undertaking. In their eyes, he was yet another pampered offspring of the Wu family, eager to indulge in a mere escapade. Yet such places were far from a sheltered haven. Observing Wu Hong's taciturn demeanor, along with the seemingly inseparable Wu Hai and Wu Kai, Wu Meng felt a flicker of barely perceptible coldness in his gaze. It appeared he was not particularly well received within the group. Nevertheless, if one were to assess sheer strength, he was indeed at a disadvantage. Apart from him, the weakest among them, Wu Xing, though not yet at the spirit-ine realm, was a peak spirit master, already treading on the threshold of advancement. He was the only descendant of the clan to join the mercenary corps, having honed his skills amidst the crucible of blood and fire, vanquishing countless spirit beasts. Thus, beneath his seemingly simple and honest exterior lay an extraordinarily resolute and formidable spirit. Achieving such prowess at the age of 19 marked him as a considerable talent, and more importantly, his will to fight surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Wu Meng held a deep respect for Wu Xing. "Ah, you underestimate our young clan leader too much. In my view, this brother appears to be quite exceptional," Wu Xing remarked with a friendly smile, his gaze sweeping over the nearby individuals before returning to Wu Meng, his demeanor notably warm. To everyone's surprise, at this moment, he was the only one who showed a hint of respect towards Wu Meng. Beneath Wu Xing's innocent expression lay a mind of considerable finesse. Just moments ago, he sensed an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from Wu Meng, a perception honed through years of life and death trials that endowed him with extraordinary insight. Thus, he felt a profound confidence regarding his judgment. This realization subtly indicated to him that the young man before him was far from ordinary. Like a rabbit, he concealed unknown sharp teeth. To underestimate him could result in a painful bite. Chapter 23. The Secret of System Augmentation. Wu Xing, you assert that he is extraordinary. Pray tell, how did you arrive at such a conclusion? Wu Kai scoffed, a faint smirk of derision gracing his lips as he regarded Wu Xing. Clearly, he held no interest in Wu Meng and did not believe in his strength. My intuition, Wu Xing replied, unperturbed, a smile gracing his features. It seems your intellect remains as underwhelming as ever. If that is the case, you might as well follow his lead during this operation. What do you think of entrusting him with full authority? Wu Kai mocked, evidently finding Wu Xing's suggestion laughable. Wu Meng's recent attainment of mastery in the spirit master realm rendered him exceedingly weak in Wu Kai's eyes. Indeed, he had defeated Wu Yuan. But what significance did that hold? Wu Yuan was merely at the same level of mastery and was, in his view, easily vanquished. To utter such words was tantamount to placing Wu Xing beneath Wu Meng, a mere jab at Wu Xing's expense. Clearly, Wu Meng's prowess did not measure up to Wu Xing's. Wu Hai frowned at Wu Xing, the clanking of his armor echoing as he voiced his disapproval, clearly dissenting from Wu Xing's perspective. Very well. To the astonishment of all, Wu Xing, with his innocent demeanor, nodded in agreement. This elicited surprise even from Wu Meng. Is this Wu Xing truly accepting such an evident provocation? Master, this individual is rather intriguing. A clear, melodious voice resonated in his mind. Wu Meng shivered slightly. It seemed he would require time to grow immune to the title of master, yet the sensation was quite pleasant. This person appeared to possess a delicate mind. Unwilling to easily harbor enmities, Wu Meng mused. Naturally, the master's prodigious talent is beyond their comparison. It is indeed a good thing that he can comprehend that. The silvery laughter continued to echo. Do not flatter me, Wu Meng gently interrupted, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. Wu Kai, mouth agape, stared incredulously at Wu Xing, evidently taken aback that his mockery had yielded such a response. Could it be that this fellow's skin is as thick as a city wall? Enough, enough, no more quarrels. Our primary mission in this operation is to escort the young clan leader. Wu Hong finally cleared his throat, and upon hearing his voice, everyone fell silent. Even Wu Kai was no exception. The mercenary leader bore a formidable scar that traversed the bridge of his nose, resembling a centipede as it meandered across his visage, lending him an air of intimidation. Yet, both Wu Hai and Wu Xing regarded him with profound respect, a sentiment that emanated from the depths of their hearts. This middle-aged commander had endured countless battles. Whether it was the ferocity displayed while slaying spirit beasts in the Chonglin Mountains or his gallantry in the forefront during conflicts with rival factions, his prowess was indisputable. Thus, despite his slight condescension towards Wu Meng, his loyalty was beyond question, and Wu Meng's gaze towards him reflected a similar reverence. Young clan leader, my intentions are rather aligned with yours. Your current strength is somewhat lacking, and we shall ensure your protection while facilitating your training. However, you must adhere to our directives. Wu Hong articulated, his scar quivering as his resonant voice echoed throughout the square. Nevertheless, these arrangements do not encompass personal grievances. Wu Hong cast a sidelong glance at Wu Kai, his tone remaining somber. The others felt a chill, sensing that the leader intended to address some underlying tensions before their departure, primarily concerning his suppression of Wu Kai. You are correct. We will not let personal vendettas interfere with our mission, Wu Kai replied nonchalantly, smirking. Isn't that so, Wu Meng? This individual was indeed cunning, yet exasperating. Wu Meng chose to disregard him, focusing her attention on Wu Hong instead. What of me? Must I heed Wu Meng's commands? Wu Xing inquired, scratching his head. Wu Meng felt a vain throb on her forehead. This fellow was undeniably a jester. Do as you wish, Wu Hong responded, turning away, his light armor shimmering with a faint aura of spirit energy. He raised his hand and declared, let us depart. The group followed suit, soon enveloped by the lush greenery of the towering mountains. Wu Meng gazed up at the azure sky, inhaling deeply the rich, spirit-infused air of the Chonglin Mountains. Feeling quite at ease, as he walked among the others, a thought struck him. Our grand mission is indeed to venture into the Chonglin Mountains, correct? I have arrived. Yet why has the reward not manifested? I recall it was supposed to pertain to a tribute awakening. His anticipation for this experience was profound. He remembered the system had promised him substantial rewards for undertaking this significant task, the most crucial of which was undoubtedly the awakening of his formless attributes. Currently, Wu Meng had exerted every effort to comprehend the formless attributes, but had merely scratched the surface, barely entering the mid-stage of initial comprehension. Even so, the potential of the formless attributes had already opened his eyes to new horizons. At present, his awakening level was merely at 0.9%, should he ascend further. The power he could wield would be formidable indeed. Thus, he must accomplish this grand mission before the clan competition. Indeed, Master, and this time, the awakening intensity will surpass all previous experiences, Yi replied earnestly. Suddenly, Wu Meng was taken aback as he beheld the graceful figure of Yi emerging, eventually standing beside him on the lush green grass, beaming at him with a playful smile. Wu Meng, momentarily stunned, quickly scanned his surroundings, subtly glancing at a few individuals before inquiring, "Won't you be discovered by appearing like this?" Fortunately, it seemed that no one had noticed. Wu Meng let out a slight sigh of relief, realizing that Yi possessed certain means to conceal herself. Or perhaps, this system was merely a fade? Wu Meng's gaze sharpened. Of course not. However, these are merely minor characters, and I cannot predict whether others may discover us in the future. But rest assured, I have a certain level of discernment regarding Yi, she assured sweetly. "Hey, Wu Meng, you look as if you've seen a beauty. Are you perhaps thinking of someone?" Came the deep voice of Wu Xing, his sturdy and rugged face leaning closer. Wu Meng smiled and shrugged, replying, "Not at all. I'm still young." Wu Xing laughed heartily. Wu Meng turned his attention back to Yi and asked, "It's been a few days since I've seen anyone. I wanted to inquire about the usage and consumption of my system's secret method. Are there any limitations on its use?" This matter was indeed of great significance. Had it not been for the effect of the secret method last time, he would have been unable to defeat Luo Yun. Under the hands of a formidable foe from the Spirit Yang realm, he would not have been able to withstand a single blow, leaving him with no chance whatsoever. However, through the secret method, his strength had nearly leaped an entire tier, bringing his spiritual energy cultivation close to the peak of the Spirit Yin realm. It was only through a surprise attack and the advantage of his swordsmanship that he managed to swiftly eliminate his opponent. The power of this secret method was truly extraordinary. If it could be used continuously, it would undoubtedly become one of his most formidable trump cards. "My master, do not be overly greedy. The last time you utilized the secret method, it did not consume too many points because it was your first use. However, subsequent uses will require significantly more points. The charge is calculated per minute. As it stands with the current system level, it appears that a minimum of 5,000 points is required every 10 seconds. Yi explained softly. "What? I spent 1,000 points last time, and that was considered minimal. 5,000 points every 10 seconds? Why not just rob a bank?" Wu Meng exclaimed in frustration, his steps faltering on the grass. Indeed, it was quite a ripoff. 5,000 points equated to 5 million spirit coins. With such a sum, one could purchase a piece of land. Yet this was merely for 10 seconds of time? This was what they termed a money pit, a system that burned through wealth. 10 seconds was such a fleeting duration. Wu Meng's bitterness did not linger long, as he chuckled lightly once more, for the time being. It means that after a few minutes, the system's level will degrade to 0. At that point, raising it again may require even more points, which could become quite troublesome. She gazed at Wu Meng with her captivating large eyes. "Therefore, Master, you only have a minute or two. Even I find that duration too brief. However, it cannot be helped. This secret method is exceedingly powerful, even more so than you can imagine." Intrigued, Wu Meng, who had initially felt disheartened, asked with curiosity, "What is it?" Ordinary secret techniques, though quick in duration, often yield unsatisfactory results. They can elevate a practitioner's spiritual energy level directly, but their effectiveness diminishes significantly in the later stages due to the widening gap between realms. The ethereal figure of Yi drifted nearby like a beautiful sprite, gently speaking. Observing the harmonious scene of this enchanting girl amidst the lush greenery, Wu Meng felt a wave of comfort wash over him. As it was indeed a feast for the eyes, he inquired, "What distinguishes our secret technique?" With a playful giggle, Yi replied, "Our technique grows increasingly potent as the system level rises." She frolicked like a young deer across the meadow, taking in the refreshing surroundings, a sweet smile gracing her delicate features. Chapter 24. The crystal bird. As the system enhances, it becomes more formidable? Wu Meng was momentarily dazzled, realizing that this system could indeed strengthen the secret techniques with level progression. The current power of the secret technique was already quite formidable. Yet, he was cautioned. Do not underestimate it, Master. The improvement of the system's secret techniques is rather gradual. Typically, the system experiences a significant tier advancement every 10 levels, resulting in a qualitative leap in ability. As the system progresses, the frequency and duration of your technique usage will also improve, leading to enhanced effects. Yi lightly tapped her toes against the ground, her long, slender legs clad in sheer white stockings, revealing a hint of pristine skin beneath her skirt. She turned to Wu Meng and continued. The most crucial point is that our system's secret technique functions as a pure amplification. The enhancements to various abilities will gradually be unlocked. Currently, the spiritual energy amplification stands at 150% and the attribute amplification at 130%. This means your level will not be artificially elevated, yet your strength will experience a significant boost. Yi's words struck Wu Meng like a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily speechless, his mouth agape as he stared at her, nearly stumbling in disbelief. What does this mean? Pure amplification. In other words, an enhancement of inherent combat strength. His capability would remain at its original cultivation level. How terrifying. Wu Meng's astonishment was palpable as he considered the implications. If such a substantial amplification were possible, would he still find opponents of equal rank? However, it appeared that the system's secret techniques could not be utilized for extended periods. After 10 seconds, the level would decline, diminishing the amplification further, and after 1 or 2 minutes, it would be entirely exhausted. This realization brought a bittersweet smile to Wu Meng's face. The prospect had been enticing, yet it seemed he could not sustain it for long. But you can opt to use only a portion of it, achieving a 50% amplification, which would allow for 3 times the duration. If you select only the spiritual energy amplification, you could extend it to 6 times the duration, making it quite advantageous. Yi shook her head, raising her eyelashes to gaze at Wu Meng. Master, do not think of it so simplistically. Our system's secret techniques are entirely natural amplifications, devoid of any side effects. Moreover, as long as you possess sufficient points, you can use them without limitation. One could say it is both a treasure trove and a great source of fortune. Wu Meng was astonished. Is it truly possible to utilize it in such a manner? He had not anticipated that the system would permit the manipulation of amplification values, which signified that he could tailor any aspect of individual enhancement according to his needs, thereby flexibly augmenting his strength. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was the complete absence of any side effects. Wu Meng inhaled deeply, surveying the tranquil surroundings, as distant roars of beasts reverberated. Deafening, yet they had yet to encounter any first-tier spirit beasts in this vicinity. The pace of the group was rather slow, controlled meticulously by Wu Hong. Are you curious as to why spirit beasts are so scarce in this area? The Chonglin mountain range is situated near our Wu family. Due to prolonged hunting, the spirit beasts in the outer regions have naturally dwindled, while the majority reside deeper within, Wu Xing explained to Wu Meng with a slight smile. Wu Meng nodded in acknowledgement. This fellow was quite perceptive of his thoughts. No wonder his father forbade them from venturing deeper. Indeed, the spirit beasts would increase in number and strength the further they delved. Wu Meng pondered lightly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Wu Hong and Wu Hai were continuously extending their senses, vigilant of their environment, and one could not help but commend their diligence. However, this vigilance was quite taxing on everyone's energy. With a subtle thought, Wu Meng's forehead emanated a crystalline glow, reminiscent of flickering crystal. Subsequently, a faint energy spread outward like rippling water, as his mental strength was instantaneously released. Mental energy was the most suitable for detection purposes. Under the meticulous guidance of Li Qin, Wu Meng's control over his mental energy had significantly improved, and this was one of his hidden trump cards. At the forefront, Wu Hong suddenly turned, casting an astonished glance at Wu Meng, his scarred face trembling slightly, exclaiming, "Such powerful mental strength." Wu Hai, too, looked at Wu Meng with astonishment, the shock in his eyes beyond words. This formidable mental prowess left him in awe. Wu Meng, indeed impressive, Wu Xing remarked, scratching his head and giving Wu Meng a thumbs up. This was not due to their ignorance. In fact, most members of the Wu family were already aware of Wu Meng being taken as a disciple by the master of the medicinal workshop, so some expectation was already in place. However, no one could have anticipated that Wu Meng's mental strength would surpass such bounds. For instance, Wu Hong, who currently possessed the strength of a fully realized spirit realm practitioner, wielded formidable spiritual energy, yet in terms of mental strength, he could not compare to an ordinary first-tier alchemist. Perhaps his mental sensing could be somewhat comparable, but both the quantity and quality were worlds apart from that of an alchemist. Otherwise, what would be remarkable about the profession of alchemy? In this world, there exist numerous professions that require substantial mental strength, such as wild spirit masters, summoners, and insect masters, all holding noble statuses that rival that of spirit masters, if not more rare. Meng, as a budding alchemist, astonishingly displayed such formidable mental strength from the outset, clearly reflecting the influence of innate talent, leaving all present in utter shock. Even the formidable mental prowess of Yunhuang pales in comparison to that of Meng, who is indeed an extraordinary disciple, highly esteemed by the master of the medicinal herb workshop. After a considerable moment, Yunhuang regained his composure, yet his gaze remained fixed on Meng, his footsteps having come to an abrupt halt. The onlookers, too, found themselves momentarily immobilized, their disbelief rendering them oblivious to their own movement. It is scarcely believable that even an ordinary first-grade alchemist could possess such formidable mental acuity. Wuhai gaped, his expression towards Meng akin to that of one beholding a rare beast. Observing the attention directed towards Meng, Wu Kai's countenance darkened slightly, his gaze towards Meng revealing a complex blend of emotions. Truth be told, Meng's mental prowess alone positioned him on par with Wu Xing and his standing within the group. His abilities are undeniably crucial. Such mental acuity is invaluable for detection, akin to that of a human radar. Moreover, the energy expenditure required for such capabilities is significantly less than that of relying purely on cultivation and spiritual perception. Have you already attained the status of a first-grade alchemist? Yunhuang inquired, a slight warmth flooding his mind upon uttering the words. How could this be possible? He had only spent a few days at the medicinal herb workshop. Even with prodigious talent, such an achievement seemed implausible. I still consider myself merely an apprentice, a novice alchemist capable of concocting ordinary first-grade elixirs, but I have yet to break through. Meng surveyed the crowd, noting that all eyes were fixed upon him. The collective intake of breath from the onlookers echoed in the air. What manner of prodigy is this? To have concocted a first-grade elixir in just a few days? And to possess such mental prowess before even attaining the first-grade status? It was no wonder the master of the medicinal herb workshop held Meng in such high regard, making an exception to take him as a disciple. With Meng's innate talent as an alchemist, even they found it hard to fathom, let alone the astonishment it must have elicited from the likes of Mo. Indeed, in the span of mere days, Meng had nearly mastered the entirety of knowledge pertaining to first-grade alchemy, his mental strength deemed sufficient to place him at the pinnacle of first-grade alchemists, according to the system's data, at a staggering 99%. Thus, concocting first-grade elixirs was remarkably effortless for him. It is safe to say that few first-grade alchemists could rival his aptitude. However, he has yet to surpass the threshold of the first-grade alchemist realm, his mental prowess stagnating at its peak level. It appears that only by breaking through the alchemical realm can he hope to advance further. This predicament weighs heavily on Meng, for the breakthrough seems as thin as paper, easily penetrable, yet he has not yet glimpsed the path forward. I never anticipated your mental prowess to be so astonishing. If that is the case, young clan leader, might I request your assistance in our detection efforts? You may accompany me on our journey ahead, as this would significantly alleviate our burdens, Yunhuang stated solemnly. This is not flattery. Traversing the Longland mountain range presents the foremost challenge of navigating an environment rife with potential crises, which can be immensely draining and difficult to endure. Consequently, it is customary to form a team when venturing into the mountains for medicinal herbs, as this allows for the distribution of pressure and the capability to scout in shifts. However, one member of the team, a skilled alchemist, stands apart. The mental acuity of an alchemist is remarkable, making them particularly suited for reconnaissance, which would greatly enhance the team's safety. Wu Kai cast a slightly sullen glance, but said nothing. Although he felt discontent with Meng's rising status within the group, he recognized it was an inevitable development. No one in the team would refuse to bolster their safety and alleviate their burdens, himself included. Of course, it's no problem. Meng replied with a smile, stepping forward. We'll rely on you, Meng. I always knew you were exceptional, Wu Xing interjected, playfully raising his middle finger at Wu Kai in a provocative manner. Wu Kai shot him a cold glance before turning to follow the team. Thus, under Yunhuang's direction, the group continued onward, led by Meng. The pace of their journey noticeably quickened. Meng could sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy across a vast area. Merely detecting these energies was not particularly challenging for him, given his pinnacle-level mental prowess. I must express my sincere admiration, young clan leader, Yunhuang said, bowing slightly during their midday break, his demeanor serious. You are too kind, Captain. This mission relies on your leadership, Meng replied with a smile, displaying no hint of arrogance. This only further pleased Yunhuang, who noted the stark contrast between Meng and other haughty young descendants. Such temperament promised great future accomplishments. Meanwhile, Wu Kai observed from the sidelines, discontent as he consumed a bottle of wheat liquor. He had not anticipated that this expedition would not only spare Wu Meng from hardship, but would elevate his status further, rendering Wu Kai nearly invisible within the group, an understandably frustrating situation. He begrudgingly admitted that the opponents they faced this time were indeed formidable. The atmosphere among the temporarily resting group was relatively pleasant. They shared drinks and exchanged stories while enjoying the dried meats they had brought. The surrounding scenery was stunning, lush with greenery, and alive with the sounds of nature. In such an environment, one could feel at ease, lifting everyone's spirits. Yet suddenly, a twist of fate occurred. Be careful. Wu Meng, who had just been conversing with Wu Hong, suddenly changed countenance. With a fierce shout, he leapt towards Wu Kai, drawing his wooden sword in an instant. A formidable wave of sword energy surged forth like a tempest, hurtling directly towards Wu Kai. What is happening? After a moment of shock, Wu Kai's expression darkened as he saw the sword energy aimed at him, prompting him to prepare a counterattack against Wu Meng. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling presence beside him, feeling a pair of piercing eyes fixated upon him, seemingly launching a swift and cunning attack. Alarmed, he wondered, what is this? Bang! Wu Meng's sword energy surged forth, its fierce aura instantly reaching him, stinging his skin. At close range, Wu Kai finally discerned the creature beside him. It was a remarkably small bird. His pupils abruptly constricted. This is the crystal bird. Chapter 25. Absorbing the brain essence. The crystal bird is an exceedingly rare semi-spatial attribute spirit beast, adept at stealth and ambush. With a notorious penchant for feasting on human flesh, its capacity for concealment is so formidable that once targeted, death is almost certain. For ordinary mercenary groups, this poses a considerable danger. Fortunately, their scarcity prevents this peril from becoming commonplace. No one in the team anticipated that upon entering the mountain range, they would encounter such a fearsome spirit beast. Clearly, this was a first-level crystal bird. Despite its low rank, none dared to underestimate it, not even Wu Hong, who had failed to detect its presence until now. Upon realizing the nature of the crystal bird, Wu Kai trembled, fully aware of its terrifying capabilities. The bird, shimmering with a crystalline radiance, emitted a piercing cry that assaulted his eardrums, seemingly poised to strike, yet he had no time to react. Damn it! The razor-sharp beak of the crystal bird possessed formidable power. If struck directly, even he would likely suffer severe injury, and the devious attack was aimed directly at his head. Whoosh! The sword light descended like a tempest, a green luminescence swiftly enveloping the diminutive crystal bird. Wu Kai felt a jolt as the sword light collided with the creature, sending ripples through the air. A searing heat washed over him, prompting him to retreat. Although he endured a wave of energy impact, he sustained minimal injury. After all, he was a formidable practitioner of the spirit shadow realm. In the next moment, he unleashed an impressive surge of spiritual energy, infused with a chilling aura, rendering it even more ferocious. However, this counteraction did not last long, as the crystal bird was sent flying several meters by the green sword light. Under the onslaught of the fierce sword energy, numerous needle-like projections of spiritual power erupted, striking its delicate form with brutal force. Bang! Everyone exhibited expressions of astonishment. This was Wu Meng's attack. He had preemptively intercepted the crystal bird's assault, achieving remarkable efficacy. Such exquisite control. The spiritual energy infused within the sword light was indeed formidable, a testament to the potential of the younger generation. Wu Hong's eyelids flickered slightly as he touched his scar, his eyes gleaming with admiration. At that moment, Wu Hai's expression was equally grave. It was truly unexpected. Previously, he held a rather dismissive view of Wu Meng, but at this moment, he found himself utterly captivated by the latter's prowess. In terms of both innate talent and demonstrated strength, Wu Meng exhibited an astonishing level of excellence, particularly in the realm of temperament, which far surpassed that of his peers. If they were unwilling to acknowledge such a promising young individual, it seemed there would be none left worthy of recognition. Undoubtedly, Wu Meng's status within the team would once again ascend. With a sudden thud, Wu Kai retracted his aura, gazing at the crystal bird, now ensnared and struggling against a tree. A deep gash marred the creature's abdomen, oozing blue blood from the wound. To his astonishment, it had been subdued so swiftly. Wu Kai clenched his fist, disbelief etched across his dark eyes. He even used a wooden sword. In contrast, Wu Xing broke into a smile, brushing his dark complexion as he remarked, "Impressive." The crystal bird was notoriously difficult to contend with, without Wu Meng's extraordinary abilities. Even if their team had anticipated the encounter and prepared to face the creature directly, there was a significant likelihood it would have escaped. After all, this was a spirit beast of semi-spatial attributes, renowned for its formidable spatial prowess, ranking at the pinnacle of attribute classifications. Yet, in a mere instant, Wu Meng had detected the bird's presence and executed a flawless capture. Am I seeing this correctly? Wu Hai stared wide-eyed at the struggling crystal bird, frozen in disbelief. Although Wu Meng's previous attack had been remarkably skillful and powerful, none had anticipated that the bird would be captured in such a manner, truly inconceivable. Wu Hong tapped his armor, producing a light clinking sound, and chuckled. You are not mistaken. This lad has indeed captured the bird. To be honest, if he were to exhibit anything else peculiar now, I would not be in the least surprised. With that, Wu Hong slowly approached the crystal bird. Wu Meng, slightly out of breath, followed suit. As he passed by the still trembling Wu Kai, the latter's low voice reached his ears. I owe you this one, but I shall repay this favor. Wu Meng looked up in surprise at Wu Kai, who promptly turned away, sitting down to recuperate. What a prideful individual. He certainly was not as irritating as Wu Yang. Wu Meng thought with a smirk, before moving forward to assess the situation. Upon closer inspection, the bird was not particularly large, measuring around 20 centimeters in length. Its feathers gleaming like crystal, accompanied by a faint spatial fluctuation. Its body was pierced by fine needles of condensed spiritual energy, pinning it firmly to the tree. Wu Hong's pupils narrowed. The level of control Wu Meng exhibited was indeed astonishing, even to him. What did he say to you? Wu Hong inquired, stroking the bird's body while glancing back at Wu Meng with a smile. Nothing much, just that he would repay my favor, Wu Meng replied with a wry smile. Taken aback by how gossipy the team leader was, Wu Hong shook his head and chuckled, remarking, Indeed, Wu Kai harbors a disdain for you. I am aware of your past grievances. However, he has undertaken several tasks under my supervision. This lad is not the type to resort to underhanded tactics, so you need not worry on that account. His presence here is likely merely to assert his dominance. Wu Meng nodded, understanding that Wu Kai's current actions were prompted by his own circumstances. Yet, having failed to establish his authority, he ironically found himself indebted to you, a considerable embarrassment, which surely contributed to his vexation. Wu Hong smiled faintly, then enveloped his hand in spiritual energy, directly yanking the crystalline bird from the tree, causing blue blood to splatter forth. This creature is quite filthy, donned in a pink dress, remarked with a frown. You cannot even reach it. What is there to fret about? Wu Meng found himself momentarily speechless. Pouted, displaying her discontent, prompting Wu Meng to hastily offer a few kind words, well aware of her significance as the system's representative. After all, one cannot disregard a pretty girl. Do not just stand there. This is a valuable item. Although the spatial properties of the crystalline bird are not entirely complete, controlling it requires considerable mental fortitude. You can consume it whole or merely its brain matter, but it must be raw to fully absorb its spiritual essence, Wu Hong explained, holding the blood-dripping crystalline bird with a grin. Raw consumption? Wu Meng gasped, before quickly reconciling himself to the idea. If this creature could enhance his mental prowess, it was worth considering. Go ahead, it differs from ordinary meat, and besides, do you not require an enhancement in your mental strength? There is no one else present who needs it, Wu Hong noted, glancing at the others, who shook their heads in refusal. Finally, Wu Meng grasped the bird and moved aside to partake in it, reflecting that if his older brother Wu Xiu were present, he would certainly relish the opportunity. It was merely a large bird sashimi, after all. The earlier attack, though seemingly straightforward, was the culmination of Wu Meng's extensive training. From a young age, he had laid a solid foundation, and with the recent guidance from his two masters, he had made remarkable progress in controlling his strength. Particularly in terms of mental power, he had long possessed confidence in his swordsmanship. An essential element was the dream Luo heart flame that had infused his mental energy. As this flame entered the crystalline bird's body through fine needles, it lost its will to struggle, becoming somewhat rigid. This primal fire was uniquely remarkable. As a flexible flame, it exhibited extraordinary offensive characteristics. For instance, the restraining power could lower temperatures significantly below zero, halting the flow of condensed energy, which was a tremendous boon in combat. However, such limitations were evidently finite, necessitating that swordsmanship first inflict severe damage before executing a surprise attack with mental energy needles, ultimately immobilizing the crystalline bird in one fluid motion. The next step was to ascertain whether he could advance to the status of a first-grade alchemist. Wu Meng gently extracted the brain matter, a substance that resembled liquid crystal, subtly pulsating with distinct waves of mental energy. The brain matter of the crystalline bird was a potent tonic for mental fortitude, and quite rare indeed. This time, it seems we have struck an extraordinary fortune. This young man is indeed excessively formidable. His swordsmanship has completely transcended that of an ordinary accomplished spiritual master, and his mastery over mental energy is simply astonishing. Wu Hai gazed at Wu Meng, who sat cross-legged in the distance, unable to restrain his admiration. Wu Xing nodded in agreement, remarking that even he might not have been able to fully withstand that strike. This is true talent. Those we have encountered before were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Wu Hong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Wu Meng from afar before withdrawing his gaze with a soft sigh. Wu Hai was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. He never expected Wu Hong, as the leader, to bestow such praise upon a young disciple, a sentiment that had never been expressed before. Not far away, Wu Meng sat cross-legged, his expression grave as he stared at the viscous substance before him. Since the opportunity had presented itself, he could not afford to miss it. He must become a first-grade alchemist this time. Wu Meng resolved inwardly. Then, with a swift motion, he inhaled the essence of the crystal bird's brain. As the smooth sensation coursed down his throat, a powerful wave of mental energy began to spread through the tranquil glade. Chapter 26. Breakthrough, First-Grade Alchemist. The moment Wu Meng swallowed the essence of the crystal bird's brain, an intense surge of mental energy shot straight to his crown, rendering his mind momentarily blank. Clearly, this mental shock was formidable. Wu Meng's body swayed slightly, appearing to outsiders as though he were intoxicated. Oh no! I forgot that the absorption of the crystal bird's essence requires medicinal aid. Otherwise, its residual ferocity would assault the absorber's psyche. Observing Wu Meng's condition, Wu Hong's expression suddenly shifted, and he exclaimed in alarm. Beside him, Wu Xing could not help but shoot him a look of disbelief, saying, "Leader, how could you forget such a crucial detail? How can we work under your command if you forget something so vital? What if one day you forget to lead us out of the Chonglin Mountains alive?" Cough, cough. I consider my memory to be quite good, Wu Hong replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. What an unreliable leader, Wu Xing muttered. Then a flicker of concern crossed his eyes as he looked at Wu Meng in the distance. Is there any way to help? We cannot allow the young clan leader to perish just like this. If Wu Meng were to lose his life, how would he ever challenge that individual? He has never faced him, and his strength is formidable. Alas, it is my fault. I absorbed the essence of the crystal bird shortly after its demise, which likely exacerbated the backlash. Wu Meng has yet to reach the realm of a first-grade alchemist. He may find it difficult to withstand this, and such a situation is perilous even for those who are first-grade alchemists. Wu Hong shook his head and sighed. Unless a second-grade alchemist were present to ensure his safety. The problem is, in this remote wilderness, where could one possibly find a second-grade alchemist? Wu Xing's voice involuntarily rose in pitch. What a pity it would be for such a promising talent, Wu Hai lamented, seemingly beginning to mourn for Wu Meng. It is no wonder, given Wu Meng's current strength, which is insufficient to contend with the mental force of the crystal bird, he would likely struggle. Even an ordinary first-grade alchemist would find it challenging to withstand the backlash of the crystal bird's mental energy within him. You have underestimated this individual. I do not believe he is destined to fail. He is indeed a vital asset to our Yang faction. At some point, Wu Kai had stepped forward, calmly stating this. His gaze towards Wu Meng held a hint of peculiarity. Captain, this is your responsibility. If anything unfortunate were to befall the young clan leader, I fear the clan leader would not hesitate to eliminate us, Wu Xing remarked, scratching his head, as if fearing it might be severed at any moment. Wu Hong's expression was equally grim, acknowledging his oversight. He fixed his gaze upon Wu Meng and murmured, "Let us see if you can navigate through this crisis. Although it is quite challenging, you have already surprised us time and again." All their attention was completely focused on Wu Meng. Gradually, Wu Meng steadied himself. Previously, the spiritual energy of the crystal bird surged towards his mental sea, attempting to invade his mind directly. However, Wu Meng's mental sea was not so easily breached. With a calm demeanor, he sensed the overwhelming spiritual force, a faint smile creeping upon his lips. Is this truly all your power? If this is the extent of it, Wu Meng softly declared, then your energy shall belong to me. A resounding roar echoed within Wu Meng, akin to a bomb detonating deep within the earth. At that moment, the spiritual energy seemed to materialize, erupting violently within the confines of Wu Meng's mental sea. Indeed, Wu Meng allowed the spiritual force to enter his mental realm. The crystal bird's spiritual energy radiated with pride, shimmering brightly as it surged toward the center of Wu Meng's mental sea, where a vast lake resided. This lake, spanning 100 meters in length and width, appeared like an amber jewel nestled within the expanse of white. The spiritual force hesitated for a moment, displaying signs of confusion. Wu Meng's mental prowess was formidable, rivaling that of an average second-tier alchemist, rendering him unafraid of the crystal bird's first-tier, mid-level spiritual energy. Any attempts at aggression would be as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly devoid of threat. Well then, I shall not hold back. This place is a one-way entrance. It is not meant for exit. Wu Meng smiled, his thoughts igniting a surge of white flames within the mental sea. The sea roiled and churned, as massive water columns twisted like water spouts, subsequently cascading into the fiery abyss. Under the deluge of water, the Dream Luo heart flame blazed more fervently, as if fueled by the flames. Wu Meng wielded this fire with deft precision, for he was attuned to the realm of mastery. Though this was a flame of the mind, utilizing spiritual power, it ultimately converged towards the same end. Regrettably, his dragon fire technique remained incomplete, having only grazed the surface of its potential. Wu Meng sighed softly, observing the crystal bird, which, ensnared by the Dream Luo heart flame, struggled increasingly in its futile attempts to escape. He recalled the high-tier texts he had endeavored to study. Indeed, the difficulty of mastering such elevated tomes was extraordinary. Unbeknownst to Wu Meng, his endeavor to study the profound and advanced texts of the Spirit Master realm was no small feat. For even those formidable beings of the Spirit Origin realm required several months to grasp such esoteric knowledge. Otherwise, would these high-level texts not be accessible to anyone? What then would be the purpose of prodigies? Unwittingly, Wu Meng was indeed engaged in the pursuits of a genius. As he observed the flames swirling and contorting, transforming into a cylindrical shape, expanding in length and girth, and deftly ensnaring the mental essence of the crystalline bird with no room for resistance. A flicker of intrigue glimmered in Wu Meng's eyes. This seemed to be. He parted his lips, lost in contemplation, oblivious to the fact that the crystalline bird's mental essence was completely captured by the flames, reduced to a mere puddle of liquid. The form of the flames could continuously morph. Indeed, rigidity must be avoided. By employing mental energy to manipulate the flames, efficiency and precision could be significantly enhanced. Wu Meng appeared to have grasped a revelation, a look of delight illuminating his countenance. Previously, he had controlled the flames using spiritual energy, and his understanding of the mastery realm was notably robust. However, if he could wield mental power instead, it would be far more intuitive. It would be akin to adding an additional layer. The first tier of the fire dragon technique seemed to manifest as a fire dragon, requiring mastery over the transformation attribute. Yet, it appeared that he still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the transformative realm. Wu Meng sighed once more. Although he was on the verge of advancing into the mid-stage of mastery, he was still far from the transformative stage, a milestone not easily attained. In fact, most beings of the Spirit Yang realm would struggle to achieve it. Resigned, he decided to focus on enhancing his mental prowess for the time being. With a soft sigh, the mental essence of the crystalline bird shimmered and merged into his sea of consciousness. In that instant, Wu Meng experienced an extraordinary sensation, as if a delicate membrane had been instantaneously pierced, a wave of euphoria flooding his entire being. His realm had broken through. This was the realm of a first-grade alchemist. Wu Meng felt as though a radiant light had illuminated the crown of his head, akin to opening a skylight to let the sun's rays pour in. The minute particles of mental energy in the air gradually infused into his body, including the nutrients and mental essence from the crystalline bird's brain, which he swiftly absorbed. The onlookers outside were utterly astonished. Remarkably, he had indeed withstood the onslaught. No, he seemed to exert no effort at all. This mental power was surprisingly feeble in his presence. Wu Hong's lips twitched slightly, utterly confounded by the boy's capabilities. Wu Hai could not help but scoff, his heart tumultuous with emotion. When Wu Xing glanced again at Wu Kai, the latter shot him a glare, stating, "Don't you dare look at me like that. I know this kid is impressive. I admire him. I concede." The crowd could not suppress their laughter at the fervently animated Wu Kai. As Wu Meng finally swallowed a copious amount of mental energy, an overwhelming surge of mental power erupted forth, causing the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. How could his mental prowess, having just broken through to the realm of a first-grade alchemist, be so formidable? Chapter 27. I do not wish for you to see blood. The master effortlessly dealt with the surprise attack from the crystal bird, capturing it alive, and thus elevated his alchemist rank to a first-grade alchemist. His points totaled 2,000, with the system level at 9. He required an additional 10,000 points to reach the next level. Yi approached with a cheerful demeanor, her melodious voice announcing the high threshold of the 10th level, which indeed required a staggering 10,000 points. Wu Meng examined the green inscription hovering above him. Spiritual Qi cultivation, Mid-stage Spirit Master Realm Alchemist rank. Late-stage 1st grade mental strength level. Early-stage 2nd grade Alchemist. 35% attribute level. Initial control realm. Wu Meng was taken aback. An additional item had been added. However, he found it rather trivial, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He could not help but jest that it was indeed a bit of a nuisance. Nevertheless, his mental strength had broken through to 35%, which was quite commendable. Previously, he had anticipated only reaching around 20%, yet he was now approaching mid-stage, with 40% equating to mid-stage 2nd grade mental strength. Master, do refrain from lamenting. Elevate the system to level 10 immediately. I assure you, it will be a delightful surprise. EE smiled, adding, and this major task is of utmost importance. I understand, yet your words make it sound exceedingly difficult. I doubt that this major task will not lead me astray. The system has always been rather vexatious. Wu Meng chuckled wryly. Master, you wouldn't think of me like that, would you? EE said, her delicate hand resting on her chest, her head slightly bowed, resembling a wronged neighbor girl. Even with Wu Meng's resolve, he found himself swallowing hard. He chastised himself internally, then replied, absolutely not. Miss, you are undoubtedly the most beautiful, and I truly cherish you. Really? EE beamed. Indeed, Wu Meng affirmed with a smile. Hey, why are you grinning like that? Why do you look at me so ambiguously? Wu Kai's voice, filled with dissatisfaction and suspicion, broke the moment. Wu Meng snapped back to reality, noticing Wu Kai staring at him from a distance. Naturally, he took a step back and inquired, is there something you need? You little rascal, you are quite remarkable. Your mental strength is astonishing. I even suspect Master Qi might not surpass you. Are you still a 1st grade alchemist? Wu Hong approached, scrutinizing Wu Meng as if he were an exotic creature of newfound interest. Wu Meng's earlier performance had indeed been shocking, leaving Wu Hong momentarily dazed. You've made a tremendous leap. With your mental strength, you shall not linger long in the 1st grade realm. Yet, it seems you only spent about 10 days at the initial stage. I initially thought the herbalist highly regarded you, but now I realize you have overestimated him. Even Wu Hai, who had previously held no affection for Wu Meng, began to sigh in awe. Indeed, Wu Meng's talent was extraordinarily remarkable. Wu Xing then pushed Wu Kai aside and smiled at Wu Meng. We are good brothers, right? Once prosperous, one might offer a token of gratitude. Wu Kai pushed Wu Xing aside, lifting his chin and, with a snort, remarked, you still appear simple-minded, yet you are more astute than anyone. I extend my heartfelt thanks for everyone's assistance. This perilous adventure was made possible by your vigilant protection, allowing this lad to navigate safely. But do not lavish excessive praise upon me. Wu Meng merely smiled faintly, bowing to the assembly. No, I cannot accept that, young clan leader. I still owe you a life. Before long, the group set forth again. The sun had reached around 3 in the afternoon, yet the blazing light persisted, casting a pleasant warmth. With Wu Meng's formidable mental prowess aiding them, there was no need for concern. They could detect any subtle movements or traces of spirit beasts in their vicinity. At least the spirit beasts of the 1st rank could not evade Wu Meng's keen perception. His mental strength had undoubtedly grown, rivaling that of Qi Nan, who, while a mid-level 2nd-tier alchemist, possessed slightly lesser mental acuity. This illustrates the remarkable extent of Wu Meng's alchemical talent. Thus, their journey resembled a leisurely excursion. Free from the treacherous environment that surrounded them, they engaged in light-hearted banter, enjoying an extraordinary sense of ease. Consequently, as they chatted, the gazes directed at Wu Meng brimmed with admiration and respect. Even Wu Kai, who had previously harbored discontent towards Wu Meng, now displayed a notable degree of compliance, clearly acknowledging Wu Meng's prowess. Even when they encountered spirit beasts, they adeptly avoided conflict or selectively engaged in battle under Wu Meng's guidance. Ironically, it was Wu Meng who took the most initiative. After he had intervened a couple of times, the others' perspectives shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment and dismay. Is this truly a child? A master of the spirit master realm? Wu Xing remarked. Must you persist in wielding that wooden sword? It is quite humiliating. As they walked, he pointed at the sword at Wu Meng's waist, his expression one of exasperation. I genuinely question your age. How can a mere 12-year-old possess such exceptional swordsmanship? Wu Meng's skill had left them in awe, yet they were acutely aware that he had always used a wooden sword. The power it exhibited was nothing short of astonishing. It is of hard wood. After all, Wu Meng replied with an unconcerned smile. Wu Kai glanced over, scoffing. What does hardwood matter? One could easily crush it with a single hand. It hardly compares to metal. Only steel possesses the requisite toughness. If you had a steel sword, your combat ability would soar. I might not even stand a chance against you. Wu Xing looked at him, intrigued. When did you become so compliant? Wu Kai retorted angrily. Do you think I am ungrateful? He saved me, and I cannot oppose him as a member of the Yang faction any longer. Thus, you intend to join his dream team? Wu Xing inquired, a smile breaking through his earnest demeanor, probing for more. He had previously made arrangements with Wu Meng to join his dream team, which brought great joy to Wu Xing for quite some time. Wu Meng smiled wryly but shifted his gaze toward Wu Kai. Although he knew it would be a challenge, Wu Kai's strength was formidable. It seemed like a fanciful dream to think he could join. I will join. If you are joining, how can I not? Wu Kai retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, Wu Meng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this fellow truly agreed? Wu Xing was also quite astonished. He patted Wu Kai on the shoulder, saying, then we shall be comrades from now on. He spoke with an air of solemnity. Get lost, was Wu Kai's cold response. Wu Hong and Wu Hai observed the playful banter among the group with smiles, feeling a sense of quiet admiration. Wu Meng, indeed, possessed exceptional swordsmanship. With merely a wooden sword, he could likely challenge even those at the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm for a considerable time. Wu Hong nodded slightly, and then addressed Wu Hai beside him. Wu Hai agreed. Indeed, I underestimated him. The youth are formidable. I have witnessed it firsthand. It seems our generation of the Wu family is destined to rise. I am quite eager to see to what heights this young lad will elevate our Wu family. Wu Hong remarked, turning his gaze toward Wu Meng, who was engaged in conversation. The latter's azure eyes immediately met his. Such keen perception. Wu Hong mused with a wry smile. In the pitch-black night, what had been a sun-drenched day turned chillingly cold. Shadows flitted quietly through the woods. A bonfire crackled as Wu Meng added more wood to the flames. Haha, today has been exhilarating. Wu Xing laughed heartily, gulping down wheat liquor. The pungent scent of alcohol wafted over to Wu Meng, leaving him speechless. Are you only concerned with your own drinking? Aren't you going to toast the team leader? Wu Kai, his face flushed, waved a liquor pouch at Wu Meng, taking a swig. After chatting for a while, Wu Meng wandered off alone, crouching by the warm fire. His graceful silhouette standing out, captivatingly beautiful. Noticing the dreamy look in Wu Meng's eyes, Yi fell silent for a moment. She understood he was reminiscing about that girl. In such moments, Wu Meng typically spoke little. After a long pause, he finally bowed his head and discreetly wiped away a few tears. When he lifted his gaze again, Yi could only see the fervor in his eyes. Will I encounter that grand task tomorrow? I might be a bit too impatient, Wu Meng smiled. Yi slightly raised her rosy lips, the haze in her eyes dissipating as clarity returned. Be careful later. I believe in your strength and do not wish to see you harmed. Wu Meng's expression faltered for a moment. What? He asked, gazing at Yi's suddenly serious countenance. An unsettling feeling rising within him. Master, the grand task officially begins. I wish you good fortune. Without further ado, Yi's form gradually dissipated, transforming into the wind and slowly drifting away, leaving Wu Meng once more enveloped by the vast night sky. Exhaling slowly, Wu Meng rose to her feet. Her delicate face etched with gravity. Her mental energy had extended outward, and the sense situation appeared rather dire. To her astonishment, this mission had proven to be exceedingly challenging. Everyone be on guard, she commanded. Team leader Wu Hai, deputy leader Wu Hong, along with Wu Kai and Wu Xing, inhaled the frigid air of the night sky, their gazes sharpening with intensity. We are in trouble. The group looked up in surprise, yet no one dared to voice their inquiries. Trained to respond promptly, they instinctively fell into a state of vigilance at Wu Meng's summons. Wu Hong swiftly positioned himself beside Wu Meng, while Wu Hai cautiously donned his armor anew. Exchanging silent signals with Wu Kai and Wu Xing, their drinks were immediately repelled by the surge of spiritual energy. As members of the Wu family mercenary group, their trust in one another was profound, tempered by a vigilant awareness of looming threats. Yet the sudden emergence of danger was profoundly unsettling. Pairs of glowing green eyes appeared from the nearby woods like ghostly flames, shattering the tranquility of the night. Amidst the pitch-black sky, the haunting howl of wolves echoed. Under the somber gazes of the group, a pack of holy brown wolves sprang forth from the dense thicket, their massive claws silent against the ground. Upon their arrival, they lifted their colossal heads and howled defiantly at the heavens. A wave of energy rippled through the air, causing leaves to cascade down and the earth to quiver slightly beneath them. It is the wind spirit wolf. Wu Hong's deep voice resonated, laden with gravity. Indeed, this creature, though inferior in lineage to the crystal bird, was formidable in its own right. The crystal bird possessed immense offensive capabilities among its ranks, capable of utilizing its mental energy and semi-spatial attributes to launch surprise attacks on foes. In contrast, the wind spirit wolf adhered to conventional norms, boasting commendable speed and a certain level of attack power. However, its danger was not to be underestimated, for these wolves were social hunters. Once they launched an attack, they would strike in packs, their vicious and bloodthirsty nature often leading them to rend and devour their prey. As wind attributes spirit beasts, these wolves were remarkably swift and possessed considerable offensive strength. In the Longland mountain range, numerous mercenaries had fallen victim to their jaws. Before them, the number of wind spirit wolves was rapidly increasing, now exceeding a count of 10. The first-tier wind spirit wolves were even larger. Their girth akin to that of a stout tree, their length reaching 3 to 4 meters, several times the size of an ordinary wolf. Our luck today is decidedly poor. We should not have ventured so deep, Wu Hai muttered, his expression darkening to an extreme. We may be expendable, but the young clan leader must not suffer even the slightest harm. You all must remember this. Our priority is to ensure the safety of the young clan leader. Glaring at the formidable horde before them, Wu Hong nearly roared, the veins in his throat bulging. An intense aura enveloped him, emanating a chilling presence that pricked the skin. The earth attribute spiritual energy manifested as a faint yellow hue, enveloping his form, yet the light armor he wore clinked ominously. Wu Hong clenched his fists tightly, gripping a pair of immense black hammers in his hands. A sense of alarm coursed through the hearts of those present. Commander Wu Hong had truly ignited a fervor within him. I, Wu Hai, vow to protect the young clan leader with my life. In an instant, Wu Hai erupted with a surge of azure light enveloping him, unleashing the full strength of his wind attribute spiritual energy, a manifestation of his minor accomplishment in the Spirit Master realm. He glared fiercely at the imposing mass of brown wind spirit wolves, his commanding aura radiating with intensity. All who beheld this spectacle, including Wu Meng, felt a rush of fervor at the impassioned oaths exchanged between the two. It had been far too long since such a sensation coursed through her veins. It seemed rather exhilarating. Wu Meng raised her delicate face, and a fierce flame ignited within her eyes. At that moment, she felt a tremor throughout her body, as a wondrous energy of flame erupted from her being, forming a radiant halo that expanded and glimmered brilliantly against the backdrop of night. Could it be a breakthrough in her elemental realm? Wu Xing gasped in astonishment. It appeared she had indeed reached mastery, or perhaps even the mid-stage of mastery. Wu Kai, sensing the aura, was taken aback by her extraordinary progress. Even he had yet to attain such mastery, and to witness Wu Meng surpass him by such a margin was both astonishing and somewhat daunting. I too shall protect Wu Meng. My captain, the dream team, shall prevail. Wu Xing's earnest expression was alight with excitement as he rose to his feet. A fierce aura emanating from him. A mighty blade materialized in his grasp, a long, gleaming sword of approximately 1.5 meters, radiating a brilliant white that shone luminously even in the dark of night. Its sharp edge seemed capable of severing anything in its path. Wu Xing exuded a palpable killing intent, his fierce presence causing even the bloodthirsty wind spirit wolves to glance at him with uncertainty gleaming in their eyes. Fear not. I too shall safeguard you. A hand unexpectedly rested upon Wu Meng's shoulder, gently patting her twice, before the figure darted forth with sudden vigor. I owe you a life. Wu Kai roared, his voice rivaling that of Wu Xing, as if a mighty lion had awakened within him. In an instant, a blinding golden light surged forth from his being, his sharp aura akin to a sword piercing the heavens. Gold attribute. The spiritual energy erupted, displacing a thick layer of earth beneath, as a dominating force trembled the ground. How formidable! Wu Meng marveled. The gold attribute truly was fearsome, standing as one of the elite among the third-tier attributes, significantly surpassing fire attributes of the same rank. Within Wu Kai, a chilling energy surged, merging with his golden spiritual energy in a display of overwhelming strength. That chilling aura must have reached 4 stars, Wu Xing mused with envy, glancing at the spiritual energy emanating from Wu Kai and shaking his head slightly. The chilling energy, a hallmark of those in the spirit Yin realm, is essential for the formation of Yin energy pills, typically manifested in the natural world, shaped by the foundational essence accumulated by each spirit master. The disparities between each level are starkly pronounced, reflecting the strength of the Yin energy pill possessed by those in the spirit Yin realm, and are manifested in the potency of their spiritual energy. After all, the chilling energy inherently amplifies the destructive and corrosive power of spiritual energy. The chilling aura is categorized from 1 to 9 stars. Wu Kai's level of this chilling aura has reached the 4-star rank, demonstrating formidable power, which Wu Xing immediately recognized, filling his heart with envy. It is merely luck. However, this is not the time to discuss such matters. Wu Xing, I am aware of your fierce and fearless nature, But it would be better for you not to perish this time, Wu Kai remarked, casting a rare, contemplative glance at Wu Xinghe. Let us both avoid death. Wu Xing laughed heartily, patting Wu Kai's shoulder. Their eyes met, each reflecting a shared encouragement. Wu Meng focused intently on the scene before her. It was not that the others lacked confidence. Even facing 21st level wind spirit wolves, what could they do? Yet, such a pack could not possibly be devoid of 2nd level wind spirit wolves, and it was highly likely there would be more than one. May there be fewer. Wu Meng silently prayed, as spiritual energy brewed within her, her mental strength spreading outward like a cast net, continuously expanding under her control. In a moment, Wu Meng's gaze suddenly sharpened, and her expression changed drastically. After releasing her mental strength, she finally encountered resistance. Portions of her mental power were shattered. Although it was sufficient to disregard the presence of 1st level wind spirit wolves, the 2nd level wind spirit wolves would not permit her to probe freely. 2nd level wind spirit wolves. Wu Meng spoke slowly, her voice low. At least 4. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. Was their fortune today so dismal? For 2nd level wind spirit wolves, comparable to powerful beings of the spiritual Yin realm, alongside over a dozen 1st level wind spirit wolves, such a scale of a wolf pack was indeed rare. Yet today, they had encountered it with just a handful of them. Cursed luck, Wu Hai muttered darkly, spitting in frustration. Wu Hong's expression was grave, his eyes fixed on several wind spirit wolves rapidly charging from the depths of the forest. These wolves were particularly large, nearly exceeding 5 meters in length. Their massive heads adorned with crimson fur, which fluttered in the wind as they approached within mere moments. Roar! The central wolf, with deep red fur, howled to the sky, its ferocious cry causing the forest to tremble slightly, as a murderous atmosphere enveloped the air, rendering it suddenly heavy. Chapter 29. The pack of wind spirit wolves. Wu Hong fixed his gaze on the leading colossal wind spirit wolf, its fur a deep crimson. Even with his experience, he felt a slight tremor at the corners of his mouth. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and declared loudly, I will hold this beast back. This creature possessed strength comparable to that of a fully realized spiritual Yin realm expert, and it was likely very close to the pinnacle of that realm. This wind spirit wolf king would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. Indeed, the situation was perilous. He had not anticipated the task would prove so challenging. What must I achieve? Wu Meng murmured softly, her small face etched with complexity. Was she the one who had brought such calamity upon them? Yet, regardless of the circumstances, there is no evading the confrontation. The only path forward is to engage in battle. He gritted his teeth and roared. The 1st level wind spirit wolf lunged forward, its gaping maw resembling a cavern, its form darting swiftly as if intent on swallowing Wu Hong whole. Get lost. Wu Hong swung his colossal hammer, unleashing a thunderous explosion of air that detonated with tremendous force, striking the wind spirit wolf, which was at least comparable to a fully realized spirit master. The impact echoed like thunder. The overwhelming power, even from a distance, sent a shiver down Wu Meng's spine. The wind spirit wolf let out a mournful howl as its once robust body was abruptly cleaved in two, its spine shattered, blood gushing forth. With a single strike, Wu Hong was drenched in the wolf's blood, yet he laughed heartily, his murderous aura intensifying, akin to a deity of death, as he charged toward the pack of wind spirit wolves. Such strength! The onlookers were astonished, and they too surged forward, their spiritual energy surging. Suddenly, the massive form of the wind spirit wolf king was enveloped in a cerulean hue, as if caught in a vortex of wind. And then it leapt forward with such velocity that it became a mere shadow, propelled by its mastery of wind attributes. As the name suggests, the wind spirit wolf is a spirit beast rooted in the wind element, possessing an exceptional command over it. Observing the wind spirit wolf king's demeanor, one could ascertain that its control over the wind was at least at the late stages of mastery, as spirit beasts naturally exhibit a higher affinity for elemental attributes than ordinary humans. In the blink of an eye, the wind spirit wolf king materialized before Wu Hong, a wave of rancid odor assaulting him as a terrifying ferocity erupted from it. Its claws, sharp as blades and exceeding 1/2 meter in length, suddenly unfurled. The air seemed to tear apart, emitting a hissing sound as the azure light surged forth. The razor-sharp attack domineeringly descended upon Wu Hong, its astonishing might stirring trepidation among the gathered crowd. This wind spirit wolf king is formidable, Wu Xing thought, his expression grave. Were he in Wu Hong's position, he would likely be torn to shreds by such an assault. Would the captain withstand this? Wu Meng clenched her fists. Beast! Wu Hong snorted coldly, his spiritual energy erupting in a torrent, a yellowish hue enveloping him, including the massive war hammers he wielded. A layer of earth-toned radiance formed upon the black hammers, rendering them even more formidable and menacing. The chill of the frost energy flickered within the spiritual force, indicating it was at least of a 2-star caliber. Earth Spirit Hammer, he bellowed, as the yellow-hued hammer wind surged forth like a miniature mountain, charging at the Wind Spirit Wolf King's claws. His combat style was resolute, refusing to yield even an inch. A glint of ferocity flickered in the blood-red eyes of the Wind Spirit Wolf King as its claws accelerated with alarming speed. Boom! The resounding roar echoed as if a volcano had erupted, the shockwave reverberating through the earth, uprooting the surrounding vegetation and sending debris flying. As a massive crater formed at the point of impact, Wu Hong was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, leaving 2 deep footprints before regaining his footing. Wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, his fierce gaze betraying a flicker of emotion. The prowess of the Wind Spirit Wolf King has exceeded his expectations. It is likely comparable to a pinnacle existence within the Spirit Een realm. Just a step away from the 3rd-tier Spirit Beast's domain. Emerging from the dust, the Wind Spirit Wolf King leaves shallow paw prints on the ground with its enormous feet. It opens its gaping maw, revealing a foul odor and drooling saliva, while rows of sharp teeth glisten ominously under the moonlight. Should it sink its fangs into him, it would surely strip away a layer of skin. Yet, a resolute glint flashes in Wu Hong's eyes as he unleashes a furious roar and charges forward once more. This beast shall be dealt with by me. Young Patriarch, flee. Captain, we vow to protect the young Patriarch at all costs. Wu Hai and his companions, their eyes reddened with determination, immediately echo his sentiments and charge forward, while the pack of Wind Spirit Wolves surges ahead, casting a greenish hue across the dark night sky. Wu Hai encounters a foe whose strength is second only to that of the Wind Spirit Wolf King, a being also akin to a minor powerhouse in the Spirit Een realm. Upon their first clash, Wu Hai's armor is swiftly torn away by the creature's sharp claws, the glimmering steel shredded apart. With a grave expression, Wu Hai's azure spirit energy flickers as he accelerates his retreat, his form blurring into an afterimage, narrowly evading the wolf's next strike. The air where he had just passed is cleaved open, a faint blue light coalescing in its wake. Damn it, Wu Hai mutters bitterly. What a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Wu Kai faces a wind spirit wolf that has just entered the Spirit Een realm, but wields wind attribute spirit energy with mastery. Amidst the gathering azure light, its attacks strike with the ferocity of thunder. However, this encounter proves to be the easiest for him. He is enveloped in a dense, resplendent golden light, effortlessly deflecting the adversary's assaults. Kai, your mastery of the gold attribute has truly reached remarkable heights, Wu Xing remarks, admiration evident in his voice. Shut it. You're struggling to save yourself, Wu Kai retorts, though his expression remains serious. His golden attribute is indeed formidable, capable of withstanding the wind spirit wolf's onslaught. Yet, he is acutely aware that the wolf has yet to unleash its full power. Even if he possesses the means to contend with it, victory is not guaranteed to come easily, as his gold attribute only resides at the pinnacle of the initial realm. Suddenly, after a failed pounce, the wind spirit wolf's fur erupts in a brilliant azure glow, a surge of potent energy emanating forth, its aura intensifying. Its claws, now significantly sharper, launch a frenzied assault towards Wu Kai at breakneck speed. Inherent ability, Azure Claw, coupled with attribute enhancement, temporary attribute boost of 20%. As he gazes upon the significantly more formidable assault, Wu Kai takes a deep breath, golden light coalescing before him, solidifying in his hands. With a final, powerful punch, the golden radiance bursts forth, creating an immense fist imprint that resembles a golden wall, crashing directly towards the wind spirit wolf. Golden Suppression Fist. Wu Kai's low growl revealed the trump card he had concealed for so long, a spiritual technique that had reached the pinnacle of the mortal rank, nearing the level of the profound rank. This was his preparation for the clan competition. A tremendous force surged forth, and Wu Kai staggered back as if struck fiercely, letting out a muffled groan. Golden light erupted, and the silhouette of the wind spirit wolf was sent flying, its claws splintering, bloodied teeth scattering through the air like razor blades. Exhilarating. Wu Xing chuckled heartily, completely unconcerned about the blood he had coughed up, as if it were merely a spit. Clutching his great sword tightly, he unleashed an astonishing might once more, slashing down. Taste my Wu Xing great blade, he bellowed, uttering a rather unfortunate name. Yet the blade's radiance was piercingly fierce. A self-created sword technique. Though it belonged to the peak of the mortal rank, its self-origin rendered it exceptionally suitable for him. With power rivaling that of profound rank spiritual techniques, Brother Wu Xing is indeed remarkable in swordsmanship, Wu Meng murmured, observing the back-and-forth battle between Wu Xing and the second-level wind spirit wolf. Although he still found himself at a disadvantage, he managed to hold his ground thanks to his swordplay. Wu Xing's blade had undoubtedly been honed over many years, and his combat skills were remarkably refined. Moreover, he was merely half a step away from reaching the spiritual Yin realm. However, it appeared he had become ensnared and could not extricate himself. Wu Meng glanced at Wu Kai, who was slightly injured, as 3 first-level wind spirit wolves encircled him, charging forward under the leadership of the severely wounded second-level wind spirit wolf. Wu Kai was struggling immensely. Wu Meng, I am powerless. Young master, be careful. The encroaching first-level wind spirit wolves numbered a staggering 12, a quantity that would pose a formidable challenge even to Wu Kai and Wu Xing. It was crucial to note that at least 3 of them were comparable to those at the pinnacle of the spiritual master realm. They could not help but feel the weight of their own impotence. After all, Wu Meng had only just attained mastery in the spiritual master realm. Azure light surged around Wu Meng, resembling tumultuous waves of blue. Pairs of green eyes glimmered like harbingers of death, with her feet slightly digging into the ground. Wu Meng observed everything before her, watching as the pack of wolves shimmered with light, their gaping maws dripping with blood. She slowly gripped the wooden sword in her hand. Beasts, come to me. Chapter 30. Blood Battle. Young master, be cautious. Hold on. The others, witnessing Wu Meng encircled, wished to rescue her, but were unable to overcome the enemies surrounding them, leaving them trapped. Bang! Wu Xing struck down fiercely, sending sparks flying from the claw of a wind spirit wolf, 2 of its fingers severed. Seizing the moment, he turned to look in Wu Meng's direction, his expression darkening. But in the next second, a sharp wolf claw nearly tore his throat apart. These wind spirit wolves were quite intelligent. Their strategy was to separate and take down their foes one by one. Evidently, due to their numerical and formidable advantages, the scales of victory have begun to tip in their favor. Once Wu Meng is easily dealt with, they can swiftly eliminate a few more powerful adversaries. Master, please be cautious, came the worried voice of Yi, echoing in his ears. I will, Wu Meng replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly, at least 3 wind spirit wolves charged at him from the front, with another 3 at his back, effectively severing all avenues of retreat. The remaining 6 lunged forward. As if Wu Meng had become a delectable morsel they all yearned to devour. Just in the nick of time, Wu Meng softly commanded, Yi, enhance fire attributes by 80%. In an instant, a tremendous surge of fiery energy erupted forth, akin to the explosion of a furnace. A crimson halo radiated outward as Wu Meng cast a cold gaze upon the 12 charging wind spirit wolves, his body suddenly engulfed in blazing white flames. He had ascended to the realm of fire attribute transformation. The Dream Luo Heart Flame was more explosive and formidable than ever before. Before the densely packed swarm of wind spirit wolves, it resembled a gaping maw, which swiftly morphed into a colossal white dragon. What an astonishing surge of fire energy! Wu Hai, whose armor lay shattered, narrowly escaped death by relying on wind attributes. Upon sensing the overwhelming fire spirit energy emanating from Wu Meng, he could not help but be astounded. Such a level of attribute mastery had evidently reached the stage of transformation. Truly remarkable. How many abilities had this young clan leader concealed from them? Encircled by a sea of white flames, Wu Meng's forehead glimmered with radiant mental energy, pulsating incessantly as it was clearly pushed to its limits. The spiritual energy surged continuously as he executed the Fire Dragon technique. Upon reaching the transformation realm, he could indeed activate the Fire Dragon technique. Wu Meng chuckled, realizing that after merely 10 days, he had finally managed to invoke the first layer of this technique. Though it was primarily due to the enhancement of his attributes, mastering such an advanced secret tome was not merely contingent upon reaching the requisite attribute level. It also required relentless study and profound comprehension. For the average individual, even if they attained the necessary attribute realm, it would take months to cultivate the first layer. Wu Meng's eyes sparkled with determination as he exerted himself fully. The white fire dragon gradually took shape, evolving into a gigantic dragon's head. With a mighty roar, the white flames erupted violently. Initially, the encroaching wind spirit wolves, displaying fierce intent, sought to tear Wu Meng apart and consume him. However, upon witnessing the approach of the white fire dragon, fear crept into their eyes, and terror flashed across their faces, clearly indicating their dread. They could not fathom why a seemingly weak human could unleash such formidable power. The potency of the Dream Luo Heart Flame indeed differed from ordinary primordial flames. Wu Meng felt it rivaled, if not surpassed, many beastly fires. Since you've all come, None shall escape. Wu Meng let out a fierce shout. And immediately, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from her body, activating the Dream Luo heart flame. A sound, not particularly loud, yet remarkably clear, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, emanated from the Dream Luo heart flame, swiftly enveloping the surrounding wind spirit wolves. The pack of wind spirit wolves cried out in agony, their sharp shrieks piercing the stillness of the sky, as though they were enduring a fatal onslaught. The Dream Luo heart flame encased each retreating wolf, and despite their immediate attempts to flee, it was already too late. The white flames appeared quite peculiar, engulfing each of the first-level wind spirit wolves. These 12 wolves, previously ferocious and intimidating, were now transformed into 12 blazing fireballs, rolling helplessly and howling in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames consuming them. However, with the formidable enhancement of the fire attribute from the transformation realm and the activation of the first layer of the fire dragon technique, combined with the inherent power of the Dream Luo heart flame, these flames seemed impossible to extinguish, relentlessly scorching them into a charred state. Wu Xing stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before him, his astonishment impossible to dissipate. Wu Kai was equally taken aback, nearly ambushed by a wind spirit wolf lurking nearby. The fact that a fully realized spirit master could annihilate 12 formidable first-level wind spirit wolves in a single strike was nothing short of revolutionary to their understanding. They recognized their own inability to achieve such a feat on the grass nearby. The wind spirit wolves engulfed in flames had their azure hues completely suppressed, fading to the point of near invisibility, their once mighty forms shrinking increasingly. Ultimately, they disintegrated into fine ash, carried away by the wind. Wu Ming gasped for breath, promptly releasing her attribute enhancement. How many points did that cost? She inquired, voicing her foremost concern. She had activated it at the very last moment to conserve points. Was there any other reason? Perhaps she could have waited for the 12 wolves to draw nearer, making it easier to ensnare them all at once. Master, you used it for 8 seconds, costing a total of 2,500 points, a melodious voice chimed in. 8 seconds, a mere blink of time. To expend 2,500 points so swiftly was truly outrageous. Wu Meng internally lamented. That amount translated to a staggering 250,000 spirit coins. Panting heavily, her clothes damp with sweat, Wu Meng felt the immense toll it had taken on her. The fire dragon technique was indeed a strain to perform. The attribute realm of the transformation stage demanded a significant expenditure of her spiritual energy, as did her mental fortitude. With the Dream Luo heart flame requiring a vast amount of mental power to wield, she had less than 30% of her energy remaining. Yet, she knew she had to participate in the battle. Wu Xing had blood trickling down his hand, coursing along the back of his blade. The ghastly scars on his right hand bore witness to the damage inflicted by the wind spirit wolves when they unleashed their inherent abilities. His combat style was suited only for direct confrontation, and with his speed lacking, evasion was simply impossible. Yet Wu Xing still wore a look of exhilaration as he focused on the wind spirit wolf before him, equally marred by wounds. Were it not for this wretch's remarkable speed, he would have undoubtedly been slain by Wu Xing's blade. The creature's defensive capabilities were not as formidable as its velocity. Beast, taste my blade once more, Wu Xing proclaimed, striking out with a ferocious slash, the blade's gleam aimed directly at the brown-furred spirit beast. However, in a sudden burst of agility, the beast transformed into a fleeting azure shadow, darting behind Wu Xing before he could react. Its sharp fangs lunged toward his back. Damn it, Wu Xing thought, realizing his negligence too late to evade the attack. Alas, this encounter would likely end in severe injury. Nevertheless, he pivoted his ferocious blade toward the wind spirit wolf once again. Just as the beast was about to sink its teeth into him, a swift, piercing flash of sword light struck, targeting the creature's vulnerable flank. With a furious howl, the wolf erupted in a torrent of blood. Its body flung aside as Wu Meng delivered a powerful kick, sealing its fate as it crashed to the ground, lifeless. My good brother, Wu Xing exclaimed, slapping Wu Meng on the back with his uninjured hand, a grin spreading across his face. Yet, they remained ensnared in peril. Wu Hai and their captain faced dire circumstances. Wu Meng gazed into the distance, where Wu Hai struggled valiantly, bloodied and battered. Meanwhile, Wu Hong appeared even more beleaguered, one arm hanging limply at his side. The wind spirit wolf king fixating on him, poised to devour him. I must assist the captain. You rest for now, Wu Meng gasped, tightening his grip on the wooden sword, despite nearing exhaustion. I shall join you. I will aid Wu Hai. Wu Xing's bloodlust surged anew, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he charged toward the battlefield, disregarding his injuries and fatigue. It seemed inevitable that blood would soon stain this ground further. Alas, I fear I have little choice but to become stained with blood, Wu Meng sighed, summoning the last vestiges of his spiritual energy, unleashing a furious roar as he surged forward. Master! The voice of Yi echoed in his ears. She materialized in the air, looking at Wu Meng with sorrowful eyes. Master, even if you do not succeed, the final task indeed requires you to confront the Wind Spirit Wolf King alone. But this is utterly impossible. I implore you. I require strength. And I must save them, Wu Meng replied with a smile, his resolve unwavering. He still intended to seek out that girl. Retreating now would yield no opportunity. The obstacles before him were merely the beginning, and he must eradicate them all. Increase spiritual energy by 80%, attribute enhancement by 80%, Wu Meng softly declared. Chapter 31, The Sword of Yearning. As Wu Meng rushed forward, Yi's eyes filled with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Covering her mouth, she stifled a sob, whispering, I believe in you. Young master, you need not come. Wu Hong bellowed, his body drenched in crimson, resembling a figure of blood. However, the young clan leader was the one he must protect. As the commander of a certain mercenary group of the Wu family, Wu Hong had always been willing to shoulder most of the responsibility, thus earning the affection of numerous mercenary members, a conviction deeply rooted in his heart. At worst, they would perish together. Wu Meng did not retreat. With a fierce shout, an astonishing spiritual energy erupted from his entire being, and his attribute realm once again returned to the transformation stage. With a single step onto the ground, his figure darted forward like lightning, enveloped in white flames. The quality of his spiritual energy had already reached a level comparable to a minor achievement in the spiritual Yin realm. Noticing Wu Meng's silhouette from the corner of his eye, Wu Hong was taken aback. How could there be such formidable spiritual energy? Could it be a secret technique? No, that was not right. His aura still belonged to the great completion of the spiritual master realm. Could it be that the quality of his spiritual energy had reached such a degree? Wu Meng was naturally leveraging the amplification effect of the system, but every 10 seconds, he would lose 10,000 points, and the greater the amplification, the more points consumed. All in all, there was only a 30-second opportunity. Once the points were exhausted, his system would regress to its original state. Wu Meng propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed, and the Wind Spirit Wolf King finally cast its gaze upon him, seemingly beginning to take this insignificant creature seriously. Roar! As the Wind Spirit Wolf King charged towards him, transforming into a blue shadow, Wu Meng raised his wooden sword, coldly regarding his opponent. The Dream Luo heart flame suddenly ignited, burning fiercely, radiating brilliance in the night sky. The white flames appeared to coalesce into a fire dragon, roaring as it swirled around the sword. Blue edge. Wu Meng swung his sword, the blue hue becoming intense, the white light even more pronounced. As a 5-foot-long blue sword beam shot forth, striking the rapidly approaching Wind Spirit Wolf King with great force in Wu Meng's indifferent gaze. There was no escape. The Wind Spirit Wolf King let out a furious roar as the sword energy collided with its massive body, creating a tremendous wound, blood gushing forth, causing its colossal form to halt, glaring fiercely at Wu Meng. Nearby, on the grass, Wu Hong lay prostrate, his chest gently rising and falling, clearly gravely injured. Yet he was utterly astonished, witnessing the wounded Wind Spirit Wolf King. Even he had not been able to inflict such damage. This child has concealed such power. Well, I hope you can create a miracle. If you return alive this time, it will undoubtedly herald the official rise of the Wu family. I await that day. Wu Hong sat silently, beginning his arduous healing process. Indeed, it is formidable. Wu Meng gazed at the Wind Spirit Wolf King across from him, letting out a soft sigh, surprised that such a strike had not severely injured this spirit beast. It was evident that the Wind Spirit Wolf King was indeed close to a third-tier spirit beast, possessing tremendous strength. With a powerful leap from the grass, Wu Meng shot forth, his gaze sharp, exuding an imposing aura as his wooden sword transformed into a fluttering leaf, piercing towards his adversary. Employing the leaf-falling sword technique, comparable to an Earth-tier spiritual skill, under his execution, it rivaled that of a mid-level Earth-tier spiritual technique. The Wind Spirit Wolf King, with its fiery red-brown mane, now resembled flames ablaze, clearly exerting its full strength against Wu Meng, launching a ferocious assault with claws transformed into a deadly and savage offensive. Beside them, Wu Hong could not help but twitch slightly at this moment. The Wind Spirit Wolf King seemed to be truly unleashing its full potential. Previously, it had evidently held back. With a thunderous clash, Wu Meng's sword met the claws and fangs of the Wind Spirit Wolf King in a relentless exchange, creating a cacophony that compelled those nearby to cover their ears. The ferocity of this battle was likely approaching the pinnacle of the Spirit Yin realm, exceedingly close to the Spirit Yang realm. Wu Meng's combat prowess had escalated to such formidable heights. After narrowly defeating his opponent, Wu Kai turned his gaze toward Wu Meng, only to find himself utterly dumbfounded. What was unfolding before him? This was beyond abnormal. The strength displayed was staggering. Wu Kai felt fortunate that he had not antagonized this individual too severely, as the might exhibited was truly astounding. The battle prowess of a spirit master at this level was indeed terrifying. He even began to question whether he was ensnared in a dream. However, this could be advantageous. Perhaps their team might miraculously survive after all. With 12 seconds remaining, Wu Meng gasped for breath, dodging left and right as his wooden sword became a blur, continuously clashing with the Wind Spirit Wolf King. The sword was already battered and worn, had it not been for his formidable spiritual energy sustaining it. It would have shattered under the relentless assault of the wolf's overpowering claws. "Watch out, young clan leader!" Wu Hong and the others cried out in horror. The fur of the Wind Spirit Wolf King appeared to grow at an alarming rate, an intense azure light radiating forth, coalescing into layers of azure armor upon its form, a manifestation of its innate abilities. Attribute enhancement. It had reached the attribute level of transformation, and this was a dire predicament, Wu Meng thought, his pupils constricting. He could not hold out much longer. His points were rapidly dwindling. Time was of the essence. With unprecedented gravity in his gaze, Wu Meng felt an impending crisis of death looming before him. This Wind Spirit Wolf was utterly formidable. After employing secret techniques to bolster its power, it was even stronger than the Luo Yun he had previously faced. At that time, he had only managed to ambush his opponent due to their underestimation. Now, having just emerged from a fierce battle, confronting the Wind Spirit Wolf King felt exceedingly perilous. 5 seconds. Super Azure Claw. The Wind Spirit Wolf King lunged, its claws morphing into colossal blades that sliced through the sky, unleashing a fierce aura that caused the air to shatter, the overwhelming force shifting the expressions of those present. The Wind Spirit Wolf King, nearing the level of a third-tier spirit beast, possessed extraordinary innate capabilities. The power of its single strike was indeed formidable. Wu Meng tilted his head back, his eyes serene even in the face of an assault that would make even a typical Spirit Yang realm expert pale. Suddenly, he found himself enveloped in an extraordinary ambience, immersed in a boundless sword intent that he contemplated at every moment. Alongside this was a profound emotion, longing. A profound sense of longing reverberated within Wu Meng's heart, tears cascading down his cheeks, as if an ethereal figure manifested before him. He could not succumb to death at this moment. It was a sentiment he yearned for day and night, one that he could never forget or relinquish. At this instant, Wu Meng realized that his enduring yearning for the one far removed had transformed into an infinite sword intent. Alongside this was the accumulation of his previous experiences, countless days of enlightenment and training. The wooden sword, battered and scarred, now swung forth as if it were as harmonious as jade, radiating a brilliant white light, devoid of any attribute clinging to it. Wu Meng's gaze softened, sorrow evident. At this moment, the sword appeared to lament alongside him. His figure darted forth, aimed directly at the Wind Spirit Wolf King, as all his spiritual energy converged, a luminous white brilliance flashing, a sword intent tinged with a faint sadness quietly unfurling. Sword met claw, blood met fire. At that moment, it felt as if a cataclysmic explosion had transpired, yet it produced little sound. Wu Meng's neck strained, veins protruding, blood bursting forth like blossoming flowers. His points plummeted to 0, the system reduced to a null state. The augmentation vanished. Young clan leader, Wu Meng, master. Agonizing pain surged through him. He found himself utterly devoid of strength, his spiritual energy and mental fortitude entirely depleted. Within the sea of consciousness, the once tumultuous lake had now run dry. The sky turned a pallid hue. The Chidan was also riddled with cracks. Yet, in that moment, he could not perish. Wu Meng exerted every ounce of his strength to open his eyes, only to discover that he seemed to be in motion. Moreover, it felt as though he were ensconced within something's maw, the heavy metallic scent rendering him somewhat dizzy, intensifying the fog in his mind. Indeed, he had slain the Wind Spirit Wolf King. However, after he succumbed to unconsciousness, Wu Hai was swiftly repelled by the second-level Wind Spirit Wolf, which then darted towards Wu Meng, seizing him in its jaws before anyone could react, racing into the depths of the forest. This wolf had seemingly determined that Wu Meng was the most suitable prey, especially as the other wind spirit wolves had been nearly eradicated, leaving only it behind. Lacking confidence to confront the remaining adversaries, it promptly chose to abduct a prime target. Transported to its lair, it would surely feast upon him, significantly enhancing its cultivation. As human spiritual energy was exceptionally conducive to its absorption. With such thoughts, it propelled Wu Meng forward at an astonishing speed, leaving him feeling as if he were experiencing motion sickness, his head spinning. Yet, to his astonishment, his severely injured body was rapidly mending itself. "Master, can you hear me?" Wu Meng's eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality. Though his entire body was numb and immobile, his facial muscles twitched slightly. He recognized that it was Yi's voice. "Yi, how are you? Have I completed my task?" Wu Meng asked weakly, a hint of anxiety creeping in. He was concerned that should the system not acknowledge his efforts, he would find himself in dire straits, with little recourse beyond spitting blood. "Isn't it being repaired now? Rest assured, this will not count towards your points. It is complimentary." Yi seemed to understand Wu Meng's thoughts, smiling gently as she spoke. Wu Meng secretly sighed in relief, grateful for the free service. But what about the rewards? What about the levels? Hasn't the system reverted back to zero? How long am I to be left at the mercy of this wolf? Wu Meng felt a wave of anxiety and began to bombard her with a flurry of questions. Yi floated beside him, observing his disheveled state, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Hee, this should be a female wolf. She seems to quite fancy you." "Yi, stop joking," Wu Meng replied, speechless. "The system's rewards will arrive shortly, after you complete the major task. Your level has already been restored, and the awakening of your attributes will be considerable, this time. The rewards will exceed your imagination," Yi said with a smile. Wu Meng felt a surge of joy, as if a sudden strength had returned to him. If Yi believed so, he was genuinely looking forward to it. It had taken immense effort to complete that task, nearly costing him his life. Only with sufficient rewards could his fragile heart find solace. Chapter 32. Agony. Several hours later, when Wu Meng was brought deeper into the cave where the wind spirit wolf resided, his injuries had completely healed. His mental and spiritual energies were nearly restored, and his combat strength returned to its former state. In fact, Wu Meng felt even more invigorated. Undoubtedly, such battles were immensely beneficial for the quality and realm of his spiritual energy. And the attributes. Wu Meng suddenly sensed that the surrounding fire attribute energy had become much clearer, although he had not yet reached the later stage. His grasp of this realm felt significantly more refined. Could it be that my previous experiences with the transformation realm have contributed to this? Wu Meng's eyes sparkled, as if he had uncovered something of great importance. Indeed, previously, the comprehension of attributes could only be achieved gradually, the higher the level. The clearer and easier the understanding became, especially during the spirit profound realm, where there seemed to be an explosive period of insight into the attributes. If I were to experiment more with this sensation, my understanding of the attributes would surely deepen. The speed of improvement would be unprecedented. Wu Meng felt an exhilarating thrill, akin to having feasted on a grand banquet. True, his comprehension of attributes had been swift, but this felt astonishingly accelerated. "Master, you are indeed clever. But it seems you have forgotten about the financial aspect," Yi remarked, a meaningful smile gracing her beautiful face, sending a shiver down Wu Meng's spine. He suddenly realized that the system was a veritable gold mine. Alas, I must strive to earn money, accumulate wealth. It appeared that spiritual currency could no longer satisfy his point requirements. Now, points were reckoned in the thousands or tens of thousands, meaning he would need millions of spiritual currency. Acquiring such a vast fortune was no small feat, even for him, the young master of the Wu family. 10 million spiritual currency could purchase a substantial piece of land, a considerable sum even within the Wu family. Yet, it only exchanged for a mere 10,000 points. "Master, a rewarding opportunity awaits." The melodious voice echoed once more, followed by a system notification. Self-created sword technique. Nostalgia. Initial judgment level. Medium Xian tier. Falling leaves sword technique. Initial judgment level. Low Xian tier. Reward. Fire attribute realm elevated to late stage control. Attribute less realm enhanced to mid-stage entry. Wu Meng's face lit up with astonishment, momentarily forgetting to criticize the system for delaying the rewards for the falling leaves sword technique. Almost instantly, he felt a profound transformation. His affinity for the fire attribute had evidently surged, and his understanding of the attribute-less realm had also deepened, marking a new breakthrough. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. This was merely the initial reward. A more significant one awaited in that monumental task, which had nearly cost him his life. Now, he found himself suspended in the jaws of a mother wolf, released at the entrance of the drooping willow cave, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. It seemed poised to undertake something extraordinary, to be devoured. Wu Meng heard the sound of water flowing at the cave's mouth. The mother wolf was drinking, cleansing its battle-worn body, its once crimson eyes transforming back to a vibrant green. Once clean, Wu Meng's body stirred slightly before he leaped into action. The wind spirit wolf sensed him instantly, its eyes flashing with ferocity as its massive jaws opened wide, sharp fangs emerging like weapons aimed at him. Could it be that it was not fond of fresh meat? Was sashimi not to its liking? Wu Meng sighed, flames erupting within him as his previously pale aura deepened slightly, revealing a hint of red amidst the white. The enhancement to his attribute-less state suggested that his power was still formidable. A flicker of joy crossed Wu Meng's face as he directed his gaze towards the wind spirit wolf that had nearly slain his companion. Though his wooden sword lay in ruins, overcoming this wind spirit wolf, which was not at its full strength, proved to be rather effortless. Wu Meng approached with a cool demeanor. After a while, he washed his hands by the stream and turned to depart. "Master, it is about to begin. Please prepare yourself," came the gentle reminder from Yi. Wu Meng paused, surprised that it was time to commence. The reward for the monumental task? Why did it sound so troublesome? Requiring preparation? A sense of unease crept into his heart, prompting him to fold his arms and scan his surroundings warily. Suddenly, Wu Meng noticed a surge of pitch-black entities emerging before him. Had he studied black holes in his past life, he would undoubtedly perceive this as equally profound and enigmatic. That pure darkness rushed towards him like a vast, gaping maw, a demon's chilling grin manifesting. Wu Meng finally comprehended the necessity for preparation. It was a psychological readiness. For resistance was futile. His spiritual energy was inaccessible, his mental force retreating within, as if terrified of something. Everything before him was engulfed in darkness. Extending his hand, he could not discern his 5 fingers, akin to being blind. A flicker of alarm coursed through Wu Meng, realizing he could only yield to the will of this entity, devoid of any capacity for resistance. The notion of reward seemed rather peculiar. As Wu Meng contemplated this, an intense chill enveloped him, as if he had been cast into a frigid abyss. No, it was far colder than that, infinitely so. The marrow within him, every single cell, was frozen to the core. Though he could not discern the presence of ice, he comprehended that he had been immobilized, devoid of water or ice, utterly frozen. His consciousness appeared to wane, retreating into the depths. "Master, do not succumb," Yi's voice echoed within him, tender yet resolute. "I understand your plight, but think of your beloved Yunhuang Yuya, your partner, your family. If you falter, all will dissolve into mere illusions." Though Yi's figure did not materialize, her faint words resonated deeply within his soul, sending a tremor through his heart. Yes, he must not yield. It seemed that indeed, there are no free lunches in this world. Wu Meng could only muster a wry smile. Despite his muscles being paralyzed, his consciousness enduring an onslaught of pain, akin to being shattered by relentless frost, only to be encased anew. Throughout this ordeal, he maintained an unwavering clarity. The agony was excruciating. Wu Meng's spirit roared in defiance. Yet, he would not surrender. He had a beloved, a profound love that transcended this suffering, along with his family, all nestled in the deepest recesses of his heart. What was this pain in comparison? His spirit clung to existence amidst the precipice of collapse. "Master, what the system offers you is all earned through your own efforts." Yi understood his torment. The master, who often jested with her, was merely a resilient youth bearing immense pressure. Yi hoped he would ultimately emerge as an unparalleled warrior. Should the opportunity arise for her to sacrifice herself for his success, she would not hesitate for a moment. As the youth endured boundless suffering in a desolate corner, a graceful figure observed him silently, seemingly sighing, yet resolute, her beautiful visage adorned with an expression of unwavering determination. Wu Meng lost track of time, each minute stretching interminably. As if he could not endure, yet he persevered, like tempered iron, resilient through countless trials, ultimately radiating brilliance. In a moment of revelation, Wu Meng abruptly opened his eyes. In his clear gaze, brilliance sparkled. Chapter 33, Transformation. The mysterious elder. Upon reflection, Wu Meng discovered that he could finally rise, emerging from the depths of endless darkness. He was unaware of how long he had endured this torment, only sensing its drawn-out nature, as if everything had been dissolved, time itself seemingly non-existent. Accompanied solely by the excruciating cold, no peer his age could possibly withstand this. Even those ancient beings who had lived for centuries would find it challenging to endure as he had. It was nothing short of miraculous. In such extreme agony, Even the obliteration of consciousness was entirely understandable. At last, it seems that the ordeal has come to an end, leaving Wu Meng shivering with trepidation. Yet, almost instantaneously, a profound sense of strength surged within him, astonishing him with its intensity. Inside his body, a frosty blue Qi Dan hovered gently, its size approximately 3 times that of the previous one he possessed, adorned with an engraving resembling a grand star. This star, though not blinding, radiated a deep, enigmatic glow. Could this be the level of my Qi Dan? Only 1 star? Wu Meng's focus zeroed in on the star, and upon counting its number, a wave of despair washed over him. After enduring so much suffering and receiving the reward from the grand task, he found himself with nothing more than a Qi Dan of such a meager rank. It was enough to make one want to cough up blood in frustration. Wu Meng had initially believed that, at the very least, he would achieve a rank of 7 stars. It was not arrogance. He possessed the capability and the need for such advancement. In Changlin Town, even a top 3 genius would find it hard to attain a 5-star Qi Dan. Insufficient foundation, inadequate training, lacking talent. However, now, confronted with this solitary star, which would likely rank at the bottom of Changlin Town, it was difficult to avoid questioning one's life choices. Master, take a closer look. Yi's voice carried a hint of delight. Wu Meng's emotions were stirred, prompting him to wonder if there was a change. He examined the Qi Dan more closely. The stars upon it appeared rather oversized, and to his astonishment, he discovered that within it, there were indeed stars. Wu Meng gasped, fixating on the celestial formations. There were 9 slightly smaller stars arranged within. 9 stars. Could this be a 9-star Qi Dan? No. If the outer star counted as well, it would be 10 stars. 10 stars. How could this be? Wu Meng gaped in astonishment. Did a 10-star Qi Dan truly exist? If so, he might have created something remarkable, a piece of history. Such a revelation was profoundly shocking. After all, it was a 10-star level Qi Dan. If the Yun Imperial Mansion knew that the disciple they had expelled possessed such talent, they would undoubtedly regret it deeply. My realm has also reached the initial stage of the Spirit realm, Wu Meng exclaimed joyfully, having directly transcended a level. Congratulations, Master, Yi's laughter chimed. Suddenly, Wu Meng felt a tremor in his body, and once again, a mist enveloped him, transporting him away. Outside, at the entrance of the Wind Spirit Wolf Cave, Wu Meng was expelled from a spatial-like realm, landing firmly on the ground. Fortunately, the grass was remarkably soft. Yet he felt a twinge of frustration as he gazed at the black fissure behind him slowly sealing. It resembled a gaping, dark mouth. What on earth is this place? Wu Meng's expression grew solemn, filled with uncertainty and caution, for this place appeared far from ordinary. Kid, your resilience is quite commendable, a voice, aged and unfamiliar, suddenly echoed in his mind. Instantly on guard, Wu Meng rose, unleashing his mental energy with fervor. Now, he has reached the mid-level of a 2nd-rank alchemist, with a remarkable 60% mastery. This individual, remarkably, spoke without him even being aware, highlighting the terrifying strength he possesses. It is likely that he surpasses Wu Ling in power, at least in terms of spiritual force. Little one, there is no need for alarm. If I harbored ill intentions, I could have caused you immense suffering long before you ever noticed. The aged voice resonated once more. Wu Meng's gaze sharpened slightly. Had this experience occurred before her own? How could Yi have remained oblivious? Yi, did you not notice this esteemed elder earlier? Wu Meng discreetly communicated with Yi. Master, the system indicates that he is not an enemy. Yi replied. Not an enemy? Wu Meng murmured. Then, he must be a friend? You are excessively cautious. Considering your age, it is indeed remarkable. The ancient voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. He continued, do not mind me. I am merely a remnant soul, with significant portions of my memory fragmented. However, I have taken a liking to you. A black line slowly emerged on Wu Meng's forehead. What was happening? Could it be that he found her captivating? No, he was not that sort. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed, jolting Wu Meng from his thoughts as his emotions gradually settled. He had forgotten that he was deep within the perilous depths of the Changlin Mountains, having ventured quite far in. Thus, he must remain vigilant at all times. A short-faced bear? A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Meng's face as he turned his gaze towards the cave that had once belonged to the Wind Spirit Wolf. This cave was now occupied by a short-faced bear. Following the ferocious roar, a massive figure emerged from the pitch-black cave. It was a creature of solid brown, towering at 5 meters tall, with a narrow face and a pair of fierce eyes fixed intently on Wu Meng, sharp teeth dripping with brown saliva. It was indeed a short-faced bear, approximately at the mid-level of the 2nd rank. Even a formidable practitioner at the early stages of the spiritual realm would need to avoid its might in direct confrontation, for its specialties lay in sheer strength and collision. A worthy opponent, just right for me to hone my skills. Wu Meng observed this fierce and powerful beast with a slight smile, cracking his knuckles as the sound of popping bones filled the air. His current level was the initial stage of the spiritual realm, while this short-faced bear possessed a comprehensive capability akin to a minor adept within the spiritual realm. Such a being would be quite a formidable challenge for any ordinary practitioner at that level. Yet, Wu Meng appeared remarkably confident. "Master, you are exceedingly self-assured," Yi remarked, floating beside Wu Meng with a playful grin. "Absolutely," Wu Meng smiled back at her, and then he began to channel his spiritual energy. The Yin-Shi Dan within him seemed to split into two factions. The fiery red spiritual energy erupted like a blazing flame, ultimately coalescing into a dragon of fire with its mouth wide open. A resounding roar echoed, emanating a subtle yet formidable sense of authority from Wu Meng, whose once gentle demeanor now radiated the overwhelming essence of a fiery dragon head. The fire dragon technique, first layer, dragon's head. In this transformative moment, Wu Meng transcended the limits of mastery, reaching the realm of manifestation. Fire attribute, realm of manifestation. This level is one that many spirit origin realm experts may never attain. The potency of the attribute, at this juncture, is finally able to manifest a portion of its might, solidifying into form. The power at this stage is entirely incomparable to that of the mastery realm. Even Wu Meng, confident in his extraordinary talent, and notably adept in the comprehension of the fire attribute, could not claim he would smoothly ascend to the realm of manifestation within 2 months. After all, it is a significant hurdle. Many spirit masters remain stuck in the mastery realm for years without progress. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, the previously savage gaze of the short-faced bear became momentarily lucid, as if struck by a wave of intimidation. This roar, a hallmark of a superior lineage, holds considerable deterrent power over these lower-tier spirit beasts. However, the essence of the dragon within the roar was all too faint, and after a brief pause, the short-faced bear's eyes turned blood-red once more. With a fierce roar, it pounded its massive fists against its chest and charged fiercely at Wu Meng. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the short-faced bear's steps, creating enormous craters, akin to the tremors of an earthquake. It seemed that this creature, initially afraid of the wind spirit wolf pack and hesitant to seize the cave, now regarded Wu Meng as its first formidable adversary, one it must eliminate to establish dominance. "Come forth." Wu Meng's eyes burned with the fire of battle. In this inaugural confrontation following his transformation, he was determined to gauge the true extent of his newfound power. Chapter 34. A surge in strength ascending dragon fist. Wu Meng shouted, his dragon head lunging forth to meet his palm. The immense fiery dragon head dwarfed his small hand, yet its presence was astonishing. Roar. The short-faced bear continued its charge, leaving a trail of massive craters in its wake, its earthy yellow aura expanding relentlessly. The earth attribute, with comprehension akin to that of a mid-level mastery realm expert. On average, spirit beasts indeed possess a superior capability for attribute comprehension, living up to their status as born spirits. Yet, the prodigies of humanity are by no means inferior to the beast clan. Within Wu Meng, the icy blue essence orb resonated with a powerful hum, subsequently unleashing a formidable aura. An overwhelmingly cold and domineering energy surged forth, fully infusing Wu Meng's colossal dragon head, causing it to radiate with brilliance. The fire dragon technique, first layer, paired spirit skill, ascending dragon fist. Wu Meng unleashed his full strength, his fist ignited with blazing flames, akin to the colossal fire dragon head that surged forth, leaving deep crimson trails in the air. With a resounding crash, Wu Meng collided head-on with the formidable short-faced bear, which showed no inclination to evade. Its combat style was one of sheer resilience. Amidst the thunderous roar, Wu Meng surged forward into the depths of the crimson expanse. The bear let out a pained bellow as large patches of its fur were singed, revealing a gaping wound on its chest. Wu Meng deftly sidestepped the bear's furious counterattack, appearing directly before it, and unleashed a powerful punch, enveloped in a radiant, ethereal light, an attack devoid of elemental affiliation. With a swift retreat, as quick as lightning, Wu Meng wore a calm expression, yet the short-faced bear emitted a low groan, its chest now bearing a substantial cavity where flesh had seemingly vanished without a trace. Devoured entirely, Wu Meng stared in astonishment at the evidence of his prowess, a chill running down his spine at the sheer magnitude of his strength. The bear's defenses were formidable, its thick fur and hide representing an incredible resilience that even seasoned practitioners of the spirit-in realm found challenging. However, with that singular punch, Wu Meng's elemental neutrality had seemingly rendered the bear's defenses moot. Such characteristics hinted at a capacity for absorption, disintegration, and destruction. How extraordinary! Wu Meng marveled inwardly, pondering if this was the essence of being elementally neutral. No wonder the system had deemed it an extraordinary attribute. And no wonder he had absorbed the entirety of the alchemical workshop's energy, yet awoke less than 1% of this power. After a month of intense focus, he had made remarkable strides in fire affinity, but had barely advanced in the realm of neutrality. This was indeed a rare and formidable attribute. It appeared that his grandest reward thus far was a 5% awakening of his neutral attribute, bringing him to the threshold of mastery. Wu Meng mused to himself, indeed, he had reached the half-step mastery realm in his neutral affinity. This advancement far surpassed any other enhancements he had achieved, truly deserving of its reputation. The short-faced bear continued to roar defiantly, charging once more despite its grievous injuries, showing no sign of retreat. Wu Meng rose, enveloped in the dream luo heart flame, which had become an even purer white, resembling a lustrous gem, not dazzling, yet undeniably beautiful. He propelled himself forward, aiming directly at the short-faced bear. Fist met fist in a direct clash. With a mighty roar, the powerful short-faced bear staggered back, leaving deep impressions in the ground, its fists charred black. Wu Meng smiled, undeterred, and leaped once more, engaging the bear with unabated ferocity. The bear, increasingly overwhelmed, felt fear seep into its blood-red eyes. Was this truly a human? A mere novice in the spirit-in realm? No, it could not be. Wu Meng's physical strength had similarly undergone a remarkable enhancement. The foundation he had previously established was now fully unleashed. With the assistance of the dream luo heart flame, even in a direct confrontation, he was not inferior to the already weakened short-faced bear. Throughout the agonizing process, Wu Meng's body experienced a transformation akin to rebirth, further augmented by the formless refinement of his own essence, resulting in an extraordinary increase in physical power. Suppressing the short-faced bear, Wu Meng unleashed a furious shout and struck with all his might. The crimson dragon head erupted once more as the dream luo heart flame coalesced anew, and his explosive punch, reminiscent of the arm of the fire god, was awe-inspiring. With a thunderous roar, the short-faced bear was sent hurtling backward, its massive form soaring like a kite with severed strings, crashing violently against the cave wall, nearly shattering its bones in the process. This is the strength I possess now. As the flames gradually receded, Wu Meng smiled softly. The dream luo heart flame had, in the throes of battle, already manifested as a rigid fire, seemingly evolving in tandem with his own transformation. Its power was indeed formidable. Master, I must remind you that a month has passed since you arrived at the Chonglin mountain range, and now is the time for the clan competition to commence. The gentle voice of Yi reached him as she stood before Wu Meng, scrutinizing the young man before her. Wu Meng appeared to have grown taller yet again, now standing at an impressive height of 1.70 meters. His youthful face retained its freshness, yet the contours had softened considerably, rendering him quite handsome. With his elongated frame, short, pale blue hair, and modest attire, his appearance could not conceal the advantages he possessed. One might even describe him as a dashing young lad. Wu Meng touched his face, his skin smooth and radiant like polished jade. He gazed at Yi, who had been staring at him in a daze for quite some time, and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at, master? A hint of fluster crossed her beautiful eyes, but she quickly blushed, her hands awkwardly fidgeting in front of her. I just feel that you've grown a bit. By how much? Wu Meng inquired with a smile. Not much, but you still look very good, Yi replied, her cheeks flush with color. If Yi were a physical entity, Wu Meng would have wanted to kiss her delicate, agate-like face. This little girl, though petite, was extraordinarily endearing, and despite his considerable self-restraint, he found himself tempted. No, I must remain virtuous, he resolved inwardly. Yi seemed to perceive his thoughts, casting him a sidelong glance, her eyelashes fluttering. At such a young age, you already have such thoughts. Don't you have a first love? It seems your true nature hasn't changed. No, absolutely not. I am entirely devoted. Wu Meng hurriedly began to explain, feeling a bit flustered. To be truthful, his feelings for Yi resembled that of an older brother toward a younger sister. He wished to protect her and cherish their bond as close companions. However, it was not the sentiment of a lover. Could it be that all men are not to be trusted? Yi's next question threatened to plant such an idea in her mind. Wu Meng, scratching his nose, felt he was not quite so despicable. It is time to return, as the clan competition is about to commence. Wu Meng takes a moment to regulate his breathing, striving to attain his optimal state. After all, in this perilous jungle, danger lurks at every corner. Although the previous battle appeared effortless, it exacted a significant toll. Had he not ascended to the Spirit Yin realm, fortified by a profound foundation and possessing a 10-star level of Yin Shi Dan, he would surely have been unable to withstand such exhaustion. The greatest drain, undoubtedly, stemmed from the absence of attributes. However, his current spiritual energy intensity significantly surpasses that of an ordinary early-stage Spirit Yin practitioner, both in quality and quantity. Hence, engaging in battles beyond his level is not particularly arduous, especially for spirit masters lacking in attributes and foundational strength. After all, his capabilities are exceptionally formidable in every respect. Wu Meng swiftly channels his spiritual energy and accelerates his journey. Meanwhile, the Wu family has already immersed itself in the atmosphere of the clan competition. The news of the young clan leader's perilous encounter in the jungle has, under the manipulation of certain individuals, spread like wildfire. It appears that internal changes may soon befall the Wu family. Chapter 35. The news of death in the Wu family's conference hall, the clan leader states. The search party continues its efforts. We have faced several large-scale attacks from spiritual beasts, resulting in the loss of 40 spirit masters, 18 Spirit Yin mercenaries, and 7 Spirit Yang mercenaries. With a resounding clap, Wu Ling slams his hand on the table, shattering it into splinters that scatter across the room. The gathered individuals turn their gazes toward him, and the reporting officer trembles, lowering his head in fear. Calm the mercenary spirits and continue the search, Wu Ling commands, his lips twitching as a grimace crosses his face. The mercenaries may be feeling somewhat uneasy, the hesitant reporter adds, his voice quavering. Wu Ling, his expression darkening, remains silent, his emotions on the brink of collapse. After all, Wu Meng has been missing for a full 20 days. When Wu Hong arrived, injured and bearing the news, he initially thought it a jest. However, upon realizing the truth, Wu Ling was nearly driven to madness. Wu Meng's life may be beyond salvage. After being severely injured, he was taken away by a second-tier wind spirit wolf and has now been missing for 20 days. Can one still hope that the wind spirit wolf would show mercy and care for Wu Meng? The chances of survival are likely zero. Yet, how could Wu Ling possibly abandon Wu Meng? He would never forsake his own son. If it meant sacrificing his own life to save his son, he would do so without hesitation. Father, you have exerted yourself so much. Please take a moment to rest. Allow me to continue arranging the search. Wu Xiu approaches with concern etched across his face, observing Wu Ling's pallid countenance. Why should it be you to make the arrangements? Wu Xiu, who do you think you are? Wu Yang stands before the Grand Elder, glaring fiercely at him. Wu Xiu casts a dismissive glance in his direction and replies, I am currently the acting young clan leader, and I naturally possess the authority to do so. Wu Xiu will not allow these individuals to undertake the search, for they have long wished for Wu Meng's demise in the Chonglin Mountains. How could they possibly conduct a serious search? However, he still underestimated the thoughts of these individuals. Wu Xian stroked his long beard and spoke solemnly. Patriarch, it is not that we are unwilling to cooperate with you, but you are well aware of the slim chances of survival for the young clan leader this time, under such severe injuries. Being carried away by a second-level wind spirit wolf, even if Wu Meng were in perfect condition, it is likely he would not survive, inevitably falling victim to the jaws of the wind spirit wolf, let alone the dire circumstances we now face. We have searched for over 20 days, incurring such great losses, all for someone who has lost all hope of survival. As he reached this point, his voice faltered, but everyone understood the implication of his words. The elders, with heavy expressions, raised their heads, a flicker of hesitation passing through their eyes. Indeed, I too believe that to incur further losses for a hopeless cause is not a prudent course of action. As the patriarch, you ought to lead by example, rather than acting on impulse. With the tacit agreement of most elders, Wu Ling's complexion grew even paler, his heart entangled in a knot of turmoil. Indeed, the hope seemed exceedingly faint, yet he could not resign himself to abandon it. Do not force my hand, Wu Ling spoke softly, clenching his fists, his gaze cold as it swept over the assembly of elders. As he cast his glance, an involuntary chill spread through their bodies, indicating the patriarch's resolve was formidable. Very well, I shall not interfere any longer. Since you choose to act on impulse, you may continue to sacrifice for the clan competition. This matter is entirely my responsibility and should not be affected by this situation. Wu Xian rose, sweeping his robe with a flourish, casting a cold glance at Wu Ling. Showing no regard for him, his voice devoid of warmth, then turned to depart. The elders present, upon hearing the mention of the clan competition, brightened. For in comparison to searching for Wu Meng, whom they deemed to have no hope of survival, the competition was evidently a far more enticing matter. This was far more pragmatic, concerning the fresh blood of the disciples under their command and the factions they upheld. Wu Xiao, revel in your arrogance while you can. In the clan competition, I shall personally trample you underfoot, and then your position as young clan leader will be handed over to me. Wu Yang, following closely behind Wu Xian, cast a haughty glance at Wu Xiao, resentment flickering in his dark eyes, and with those words, he strode away. Wu Xiao paid him no mind, merely assisting his father with a massage. A fleeting crimson glint flashed in his eyes, as if it had never appeared at all. Turn this place upside down. My disciple, search thoroughly. A reward of 10 million spirit coins for the one who finds him. Wu Lai's voice echoed through the forest. And the mercenaries lifted their heads, their faces filled with shock. Ecstasy and frenzy swept through them as they commenced an even more fervent search. 10 million spirit coins could purchase a substantial piece of land in the heart of Chonglin Town, sufficient to sustain a medium-sized force for years in Chonglin Town, a truly considerable sum. In the sky, Wu Lai's robes billowed in the azure wind, resembling a celestial being. Yet his expression was exceedingly grim, as if shrouded in profound sorrow. My disciple, are you alive or dead? Wu Lai murmured softly. I cannot believe you have perished so easily. You are my disciple, Wu Lai? Should Wu Meng learn that Wu Lai has offered a bounty of 10 million to find him, he would undoubtedly emerge to claim the reward, proudly proclaiming that he has found himself, without a shadow of a doubt. Yet, he has yet to come forth to claim the money. The following day, as the sun gradually broke through the thick layers of clouds and cast its warm glow upon the spacious plaza of the Wu family, the atmosphere within the clan became palpably charged. The clan competition was about to commence. It appeared that the young man would not be making an appearance. Seated upon the stone platform, the second elder smirked inwardly. Beside him, Wu Xian nodded in satisfaction before turning to the second elder and remarking nonchalantly, has that boy not already met his demise at the jaws of a wolf? That would be his most fitting end. We need not expend further effort on him. At this moment, seated upon the elevated platform at the edge of the plaza was the clan matriarch, Wu Zuru, adorned in a splendid purple gown that accentuated her mature figure, rendering her quite eye-catching. Her face radiated with a rosy glow, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance, eagerly anticipating her son's arrival. Wu Meng, I had exerted great effort to deal with you, yet unexpectedly, you have stumbled into your own trap. The position of the young master shall soon belong to my son. On this day next year, I shall surely burn paper offerings for you. Wu Ziru scoffed lightly, her spirits evidently high. One by one, the elders entered the plaza, followed closely by a throng of young disciples, the fresh blood of the Wu clan. Who were the protagonists of this clan competition? Their youthful faces were brimming with excitement and confidence, eager to seize victory in this crucial contest and make a remarkable name for themselves within the Wu clan. Such instances were not uncommon. Moreover, if one possessed exceptional strength, there was even a chance to contend for the position of young clan leader, albeit a formidable challenge. It was said that this time, not only would contemporaries such as Wu Xiao and Wu Yang participate, but also the elite of the previous generation, who had trained longer and thus possessed even greater prowess. This clan competition promised to be exceptionally lively and intense. In the center of the plaza, a figure emerged, surrounded by a throng of young admirers, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd, which erupted into murmurs of astonishment. Was that not Wu Lin? The renowned prodigy rumored to be in seclusion for cultivation was unexpectedly present. He appeared to be just 20 years old and would undoubtedly compete for the position of young clan leader. A spectacle was in store. Wu Lin surveyed the arena with an air of arrogance, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declared, since the rules have changed this time, this position shall naturally belong to me. It seems the clan is prepared to relinquish the seat willingly. The onlookers immediately began to flatter and fawn over him, further inflating Wu Lin's pride. At that moment, the clan leader approached, accompanied by a group of individuals, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd, which quickly transformed into expressions of surprise. Chapter 36. The Demon Lord's body in the square, surrounded by numerous members of the Sun Alliance. Wu Yang reclined leisurely on a bamboo chair, with someone fanning him beside. At this moment, a remarkably mature and beautiful woman stood next to him, adorned in a resplendent gown of pale yellow. Her eyes, however, exhibited a distant indifference, causing the young scions who dared to glance her way to involuntarily shine with admiration. Yet, she never lingered her gaze on them, fixating instead on Wu Yang, her expression softening considerably. Wu Yang, Do you feel confident about securing the position of the young master? After preparing for so long, it would be rather unacceptable to fall short, wouldn't it? Upon hearing her words, a smile instantly graced Wu Yang's proud countenance. He straightened slightly to face her and replied softly, "Indeed, I have made ample preparations this time. I am determined to seize this position, and once I do, we shall immediately arrange our engagement." Wu Ruhan's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not counter his words. Instead, she gazed at him and said, "Then you must strive for it. If that truly comes to pass, I would not mind marrying you." The clan leader's entourage has arrived. A chorus of exclamations arose as Wu Ling, flanked by a group, traversed the lengthy dirt path towards the square. Wu Yang narrowed his eyes, contemplating. My greatest rival this time should be Wu Xiao. Apart from him, I must also remain wary of Wu Lin. Wu Xiao? I believe he is still ensnared in the Spirit Master realm, isn't he? They would never anticipate that you would surpass them into this realm first. Wu Ruhan chuckled softly, whispering into his ear. Both of them shall undoubtedly be my defeated foes, and as for Wu Lin, his lack of talent poses no threat. Wu Yang's eyes sparkled with brilliance, an air of pride and sharpness radiating from him, captivating Wu Ruhan beside him. This was the man she admired. Should Wu Yang triumph over these rivals and ascend as the young clan leader, she would subsequently become the clan leader's wife. What is going on? Is that Wu Meng following Wu Ling? Wu Yang abruptly sprang from his chair. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared into the distance at the tranquil Wu Meng approaching behind Wu Ling. How is this possible? Was he not dead? A thick layer of astonishment colored Wu Yang's voice. Were it not for his clear mind, he might have thought himself dreaming. For, based on prior intelligence, he knew the chances of Wu Meng's survival were exceedingly slim. How could he possibly be alive? Was it conceivable that the wind spirit wolf had shown him mercy? Yet, such a notion was utterly absurd. Not far away on the platform, Wu Ziru nearly gasped in shock, her face pale as she sank onto the stone seat. Disbelief etched on her features. This little bastard is still alive. Gradually settling back into his chair, a cold smirk re-emerged on Wu Yang's face as he disdainfully remarked, "Even if he has survived, it matters not. It will not affect me in the slightest." Wu Ruhan appeared to be quite astonished, covering her mouth lightly as she gazed at him for a while, thinking to herself that Wu Meng was indeed rather handsome. However, she soon turned her attention back to Wu Yang, smiling as she remarked, "Of course, how could he possibly affect you? Although his talent seems commendable, it pales in comparison to that of an alchemist. When it comes to the path of a spiritual master, he is far behind you." Upon hearing her praises, a look of pride immediately adorned Wu Yang's face, his complexion seemingly flushed with delight. He smiled gently and declared, "I shall certainly bring home the championship for you. That will be my grandest gift upon marrying you." Wu Ruhan giggled as she leaned beside him and planted a kiss on his cheek. The onlookers nearby gazed at Wu Yang with envy, yet they could not harbor any feelings of jealousy, for they understood that Wu Yang's status was simply beyond their reach. In the distance, Wu Ling's expression had improved considerably compared to before. He turned to glance at Wu Meng and chuckled, "You, young lad, are indeed fortunate. You've caused me quite a bit of trouble, yet here you are, back safe and sound." Wu Meng nodded silently, fully aware that he had likely brought his father considerable distress. However, at that moment, he truly had no inkling that events would unfold in such a manner. Moreover, he had been enduring excruciating pain at the time. Wu Xiao patted his shoulder, still wearing a sunny smile, and said, "Father has indeed been anxious for quite a while. This time, you must surprise him properly. Unleash all your strength and show those people what you are capable of." As he spoke the last words, Wu Xiao cast a sidelong glance at several figures in the distance, a faint chill passing through his eyes. Wu Meng looked at Wu Xiao with mild surprise, not expecting him to have such confidence in him. "I am your brother. How could I not understand you? Seeing you like this, you must have it all figured out." Wu Xiao remarked with a gentle smile, ruffling Wu Meng's hair. "Haha, master, your brother is quite amusing." Yi suddenly appeared before Wu Meng, stifling a laugh at the sight of him being playfully assaulted. "Stop laughing," Wu Meng said, feeling quite speechless, and cast an annoyed glance at Wu Xiao. "There are so many people watching. Haha, I won't tease you any longer. You'll be in tears soon enough," Wu Xiao chuckled. Wu Meng was taken aback, rolling his eyes at him in exasperation. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in Wu Meng's mind. This young man seems to possess something rather extraordinary." Wu Meng immediately grew serious, recalling the mysterious elder who had recently emerged in his consciousness. Yet, since Yi had previously assured him that this figure was not an enemy, he felt compelled to trust her. "Are you referring to Wu Xiao?" Wu Meng glanced at his brother once more, contemplating inwardly. "Senior, is there something remarkable about my brother? The elderly voice conveyed a hint of uncertainty as it replied, "Your brother's condition is an exceedingly rare constitution, but this is not a negative thing. Rather, it is a powerful constitution that has yet to fully awaken." Wu Meng was instantly taken aback. A powerful constitution? He was well aware of what such remarkable constitutions signified. They were synonymous with unparalleled genius and represented absolute talent. Possessing a formidable physique, a genius is invariably a being of immense potential, attracting the fervent attention of numerous factions eager to seize them. For instance, had Wu Meng previously possessed such a powerful constitution, he would undoubtedly have been classified by the Yun Emperor's mansion as at least an inner disciple, receiving focused cultivation. This illustrates the extraordinary nature of these physiques. The powerful physiques are categorized into 4 distinct ranks. Fourth rank encompasses various elemental physiques, such as the fire and ice attributes, demonstrating an innate mastery of their respective elements that far surpasses the average individual. The third rank includes supreme elemental physiques. The second rank comprises ultimate physiques, such as the Tuoba divine body and the wasteland body. The first rank is the most formidable, with only 2 known examples to date, the chaos demon body and the soul-eating sacred body. Among high-ranking spiritual masters, a legend circulates that the appearance of the soul-eating sacred body heralds the arrival of a child of sacred spirit, symbolizing a world destined for a righteous baptism and a glorious ascent. Conversely, the emergence of the chaos demon body signifies the impending calamities that will befall the continent, with its bearer inevitably becoming the harbinger of disaster. Although a mere legend, it underscores the profound influence of these supreme physiques on the fate of the entire 5 Wastelands continent. "What physique does my brother possess?" Wu Meng inquired, following Wu Ling's group to the highest stone platform, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. "Shura, Overlord Body," an aged voice resonated, causing Wu Meng's eyes to widen in astonishment. "An ultimate physique." Chapter 37, Rigorous Testing. Wu Meng stared blankly at Wu Xiao for a prolonged moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "I never imagined my brother was this powerful. This is indeed an ultimate physique. I truly feel like a novice in comparison." Naturally, he felt elated for Wu Xiao. Possessing such an attribute, his elder brother was destined to become an unparalleled prodigy. The might of an ultimate physique is simply beyond imagination. Even a common elemental physique is sufficient to meet the standards of many major factions. The Yun Emperor's mansion, in particular, covets such talents, highlighting the rarity of these physiques. If compared by attributes, they would rank at least at the level of second-tier attributes. In Changlin Town, second-tier attributes have scarcely appeared over the years, with most being third-tier, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, rock, wind, and ice attributes. "Young man, do not underestimate yourself. No one is permitted to belittle you." The aged voice echoed once more, imbued with a hint of mirth. "Moreover, your brother's physique is not a complete and perfect Shura Overlord body. It possesses certain deficiencies. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it is advisable not to awaken it, as the consequences could be dire." Wu Meng's expression turned serious, sensing a wave of unease. "What consequences?" "You may lose your rationality, be devoured by your own physique, and become a mere machine of slaughter." Wu Meng's countenance shifted. He had not anticipated that possessing an ultimate physique, if flawed, could lead to such grave repercussions. Wu Meng took a deep breath, his body trembling slightly as he finally comprehended why his brother had kept the truth from him. Perhaps it was because he had become aware of the situation. The unique constitution of his brother must be suppressed. A being with such an extreme constitution was unparalleled across the entire realm. However, this state of heightened ability was not without its flaws. It was akin to a ticking time bomb, remaining dormant until awakened, at which point it could lead to catastrophic consequences. The aged voice carried a subtle warning. As they slowly ascended the stone platform, several individuals took their seats. Wu Meng found himself beside Wu Xiao, a fortunate position directly facing the vast expanse of the Azure Stone Plaza. "Brother," he began softly as he settled into his chair. "What is it?" Wu Xiao inquired. Perceiving the subtle unease in Wu Meng's tone, his curiosity piqued. Wrapped in spiritual energy, Wu Meng's voice reached his brother's ears. "Brother, about your constitution, did you discover it long ago?" Wu Xiao's eyes flickered as he glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention. Turning back to Wu Meng, he whispered, "How did you come to know?" "That is of little consequence. What truly matters is the impact of this matter," Wu Meng replied, his expression grim. "What does it matter? With such a remarkable trait, you should feel envious," Wu Xiao chuckled, appearing unconcerned. "But this concerns your life. If it awakens, your very existence could be at risk." "Potentially devoured entirely," Wu Meng said, his tone laced with compassion. As long as I remain vigilant and prevent it from surfacing, it is not necessarily a bad thing. Do you not trust your brother's ability to control it? Wu Xiao smiled faintly, ruffling Wu Meng's hair. Enough of these thoughts. This trait is merely a life-preserving card. Unless it pertains to life-threatening issues, I will not allow it to manifest. Moreover, should such a situation arise, would it truly matter whether I release this constitution? After a moment of silence, Wu Meng sighed. Is there truly no way, Elder? Unless one completely eradicates this constitution, which would render your brother incapacitated. The best course of action is to suppress it and prevent its eruption. In due time, I shall teach you a few sealing techniques. For you possess a certain energy that serves as the ideal sealing force. The elder's voice resonated once more. Wu Meng's eyes brightened with surprise. What energy could that be? Is it my attribute-less essence? Indeed, one of the characteristics of attribute-less energy is suppression, capable of producing a sealing effect. When confronted with this Shura constitution, it will be restrained, significantly enhancing your brother's safety in daily life, the elder explained once again. Then I am grateful to you, Elder, Wu Meng replied joyfully. Feeling a glimmer of hope, he returned his gaze to the gathering, observing Wu Xian standing at the center, presiding over the meeting. The elder's keen eyes occasionally darted in his direction, a fleeting shadow of regret passing through their depths. I am the host of this meeting, Elder Wu Xian. Please, everyone, maintain silence, Wu Xian declared, his expression returning to normal, as befitting one seasoned in the ways of the world. He even took the opportunity to mention Wu Meng's fortunate return, offering what could be interpreted as words of consolation. As for whether it is genuine or not, one glance suffices to discern. The gaze of the crowd swept over Wu Meng, revealing their astonishment. Most had received word that Wu Meng was likely dead in the Changlin mountain range. Wu Lin, embracing a voluptuous woman, planted a kiss on her cheek, indulging in their intimacy for a while. After a moment, the woman's flushed cheeks momentarily paused as she lifted her face and inquired, "Aren't you concerned about the newly arrived young clan leader? His return may pose considerable obstacles for you." Wu Lin, however, did not even glance at Wu Meng and replied nonchalantly, "Merely a callow youth. If I cannot surpass him this time, what claim do I have to the title of genius of the Wu family? This generation of disciples has likely forgotten my existence, and the Wu family is not a hereditary dynasty. Even with the privilege of being the clan leader's son, one can only enjoy certain resources. However, when it comes to genuine skill, he stands no chance against me." The onlookers uniformly agreed, clearly holding little faith in Wu Meng. After all, Wu Lin's talent is indeed exceptional, though he has spent the past 2 years in seclusion or attending to family matters, given that he is somewhat older. Now that the age limit for clan competitions has been raised to 20, this presents him with a distinct advantage. A 3-year difference in training time creates an insurmountable chasm in strength. And Wu Meng, at merely 12 or 13 years old, even with extraordinary talent, cannot hope to contend against an 8-year training disparity. It is simply impossible. Within the square, Wu Xian had already announced the commencement of the clan competition. The atmosphere surged with excitement, akin to oil boiling in a pot. Numerous youths, whether exhilarated, composed, or arrogantly self-assured, queued to enter, adhering to the competition's regulations as they began the first test. The initial challenge was a talent assessment. In the center of the square stood a massive stone, shimmering with a crystalline hue, reflecting the sunlight. The first young man stepped forward, eagerly placing his hand upon the stone. The stone displayed a few clear characters: 18 years old, peak minor success in the Spirit Master realm. Wu Hua, the comm test supervisor, announced the results while casting a glance towards the elder's seating area not far away. There, 3 elderly gentlemen with hair and beards as white as snow were seated. "Old Lai, I didn't expect you to grace us with your presence this time. Quite a rare sight," Wu Zong commented, his round chin appearing particularly prominent as he laughed, his eyes nearly disappearing. He spoke to the languid Wu Lai beside him. Wu Lai leaned back in his chair, one foot nearly resting on the table, but ultimately chose to cross his legs, his gaze casually sweeping across the crowd as he remarked, "Naturally, I must come to support my disciple during this test. I heard your disciple is that Wu Meng, correct? I also heard he was expelled from the Yun Emperor's residence. I wonder what his talent truly is. Do you, Old Lai, enjoy picking up the scraps left behind by others?" The other elder, thin as a skeleton yet with piercing eyes, chuckled. "What was left by the Yun Emperor's residence is certainly not to be dismissed. You need not jest at my expense. Soon enough, you shall see for yourselves. The Cloud Emperor's residence must be blind to overlook a prodigy such as my disciple. His fortunate return has indeed brought me considerable delight." Wu Lai exhibited no anger. A faintly amused expression graced his aged visage as he observed Wu Meng, who was conversing with Wu Xiao in the distance. Allow me to announce his achievements. Anything unworthy of your attention shall be declared by me. I, an old man, am rather fatigued. Wu Zong sighed and proceeded to make the announcement. The examiner. Upon witnessing Wu Zong raise a small wooden plaque inscribed with the prominent number 40, was met with an uproar from the crowd. Is this merely 40 points? How can the standards be so stringent? This individual is at the pinnacle of the spirit master realm at the age of 18, and yet he received less than 60? In a system where 60 is the passing grade for talent assessment. The crowd gazed in astonishment toward the distance, where Wu Hua's countenance darkened. Yet, the examiner remained composed and stated calmly, the scores given by the elders are immutable. Even if the clan leader has objections, they are of no consequence. Should you possess the capability, you may voice your dissent. Wu Hua lowered his head and departed in frustration. Thus, the testing proceeded with astonishing swiftness. With most scores being assigned by Wu Zong, this old fellow, always stroking his round chin, displayed a benevolent demeanor while issuing quite formidable scores. Next, Wu Yang, the examiner announced, instantly drawing the focus of the assembly. This individual, reputed to be one of the foremost contenders for the position of young clan leader and the leader of the Yang gang, was indeed the center of attention. The rivalry between him and Wu Xiao for the young clan leader position garnered significant interest. Many harbored considerable expectations for him. Under such rigorous testing, it remained to be seen what achievements he would attain. Chapter 38. High scores emerged. The gaze of the onlookers swept across the crowd, ultimately resting upon Wu Xiao. Wu Yang let out a disdainful snort before striding confidently onto the stage, approaching the testing stone. Do you think I would behave like those previous fools? Humph. This time, you shall witness the talent of Wu Yang. With an expression of pride, Wu Yang placed his hand upon the stone amidst the watchful eyes of the assembly. Below, Wu Ruohan exhibited a hint of anxiety, her eyes fixed upon Wu Yang as she breathed steadily, hoping for success. Wu Meng and Wu Xiao also directed their attention to the stage, noting Wu Yang's self-assured demeanor. However, Wu Xiao did not regard him as a rival. Even when Wu Yang cast a glance his way, he remained unfazed, engaging instead with the girl beside him, fully utilizing the charm of a sunny young gentleman. Wu Meng, too, attracted some admiration from the opposite sex, though her age rendered her more akin to a beloved younger sibling. At a short distance behind the line, Wu Lin observed Wu Yang and subtly shook his head. While his talent is commendable, you are not my match. Evidently, he does not regard Wu Yang with any respect. In terms of strength, he has undoubtedly surpassed his opponent comprehensively. 3 years of golden cultivation time is not easily approached. On the stage, a stone erupted with a burst of radiance, subsequently revealing several grand characters. Upon discerning the words displayed, the onlookers erupted into a chorus of astonishment. A cacophony of gasps filling the air. 18 years old, and in the early stage of the Spirit Yin realm. This Wu Yang has actually stepped into the Spirit Yin realm. Many elders in the elder's seat exhibited expressions of joy. It was evident that a considerable number of them sided with Wu Yang. His outstanding performance was undoubtedly advantageous for them, whether in terms of accepting him as a disciple or garnering support for his future as the clan leader. Fantastic, my Wu Yang, Wu Ruhan exclaimed. Her cheeks instantly flushed with pride. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Wu Meng's mind. Master, this fellow's spiritual energy appears rather superficial, seemingly having employed some external force to attain the Spirit Yin realm. This was Yi's assertion, and its authenticity was beyond doubt. Wu Meng's realization dawned as he looked towards the stage. It turned out this individual was willing to damage his own foundation for the sake of the clan competition, forcibly elevating his cultivation. No wonder his power surged to such an extent in such a short time. However, to contend with me and my brother, this is still insufficient. How is that possible? Wu Lin wore a face of astonishment as he gazed at the prideful Wu Yang on stage, his expression gradually darkening. This fellow must have relied on some external force to breach into the Spirit Yin realm. With his innate talent, he should not have achieved this so swiftly. It is worth noting that Wu Lin himself only reached the Spirit Yin realm at the age of 19. Beside him, Wu Kai appeared unimpressed, casually remarking, Wu Lin, you have been fixated on Wu Yang, yet you have failed to recognize the greatest adversary you should be wary of. How foolish. Wu Lin cast a cold glance at him, puzzled. Who do you mean? Wu Meng. Wu Kai uttered the name, his countenance unusually grave. Are you out of your mind? This kid? Just a fledgling. And he seems to be your enemy in the Yang clan? Are you suggesting I assist you in dealing with him? Humph. Wu Lin retorted icily. Wu Kai, familiar with him, understood that they were both prodigious youths of the same generation. 3 years prior, during the clan competition, Wu Lin had secured the championship, while Wu Kai claimed third place. I have already withdrawn from the Yang clan, and I am not his enemy. I only tell you this, you stand no chance against Wu Meng. With him present, your hopes of becoming the junior clan leader are non-existent, Wu Kai stated calmly. Previously filled with animosity and skepticism towards Wu Meng, Wu Kai now exhibited a rare solemnity, gazing at the distant petite figure with a hint of admiration. He had not anticipated that Wu Meng could survive such circumstances, traversing the Chonglin Mountains alone to return to the clan. However, the astonishment Wu Meng had instilled in him was considerable. The miracles he had wrought were so numerous that Wu Kai found himself believing in him wholeheartedly. Moreover, I owe that fellow 2 lives, Wu Kai murmured. Compared to the Yang gang, what are they but trifles? Wu Lin was taken aback and scoffed. It seems your intellect is truly lacking. Regardless, this time the position of the Yang clan leader is undoubtedly mine. He was initially confident about his claim to the title. After all, he had the advantage of youth. At that moment, Wu Kai's words only intensified his desire to eliminate Wu Meng. He detested being so condescended to, particularly by Wu Kai. Hearing the approval of those around him, Wu Kai shook his head. The young man, who had maintained an air of aloof indifference until now, displayed unwavering confidence in Wu Meng's abilities. He believed that these individuals were merely vying for second place. After all, he had witnessed Wu Meng's true prowess when it erupted forth, a display of strength that was nothing short of astonishing. 80 points. The examiner finally announced the result. In the distance, the elders, after much deliberation, arrived at their final verdict. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. After all, Wu Yang was the first to pass, and with a commendable score of 80. Wu Yang truly was extraordinary. He cast a glance toward the elders' seats, standing tall and proud. Feeling that his score could have been even better. Old Lai, we all awarded high scores. Why did you give this fellow only 70? Wu Zong inquired, puzzled. Wu Lai shot him a glance and replied coolly, I am merely leaving some room for my disciple's score. 100 is slightly too high. Upon hearing this, the 2 elders exchanged surprised looks and then smiled. It seems old Lai is quite confident. We just wonder if your disciple is truly as remarkable as you claim. I will not impose upon you. You may judge for yourselves, Wu Lai said, casually resting his feet on the table. As expected of my son, Wu Xian, who sat upon the platform, now wore a smile. Many elders had begun to curry favor with him, thereby enhancing the influence of his faction. Wu Yang finally descended from the stage, followed by a stream of individuals who also passed the tests. However, those who succeeded remained rather limited. Wu Xing achieved an impressive 72 points after entering the Spirit-Yin realm. Wu Kai scored 74, which was also commendable, eliciting cheers from the crowd. As he stepped down from the stage, Wu Lin's voice reached his ears. Just watch how my results will garner respect. With another cold laugh, he strode directly onto the stage. Wu Kai silently walked away, ignoring Wu Lin. This was the former champion of the clan competition, Wu Lin. It was said that his talent was not inferior to that of the strongest contenders this year, and moreover, his age afforded him a significant advantage. Indeed, I believe the championship this time will likely fall into his hands. I'm not so sure. Wu Yang is formidable as well. Having reached the Spirit-Yin realm at just 18, Wu Xiao has yet to be tested, and it remains uncertain whether he has entered the Spirit-Yin realm. However, the prospects appear dim. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Wu Lin smiled as he surveyed his own data. At the age of 20, he had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of the Spirit Master realm. It is no wonder that he exuded such confidence. It seems that he has secured the position of the young clan leader. At this moment, even the elders on the stone platform were visibly moved, each casting astonished glances at Wu Lin. His talent seemed to indicate that his progress surpassed that of 3 years prior. Wu Xian glared coldly at Wu Lin and remarked dismissively, it must be due to external assistance, nothing but unorthodox methods. He conveniently omitted the fact that Wu Yang also relied on external means. 85. The tester announced the final score, and astonishment rippled through the audience. This was, thus far, the highest score achieved. Chapter 39, A Shocking Revelation. Wu Lin is truly an irritating character. Wu Yang sat on the wooden bench below the stage, burying his head in Wu Ruhan's bosom, before lifting it to reveal a disdainful and sullen expression. He is merely relying on his age advantage. Do not let him surpass you. Wu Ruhan tugged at her clothing, the flush on her face gradually fading as she said, if you fail to secure this position this time, there may not be another opportunity, and I may not follow you. Wu Yang immediately turned to glare at Wu Ruhan, clenching his fists tightly as he declared, rest assured, Ruhan, he will undoubtedly be my subordinate. Wu Ruhan smiled sweetly at this declaration. Wu Xiao observed Wu Lin on the stage and remarked, He is indeed formidable. Wu Meng, surprised, asked, "Do you know him?" "My younger brother." "You should make an effort to understand your main competitors, don't you think?" "Never mind. Forget I said anything. Do you believe there are no rivals this time?" Wu Xiao sighed and leaned closer to Wu Meng, chuckling. "I would never think that. Rather, it seems you are the one who thinks so." Wu Meng chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that he had not previously acquainted himself with the competitors in the clan competition. "I have lingered in the Spirit Master realm long enough. It is time to showcase some ability. At the very least, I cannot afford to be overshadowed by that fellow, Wu Yang." Wu Xiao smiled faintly, and after a few more rounds of testing, he gracefully ascended the stage. Unlike the haughty demeanor of the previous contestants, Wu Xiao's movements were elegant and composed. Exuding a calm demeanor, the audience erupted in cheers. As a handsome figure, Wu Xiao enjoyed considerable popularity, particularly among many girls, and his strength was formidable as well. During Wu Meng's period of silence, his acclaim had even surpassed that of Wu Yang. However, it appeared that recently, Wu Yang had begun to gain the upper hand. Observing his brother's demeanor, Wu Meng couldn't help but cover his face, thinking, "What an arrogant fellow. He bears an uncanny resemblance to a scoundrel." Wu Xiao smiled as he placed his hand upon the testing stone, gazing at the calm, yet cold face of the tester. "Could you not appear so rigid?" he jested. The tester's indifferent expression betrayed a hint of surprise as he retorted, "What does that have to do with you?" "Ah, you've roused my ire. A future super genius. How audacious of you," Wu Xiao remarked with a look of pity, before finally releasing his spiritual energy upon the tester's prompt. It seemed he had forgotten to do so. "A slight oversight on my part," he mused, shaking his head. As the data emerged, gasps filled the air, to everyone's astonishment. He was also at the initial stage of the spiritual Yin realm, at the tender age of 17, though he was barely 17 and a half. Wu Xiao scratched his head, suddenly turning to the audience and blowing a kiss. "I am Wu Xiao. Ladies who find me intriguing, raise your delicate hands." Me. Wu Meng observed the myriad of hands raised in enthusiasm, shaking her head in bemusement. What a lively brother. Has this turned into a matchmaking event or a fan meet? The results were announced. 85 points. The elders at the dais wore smiles of approval, clearly pleased with Wu Xiao. "This one is also my disciple. What do you think?" "None of my disciples are ordinary," Wu Lai boasted, thumping his chest. "Do mind your footing. Could you exercise a bit more decorum?" Wu Zong said with a hint of embarrassment. However, this child Wu Xiao is indeed remarkable. His temperament surpasses that of the previous two. I foresee great achievements in his future. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes as he observed Wu Xiao in the arena. "Even I am somewhat tempted. But please, do not set your sights on my disciple," he cautioned, vexed. Wu Yang's expression darkened, his grip tightening on the armrest of the wooden chair as he glared at Wu Xiao with malice. He had not anticipated Wu Xiao's rapid advancement. After all, he himself had taken significant risks to break through to the spiritual Yin realm, and now to find himself overtaken was a bitter pill to swallow. He was unwilling to accept this. "It's your turn now, little brother," Wu Xiao finally signaled to Wu Meng before stepping down from the stage. With a sense of resignation, Wu Meng slowly ascended. As it was his turn, the crowd's cheers diminished slightly, though many eyes still sparkled with anticipation. The last time he had defeated Wu Yuan, the young clan leader's spiritual prowess should have reached at least the pinnacle of the spiritual master realm. He ought to perform well in the talent assessment. Yet, securing a top 3 position in this clan competition would be quite challenging. After all, it was not solely about talent, but strength played a crucial role as well. Whispers circulated among the spectators as they gazed at the composed young man on stage. Compared to others, he undoubtedly appeared younger and less seasoned, given his age. Yet, as the young clan leader, there was no avoiding the scrutiny. "I am eager to witness your true prowess." A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Wu Xian's mouth, mirrored by Wu Lin's expression of contempt. How could this boy possibly compare to him? Indeed, Wu Kai seemed to lack intelligence. "Allow me to behold your authentic talent, Meng. I have faith that you shall shine the brightest." Wu Xiao stood nearby, watching Wu Meng with a smile that radiated affection and adoration. He believed in this child. Amidst a whirlwind of emotions, Wu Ling clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the stage, feeling an undeniable pressure despite his own tumultuous feelings. As the clan leader, he had already endured an overwhelming amount of stress. The elders seated at the council table turned their solemn eyes toward the unfolding events, their expressions grave. "Old Lai, we have noted your words. They seem to convey silently." Wu Meng stepped forward, and the data gradually materialized. The tester's indifferent gaze shifted dramatically, fixated on the figures displayed on the stone, rendering him speechless in astonishment. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Countless spectators gasped in disbelief. Remarkably, it was true. Early stage of the spiritual Yin realm. At merely 13 years of age, 2 months of my life wasted, Wu Meng internally lamented, as he was indeed not yet 13. Enough of the complaints, master. You are now making quite a name for yourself. Yi's graceful figure floated forth, smiling at Wu Meng. However, this was within my expectations. On the elders' dais, the usually stoic faces of the elders trembled slightly, their hearts shaken by an inexplicable awe. Wu Ling stared at Wu Meng in stunned silence before erupting into laughter, unabashedly exclaiming, "Huh? Truly, he is my son. A genius indeed. An unparalleled talent." Even among the elders, Wu Zong and Wu Lian's pupils contracted in shock as they beheld the data, their expressions filled with disbelief. After all, even with their extensive experience, they had never encountered anything like this. How could this merely be a 13-year-old child? Wu Lai regarded the two with a calm demeanor, his hands crossed before him, stating, "What a fuss over nothing. Is this truly surprising?" Yet, even his hands trembled slightly, not just from excitement, but also from astonishment. He had not anticipated Wu Meng's rapid advancement in strength. Chapter 40. The Practical Combat Segment. How is this possible? Wu Yang suddenly stood, momentarily dazed. What means had this rascal employed? How could he reach this realm so swiftly? It seems your opponents have multiplied, and they are far beyond the capabilities of others. Wu Ruohan remarked coolly, her beautiful eyes lingering on Wu Meng, seemingly unable to look away. He was quite the striking young lad. Simultaneously, the number of young women gazing at Wu Meng increased, their eyes sparkling like stars, causing him to feel somewhat overwhelmed. How impressive! Our young clan leader is truly remarkable. It appears that the expulsion from the Cloud Emperor's mansion is merely a testament to their lack of discernment. How could they overlook the extraordinary talent of our young clan leader? Where could such brilliance possibly falter? A 13-year-old master of the Spirit Yin realm is indeed a formidable presence. At that tender age, I was still preoccupied with the trivialities of childhood. After the initial shock, numerous young disciples could not help but express their admiration and reverence towards Wu Meng in the arena, clearly captivated by his remarkable aptitude. Achieving such accomplishments at such a young age is something they had never even heard of. At this moment, Wu Lin's expression darkened considerably as he fixed his gaze on Wu Meng atop the stage, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. He understood all too well the implications. Wu Meng had at least 7 fewer years of cultivation than him, yet their levels of mastery were not significantly different. 7 years. The disparity in talent is unfathomably vast, spanning several formidable tiers. However, he refused to accept this. He could not believe that the Wu family would produce such an astonishing prodigy. Surely, there must be some extraordinary means at play. When the real contest begins, all this will be revealed as mere faade. Wu Lin's grim visage softened slightly as he gritted his teeth, sneering, "When we face off on the arena, I shall teach you a harsh lesson. Then, all of this will crumble effortlessly." I refused to believe that a discarded waste could possess such talent. Not far away, Wu Kai observed Wu Lin's demeanor and understood the situation with considerable clarity, shaking his head slightly. This fellow is far too arrogant. However, disregarding Wu Meng could lead to dire consequences. Wu Kai narrowed his eyes, contemplating the potential outcome. Meanwhile, Wu Xiu's initial astonishment began to fade as he rubbed his head to assure himself he was indeed awake in reality, then uttered an exclamation of awe. This child is truly remarkable. Even with some foreknowledge, he found himself genuinely astonished. It would be wise to prepare oneself mentally, Wu Xiu thought, unable to suppress a smile. Only to realize that without a robust constitution, one might easily be rendered anxious by this young man's prowess. "Are you still prepared to assign scores?" Wu Lai, regaining his composure, turned to the 2 elderly men who remained somewhat dazed, their faces betraying their unabashed pride. Yes, this is indeed his disciple. His most cherished disciple. Even in his twilight years, Wu Lai would not settle for mediocrity. It was only then that the 2 elders snapped back to reality, exchanging glances, their astonishment still palpable. Even with their extensive experience, it was hard to fathom that such an unparalleled genius could emerge in this small town of Chonglin, within their own Wu family. Indeed, he can undoubtedly be termed a prodigy of epic proportions. It seems that the individuals from the Cloud Emperor's mansion truly possess a deficiency in insight. Wu Zong remarked with a slight shake of his head, his plump hand resting on the table as he retrieved some oil with a grave expression. Given Wu Meng's talent, he could easily become a disciple within their inner court, undoubtedly a remarkable genius. It appears the Cloud Emperor's mansion lacks discernment, which ultimately benefits our Wu family. Wu Lian mused with a bitter smile, his expression softening into one of greater cheer. Indeed, Wu Meng has been expelled from the Cloud Emperor's residence and is now residing in our Wu family, which will undoubtedly bring forth a prosperous future for us. First, we shall dominate Changlin Town, and then expand outward. Wu Lian, you old rascal, do not entertain any thoughts of targeting my disciple. We both know that such a person is not one we can retain within our Wu family. His future. Wu Lai gazed towards the horizon, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his aged visage, feeling as though the dormant blood within him was beginning to stir. His destiny surely lies in a far grander realm. Enough daydreaming, old Lai. We support your ideas, but let us first assign scores. Do you have any objections regarding the scores? Wu Lai cast a faint glance at them. The two old fellows exchanged a knowing smile. On the stage, the tester announced the final score, stealing a few glances at Wu Meng and offering a somewhat stiff smile. 100 points. Remarkably, a perfect score. It seems that this time, the championship belongs to Wu Meng without a doubt. Not necessarily. While Wu Meng's talent may be formidable, it is possible he relied on external assistance to achieve such rapid advancement. Do you remember? Just 2 months ago, he had yet to reach the peak of the Spirit Master realm. The crowd erupted in excitement, astonished by the unprecedented perfect score that dominated the arena. Such a stringent Elder Council had finally been completely won over. This achievement necessitated that every Elder grant full marks. Amidst their astonishment, they also felt a surge of fervor. Wu Lin and Wu Yang wore expressions as dark as storm clouds, gazing at Wu Meng on the stage, both plotting to teach him a lesson later. His superficial prowess would undoubtedly be shattered in real combat. After all, practical combat skills comprise the majority of the final score. Master, I find you particularly charming today. Yi chimed cheerfully, swaying beside Wu Meng, her exquisite figure breathtakingly beautiful, causing Wu Meng to steal a few extra glances. Enough of that. If you keep it up, I might become conceited, Wu Meng replied with a smile, leaning in to bestow a sudden kiss upon her. Is the young clan leader sending me a kiss? That was clearly aimed at me. Did you see him smile at me? It was me. I am the one he smiled at. The throng of girls was instantly taken aback by Wu Meng's gesture, their melodic laughter echoing throughout the square, leaving many young men blushing and casting helpless glances at Wu Meng. Yet, he truly was exceptional, with unparalleled talent and striking looks. Such a person's existence is simply overwhelming. Wu Meng descended the steps with a smile, while Yi stood rooted in place, her face flushed like a ripe apple, struggling to regain her composure before hurriedly chasing after him, her heart still racing. Master, you truly have a penchant for jokes, Yi remarked, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light as she gazed at Wu Meng. Wu Meng shook her head and remarked, you are so endearing. A kiss from me would be delightful. However, such a kiss is rather mundane, lacking genuine sensation and the pleasant fragrance of one's body. It feels akin to kissing the air. Gazing at the sky with an expression of helplessness, Wu Meng noticed Yi lowering her head, her heart racing slightly. I desire that too, she murmured softly. Seated among the elders, Wu Ling observed Wu Meng with a beaming smile, reveling in the envy and complex emotions reflected in the eyes of the nearby elders, prompting him to stifle a laugh. The old fellow, Wu Xian, was similarly affected, huffing, now you recognize the prowess of my son, don't you? Standing on the stage, Wu Xian's expression was indeed grim, yet after a slight adjustment, he continued to preside over the ensuing ceremony. The second round commenced, the practical combat test. The crowd, initially captivated by Wu Meng, erupted once more with enthusiasm, for the impending battles promised to be even more exhilarating. The practical test entailed genuine combat. Only through real conflict could one ascertain an individual's true combat prowess. Thus, it would be a fervent contest, a true selection of future champions. Who is merely a fade, and who is a true practitioner? The truth would soon be revealed. Chapter 41. The first battle. Next came the drawing of lots. Wu Xian slowly announced one matter after another until they reached the drawing phase, drawing the attention of all present, who were evidently eager to discover their opponents. The practical test followed a tournament format, with each disciple battling against opponents determined by the draw, engaging in continuous fights with minimal respite. Consequently, the structure of the competition was exceedingly rigorous. After all, every participant would be randomly assigned to numerous opponents, with only half advancing. There would be no second chances. In the realm of true combat, the dead do not return for a second round. Thus, this stringent format has been upheld. The attendees could feel their blood surging with anticipation, many eagerly rolling their sleeves, ready for battle. It seems that lad is in for a misfortune. Wu Yang chuckled as he cast a glance towards Wu Meng, a flicker of jealousy crossing his eyes. He was convinced that Wu Meng's so-called strength would crumble in this practical test. It would be best if I drew him in the first round to avoid any hassle. Wu Lin casually combed his hair back, shifting his gaze from Wu Meng. He was eager to dispose of this inconvenience, feeling the weight of Wu Kai's penetrating stare upon him, as if scrutinizing him for any misstep. Wu Lin could not permit such a thing. He would not allow a mere youth to stand above him. The results soon emerged. A total of 80 disciples participated in this clan competition, and after approximately 3 rounds of contests, the top 10 would be determined, followed by the top 5, the top 3, and ultimately, the champion. If one's abilities were lacking, they could be eliminated in the first round, thus sparing them excessive exertion. However, to secure a place among the top contenders, one would need to engage in several matches. Fortunately, the family will provide alchemical supplements. Wu Meng smiled as she gazed at the name in her hand, Wu Quan, a fully realized spiritual master. It seems your draw is rather unremarkable, and it appears that the old man Wu Xian did not intend to deceive us from the very beginning. Wu Xiao held a slip of paper in his hand, casually glancing at it before leaning in to take a look at Wu Meng's slip, disregarding her eye roll, and smiling. His implication was clear. Given Wu Xian's character, there was little he would not do. Since he is now presiding over the clan competition, it would be entirely reasonable for him to swap in the strongest contenders, ensuring their elimination. Unbeknownst to them, he could orchestrate a first-round exit for both. He likely would not dare to do so, fearing that he might not only ensnare us, but also entrap himself. Wu Meng crumpled the paper, placing her hands behind her head, stating, regardless of who he sends, it must be from these 80 individuals. Wu Xiao looked at Wu Meng and smiled. It appears you were quite confident. Indeed, it was true. Whoever faced him would simply be swept aside. A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes. Wu Xiao, too, was a warrior at heart. Wu Meng nodded. Let us hope we do not face each other. Observing his somewhat enigmatic smile, Wu Xiao's expression momentarily stiffened. The first round of the arena battles commenced, and soon, Wu Xiao took the stage. Facing an opponent who had also achieved mastery as a spiritual master, he handled the match with remarkable ease, concluding it within a few exchanges, clearly having held back considerably. The disparity in strength was immense. The cheers from the audience were relentless but not unexpected. Wu Xiao's prowess was well known within the clan, overshadowing even Wu Yang. Thus, this outcome was anticipated. The match between Wu Yang and Wu Lin also concluded swiftly, with Wu Yang's opponent collapsing to the ground, bloodied and defeated, utterly powerless against Wu Yang's onslaught. Clenching his fist, Wu Yang turned to Wu Meng and her companion, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he made a gesture across his throat. The meaning unmistakable, your turn will come soon. Yet, both of them ignored him, inciting his fury. Be arrogant now, when I have you beneath my feet later. You will know to beg for mercy, he thought as he leaped down from the arena, his gaze filled with a chilling intensity. Soon, it was Wu Meng's turn to take the stage. Wu Meng faced Wu Quan at platform 1. Observing her opponent, she noted a tall young man, easily a head above her, standing around 6 feet 3 inches tall. However, his gaze towards her bore a hint of trepidation. Everyone was aware of Wu Meng's recent strength assessment, confirming her advancement into the spiritual Yin realm. Though they had yet to witness her abilities firsthand, there was an undeniable sense of concern. After all, she had previously defeated Wu Yuan. In the center of the arena, the referee cast a lingering glance at Wu Meng before stepping aside, signaling the commencement of the match. The atmosphere below was abuzz with anticipation, as spectators focused their attention on the young clan leader, eager to discern whether his previously displayed prowess was indeed as remarkable as it had seemed. After all, Wu Meng's prowess had been rather exaggerated. When something exceeds one's imagination, skepticism regarding its authenticity is only natural. Yet, such skepticism often stems from a lack of understanding. Longland Town had never witnessed a talent of Wu Meng's caliber, and it is unlikely that any comparable individuals existed. Thus, all eyes were fixed upon him, many hoping for a subpar performance from Wu Meng to alleviate their own feelings of inadequacy. They were unwilling to be overshadowed by his brilliance. On the stage, Wu Quan took a deep breath, attempting to calm his nerves, and his gaze towards Wu Meng grew slightly fervent. After all, this was the young clan leader. If he could triumph over Wu Meng, perhaps he too would seize an opportunity. Wu Quan mused, contemplating the possibility, for who could truly ascertain the authenticity of Wu Meng's strength? My own abilities surpass those of Wu Yuan significantly, he thought with a smirk, as a flicker of confidence returned to him. He considered his own cultivation talent to be quite commendable. Meanwhile, Wu Meng stood steadfast, awaiting the first move from his opponent. Did he dare to underestimate me? A sense of indignation welled within Wu Quan, perceiving Wu Meng's demeanor as a clear invitation to initiate the attack. The peak power of the Spirit Master realm surged forth from his energy core, enveloping him in a faint crimson aura, affirming that his prowess was indeed superior to Wu Quan's. Furthermore, he had cultivated a mid-tier earthly tome, an impressive feat considering that few young members within the clan had achieved such a level, which required a certain degree of elemental comprehension, innate talent, and sufficient energy strength. "Prepare to witness my might," Wu Quan declared, his energy surging as he observed Wu Meng, who remained seemingly unfazed. This only fueled Wu Quan's ire. How could this individual hold him in such contempt? In the next moment, Wu Quan charged towards Wu Meng, roaring as he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The peak strength of the Spirit Master realm was manifested in his attack, and the intensity of his strike left many spectators below wearing expressions of solemnity. Wu Quan's strength was undeniably formidable. It appeared that the truth would soon be revealed. Below, Wu Yang began to mockingly chuckle. Wu Meng regarded the oncoming assault with a calm demeanor, gently shaking his head. While this attack might appear fierce and domineering to many young disciples, to him, it was shockingly lacking in power, elemental affinity, energy, and speed. Like a photographer observing a running sequence through a high-speed camera, everything appeared remarkably clear and simple. With a subtle sidestep, Wu Meng effortlessly evaded the attack, demonstrating his remarkable agility. The wind of the fist swept past Wu Meng, leaving his clothing untouched. Suddenly, Wu Quan's face, which had turned crimson from exertion, transformed into the color of liver. His punch had missed entirely, and he was unable to retract his force, propelling him forward a few meters. Staggering as his vitality surged tumultuously, appearing quite disheveled. A commotion erupted from the spectators below, their gazes converging on the composed Wu Meng, who stood as if merely resting. Wu Yang's expression darkened to an extreme. This fellow had concealed his capabilities so profoundly. Chapter 42. I do not wish for an early conclusion. Wu Meng's deft avoidance of his opponent's attack was indeed astonishing. It appeared that this young patriarch possessed some strength, contrary to the belief held by many regarding his combat abilities being lacking. Witnessing Wu Meng evade so effortlessly, Wu Quan's face contorted with anger. He had not anticipated that his strike would not even graze Wu Meng's attire. The discomfort of landing a full-force blow with no impact on his opponent was palpable. Is evasion all you can do, young patriarch? Wu Quan rebuked, launching himself forward once more by pushing off the ground. I do not wish for an early conclusion. Wu Meng replied calmly, it is better to prolong the encounter. The crowd erupted in fervor. Such audacity. To declare a desire for a prolonged battle was clearly a tactic to buy time. Not far off, Wu Xiu observed Wu Meng with a slight smile. Acknowledging the boy's resemblance to himself, ah, very good. It seems your disciple possesses keen insight. In the elder assembly, Wu Zong turned to Wu Lai with a knowing look. Recognizing the disparity between Wu Meng and Wu Quan, it was not merely a difference in realms of cultivation. Is this what astonishes you? It seems your perspective is rather limited, Wu Lai retorted, pridefully lifting his gaze, his tone dripping with sarcasm. This old fellow appears to be only showcasing a fraction of his strength. I am eager to see more, Wu Zong remarked, unfazed, continuing to observe the match. Beside him, Wu Lian was fixated on Wu Meng. Typically, they would not pay heed to such rivalry among the younger generation. After all, the three were seasoned elders of the Wu clan, having encountered countless prodigies over the years. Ordinary talents rarely captured their attention. Only those of the caliber of Wu Xiu or Wu Yang would pique their interest. However, they had never witnessed someone of Wu Meng's caliber, and thus their curiosity was thoroughly ignited. On the arena, the battle raged on. Let us see how many times you can evade. Wu Quan's expression darkened, feeling his pride rapidly eroding. With a fierce roar, he charged at Wu Meng like a raging bull, his hands charged with red spiritual energy, launching an even more ferocious assault than before. Facing the cunning onslaught, Wu Meng maintained a tranquil demeanor, deftly evading each attack, retreating, sidestepping, and leaping with grace. Every offensive maneuver was effortlessly sidestepped, showcasing his remarkable agility. Wu Quan, unable to even graze the hem of his garment, was left astounded by the prowess of the young master. Indeed, he possessed genuine strength. Perhaps he truly was at the Spirit-Yin realm. The spectators gasped in awe, finally recognizing that Wu Meng's capabilities far surpassed their previous assumptions. To evade the peak of the Spirit Master realm so effortlessly was a feat beyond the reach of an ordinary perfected Spirit Master. It likely rivaled the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm itself. Achieving such prowess at the tender age of 13 was nothing short of extraordinary. Are you still attempting to escape? Wu Quan bellowed, launching another punch toward Wu Meng's head. The fierce gust of wind was merciless, should it land. It could inflict severe harm upon Wu Meng. It is time to conclude this. Wu Meng cast a nonchalant glance at the impending strike, a faint smile gracing his lips. The duration had been lengthy. His calm words, juxtaposed against the ferocity of the punch, exuded an air of ease. In an instant, he vanished from his position, and Wu Quan felt a blur before him. Wu Meng's figure had already maneuvered behind him, a pale hand gently pressing against his neck. Gulping, Wu Quan's throat tightened as a flicker of fear crossed his previously menacing visage. His body froze, a chill creeping into his heart. He finally comprehended that throughout this contest, he had never possessed even a sliver of opportunity. Wu Meng could eliminate him with a single strike. Yet, he had foolishly persisted in his futile attempts to attack, believing he had the strength to defeat Wu Meng. I concede, Wu Quan stammered, his voice trembling. The crowd below fell into an awed silence, rendered speechless by the sudden display of speed from Wu Meng. Such swiftness was astonishing. Even many who had reached the peak of the Spirit Master realm struggled to discern Wu Meng's rapid movements. His speed was nothing short of ethereal. It was likely that even those at the Spirit Een realm could not attain such velocity. Many silently pondered, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of it all. Lacking strength did not equate to lacking perception. Wu Meng's speed was indeed formidable. Have you not noticed Wu Yang's grim expression? How could he possess such speed? Impossible. Wu Yang roared, his countenance darkening. Even he could not hope to match such swiftness. Could it be that Wu Meng truly possesses the strength of the Spirit Een realm? No, that cannot be. Perhaps he has merely mastered some form of swift technique. Speed alone does not equate to combat prowess. When we clash, he shall surely fall. Wu Yang glared at Wu Meng, resolutely declaring his intent to seize the opportunity to incapacitate him in their inevitable confrontation. The sudden rise of this waste has become quite noticeable. It can no longer be tolerated. He must be dealt with. And everyone must understand that a worthless individual will ultimately remain just that. Wu Ruhan said nothing, merely gazing at Wu Meng, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a myriad of colors. What an exquisite younger brother. Should he ascend to the position of clan leader in the future? What would it matter if I were to offer myself in devotion? Wu Ruhan could not help but feel a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she indulged in her shy thoughts. Ruhan, if you wish, you can see Wu Yang later, Wu Yang remarked, amused by the sight of Wu Ruhan's bashfulness. However, Wu Ruhan merely cast him a cool glance before turning away. I am no longer prepared to accept you, Wu Yang. I have had enough of you. Ruhan, Ruhan, Wu Yang called out repeatedly, but Wu Ruhan did not look back, her figure growing ever more distant. Infuriated, Wu Yang crushed the object in his hand, seething with rage as he glared at Wu Meng, an icy resolve emanating from him, as if he were determined to eliminate Wu Meng. Even Ruhan had turned away from him. Wu Meng, he silently roared within, overwhelmed by a tide of hatred. As the current round of the clan competition drew to a close, the next draw commenced swiftly. Wu Xian glanced at Wu Meng and the others, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing in his shrewd eyes. Just a temporary arrogance. Soon enough, you shall weep. Squeezing a crumpled piece of paper, Wu Meng felt a slight stir within. Indeed, having him confront Wu Xiao immediately would raise suspicions. Yet encountering some of the more formidable contenders from the previous generation was rather typical. The drawing rules generally ensured that strong opponents did not meet too early, alleviating concerns about facing distasteful adversaries in the initial rounds. After all, this clan competition had unexpectedly altered its rules, allowing for a broader age range, making it quite likely for newcomers to draw the attention of seasoned participants. What's wrong? Did you draw a tough opponent this time? Wu Xiao approached, teasing Wu Meng. Old brother, did you draw as well? Wu Meng asked with curiosity, sensing Wu Xiao's calm demeanor. Wu Kai, what do you think? Wu Xiao responded with a smile. Wu Meng inhaled sharply, an inexplicable feeling swelling within him. He turned to look at Wu Kai, who had once accompanied him throughout his journey in the Chonglin mountain range. They had shared a complicated history. From initial hostilities to discovering mutual respect, they had forged a bond akin to that of teammates. Wu Kai was indeed not a bad person, merely a bit proud, which Wu Meng did not find off-putting. This competition appears to be quite thrilling, Wu Meng remarked with a smile. He was well aware of Wu Kai's strength. Should they clash with Wu Xiao, it would undoubtedly be a fierce contest. But I am not lacking either. I am up against Wu Xing. Both of the elder contenders ranked among the top have been drawn against each other. This luck is unparalleled, and I have Wu Xian to thank for it. It appears that we are approaching the final match. I suspect our break has been considerably shortened. And once this round concludes, we shall witness the exasperated expression of Wu Menglu. In this scenario, they might not only fail to ensnare others, but also entrap themselves. Wu Xiao turned his gaze towards Wu Xian, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It will be intriguing to observe Wu Yang's performance outside the top 10 and to see how the old fellow Wu Xian reacts to such a spectacle. Chapter 43. Wu Meng battles Wu Xing. At the Wu family's square, battles were unfolding, with the sounds of fierce clashes reverberating from the arena. As spiritual energy surged, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Spectators gasped in awe and excitement, thoroughly immersed in the exhilarating displays of combat, a spectacle perfectly suited to the fervor of youth. As matches continued to conclude, Wu Meng and his companion waited with bated breath until it was finally their turn in the last round of the 40-20 competition. As Wu Meng ascended the stage, the imposing figure of Wu Xing appeared, his heavy footsteps echoing on the stone floor, accompanied by a hearty, honest smile directed at Wu Meng. "Honest, my foot." Wu Meng could not help but scoff, though he maintained a semblance of politeness. This match promised to be particularly thrilling, as it featured two formidable practitioners of the spirit shadow realm. Naturally, one could not overlook Wu Meng's capabilities. After all, Wu Xing was a member of the family's mercenary group, seasoned in battle with an aura of lethal intent. His combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers, and it seemed Wu Meng was in for a rough time. Wu Xing's strikes were often indiscriminate in their ferocity, showcasing strength that rivaled even that of Wu Kai. For this battle, my support lies with him. I also place my bets on Wu Xing. The youthful spectators began to speculate on the outcome of this encounter, with some already wagering on the victor. "Dream brother, do take it easy on me later. I do prefer not to be utterly humiliated," Wu Xing chuckled, scratching his head as he flashed a grin at Wu Meng. His words resonated clearly, startling those who initially held low expectations of Wu Meng, their eyes widening in disbelief at Wu Xing's unexpected display of humility. This battle-crazed individual, Wu Xing, was actually conceding to Wu Meng? Everyone knew that such a character was not easily subdued. Facing Wu Meng, Wu Xing rubbed his palms together, a serious gleam emerging in his narrowed eyes. Indeed, he held a deep admiration for Wu Meng's strength, and he was genuinely impressed. However, there was more to it. The fighting spirit Wu Meng had previously exhibited, the audacity to charge at the Wind Spirit Wolf King, whose prowess was akin to that of a peak spirit shadow realm practitioner, left Wu Xing in utter awe. He believed himself to be far inferior to Wu Meng. No need for such sentiments. Just give it your all. That will make it all the more interesting. Wu Meng replied with a smile, stepping back to prepare. Wu Xing nodded, immediately suppressing his smile, his expression shifting from earnest to fierce, like a blade being unsheathed. The fierce momentum erupted suddenly, akin to a lethal blade, imbued with both a sense of killing intent and a sharp edge, profoundly shocking all who beheld it. Many of his peers were rendered speechless in the wake of this display. Was this truly Wu Xing's complete state? Indeed, it was astonishing. In previous matches, perhaps he had merely been toying with his opponents. It seemed unlikely that Wu Xing's strength was inferior to that of Wu Kai. The intensity of his aura suggested this was his true power. It was evident to all that he approached Wu Meng with the utmost caution, demonstrating considerable respect for his opponent. Consequently, many began to elevate Wu Meng's prowess in their minds, pondering who could possibly warrant such serious attention and effort from a battle-hungry Wu Xing. Let the battle commence. Although Wu Xing harbored some apprehension towards Wu Meng, he was not afraid. He had never feared anything. With a broad grin, he charged forward. The sound of the bluestone floor echoed, nearly shattering under the force of his advance. Wu Meng, observing Wu Xing's aggressive approach, gripped a white blade tightly in his hand, its fierce intent slicing through the air, infused with potent spiritual energy, aimed directly at Wu Meng. "Watch out." Wu Xing laughed heartily, mercilessly executing a downward strike with his blade, a moment he had eagerly anticipated for a long time. Wu Meng, however, remained motionless in the face of the impending blade light. The intent behind this strike was overwhelmingly powerful, a culmination of Wu Xing's fighting spirit and sword intent, far beyond what an ordinary early-stage spiritual realm expert could withstand. After all, Wu Xing's mastery of the blade and combat prowess were anything but ordinary. Wu Meng raised his hand. The crowd gasped in disbelief. He intended to meet Wu Xing's ferocious strike with his bare palm. It was utterly reckless. A violent wave of energy surged forth, causing the bluestone floor to crack and splinter as if shattered by an unseen force. The intense collision of energy made the onlookers' eyelids twitch. What an astonishing clash. Truly, they were witnessing a battle worthy of the spiritual realm, just as they had anticipated. Yet, what of Wu Meng? To attempt to receive such a powerful strike with his flesh seemed overly audacious. Many shook their heads, clearly skeptical of Wu Meng's chances. After all, Both were in the early stages of the spiritual Yin realm, with Wu Xing standing out as a formidable contender, both in combat capability and blade intent. Faced with such a strike, Wu Meng's apparent disregard suggested that his previous superior performance had inflated his confidence. Below the stage, Wu Yang's expression softened slightly. He coldly observed the battle unfolding, inwardly hoping for a swift defeat for Wu Meng, thinking it would teach him a lesson in humility. However, as the dust settled and the shattered bluestone revealed Wu Xing emerging, blade in hand, his face grave as he regarded Wu Meng, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. Remarkably, Wu Meng appeared utterly unscathed. Wu Meng stood resplendent in his pristine robe, his hair untouched by dust, as if he had never faced any trials. He gazed at Wu Xing and nodded slowly, saying, "I merely wished to test my mettle. I must admit, your blade is indeed formidable." Wu Xing acknowledged this with a nod, though his eyelids twitched slightly, clearly shaken by the recent confrontation. Wu Meng's right hand remained unblemished, devoid of any wounds, leaving the onlookers in profound astonishment. He had withstood that strike? Was it truly with his bare palm? The disparity in strength was evident. Seated among the elders, Wu Zong observed the duel with a slight shake of his head, a grave expression spreading across his aged visage. He discerned that Wu Meng had yet to unleash his full potential. Yet, he was astonished. How could one possess such overwhelming might? It was unfathomable. Indeed, while that strike had been powerful, it posed no threat to Wu Meng, who seemed to tower above the fray. Wu Lian sighed, casting an envious glance at Wu Lai. "Truth be told, old man Lai, had I not known your peculiar disposition, I might have been tempted to seize your disciple." His envy, bordering on jealousy, was palpable. Wu Lai snorted, retorting, "You know the answer yet still inquire? Should you covet him, I shall not hesitate to crush you and your band of old fools." Wu Zong's plump chin quivered slightly, his expression betraying a sense of helplessness. It was impossible to entertain notions of competing for a disciple under the watchful eye of such a fiercely protective master. However, Wu Lai had rarely taken on disciples, his standards exceedingly high. The two exchanged glances, a flicker of regret passing between them. They lamented not having recognized Wu Meng's extraordinary talent sooner, allowing Wu Lai to claim the prize. This old fellow was undeniably domineering, yet his discerning eye remained unmatched. Silence enveloped the arena as all eyes turned to the two who had resumed their standoff. Any skepticism regarding Wu Meng dissipating entirely. His prowess was undoubtedly on par with that of the spirit Yin realm, perhaps even surpassing it. Chapter 44. Sword over blade on the stage. The highly anticipated match continued to unfold. Countless gazes were fixed upon the scene, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. After all, defeating Wu Quan was one thing, given that he was merely at the spirit master level. Yet Wu Xing was a formidable presence in the spirit Yin realm. And although he had not employed his most powerful techniques, he had exerted considerable effort. Nevertheless, he was met with Wu Meng's single hand, emerging unscathed. The gulf in their capabilities was glaringly apparent. Both were scions of the Wu family, yet the disparity was staggering, leaving many in disbelief. Wu Lin and Wu Yang wore somber expressions, rendered speechless. Wu Lin remained in a stupor for quite some time before gradually suppressing his shock, grappling with uncertainty regarding Wu Meng's strength. Could he truly defeat him? No. How could he even entertain such doubts? Wu Lin cursed quietly, realizing that Wu Xing had perhaps held back at the last moment. Wu Meng's tactics were nothing but a means to draw attention. It was undoubtedly because the two had previously known each other. Wu Lin glared at Wu Meng with fury, having already regarded him as a thorn in his side, determined to eliminate him. At this moment, on the arena, Wu Meng, you are indeed formidable. However, I shall not concede defeat. I will fight till the very end. In Wu Xing's eyes, there was no trace of fear. Instead, a more fervent fighting spirit was kindled within him, amplifying his momentum. Starblade, Wu Xing shouted, brandishing his great sword once more, his form shooting forth towards Wu Meng with an unstoppable force. Wu Meng took a slow breath. The previous encounter had not been entirely effortless for him. As a tentative strike, he had utilized a portion of his attribute-less spiritual energy for defense. Combined with his formidable physique, he emerged unscathed. Yet now, he had to take things more seriously to honor Wu Xing's fighting spirit. Once again, a wooden sword materialized in Wu Meng's hand. Such a weapon was easy to craft, and thus he had numerous ones stored within his spatial ring. A wooden sword? Many spectators gasped in astonishment. Opposing Wu Xing's steel-crafted great sword with a wooden sword was evidently not a wise choice. Nevertheless, Wu Meng had always wielded a wooden sword. Fight! Wu Meng bellowed, laughing towards the heavens, his fighting spirit matching Wu Xing's. He instantly surged forward, colliding with Wu Xing. Boom. The wooden sword and the great blade collided directly. Red fire attribute spiritual energy surged forth, clashing violently. Wu Xing's chilling aura had likely reached a 5-star level, showcasing extraordinary talent. Below the arena, Wu Kai observed the overwhelming dominance of Wu Xing's fire attribute energy and could not help but sigh. His own chilling energy was also at the 5-star level. Thus his spiritual energy's power was amplified far beyond that of an ordinary spiritual realm practitioner. However, Wu Meng's spiritual energy was even more unmatched. How could it possibly be this strong? Wu Kai's mouth fell open in disbelief. Boom. Wu Xing's chilling energy, which had amassed to a 5-star level, was effortlessly torn apart by Wu Meng. Wu Meng's fire attribute energy resembled an incredibly ferocious lion, tearing through all spiritual energy before him with an unmatched vigor. There was no resistance whatsoever. Wu Xing's spiritual energy was instantly shredded, rendering him significantly weakened. Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. It had become terrifyingly powerful. Just how many stars did his chilling energy possess? 7 stars, or perhaps 8 stars. The disparity was so vast that it surely exceeded 7 stars of chilling energy. Its power was simply overwhelming. Chilling energy, as a hallmark of spiritual realm practitioners, naturally signifies the fundamental power of their spiritual energy. The stronger the chilling energy, the more robust the total spiritual energy, quality, and foundation. Most importantly, it is all about its power. Chilling energy arises in harmony with the heavens and earth, possessing a strong destructive force akin to corrosive effects. The formidable yang qi of the spiritual yang realm practitioners embodies an overwhelming might, sturdy, masculine, and capable of obliterating all in its path. Both represent an absolute metamorphosis, signifying a substantial elevation from the preceding realm, unless there exists a disparity in attributes. The grade of this chilling qi ultimately determines the potency and strength of the spiritual realm practitioner's energy. Naturally, the influence of attributes holds paramount importance. However, at this moment, both possess third-tier attributes in fire, thus mitigating any significant impact. On the stage, Wu Xing's pupils constricted, feeling as though his spiritual energy was being ruthlessly vanquished. The intensity of the opponent's energy was indeed astonishing. In terms of fire attributes alone, the gap was immense. It was evident that the opponent had cultivated exceedingly profound texts on fire attributes, coupled with an elevated attribute realm. Wu Xing practiced the upper-grade mundane text, Fire Cloud Decision, leading him to realize the considerable disparity. Wu Meng must have trained with texts of at least the mysterious tier. Wu Xing was astounded within. Wu Meng, gathering his spiritual energy, ceased to unleash his might, yet the soaring sword intent enveloped the arena. He did not take advantage of Wu Xing. The two engaged directly in a duel of swordsmanship and blade techniques. Come forth, Wu Xing, allow me to witness your blade. Wu Meng bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. Opposite him, Wu Xing laughed heartily, striking with his great blade, his own combat fervor surging. An overwhelming aura of battle enveloped the arena. Boom, boom, boom. The two continuously clashed, blades and swords striking with the speed of lightning. Onlookers could scarcely perceive their movements and techniques, as though two valiant warriors were sparring. The sword intent and blade intent soared and intertwined. Yet, astute observers could discern that Wu Meng's wooden sword remained unscathed, while countless marks marred Wu Xing's steel blade, an unmistakable dominance. Wu Meng's swordsmanship displayed an astonishing prowess, overpowering even Wu Xing's prideful blade techniques. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Many had heard of Wu Xing's formidable blade techniques, but none anticipated that he would be so thoroughly suppressed by Wu Meng this time. Thud! With his feet firmly planted on the ground, Wu Xing's eyes shimmered with an unusual blade intent coalescing within. Under the immense pressure of Wu Meng's power, he seemed to undergo a sudden transformation, an epiphany. A new blade technique. Wu Meng, allow me to showcase my new technique. Wu Xing roared, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his visage. If I can compel you to reveal your true swordsmanship, I would consider it a significant achievement. / An intense blade intent crystallized, and his spiritual energy converged completely, causing the white great blade to erupt with a fierce vigor. What a powerful strike! I fear I cannot withstand this, Wu Kai, from a distance, assessed gravely, unable to suppress a sigh. Indeed, Wu Xing's blade techniques were extraordinary. It seemed this was not even his true strength. Truly a prodigy, Wu Xiao remarked with a knowing smile, his words laced with admiration. Wu Meng's prowess astonished even him profoundly, as he was not entirely certain of Wu Meng's true capabilities. It seemed that Wu Xing would also struggle to elicit the genuine strength of Wu Meng. On the stage, Wu Meng gazed solemnly at the blade before him. This move had undeniably reached the level of the lower ranks of the profound stage. Indeed, the swordsmanship was extraordinary. With a smile, Wu Meng swiftly brandished his wooden sword. He leapt into the air, the wooden sword thrusting forward with urgency. A green radiance erupted, reminiscent of the wings of a falcon, stirring the heavens, rapidly extending to 2 feet in length, before colliding fiercely with Wu Xing's blade aura. The explosive sound of energy reverberated deafeningly, causing the ground to crack extensively. With fragments of stone flying about, forcing many onlookers near the arena to rise and evade the debris. Countless gazes were fixed upon the scene, breaths temporarily forgotten, clearly filled with anticipation for the outcome. The intense clash between sword and blade was undeniably exhilarating, igniting the fervor of all present. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. Who would ultimately emerge victorious in this battle? In Chapter 45, is this Wu Xiao? Wu Xing is indeed a remarkable child. After observing for a while, Wu Zong nodded slightly, unable to restrain his admiration. Indeed, his combat awareness, indomitable spirit, and swordsmanship were all quite exceptional, Wu Lian concurred. Evidently, Wu Xing's performance piqued their interest. Had such a talented young member emerged in a previous clan competition, he would have undoubtedly garnered immense attention. At that time, he would have attracted the admiration of many elders, even invoking the interest of these seasoned officials to take him as a disciple. However, it was unfortunate that this generation seemed overwhelmingly strong, with Wu Meng standing at the forefront, making everyone else appear somewhat flawed by comparison, diminishing the desire to take on disciples. Thus, they watched Wu Lai's expression grow increasingly displeased. Why should this fellow monopolize the best talent? Why is he looking at me like that? Does he wish to slay me with his gaze? Does he covet my disciple? What a fanciful notion. I still have many years ahead of me. Wu Lai's face flushed with mirth, his hands spread wide upon the armrests of his chair, smiling broadly. The 2 elders exchanged a resigned glance, even finding amusement in the situation. This fellow, Wu Lai, may not excel in many areas, but his arrogance was undeniable. He had always been this way. Let us continue to observe. If necessary, they could also consider taking on disciples from among the others, who were not without merit. Wu Zong took a deep breath, his portly form leaning back against the chair as he sighed gently. Wu Lian nodded in agreement. It seemed they had no choice. The talents of this generation of young clan members were commendable, and such opportunities might not arise in the next. As they grew older, they sometimes required capable disciples to inherit their teachings. Moreover, in old age, with companions no longer by their side, having a vibrant young individual to accompany them would foster a more youthful disposition. At this moment on the arena, the outcome had been determined. The audience below remained utterly transfixed, their eyes unblinking as 2 indistinct figures materialized upon the arena, separated by a few meters and adorned with the remnants of shattered azure stone. It was evident that Wu Meng had emerged victorious. Wu Meng gazed at Wu Xing with a smile. The latter had not sustained significant injuries, yet his spiritual energy was thoroughly depleted, and he showed no inclination to continue the fight. Wu Xing scratched his head, his body still aching slightly from the piercing sword energy inflicted by Wu Meng. Blood trickled from his right hand, slowly dripping onto the ground before gradually congealing. That last strike was truly formidable. I accept my defeat with grace. Wu Xing sighed, revealing his signature earnest smile once more, before sheathing his large blade and turning to depart. I am already quite content to have witnessed your swordsmanship. The solitary figure of Wu Xing left behind those words. I feel the same way, Wu Meng replied, sensing his own condition and gazing at the verdant canopy above. Master, it seems we won't require any amplifications for this clan competition, Yi floated in, smiling. That appears to be the case. Wu Meng calmly descended from the stage, making his way toward Wu Xiao, who was beckoning him over. Upon reaching him, Wu Xiao unexpectedly delivered a heavy punch to his chest. Bang! Wu Meng staggered back a few steps, unable to suppress a wry smile. Brother, he is tough as leather. I hardly felt a thing. Wu Xiao patted his shoulder, scrutinizing him for a moment before extending his hand toward Wu Meng, who instinctively recoiled like a startled rabbit. Why do you look so human like me? He inquired, perplexed. Brother, has your brain short-circuited? If I'm not human, then neither are you, Wu Meng retorted, unable to contain his irritation. Little rascal, you certainly know how to retort. However, having just witnessed your match, you truly are a monster. Come on, give your brother some face. Wu Xiao chuckled, adding, if we encounter one another, please don't hit too hard, all right? Wu Meng rolled his eyes at him. I'll make sure to give you a proper thrashing, you incorrigible one. Truly unfilial, Wu Xiao joked. But as he heard the announcement of his match, he leaped onto the arena. The referee, visibly exasperated, pointed to the adjacent stage, stating, "That is where you belong." Wu Xiao nodded sheepishly, yet he felt no embarrassment. According to his principles, if he himself felt no awkwardness, then it was others who should feel it. On the arena, Wu Kai had been waiting for quite some time. Observing the amiable and handsome young man before him, Wu Kai couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had been acutely aware of the earlier events and had previously harbored thoughts of becoming acquainted with Wu Xiao, having heard tales of his reputation. In Wu Kai's mind, Wu Xiao was an arrogant yet mature young man, a prodigy of the Wu family. However, seeing him now, there seemed to be quite a gap. "Hello there. My apologies for being slightly late. However, I am typically not punctual for meetings with gentlemen. My sincerest apologies." Wu Xiao approached him with an apologetic smile, explaining his habit. Wu Kai's expression darkened slightly. "Ahem, may we proceed with the introductions?" The referee observed the two individuals, cleared his throat, and announced, "I am Wu Xiao." "Wu Kai?" Wu Xiao extended his hand for a firm handshake. "Wu Xiao, I shall surely defeat you." Wu Kai faced him, his gaze sharpening, igniting a fierce combat spirit as he fixed his eyes on Wu Xiao. He was certainly no weakling. Otherwise, he would not have participated in the mercenary group's tasks. Though not as unhinged as Wu Xing, he was nonetheless quite ruthless in battle. While he believed he had little chance against Wu Meng, defeating Wu Xiao, the pinnacle of the Wu family's reputation, was imperative. "Is that so?" Quite intriguing, Wu Xiao merely smiled in response. Wu Kai could not help but momentarily freeze, as Wu Xiao's demeanor was distinctly different from the norm. Shouldn't they be exchanging fierce words? Young people ought to engage in banter, to look down upon one another, and to settle it in a duel. However, Wu Xiao's maturity was evidently beyond his expectations. "Let us fight. No more words," Wu Xiao declared, turning to create distance. Wu Kai felt his momentum falter, realizing he had nowhere for his energy to channel, and shot a glare at Wu Xiao. Nevertheless, he was determined to defeat Wu Xiao. In the next moment, his aura surged, golden light erupting like a shimmering lake, instantly enveloping the entire arena. A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Xiao's usually calm eyes as he gazed at Wu Kai and murmured, "So you have already reached the mastery realm?" Indeed, Wu Kai was formidable. The transition to the mastery realm was notoriously challenging. It was said that even some spirit yang realm experts might not achieve it. Yet, Wu Kai had managed to reach such heights while still in the spirit yin realm. Moreover, the gold attribute was among the superior tiers, possessing extraordinary power and presenting considerable challenges in comprehension. Wu Kai had gained significant insights after battles in the Chonglin mountain range, serendipitously touching upon the mastery realm level. This was, in part, thanks to Wu Meng. "Wu Xiao, face me directly. I will defeat you." Wu Kai bellowed, his body radiating golden light, resembling a golden war god. The brilliance coalesced upon him, culminating in his fists, and in the next instant, he stomped the ground, creating a significant crater. Boom! Wu Kai shot forth like a battle axe, exuding an extraordinary presence. Those who had experienced life and death struggles were undeniably different. He charged straight toward Wu Xiao, his aura overwhelmingly domineering, inciting gasps of awe from the young members of the clan nearby. This demeanor was precisely what the youth admired. The golden attribute's energy already possessed formidable sharpness and power, and combined with the 5-star level of cold energy, even I would find it difficult to contend with. Wu Xing stood nearby, his gaze somewhat fervent. "I wish to battle Wu Kai." Wu Meng's expression was grave as he observed the arena. Sensing that his elder brother had encountered a worthy adversary this time, Wu Kai's strength was notably more formidable than before. Chapter 46. Whoever looks down upon me shall face my wrath. The smile on Wu Xiao's face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. He then raised his hand, observing the rising crimson aura above it. A powerful surge of fire attribute energy suddenly erupted, and upon sensing this presence, both Wu Xing and Wu Meng's gazes shifted simultaneously. Such formidable fire attribute energy! They exclaimed in unison, astonishment evident on their faces. It seems that elder brother has mastered his fire attributes exceptionally well. Wu Meng mused with a faint smile, watching Wu Xiao in the arena. Indeed, her elder brother was quite the hidden gem. Although his mastery of the fire attribute did not surpass her own, he had undoubtedly reached the advanced stage of control, making him one of the most formidable talents among the younger generation of their clan. However, she was not surprised. After all, Wu Xiao possessed the Shura-dominant body. Albeit in a fragmented and dormant state, yet the potential of someone with such a physique could not be underestimated. The Shura-dominant body, as an ultimate constitution, was an unparalleled rarity across the entire 5 desolate continent. Its scarcity and formidable nature were evident. On the arena, Wu Kai, having unleashed his offensive, transformed into a golden streak of light. At this moment, he was intently focused on Wu Xiao, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Clearly, he had not anticipated Wu Xiao's strength to reach such heights. While fire attributes were somewhat easier to comprehend than gold attributes, the difference was marginal. Yet, the opponent's mastery far exceeded his own, indicating that Wu Xiao's innate talent was distinctly superior. Nonetheless, the gold attribute still held certain advantages. Moreover, the chilling aura was a significant measure of spiritual energy's potency. I shall see how powerful your chilling energy truly is, Wu Kai thought, pausing briefly before advancing once more without hesitation. With a fist imbued with fierce golden light, he struck fiercely at Wu Xiao. Boom! A tremendous explosion of energy resonated, creating a massive crater at the point of impact, with cracks spreading like a spider's web across the ground. In the arena, Wu Xiao raised his palm, the dense fire attribute energy coalescing into a pure, fiery red hand that completely intercepted Wu Kai's golden fist, his expression remaining tranquil. The standoff persisted. Wu Kai's countenance grew increasingly grim. The gold attribute was yielding no advantage. Wu Xiao's spiritual energy was overwhelmingly dominant, even suppressing his own pride. Indeed, it was a complete suppression. With a forceful thrust of his palm, Wu Xiao advanced like an immovable wall. Though appearing diminutive, his hand was unstoppable. Wu Kai's expression changed drastically as he retreated. The gold attribute's spiritual energy was torn asunder, a piercing pain coursing through him, as the chilling aura felt cold and fierce, akin to 1,000 needles piercing his skin. Is this the 7-star chilling aura? Or perhaps something even greater? Wu Kai's heart raced with alarm, his complexion paling as he was forcefully propelled backwards several meters, only managing to stabilize himself by forcefully pressing his legs down, shattering the bluestone beneath him. His astonished gaze was directed towards Wu Xiao, filled with profound shock. He never anticipated that not only was your elemental power so formidable, but the chilling aura you possess is also of such high caliber. It appears that my defeat in this match is quite justified, Wu Kai gasped, finally managing to speak. Defeat? Wu Xiao replied, somewhat perplexed. Is it not just the beginning? I am not that Wu Xing fellow, shamelessly inviting a beating. If I am destined to lose, there is no need to squander time, Wu Kai replied nonchalantly, then turned to the referee, declaring, I concede. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. No one expected Wu Kai to surrender so swiftly. Though he had momentarily found himself at a disadvantage, it was still early in the contest, was it not? Many began to cast disdainful glances at Wu Kai, for such a hasty concession was indeed shocking. After all, a single defeat meant elimination. Who dares to look down upon me? Step forward, and I shall crush you. Wu Kai coldly surveyed the crowd, his aura radiating golden light once more. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. Expressions of fear emerged among those watching Wu Kai, clearly indicating that few present could match him in combat. Who would be foolish enough to challenge him? Thus, the silence deepened. Wu Meng, seated in the audience, could not help but twitch her lips. This fellow was rather amusing. As the crimson aura surrounding Wu Xiao dissipated, he smiled and remarked, Kai, you are indeed someone worth engaging with. We must converse more in the future. Not a chance. Wu Kai shot him a glare before huffing and striding off the stage. However, as if recalling something, he turned back to Wu Xiao and said, wait for me. I may be unable to defeat you now, but that may not be the case in the future. With a haughty expression, Wu Kai turned away and left the stage. The spectators watched him depart, and none continued to look down upon him. Kai, well done. Wu Xing called out to Wu Kai from a distance, his face adorned with an honest smile. Get lost. Wu Kai retorted bluntly. Such a casual address in public is utterly inappropriate. With the conclusion of the battle between Wu Kai and Wu Xiao, this round of competition was definitively over. Wu Xian's expression, unsurprisingly, darkened considerably, as he realized that both Wu Xiao and Wu Meng had surpassed his expectations in strength. The pressing question before him was whether to allow them to face off against Wu Yang and Wu Lin, the two strongest contenders, prematurely. Initially, he had intended to easily eliminate Wu Meng and her companion with the help of these two, but now, uncertainty gnawed at him. The prowess of Wu Meng and Wu Xiao was undeniably formidable. After much contemplation, Wu Xian made his decision. Thinking to himself, let you bask in your arrogance for a while longer. Soon enough, you will be the ones lamenting. He proceeded to oversee the drawing of lots once more. In this round, Wu Meng and Wu Xiao encountered relatively ordinary opponents. Thus their battles were effortless, allowing them to advance with ease. After all, even Wu Xing and Wu Kai had fallen to their might. Though Wu Xing and Wu Kai had been eliminated, they chose to remain and watch the ongoing matches. After this match, the top 10 contenders were determined, prominently featuring the names of Wu Meng, Wu Xiao, Wu Yang, and Wu Lin. The subsequent event was the ranking battle among the top 10. At this moment, after the draw, Wu Meng's expression darkened considerably, for the name inscribed on the piece of paper was none other than Wu Xiao. Brother, it seems my ominous predictions have come to fruition, Wu Meng remarked with a bitter smile, immediately crumpling the paper in his hand. Wu Xiao, however, shook his head and said, regardless, that old fellow must have prepared for us to fight each other. It's unfortunate that he is presiding over the clan competition this time. According to tradition, it is indeed customary for the elder to oversee the clan competition, especially since Wu Meng had been missing for so long, leaving Wu Ling with no inclination to take on this responsibility. Yet, Wu Xian was not a paragon of impartiality. Well, we will face whatever comes. I also look forward to having a good match with you, brother. Wu Meng forced a smile. Wu Xiao returned a faint smile, ruffling his hair, and replied, you little rascal, do take it easy on me. I am quite sensitive to pain. Soon after, Wu Xiao narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance, and murmured, they will likely witness the most thrilling match of this clan competition. I wonder how Wu Xian's expression will unfold then. Chapter 47. Someone above is quite savory regrettably. They were set to face each other too soon. Many clan members shook their heads slightly, fully aware that both Wu Meng and Wu Xiao ranked among the top 3 in strength within this younger generation, yet they were to clash prematurely. This meant that at least one of them would be eliminated, which was indeed unfortunate. What? Wu Meng and Wu Xiao are to fight? Hearing this, Wu Ling's face instantly reflected astonishment, followed by a sudden realization as he cast a grim gaze towards Wu Xian, coldly stating, Wu Xian, although you are presiding over this gathering, it does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. He was well aware of certain individuals' ulterior motives. After spending so much time together, it would be odd for him not to catch on. In response, Wu Xian turned his head, feigning confusion, clan leader. What do you mean by that? Wu Ling immediately discerned that this fellow intended to play dumb, his expression darkening further as he gritted his teeth. Stop pretending. You intentionally arranged for my 2 children to face each other in battle. Do you think we are unaware? Clan leader, you are unjustly accusing me. This draw was conducted in plain sight of everyone, fair and square, and has nothing to do with me, Wu Xian declared with righteous indignation, his words imbued with a certain fervor. Humph, keep up the act, Wu Ling retorted coldly, feeling utterly helpless against this shameless character who was thick-skinned and difficult to pin down. If only he had taken it upon himself to handle this matter from the start. Wu Ling sighed, filled with regret. On the sidelines, Wu Meng and Wu Xiao observed the quarrel between the Grand Elder and their father, feeling somewhat touched. Their father, always concerned about the greater good, must have found it challenging to argue so vehemently with Wu Xian on their behalf during this clan competition. As the clan leader, Wu Ling had many considerations, which they could understand. Wu Xian has always been cunning. It would be best not to trouble our father. Wu Meng cast a glance at Wu Xian, seated among the elders, and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, she continued, brother, if I were to win the championship, how would the rewards be distributed? Wu Meng smiled. Such confidence? Wu Xiao replied, his gaze twinkling with amusement. A hint of helplessness crossed his handsome face as he added, there is no need for that. Your elder brother possesses ample resources. But brother, you originally had at least the strength to place in the top 2, Wu Meng remarked. If I were to directly defeat you in this competition, you would surely fall beyond 5th place. You must understand, my losing to you stems from my own inadequacy, and I must bear the consequences of that. In this world, fairness is a rarity, only power matters. A gentle expression graced Wu Xiao's face, yet a flicker of sharpness glinted in his eyes. Wu Meng nodded, her gaze turning to the arena ahead, acknowledging the truth in his words. Master, do not worry. Regardless of the outcome, it is what you deserve, Yi comforted from beside her. The expressions of the elders seated at the dais were far from pleasant. I never anticipated that these 2 promising youngsters would face each other. This complicates matters, Wu Zong remarked with furrowed brows, feeling quite uneasy about the situation. Old Lai, do you have no opinion on this? Wu Lian glanced at Wu Lai, speaking with a hint of meaning. He was well aware of Wu Lai's temperament. If he were to silently swallow this grievance, that would indeed be surprising. Wu Lai removed his feet from the table, saying nothing, yet stood up, drawing the attention of the entire assembly despite his lack of apparent aura. Wu Xian, you old curmudgeon, there's no need for me to elaborate. Adjust the opponents of my 2 disciples, Wu Lai stated calmly. His voice was not loud, but resonated clearly in every ear. Wu Xian sprang to attention. directing an angry look at Wu Lai. This was a significant affront to his dignity, especially with so many witnesses present. Elder Lai, I respect you, but you cannot arbitrarily interfere in the affairs of our clan. The opponents in this competition are determined by drawing lots, with no hint of favoritism. His agitation was palpable, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. You know what you have done. I do not wish to repeat myself, Wu Lai replied coolly. Wu Xian's expression darkened as he glared intently at Wu Lai. Humph. Wu Lai let out a soft snort. In an instant, Wu Xian gasped, his body shaking violently as he stepped back. Such formidable strength. The elders at the dais displayed astonishment, and Wu Ling's expression grew solemn. Below the stage, Wu Meng looked on in shock at the composed Wu Lai, her heart racing with disbelief. Despite the 20-meter distance between Wu Lai and Wu Xian, one sound had inflicted a hidden injury upon the latter. What immense power was this? Could it be that Master has already reached the spirit profound realm? Wu Xian glared fiercely at Wu Lai, exclaiming with indignation, how dare you in front of so many clan members? In that instant, Wu Lai's figure was enveloped in a green aura, transforming into an indistinct shadow that swiftly appeared before Wu Xian, his wooden clogs thundering as he delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Wu Xian's expression changed dramatically, unable to evade the blow, and was struck squarely in the face by Wu Lai's foot. Puff! In the distance, Wu Meng covered her face with her hands, stifling a laugh. Wu Lai pressed his foot against Wu Xian's face, leaving Wu Xian sprawled helplessly on the ground. Unable to resist under the oppressive force, surrounded entirely by the green aura, the overwhelming spiritual energy seemed to contain an enigmatic power, the green light morphing into a tangible sound of wind. At that moment, Wu Xian felt as though all sound had vanished, leaving only the deafening roar of the wind. As if he were submerged in an ocean of gales, a deep sense of terror enveloped Wu Xian, accompanied by an overwhelming feeling of helplessness. He realized he could not contend with Wu Lai. This was the spirit profound realm, undoubtedly the spirit profound realm. In the distance, Wu Yang's face darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Lai, his body trembling yet paralyzed with fear. He was no fool. It was evident that if Wu Lai could dominate even his father, he stood no chance against him. Wu Lai, unfazed by Wu Xian's resentful glare, surveyed the surroundings and declared, Elder Wu Xian is unwell, and I, Wu Lai, shall temporarily take over the clan competition. Alas, this old bone of mine cannot find respite. The elder's subsequent stipend shall be entrusted to me. I announce that the competition shall continue. We shall now proceed to the drawing of lots. An old bone, one might wonder, for he appeared as vibrant as ever, delivering a kick to the elder's face and speaking with his foot still planted on it. I knew it. This old fellow is fiercely protective, especially of such an exceptional disciple. Even I must tread carefully. The two elders seated in the council could not help but smile, with Wu Zong remarking. Around the elders' table, the elders exchanged glances but remained silent. Wu Xian had indeed lost significant face this time. One of the younger elders, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation, was about to speak. Have you lost your mind? That is our Wu family's most senior elder. No, I mean, he is an elder. Watch your tongue, lest that man bears a grudge against you. An older elder admonished him sharply, then nervously glanced at the platform, relieved to see Wu Lai was not paying attention to them. With that, it appeared there would be no issues. Master truly exudes dominance. Wu Meng and Wu Xiao exchanged a knowing smile, reveling in the spectacle above. Chapter 48. The first 5 lots drawing standing on Wu Xian's face. Wu Lai maintained a serene demeanor, his white hair billowing in the wind, exuding an ethereal presence. Wu Meng couldn't help but admire. Master is truly impressive. The clan members gazed at the subdued elder with a mix of complex emotions, many unable to suppress their laughter. With Wu Lai's south arrangements in place, the clan competition resumed in an orderly manner, the draw resulting in a change of participants, and none dared to rashly alter the selections. They were compelled to meticulously confirm whether Wu Meng and Wu Xiao had been matched against worthy opponents. Otherwise, they might find themselves in dire straits. Perhaps the next to languish beneath his feet would be none other than themselves, or worse, perhaps they would be unceremoniously relegated to the depths of disgrace. Meanwhile, Wu Xian was seemingly forgotten, no longer mentioned as the competition continued, as if calm waters had returned. The fury and resentment etched on Wu Xian's face reached a peak, yet he could only lie there, seething in silence, feeling the weight of humiliation. It seemed impossible for him to reclaim any dignity within the Wu family. Henceforth, it was likely that even the most insignificant member of the clan, even the humble sweeper, would secretly mock him. However, a gaze filled with profound apprehension was cast towards Wu Lai, emanating from a voluptuous and mature figure seated beside Wu Ling, Wu Ziru. She withdrew her gaze, inhaling slowly. Wu Ming triumphed. After the referee announced the outcome, Wu Ming descended from the stage, his opponent barely managing to regain composure after being rendered powerless. With just a single strike, he had vanquished a fully realized spirit master. Clearly, this young clan leader was not to be underestimated. His combat prowess was indeed remarkable. Consequently, many began to regard Wu Ming with genuine admiration, his talent appearing to surpass that of Wu Yang and Wu Lin, positioning him as the foremost among the Wu clan. The top 10 participants were indeed exceptional. Though it was unfortunate for Wu Xing and his companions, Wu Ming remained composed, internally reflecting as he glanced towards the adjacent stage, noticing that Wu Xiu had also achieved advancement. The top 5. The selections for the top 5 had emerged, and Wu Lai, seated with an air of authority, began to speak, his voice resonant and powerful, addressing the eager crowd. The many fervent gazes instantly shifted towards him. Rewards? This was the moment of significance. The rewards were of great concern to numerous clan members, for each clan competition offered substantial prizes, crucial for their cultivation. Whether it be elixirs, spiritual techniques, or ancient tomes, the rewards from the clan competition were always generous, and the Wu family never skimped in such matters. However, these rewards naturally depended upon one's own strength. Thus, the eyes of the onlookers glimmered with fervor, as if Wu Lai had transformed into a coveted prize. This year's rewards were even more bountiful than in previous competitions, owing to the high caliber of participants. Therefore, I have decided to open the family treasury and provide access to certain contributions from the elders, Wu Lai announced, surveying the crowd, his voice resonating with authority, eliciting a chorus of gasps. The eyes of the young clan members gleamed with excitement, utterly astonished. The treasury. Along with treasures from the elders' contributions, there was no doubt that nothing of inferior quality would emerge. The elders are wise. The Wu family is indeed enlightened. Wonderful. The Wu family is truly blessed. A chorus of surprised voices erupted, filling the arena with a lively atmosphere, emotions soaring like oil in a boiling pot. As Wu Lai ignited a spark, on the elders' dais, the expressions of the elders gradually stiffened as they observed the unfolding scene. The second elder, forcing a smile, solemnly remarked to the third elder beside him, "When did we ever agree to open our contributions? What contributions do we even possess? It's simply absurd. You ask me, and I ask whom?" The third elder responded with a bitter smile, revealing a deep sense of frustration in his eyes. I had never heard of this before. Perhaps it is the idea of that old rascal Wu Xian. How infuriating. He must be stripped of his skin. All the elders silently cursed in their hearts, feeling utterly helpless. After all, if they uttered such words and failed to deliver, where would their dignity and credibility go? At this moment, it seemed their private coffers were at risk. Meanwhile, Wu Lai appeared oblivious to the elders' demeanor and continued to speak. First place will receive 5 times the total points. The top 3 will get 3 times, the top 5 will earn double, and the top 10 will receive 1.5 times the points. Finally, we will present a list of treasures for selection by our young clansmen. Wu Lai's voice left the attendees in shock. Their hearts raced with excitement, especially those in the top 10, who felt exhilarated. The rewards appeared quite substantial, and the points would increase with higher rankings, undoubtedly a most advantageous arrangement. My total points are only 180, not enough for the top 10. It seems I won't be able to exchange for anything worthwhile. That list must contain exceedingly precious items, things that have never been available in previous years. I must strive to earn a place. I've made it into the top 10. It seems there is still hope. Amidst the flurry of excited voices, Wu Ming was somewhat taken aback, then turned to Wu Xiu beside her with a smile. It seems we shall secure the greatest benefits this time. A little selfishness from our master, but I quite like it. Wu Xiu also wore a gentle expression. Wu Lai's protective nature had reached its zenith. Now, even the treasure vault had been opened. This was a repository of the Wu family's more precious artifacts, typically accessible only to the elders, yet it was now directly open to the younger generation. One cannot deny, Wu Lai was employing a bold strategy. Now it's up to us. Although it is biased, it is also a test of strength, Wu Ming murmured, her eyes sparkling with determination. Indeed, they possessed the strength to secure first and second places, thus naturally qualifying for the finest rewards. That was beyond doubt. The upcoming draw would involve only 5 individuals. The 5 who ascended the stage to draw lots were divided into groups. Wu Ming and Wu Xiu stood together, while Wu Yang was with Wu Qiuling and his group from the Yang faction, leaving Wu Lin isolated. You two seem to be kindred spirits. As they stepped onto the platform, an unfriendly voice rang out. Wu Meng glanced up, recognizing Wu Lin as the speaker. "Uncle, who are you?" A look of innocence and confusion suddenly appeared on Wu Meng's small face as she addressed Wu Lin. Laughter erupted from the crowd, with many casting astonished glances at Wu Meng. Although Wu Lin was a few years older, he could hardly be considered an uncle. This was clearly an intentional jab at Wu Lin's age, meant to mock him. However, it was quite amusing nonetheless. "What did you call me?" Wu Lin's anger flared, and he said in a deep voice, "Draw lots. Enough of the nonsense." Not far away, Wu Lai let out a cold snort, causing Wu Lin to tremble all over, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He turned to look at Wu Lai in astonishment, resentment swirling in his eyes. But what could he do? Was he to strike that man? If he were beaten to death, no one would care for him. Others might relish their disrespect for the elderly. But would he willingly offer his own head on a platter? Such folly would be his own doing. Below, Wu Xing crossed his arms and shook his head, his voice unrestrained and unapologetic, prompting a chorus of agreement from those around. Master S' short temper is truly formidable. Wu Meng chuckled inwardly. Wu Xiao maintained a gentle smile, nodding in approval. "Yes, this is quite good." Wu Yang, observing from the side, remained silent, his eyes glinting coldly as he glared at Wu Meng and the others. It seemed the Wu family situation had grown precarious, as the power of the clan leader's faction had disrupted the balance, promising an uncertain future. After a brief interlude, the drawing commenced, and the results were quickly revealed. Among the five, Wu Qiuling was given a bye. The slip of paper in Wu Meng's hand conspicuously bore Wu Lin's name. Wu Xiu's opponent was Wu Yang, indicating that their adversaries were as anticipated. Chapter 49. 2 matches in tandem. It appears I may finally have the chance to best you, Uncle, Wu Meng said with a smile, her tone surprisingly amiable as she looked at the sullen Wu Lin. Upon hearing Wu Meng call him uncle again, Wu Lin's expression darkened further. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, a faint trace of blood remained at the corner of his mouth, yet he refrained from further disrespect. Merely shooting a fierce glare at Wu Meng before casting a glance at Wu Xiao and then turning to leave. Wu Meng chuckled. "So, uncle is mute after all." Halfway out, he trembled in anger, pausing briefly on the stairs before continuing his exit. "Wu Xiao, wait for me." Wu Yang's proud gaze fell upon Wu Xiao as he wiped his neck with a hand, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. For him, this opponent was just what he desired. His greatest wish was to defeat Wu Xiao, and naturally, he would also conquer Wu Meng afterward. Thus, he would ascend to the championship, seamlessly becoming the young patriarch. "Brother, let us go." Upon hearing Wu Meng's words, Wu Xiao smiled and nodded, choosing to disregard Wu Yang entirely as they departed. They treated him as though he were merely heir. It seemed they were quite confident. But did they believe he had made no preparations? As the flames of wrath ignited within Wu Yang, he gazed at the departing figures of the two individuals, murmuring to himself. Within the folds of his sleeve, a faint azure glow flickered enigmatically. With a cold snort, he descended from the platform. The two arenas had now transformed into the final battleground. In accordance with the consensus, Wu Lai resolved that these 2 matches would commence simultaneously. "Brother, let us see who concludes first," Wu Meng called out to Wu Xiao on the distant platform, his light blue hair dancing gracefully in the wind. "Let us observe how long they can endure," Wu Xiao replied softly, sharing the same hair color as Wu Meng, though his locks cascaded over his shoulders. Extending his hand, his expression gradually grew solemn, devoid of the previous gentleness. Regardless of the opponent, one must exercise caution. "Humph. Arrogance," Wu Yang retorted coldly. The two seemed to disregard their presence entirely. His pride would not permit such disdain. They must be exterminated. As preparations unfolded, the anticipation surrounding these highly publicized matches intensified amidst the crowd's chatter. "Whom do you favor in this contest?" Wu Meng is formidable. Yet Wu Lin is undoubtedly the more seasoned warrior, having trained longer. His mastery of spiritual techniques and combat experience far surpasses Wu Meng's. It would be challenging for Wu Meng to contend against him. Moreover, Wu Lin has attained the pinnacle of the minor realm of Lingyin, significantly stronger than Wu Xing before him. It is difficult to say regarding Wu Xiao and Wu Yang. Amidst the audience's discussions, the competitors on stage began to gather their energy, each focused and poised. Despite their verbal jabs, neither truly underestimated the other, both bracing for the imminent clash. Though silence enveloped the arena, the forthcoming confrontation promised to be earth-shattering. Leaves cascaded from the treetops, landing before Wu Meng, whose gaze sharpened in response to the falling foliage. The contest begins. With the referee's announcement, the atmosphere erupted. Countless eyes were fixed upon the center stage, as the significance of this match weighed heavily on everyone present. After all, this was a battle for the top 5. Moreover, The quest to determine the top two among the four strongest had naturally relegated Wu Qiuling to obscurity. Wu Xiao, prepare to face defeat. Wu Yang's aura surged, a chill emanating from him as a pale glow flickered, entwined within his wind attribute's spiritual energy. The azure essence spiraled around him, ultimately coalescing into a 3-foot-long azure vortex in his hand. Wind spiral, Wu Yang shouted, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he directed his gaze towards Wu Xiao. In an instant, he transformed into a blur of blue, surging forward. And in the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was significantly reduced. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, clearly taken aback by Wu Yang's astonishing speed. Mastery of the wind attribute naturally bestows remarkable velocity, yet it was evident that his control remained in its nascent stages, leaving a gap between him and Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao was enveloped in a fiery red aura, his handsome face illuminated by the flames, casting a vibrant glow. He fixed his gaze upon the swiftly approaching Wu Yang, and suddenly, the spiritual energy within him ignited, causing flames to erupt instantaneously. His body shot backward like an arrow released from a bow. The spot where he once stood was immediately shrouded in a greenish hue. Wu Yang's expression turned slightly sinister as the wind spiraled around him, resembling a razor-sharp drill, carving a blue streak through the air. Such a powerful attack, if it struck, would undoubtedly inflict harm even upon Wu Xiao. Wu Yang's initial move was clearly a lethal one, indicating his intent to eliminate Wu Xiao. In the arena, life and death are often disregarded, even if complications arise afterward. One would not be inclined to sacrifice their life in exchange for another's. Humph. Wu Xiao let out a cold snort, his flames coalescing into a crimson seal. He glanced at the oncoming Wu Yang with an indifferent expression, and with a sudden thrust of his hand, the seal met the sharp wind spiral. Shatter! Wu Yang bellowed, unleashing a chilling aura of 5-star intensity. The wind attribute's spiritual energy sliced through the air, relentlessly shredding the opponent's offensive force. Wu Xiao, you shall undoubtedly fall before me. Wu Yang glared fiercely at Wu Xiao, his teeth clenched in resentment. A deep-seated hatred flickered in his eyes, evidently fueled by jealousy and an ever-growing animosity towards Wu Meng and the others, which intensified alongside their rising strength. He yearned to defeat and humiliate them, even to the point of slaying them to relieve the fury swelling within his heart. You cannot achieve that, Wu Xiao replied softly, his striking features framed by azure eyes that shimmered with a hint of compassion. Depart. He ceased to conceal his power. The fire attribute erupted like a volcano, swiftly engulfing Wu Yang's wind attribute energy. A crisp sound of shattering resonated through the arena, causing the expressions of onlookers to shift slightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle had only just begun. After standing in a tense standoff for so long, Wu Meng rubbed his legs, appearing utterly unconcerned, while Wu Lin faced him with a chilling glare, the coldness emanating from him growing ever more intense. Having been humiliated by Wu Kai and suppressed by Wu Lai for half the day, he felt ready to explode with frustration, but had to endure it. Now, on the arena stage, he could finally unleash his full wrath upon Wu Meng. He acknowledged that Wu Meng's strength exceeded his expectations, yet a significant gap still remained between them. Now you are but a rat in a cage, he thought, as cold light swirled in his eyes. Wu Lin gradually gathered his immense ice attribute spiritual energy, ice flowers blossoming upon his azure robe, draping over him, while a thin layer of ice began to coat the surrounding stone floor. So formidable. Even from this distance, I can feel an unexpected chill enveloping me. Wu Lin's power had likely reached the pinnacle of the spirit-yin realm, with his mastery over ice attribute energy being profoundly advanced. Although Wu Meng had previously provoked him several times, it had merely been verbal bravado. Now, he sensed impending doom. After all, Wu Meng had only just stepped into the spirit-yin realm and could scarcely hope to contend with Wu Lin. Amidst the multitude of voices, concerns and skepticism regarding Wu Meng abound, for the disparity in strength between the two is indeed significant. Wu Lin, who has already attained the pinnacle of the spirit-yin realm, possesses a cultivation level considerably superior to that of Wu Meng, with a gap that amounts to approximately 30% in total spiritual energy. On the stage, Wu Lin gazes anxiously at Wu Meng's arena, clearly troubled by the evident power imbalance. The surprises Wu Meng has delivered thus far have been ample. He cannot allow any mishap to befall her in this contest. Chapter 50. The shock of the transformation realm with a crisp crack, reminiscent of shattering glass. Wu Yang's expression darkened profoundly as he fixated on the continuously fracturing azure spiral. Cracks proliferated, culminating in a complete explosion. A searing flame surged forth like a tempest. The disbelief in Wu Yang's eyes swiftly transformed into astonishment as he abruptly retreated. However, the flames pursued him relentlessly, crashing into him with ferocity, singeing away much of his hair and eyebrows. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd as they beheld Wu Yang's disheveled retreat, taken aback by the turn of events. In but a single encounter, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, illustrating the clear disparity in strength between him and Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao's mastery of the fire element was exceedingly advanced, rendering the gap between their respective stages insurmountable. Some shook their heads, expressing little surprise at the outcome. Although both were of the same third-tier attribute, the slight difference in their cultivation levels was overshadowed by Wu Xiao's considerably more robust spiritual energy, indicative of a solid foundation and profound depth. Coupled with the notable difference in elemental mastery, it was apparent that Wu Yang stood no chance of contending. The result was becoming increasingly clear. As Wu Yang landed in a disheveled heap, he appeared in a pitiable state, with the remaining half of his eyebrows and hair charred black, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the spectators. Damn it! Wu Yang, though pale and slightly unsteady, his dark garments now turned to charred remnants, glared venomously at Wu Xiao, gritting his teeth as he spoke in a low voice. Wu Xiao, do not push me. You have consistently forced my hand. How can you speak of such things? Are you the only one permitted to harm others? Your Yang gang has long held sway over the Wu family, and we, the descendants of the Wu family, have borne it in silence. Do you truly believe you are worthy of the title of young clan leader? Moreover, my brother and I have faced constant covert exclusion at your hands, driven by your jealousy. A heart like yours has no room for redemption. The gentleness that once adorned Wu Xiao's face gradually gave way to cold severity. His gaze fixed upon Wu Yang with a sharpness akin to that of a deity of death, the deep crimson light within his eyes flickering ominously. Only through severing every one of your ambitions can there be resolution. Wu Xiao. Wu Yang's voice erupted in fury, imbued with hatred and murderous intent as he abruptly retrieved a pill from his sleeve and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a powerful surge of wind attribute energy erupted from him, elevating his mastery to the latter stage of the control realm. That was the condensation pill. The audacity of that scoundrel to consume elixirs during the competition. Atop the high platform, Wu Ling recognized the substance ingested by Wu Yang, and his expression shifted dramatically. In a fit of rage, he slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. Clearly, he was infuriated by Wu Yang's blatant violation of the rules and deeply concerned about Wu Xiao's condition. The consumption of the condensation pill would temporarily elevate Wu Yang's attribute power significantly, albeit at the cost of severe damage to his attributes for the next 6 months, rendering him nearly incapable of comprehension. Father, there's no need. Wu Xiao coldly interjected, casting a stern glance at his opponent and halting Wu Ling's outburst. Wu Yang smirked ominously, seemingly unfazed by Wu Xiao's objections, as he drew forth a large, azure blade from his robes. The weapon appeared modest in size, yet its blue and white hues emanated an intense surge of attribute power upon its reveal. The Wind Spirit Blade? Is this the extent of your prowess, Wu Xian? Wu Ling recognized the weapon's identity once more and directed a sharp reprimand towards Wu Xian, who lay subdued under Wu Lai's pressure. Wu Xian's face stiffened slightly, yet he remained grounded, while Wu Lai's expression darkened as he splashed the steaming tea in his hand and stomped his foot forcefully. No more underhanded tactics, Wu Lai declared coldly. The spectators below shifted uneasily, recognizing the weapon as a spiritual artifact, presumably of a high grade, at least of the upper tier of mortal class. Such a weapon, which bestowed additional attribute power and spiritual energy, was akin to wings for a spiritual master, significantly amplifying their strength. The higher the grade of the spiritual artifact, the more formidable its power, with the aid of such a potent weapon. A spiritual master could even engage in battles beyond their usual capacity, exhibiting remarkable enhancements in combat prowess. However, the rarity of spiritual artifacts was undeniable, often surpassing even the value of spiritual techniques. Consequently, among the younger clan members, very few possessed such artifacts. Typically, only those who emerged as pillars of the family after clan competitions were rewarded with these prestigious weapons. A spiritual artifact, indeed. Wu Xiao gazed at the blade radiating azure light, feeling the rich spiritual energy and wind attribute energy coursing through it, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. This artifact was truly extraordinary. Wu Xiao, what do you have left to say? Wu Yang sneered, forcefully stamping his foot on the ground before swiftly closing the distance to Wu Xiao. The speed he exhibited was significantly greater than before, a direct consequence of the enhanced attributes from the elixir and the amplification provided by the spiritual artifact. So swift, With the sudden elevation in his attribute level and the enhancement of the spiritual artifact, Wu Yang now possessed considerable confidence in his ability to defeat Wu Xiao. His combat strength had escalated to a new tier. In mere moments, he was before Wu Xiao, the azure blade slicing through the air like a bloodthirsty specter, launching directly at his opponent while unleashing a torrent of potent spiritual energy. Wu Xiao inhaled deeply, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy throughout his body. The formidable chill of his aura released without reservation, coalescing into an almost tangible wave of murderous intent. His icy aura was of the 8-star caliber. Wu Xiao lifted his head, and the resplendent power of fire erupted, transforming before him into a vague silhouette of a fiery fox. Was that a transformation? The young clansmen watching below couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, their gazes fixed on the ethereal flame fox. Though indistinct, it was indeed a manifestation. Could it be that Wu Xiao's elemental mastery had reached the stage of transformation? On the adjacent arena, Wu Meng, a half-step into transformation, spoke slowly, his flames shimmering in response. His brother's speed of comprehension was indeed remarkable. An icy attack rushed toward Wu Meng, taking the form of a sharp ice spear, its blue tip reflecting a chilling light that seemed to pierce the skin. Wu Lin's proud technique, the ice spear. Wu Meng turned, calmly observing the enlarging spear tip before him, as his flames suddenly ignited with fervor, morphing into a colossal dragon's head, coalescing in his grasp. On the high platform, the elders' expressions changed instantaneously. Ignoring the gazes of the many clansmen, they rose in astonishment, exclaiming, "The transformation stage? A true transformation stage." They understood well the difficulty of achieving elemental mastery at this level. It represented a significant hurdle, a pivotal phase in elemental control. Once surpassed, it would lead to an extraordinary transformation. The essence and true power of the attribute would begin to reveal themselves, exponentially increasing in might. I recall when I reached the transformation stage, I was already at the pinnacle of the spirit yang realm at 35, believing myself to be quite gifted. The wrinkles on the third elder's aged face spread with a smile as he turned to the second elder, who still wore a look of shock. It seemed that the Wu family was destined to produce a formidable powerhouse. A glimmer of excitement appeared on the third elder's face as he murmured, clearly thrilled by the potential future of the Wu clan. Wu Meng's talent reaching such heights was undoubtedly a boon for them. After all, it would be at least a century before a genius surpassing Wu Meng would emerge. Boom! Wu Meng gently threw a punch, and the fiery dragon head slowly extended, making contact with the tip of the ice spear. In an instant, the spear shattered with a sharp sound, disintegrating into vapor within mere moments. Under Wu Lin's darkened gaze, his assault was effortlessly neutralized by Wu Meng. "Please, take this seriously," Wu Meng remarked, his diminutive figure now capturing the astonished attention of the entire arena. His light blue hair shone brilliantly in the glow of the fire dragon, and a subtle smile graced his beautiful eyes. Such formidable strength. At that moment, the spectators were drenched in cold sweat, realizing they had grossly underestimated the prowess of this 12-year-old young clan leader. Chapter 51, Suppression. You have actually reached the transformation stage. Wu Lin glared at Wu Meng, his expression grim, fists clenched tightly, a chill seeping through his gritted teeth, leaving him feeling quite uneasy. As a peer of Wu Meng's strength, he was acutely aware of the nuances of elemental comprehension. The realization of the challenges associated with the understanding of attributes has reached a critical juncture. Each advancement is fraught with difficulty. In the past 6 months, driven by the competition for clan supremacy, he has only recently managed to touch upon the later stages of mastery. Thanks to the attribute comprehension elixirs exchanged by his father and a collection of rare materials, he believed he was progressing swiftly. However, a youth who is 8 years his junior has far surpassed him. The transformation realm. He comprehended that in order to reach that level, it would likely occur only after he breaks through to the spiritual yang realm. This estimation assumes that no obstacles will impede his future insights, which would require at least 3 years or more. Yet, Wu Meng has achieved this before the age of 13, and the chasm between them fills him with profound anguish. Attaining this level with the resources afforded to the young clan leader is not something to boast about. Had I access to your resources, I too could reach this realm. Moreover, Wu Meng, today, you stand no chance against me. Suddenly, he smirked coldly, seemingly regaining some confidence, and then drew forth a long spear imbued with a chilling aura. This ice-blue spear, approximately 8 feet in length, radiated a robust, icy spiritual energy, evidently a remarkable ice attribute spiritual weapon. Wu Meng, I have exerted considerable effort to secure the right to wield this superior-grade common tier spiritual weapon for this clan contest. I nearly lost my life during the family mission. Humph. Since you have decided to relinquish the position of young clan leader to me, I shall graciously accept. With a cold huff, Wu Lin launched the spear, transforming it into a blue arc, its piercing thrust aimed directly at Wu Meng's throat. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped them. Empowered by the spiritual weapon, his strength undoubtedly ascended to new heights. Facing Wu Meng now, he felt no fear. Wu Meng laughed heartily, charging forward without trepidation, boldly meeting the spear's tip head-on. His diminutive frame appearing fragile in comparison, like a solitary leaf upon a turbulent sea. Menger, on the high platform, Wu Ling raised an eyebrow, his grip tightening around the stone handle, leaving deep imprints. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao and Wu Yang clashed with the force of meteors, causing the ground to crack beneath them. The sound of their confrontation echoing loudly. Intense shockwaves of energy erupted, the convergence of fire and wind intensifying the flames, compelling the surrounding clan members to retreat, fearful of being scorched and suffering a humiliating defeat. The battle between these young heirs is undoubtedly the most impressive scene in recent generations. The elders displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly impressed by their prowess, particularly with Wu Meng and Wu Xiao. Wu Ling also smiled, his demeanor softening as he observed his sons, feeling a swell of pride. Despite the opponent's relentless ambition, it appeared they had no chance of turning the tide. With a thunderous strike, Wu Meng unleashed a powerful punch, causing the fire dragon technique to whirl into action, continuously channeling a torrent of potent spiritual energy into the dragon's head in his hand, igniting a brilliant crimson glow. Ascending dragon fist, he exclaimed, as his fist surged forward, unleashing a staggering energy that sent shockwaves through the space, striking Wu Lin with tremendous force. Blood gushed from Wu Lin's mouth, and his spear trembled violently in his grasp. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, unleashing an endless wave of spear intent infused with his ice attribute's spiritual energy, colliding fiercely with Wu Meng's ascending dragon fist. In that instant, ice met fire, creating a moment of silence before an ear-splitting explosion reverberated throughout the arena, propelling both combatants backward and leaving deep imprints on the ground. With a resounding thud, Wu Lin stumbled back several paces, his face paling as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Wu Meng, however, only took a few steps back before stabilizing himself. Breathing lightly, his indifferent gaze fixed on Wu Lin. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated that Wu Lin had activated his spiritual weapon, which should have led to a mutually devastating outcome. Yet it appeared that Wu Meng emerged relatively unscathed. How could this be? Why did Wu Meng still appear so vibrant? It is his physique, Wu Zong remarked gravely from the elders' seats, his gaze increasingly filled with admiration for Wu Meng. His physical prowess far surpassed that of Wu Lin, rendering the residual energy from the clash incapable of inflicting harm on him. At most, it had merely drained a bit of energy. Moreover, it seemed that the texts Wu Meng had studied were of exceptional depth, allowing his spiritual energy to be remarkably robust, resulting in minimal consumption. Wu Lian interjected, his voice tinged with astonishment. This was not so easily withstood by Wu Lin. The outcome was becoming clear. Wu Meng was an extraordinary talent, possessing no apparent weaknesses and attributes, icy aura, comprehension, or any other aspect. He was truly a prodigy. Wu Zong stroked his beard, his plump face quivering slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. Clearly, he was not immune to the brilliance of such an exceptional younger generation. Surely you do not intend to covet this talent for yourself? Wu Lian cautiously glanced at the distant Wu Lai, his tone serious. Humph, you coward, terrified of Wu Lai. That old man is indeed protective, but let me assure you, my ample flesh is not so easily consumed. I may very well risk it all to secure some benefits this time, Wu Zong replied, a grin spreading across his face, his eyes narrowing into slits. Old master, your eyesight seems to have failed you again, Wu Lian said with a wry smile. In moments like this, it was evident that Wu Zong was intent on gaining some advantage. Nearby, Wu Kai and Wu Xing displayed expressions of astonishment, particularly regarding Wu Xiao. They had not anticipated his strength to be so formidable. Clearly, Wu Xiao was holding back during our encounter, Wu Kai remarked, furrowing his brow. To confront you, one must exert their utmost effort. Yet you seem to hold yourself in high regard, Wu Xing chuckled. Wu Kai shot him an irritated glare and retorted, get lost. Are you really that strong? Wu Xing scratched his head, grinning foolishly. If I am stronger than you, that would suffice. Let us go. We shall engage in battle now. If I do not shatter your name, Wu Kai, I shall write it backward. Kai Wu, still unappealing, It's better to call you Kai Z. You mentioned combat? Well, you initiated this, so let us commence. Suddenly, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Wu Xing's eyes, causing Wu Kai to feel a twinge of unease. This man looked at him as if he were gazing at a beloved wife. Could he possibly have issues in that regard? Nevertheless, it seemed he had unwittingly fallen prey to this battle maniac. With an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, Wu Xing began to gather his strength. Hey, don't go overboard. This is the clan competition, Wu Kai exclaimed in a panic. This lunatic was out of control. A tremendous crash resonated as Wu Yang was sent flying from the arena, his blade dimming in his grasp. He coughed up blood, and his spiritual energy withered away. Casting a faint glance at Wu Yang, Wu Xiu approached him. The crimson aura surrounding him still intact, albeit the palpable murderous intent was gradually dissipating. Such terrifying malice. How could such a potent aura exist? This defied logic. Wu Kai murmured, captivated by Wu Xiu's presence on the stage. Beside him, Wu Xing also halted his preparations, his face a mask of curiosity. The killing intent was indeed extraordinary. It surpassed his own in ferocity, yet it seemed more than mere malice. It possessed a tangible power. Generally, killing intent can enhance one's combat prowess. Yet this was not merely a manifestation of will and skill. It appeared to augment strength directly. Wu Xing was astonished to discover that Wu Xiu's aura was akin to an amplifying force, capable of enhancing his power directly. Wu Xiu's earlier earth-shattering strike had obliterated Wu Yang's offensive, leaving him considerably injured. Wu Yang, it was now time to settle the score. This was merely the beginning. Wu Xiu's killing intent slightly receded, his pale blue hair fluttering in the wind as he calmly advanced towards his opponent. Blood dripping from his hands and staining the arena. A gruesome sight, yet it was not his own blood. Chapter 52. The Eruption of the Azura Dominance on the Arena. Wu Lin gasped for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained infused with murderous intent as he stared at Wu Meng not far away. Impossible. What has he done? Wu Ling must have given him some external aid to elevate his power. Otherwise, it is inconceivable for him to be this strong. I have already revealed all my spiritual artifacts. As Wu Lin contemplated the extent of Wu Meng's injuries, pondering how to turn the tide, his pupils suddenly constricted. A profound sense of impending danger surged within him, causing his spiritual energy to erupt once more, resonating like a coiled spring. The ice spirit spear emitted a low hum, and a chilling aura enveloped him, forming a layer of icy mist around his body. With a swift motion, the mist parted, creating a gap. Wu Meng's silhouette appeared before him, and at the same moment, Wu Lin retaliated swiftly, the ice spirit spear thrusting forward with ferocity, aimed directly at Wu Meng. In such close proximity, evasion was nearly impossible. A cold smirk crept upon Wu Lin's lips as he unleashed his formidable energy, thinking, "Who told you to carelessly approach me? Now, you shall display your talents in the underworld." He had resolved to eliminate Wu Meng without hesitation. In the arena, there were no eyes for life or death, and even the esteemed young clan leader could not escape this unspoken rule. Moreover, the position of clan leader would soon belong to him. Long awaited. Wu Meng's soft voice resonated clearly in Wu Lin's ears, instantly freezing the triumphant expression that had graced his face just moments before. Could it be that this fellow had deliberately waited for him to strike? Such a scenario would lack any challenge. Wu Meng sighed lightly and extended his palm. What? Is he actually going to meet the ice spirit spear head-on? Wu Lin's weapon was immensely powerful, not something easily withstood. The spectators gasped in disbelief, clearly doubting Wu Meng's ability to counter this assault with mere flesh, for the might of a spiritual weapon far surpassed that of ordinary arms. Calmly, Wu Meng reached out, gathering fire energy, a pearlescent glow subtly emerging, concealed within the fierce crimson, as if nearly invisible. Boom! Gasps filled the arena as they witnessed the spear's tip halt before Wu Meng's face, unable to advance further. Upon the arena, the blue stone shattered, and the youthful figure stood resolute, akin to an immovable mountain, gripping the 8-foot spear tip with ease. The frigid aura seemed to struggle in vain, while Wu Lin fought desperately, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could the opponent so effortlessly control his assault, rendering him powerless? Just how formidable was his physical strength? Wu Meng smiled slightly, and with a sudden surge of power, he unleashed his physical might like a volcanic eruption, causing a series of muffled thuds in the air. Bang! Crack! Wu Lin, poised to mock Wu Meng, froze, his gaze fixed on the ice spirit spear, unable to comprehend the sound of shattering he heard. Break! Wu Meng whispered. Crack! Crack! Energy surged through Wu Meng, as the overwhelming chill emanating from the ice spirit spear recoiled in submission, akin to an ant before a giant. With a burst of physical strength, his wrists glowed with a pearlescent hue, seemingly indestructible and incredibly powerful. In the next moment, the ice spirit spear was forcefully snapped in his grasp. Wu Lin immediately withdrew his hand and collapsed to the ground, as if his soul had been extracted. He gasped, "Why you cannot break a spiritual weapon? It's impossible." His words faltered, his entire being slumped on the floor. Could it be true? Had it truly been broken? The strength of spiritual weapons was so high, so extraordinary. How could it be shattered by a mere hand? Was this reality? I thought I must have been mistaken. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment as Wu Meng effortlessly shattered the broken ice spirit spear into several pieces, akin to snapping a mere twig. This fellow, is he a monster? From a distance, Wu Ling gazed at this scene, utterly astonished, quietly lamenting the incredibility of his son's strength. Suddenly, his gaze faltered and shifted abruptly to another side. On the arena where Wu Xiu stood, a far more intense killing intent enveloped the air, resembling a dense fog that weighed heavily upon the surroundings. The clan members around him scarcely dared to breathe, feeling as though their hearts were gripped tightly by an unseen hand, rendering them breathless. Their faces turned pale, bewildered by the unfolding events. Step by step, Wu Xiu approached Wu Yang, whose complexion had drained to a ghostly white. He found himself paralyzed, trembling uncontrollably, as if he were being scrutinized by a malevolent deity. The aura of death suffocating him entirely, leaving him unable to utter a single word. An overwhelming sense of dread engulfed him. "Please, don't kill me." Wu Yang was consumed by terror, sensing the impending doom that awaited him. "Brother." Wu Meng, acutely aware of the dire situation, felt a surge of intense unease. "What is happening?" Wu Ling had been unceremoniously kicked off the stage, prompting Wu Meng to dart toward the arena. As he entered, a chilling sensation enveloped him, as if a harbinger of death and a god of slaughter loomed before him, poised to consume him whole. The pressure weighed heavily upon both his mind and body. "Brother." As Wu Meng locked his gaze on Wu Xiu, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the Azura dominance had awakened prematurely? Observing the situation, an ominous feeling settled in. The Azura dominance remains formidable, yet it seems that his brother possesses some degree of control. However, this force appears to have gained a vague consciousness, yearning to dominate and conquer him. An ancient voice resonated within Wu Meng's mind, bearing a weighty tone. "What?" Wu Meng's countenance darkened further as he gritted his teeth. "Can the elder assist my brother in sealing it now? What is happening?" An aged figure hastily approached, Wu Lai, followed closely by Wu Ling, both wearing grave expressions. Noticing their puzzled gazes, Wu Meng hesitated before explaining. "It seems that a unique energy within my brother has erupted, and he may now be unable to control himself. I will take a look." Wu Lai's body emanated a green light as he swiftly approached Wu Xiu. The palpable killing intent caused him to furrow his brow. Under his scrutiny, Wu Xiu's face remained tranquil, yet a faint, ominous aura seeped through his brow, revealing a profound darkness. Upon seeing Wu Lai, an unusual flicker crossed Wu Xiu's eyes, and he appeared to cry out in agony, clutching his head. "Xiu'er." A graceful figure rushed towards the arena but was halted by Wu Ling, who was met with her fierce struggles as she pounded against his chest. It was Wu Ziru. Upon the arena, taking a gentle breath, a glimmer of urgency flashed in Wu Lai's eyes as he immediately extended his hand. Yet, just as he was about to make contact with Wu Xiu, the latter abruptly retreated, raising his head once more, the crimson hue in his gaze intensifying. It seemed as though he had lost all awareness. Locking his gaze onto Wu Xiu, Wu Ling inhaled deeply. The spiritual energy around him surged, causing the atmosphere to grow suddenly frigid. The biting chill swept through the air, compelling Wu Lai to gradually channel his wind element, amplifying the icy gusts, which became even more piercing, leaving Wu Meng feeling an overwhelming cold enveloping her. Perhaps ice could be a viable option. Wu Meng clenched her fists, her eyes fixed on Wu Xiu, now shrouded in the cold winds. His blue hair billowed, tainted by streaks of red, resembling blood, emanating an aura of lethal intent. "Kill." The aura of murder surged forth, the clarity in Wu Xiu's eyes evaporated, replaced by an accumulation of malevolence. Boom. Flames erupted as a tumultuous energy of fire rapidly coalesced into a crimson armor, enveloping Wu Xiu entirely, akin to a blood-soaked war deity, as dark red flames blazed fiercely. At that moment, Wu Xiu's fire attribute had transcended the transformation stage, even reaching the mid-phase of that realm. The overwhelming fire energy swiftly eluding the control of Wu Ling and the others. "Xiu'er." Wu Ling's expression shifted dramatically. Gritting her teeth, Wu Meng propelled herself forward, charging directly at Wu Xiao. Wu Meng! Menger! A chorus of voices erupted. Wu Meng arrived before Wu Xiao, instantly confronting his blood-red eyes. She fixated on those emotionless orbs, which were now solidified with a singular intent to kill. Kill! Wu Xiao's voice was cold as he summoned his attack, aiming a powerful strike at Wu Meng's chest. The formidable assault, imbued with the fierce essence of fire, reached a chilling 8-star level, wielding a terrifying, Azura-like force. Mysterious and vast, Wu Meng remained locked onto Wu Xiao's gaze, forsaking any semblance of defense. She believed he would not harm her. Menger, Chapter 53. Come here, I will defeat you here. All eyes widened in astonishment. Even Wu Lai was momentarily taken aback, too late to intervene. Just as Wu Xiao's attack was about to connect with Wu Meng, it suddenly halted. His elongated hand, emanating a faint red glow, paused at her chest. Wu Meng stared unwaveringly at Wu Xiao, her emotions crystallizing in that moment as she softly uttered, "Brother." Wu Xiao remained motionless for a while, gazing at Wu Meng, and under her anxious scrutiny. Clarity gradually returned to his eyes. Fool. Wu Xiao's hand stiffened for a moment before extending to gently ruffle Wu Meng's hair. It was still that familiar sensation. "It was I who wronged you, Meng. You truly are a fool. Why did you not evade?" Wu Xiao's voice was gentle, yet it bore a hint of weakness. Suddenly, he grasped Wu Meng's hand tightly, his body trembling slightly as he steadied himself with her assistance. "What is the matter?" Wu Meng hastily supported Wu Xiao, channeling her internal energy into him. However, as it entered his body, it encountered an immense resistance, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. The audience, having just emerged from the previous tension, now looked on in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events. Many had sensed the formidable killing intent just moments ago, yet they remained unaware of the underlying circumstances. As more elders arrived at the arena, members of the Wu clan and several senior figures approached, while Wu Lian took it upon himself to restore order and calm the crowd. Before Wu Meng could make her next move, Wu Lai had already approached, taking over Wu Meng's burden. His wind attribute energy temporarily flowed into Wu Xiao's body, and after a brief examination, he breathed a sigh of relief. "He is not in serious danger. I will take him away for now. You cannot assist him further, so remain here and complete the clan competition." Wu Meng hesitated for a moment, glancing at Wu Xiao. Upon seeing the calmness returning to his eyes, she nodded in agreement. Before departing, Wu Lai cast one last look at Wu Meng, smiling as he remarked, "You performed exceptionally well this time, far exceeding my expectations. There should be some opportunities awaiting you in the Changlin Mountains." Wu Meng paused, then nodded, secretly astonished by the accuracy of Wu Lai's assessment. "Your brother has temporarily suppressed the backlash from his condition, but apart from you, no one here can assist him. However, there is no need for haste. We can attend to it later. For now, there should be no significant issues." An aged voice echoed within Wu Meng's mind. Although still somewhat unfamiliar, he felt an inexplicable trust towards it. Wu Meng watched as Wu Xiao was gradually led away by Wu Lai, until he vanished from sight. "Master, you were far too reckless just now." Yi materialized, her brows furrowed and a look of reproach adorning her small face. Clearly, Wu Meng's previous actions had caused her great concern. "Huh, it's all right now, isn't it?" Wu Meng finally felt a sense of relief, recalling the earlier scene with a hint of surprise. He himself was uncertain of his mindset in that moment. While he was not an irrational person, when Wu Xiao had acted, it seemed he had instinctively chosen to trust in Wu Xiao's control. The outcome validated that Wu Xiao was indeed capable of restraining himself, allowing Wu Meng to navigate through this minor crisis. "You seem to possess an extraordinary belief in the power of miracles that exist in this world. Yet I must inform you, there are no miracles here. Your previous success was merely a stroke of luck." The voice in Wu Meng's mind sounded somewhat grave. "Your brother's current Shura body strength is rather feeble. Even if awakened, it is of little consequence. Simply suppress it, and there is no need for excessive concern." The elderly voice carried an air of subtle authority. Wu Meng was taken aback and remarked, "No need to worry." The elder's words seemed to belittle the matter. "As you witnessed earlier, the preliminary mastery of this power significantly enhances your brother's abilities." His attribute comprehension surged dramatically, surpassing even yours, did it not? "The extreme physique is indeed a monstrous phenomenon. However, if he cannot subdue it in the initial stages, it serves little purpose. With a few more attempts, your brother will likely grasp it. Thus you need not rely on the favor of the goddess of fortune each time. Should the day come when your brother's physique reaches its full potential, the latent flaws will manifest completely, and you cannot expect his rationality to conquer that force. For his reason will have vanished." A sigh seemed to echo within Wu Meng's mind. His expression grew grave. If that day were to arrive, he feared he would be powerless to restore him. Therefore, this event must not transpire. Young clan leader Wu Meng, it is time to descend. Wu Zong, seated where Wu Lai had been, smiled warmly at Wu Meng. Wu Meng then realized he was still standing on the arena, forcing a dry laugh before stepping down. However, he took a moment to regard the portly elder, who appeared to be a member of the previous council. The competition had concluded. The earlier minor disturbances would likely not dampen the spirits of the audience. They were trivial matters, mere attribute fluctuations, and the subsequent clan competition would proceed. Wu Zong beamed at Wu Meng once more, nodding slightly, finding him increasingly agreeable, before casting his gaze over the assembly to organize the upcoming affairs. The results of the clan competition had been determined, placing Wu Meng and Wu Xiao in the top 2 positions, while Wu Lin, Wu Yang, and Wu Qiuling secured the 3rd to 5th spots, with specific rankings to be decided in subsequent matches. Do you have any objections? Wu Zong inquired, addressing the last few participants. Wu Yang was pale, trembling, and filled with dread, evidently shaken to his core by Wu Xiao's earlier display of might. It was no wonder he felt so fragile. After all, Wu Xiao had not merely exuded simple killing intent, but an aura reminiscent of Ashura. Though it had only begun to reveal its ferocity, its overwhelming presence was beyond what a naive clan member like Wu Yang could withstand. Thus, he had no choice but to remain silent. Wu Lin, standing nearby, occasionally glanced at Wu Meng but dared not voice any opposition, having suffered a most humiliating defeat. Wu Meng had effortlessly shattered his ice spirit spear and unceremoniously kicked him off the stage, evidently shattering his confidence. It seemed that the situation was under control. No one among the crowd uttered a word. All eyes were fixed on Wu Meng, reflecting astonishment and envy, for he was the champion of the clan competition. Moreover, the rewards are more substantial than ever before. I oppose this. At that moment, a jarring voice shattered the silence, instantly drawing numerous gazes. Following the sound, they were taken aback to find it was Wu Qiuling. His face was flushed as he glared at Wu Meng, exclaiming, "This time I was exempt. Thus I did not compete. You two are utterly overstepping. How dare you seek direct advancement? It is nothing but a pipe dream." Wu Meng glanced at him, his expression notably indifferent. To be honest, he had no desire to engage with such a person. However, the events involving Wu Xiao had already vexed him, and seeing these rascals stir trouble once more ignited his anger. "Wu Qiuling, do not slander me. Everyone present knows who the true deceiver is. I, Wu Meng, declare that today shall mark the dissolution of your Yang gang. No matter how many underhanded tactics you employ, I shall confront them all. If you are unconvinced, then step forward." Wu Meng's voice rang out coldly as he leapt onto a platform, his feet landing with such force that the bluestone floor shattered beneath him. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, shocking the entire assembly into gasps of disbelief. Wu Meng had concealed his prowess. He pointed at Wu Qiuling, his expression calm yet confident, declaring, "Come here, I shall defeat you right here." Chapter 54. The generous reward. Wu Meng's chilling command, amplified by the surrounding spiritual energy, reverberated throughout the venue. His gaze fixated on Wu Qiuling. Observing this, the crowd turned in astonishment, their mouths agape. This was the first time Wu Meng had revealed his brilliance before his kin. Previously perceived as a docile and meek individual, even when bullied, he had remained silent, a mere waste in their eyes. Though his innate talent had been restored, the impressions held by others are notoriously difficult to alter. Thus, Wu Meng's sudden display of fierce dominance sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. His imposing presence was palpable. Though he wielded no sword, the essence of the blade surged forth, traversing the arena as if real swords were dancing around him, causing many elders to change countenance. This was the essence of the sword, an extraordinary manifestation of sword intent. With the sharp eyes of the elders, it was evident that this was not something ordinary clansmen could comprehend. Even if the common people sensed the sword intent emanating from Wu Meng, they could hardly grasp its true magnitude. At that moment, the spiritual energy coursing within Wu Meng reached its peak once again, bolstered by the formidable fire dragon technique. His energy not only surged in abundance, but also recovered at an astonishing rate. In merely a quarter of an hour, he had completely replenished the approximately 50% of energy he had previously expended, returning to his zenith, directly challenging Wu Qiuling in the arena. Wu Zong observed Wu Meng with satisfaction, unable to restrain an exclamation of admiration. "Excellent. This is the true genius of our Wu family." His voice resonated loudly, reverberating throughout the venue. Many faces reflected surprise, particularly among the elders who possessed a deeper understanding of Wu Zong's status, who stared at Wu Meng with incredulous expressions. They are acutely aware that although this elder appears gentle on the surface, he possesses an exceptionally high vision, and those who earn his approval are indeed rare. Moreover, the display of goodwill is unmistakably evident. Even this seasoned elder seems to hold a considerable esteem for Wu Meng, prompting many clansmen below to sigh inwardly. It appears that Wu Meng has undeniably garnered the recognition and support of the Wu family's higher echelons. Roughly estimated, Wu Lai's position is firmly secured, standing upon Wu Xin's face, and Wu Ling goes without saying, alongside this evidently high-ranking elder. The momentum of his rise appears to be unstoppable. Wu Qiuling's face darkened as he observed Wu Meng on the arena, who boldly pointed a finger at him, making a declaration that utterly stripped him of dignity. If possible, he would have gladly retaliated and given the other a good thrashing. Yet, he dared not approach. He was bewildered, having fought through numerous battles and defeated Wu Lin. Why did Wu Meng still exude such formidable strength? Was this individual even human? It was only when confronting Wu Meng's overwhelming presence that Wu Qiuling comprehended why both Wu Lin and Wu Xing had been so thoroughly defeated. This individual is truly a monster. The aura he emanated, the essence he possessed, was entirely beyond the realm of those of their caliber, something they could not withstand. Wu Meng gradually retracted his aura, casting a calm gaze into the distance. Wu Qiuling, having said nothing, pushed through the crowd and departed from the plaza. This fellow has retreated. Amidst the uproar, Wu Meng's momentum soared to new heights, and one can only imagine the extent of his prestige within the family in the future. However, this is entirely reasonable, for Wu Meng's talents have unequivocally shattered the records of the Wu family. There is no doubt that he is destined to become a formidable force, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he may even surpass these elders of the Wu family. This individual is truly remarkable. Should he fail to become a strong man in the future, I would stand on my head and eat dirt, Wu Kai mused, arms crossed over his chest. Indeed, I concur with your sentiment, but it seems you have forgotten the battle you promised me earlier, Wu Xing remarked, a knowing smile gracing his simple face as he placed a hand on Wu Kai's shoulder. Wu Kai paused, then shot him a glare, declaring, I will never admit to that. Do not expect to have my battle, not even one. Wu Kai, you faithless scoundrel. After just a few days, you abandoned me. Wu Xing's loud voice turned plaintive, echoing around them. Observing the peculiar looks from those around, Wu Kai's anger surged. Get lost, Wu Xing. You damned fool. Wu Xing chuckled, eagerly awaiting Wu Kai's pursuit, wielding a large knife over a meter long in his grasp. As long as he could engage in battle, he would willingly endure anything, even a bit of minor notoriety. This ranking has been personally curated by Elder Wu Lai, and is presented here for everyone to exchange freely according to their accumulated points. The rewards are rather generous, though some items may still be in short supply. In the event that two individuals select the same item, priority will be determined by their rankings. Wu Zong glanced down at the crowd with a smile, inwardly lamenting how easily young people become excited. The audience below was already losing composure, their faces alight with anticipation and a cacophony of chatter filling the air. With a grand gesture, he signaled for several individuals to raise a massive curtain, which they unfurled on stage. The expansive fabric displayed densely packed rows of text, each accompanied by simple annotations and point values, arranged from highest to lowest. 1. Flame Sword Technique, Mid-Tier Celestial Skill, Point Value, 1002. Light Wind Cave Finger, Low-Tier Celestial Skill, Point Value, 903. Overbearing Blade, Low-Tier Celestial Skill, Point Value, 854. Dragon Fire Technique, Pinnacle Xian Tier Classic, Point Value, 855. Body Refinement Pill, 3rd Grade Elixir, effective for tempering the body, Point Value, 806. Gang Fire Sword, Mid-Tier Xian Tier Spirit Tool, Point Value, 1029. Black Spirit Pill, 2nd Grade Body Tempering Elixir. Point Value, 350. An array of splendid items unfolded before the eager eyes of the crowd, each pair of fiery gazes widening in astonishment. They were clearly taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the rewards. Even though this clan competition was somewhat unique, such generosity was unexpected. Did the elders not feel a twinge of reluctance? Some clan members were quite pleased with their points, having already identified their desired items for exchange, while many others sighed. Their eyes filled with regret as they beheld the list. After all, most of the items were far too costly. When Wu Zong announced the final point totals, a wave of complex emotions swept through the crowd. Wu Meng claimed the top position with an impressive 2,000 points. Everyone was in awe. 2,000 points meant that Wu Meng achieved a perfect score of 400 in the clan competition and subsequently secured victory, multiplying this by 5 to arrive at the staggering figure. The rankings continued. Second place, Wu Xiao, 1100 points. Third place, Wu Lin, 820 points. Fourth place, Wu Yang, 0 points due to violation of elixir use. Prohibited from exchanging for elixirs. Fifth place, Wu Qiuling, 600 points. Sixth place, 500 points. Seventh place, 460 points. As the point values were revealed, many gazed at the expensive rewards with sighs of longing, lamenting their meager scores, which rendered them mere spectators. However, Wu Meng was the object of envy for many, including Wu Zong, who looked upon her with a smile. He understood Elder Wu Lai's intentions. No grand designs. Clearly, Wu Meng was receiving special consideration from him. These items were evidently tailored specifically for her. Nevertheless, her prowess was undeniable, leaving little room for jealousy. Everyone harbored no jealousy towards Wu Meng, for envy only exists among peers. The prowess of this individual was evidently on an entirely different plane, with his talent soaring far beyond the ordinary. This fellow was nothing short of a prodigy. Such thoughts resonated in the hearts of the onlookers, who marveled at the prospect that the Wu family might soon produce an extraordinary powerhouse. At the very least, he would surely attain the realm of spiritual profoundness with ease. However, the level of Saint Sovereign posed considerable challenges, yet perhaps he truly possessed the potential to achieve such greatness. Wu Zong stroked his beard thoughtfully and spoke in a solemn tone, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Lian. Wu Lian's expression grew serious, and he slightly shook his head, saying, while attaining the realm of spiritual profoundness may come easily to him, the threshold of Saint Sovereign is a daunting barrier that has left many gifted individuals feeling despondent. Countless talents have languished at the pinnacle of spiritual profoundness for years without making further progress. Wu Zong turned his gaze towards Wu Lian, his aged yet radiant eyes fixed on him for a moment before he slowly replied, "Those so-called geniuses you have witnessed are, in truth, not his equal. Do not presume your perspective is exceptionally broad." "What do you mean?" Wu Lian asked, astonished, glancing at Wu Zong. Wu Zong gave a slight nod and then stepped forward. "I hereby announce the commencement of the selection for this clan competition's rewards. Please approach in order of ranking, one by one. Allow this old man a moment of respite." With that, Wu Zong settled into his chair, his form melding with the seat, while a gentle smile adorned his face, resembling an amiable elder, endearing him to all. The first contestant, Wu Meng. A flicker of fervor ignited in Wu Zong's gaze, though he masked it well. He beamed at Wu Meng, leaning slightly forward, and said, "Please reveal your choice." Chapter 55, Choices and Alliances EE. Do you have any thoughts? Wu Meng politely nodded at Elder Wu Zong before turning his attention to the reward curtain, his gaze sweeping slowly from top to bottom as he pondered. While battles demand swiftness, such moments of choice require careful deliberation, especially since he felt no urgency. There was no time constraint. EE emerged gracefully, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at the curtain. After a brief moment, she exclaimed with a radiant smile, "Master, you are truly remarkable. With your points, you have numerous options." Indeed, with 2,000 points, he stood unrivaled. Gazing at the reward values displayed upon the curtain, Wu Meng acknowledged that he could select at least 2 items. The highest tier of rewards required merely 1,000 points, and his total had reached an impressive 2,000, sufficient to exchange for the finest offerings. Consequently, the younger clan members regarded Wu Meng with palpable envy and admiration, imagining the exhilaration they would feel if they were to amass such points. Yet, Wu Meng remained remarkably composed, his tranquil azure eyes scanning the list of rewards with a deliberate calmness. He understood that careful consideration was paramount before making a choice, for such opportunities would not easily present themselves again. EE elaborated on several options to Wu Meng, offering an analysis that not only reflected her own insights, but also represented a systematic examination, grounded in scientific reasoning. Clearly, what Wu Meng required most at this juncture was not elixirs, as he could easily procure them from the spirit medicine workshop. No, it was not about deception. It was about acquisition. In contrast, spiritual techniques would be immensely beneficial. For an ordinary individual, mastering even 1 or 2 spiritual techniques is a formidable challenge, while the more advanced techniques are merely objects of envy, unattainable for most. However, having undergone a transformation, Wu Meng felt a significant enhancement in his comprehension abilities, coupled with his inherently formidable spiritual power, enabling him to grasp concepts with remarkable efficiency. If he could acquire sword techniques, that would be even more advantageous for him. These were as essential as sustenance, something he was accustomed to, and he sought only to indulge in exquisite flavors. For the time being, he had no need for ancient texts. The fire dragon arts were at the pinnacle of the mysterious tier, sufficient for a considerable duration. With the might of this tome, His cultivation of fire attributes became remarkably efficient, significantly accelerating his comprehension speed, while the richness of spiritual energy and its recovery rate were astonishingly rapid. His only lament was his lack of attributes, as he had no text to cultivate from. And the inherently sluggish pace of his understanding was akin to a tortoise's crawl, exceedingly slow and disheartening. Had it not been for the successful completion of the significant task in the Chonglin mountain range, he would not have reached the threshold of semi-control so swiftly. In reality, his comprehension abilities were not lacking, as evidenced by his mastery of fire attributes. Perhaps the gap between him and Wu Xiu was not as vast as perceived. Yet, it must be noted that Wu Meng had spent significantly less time grasping fire attributes. The rarity of comprehending other attributes posed a formidable challenge, and Wu Meng sighed more than once, yet remained resolute in his immediate pursuits. Spirit artifacts held considerable importance as well. Wu Meng ran his fingers through his short hair, smoothing the ends and relishing the softness. Contemplating the options Yi had provided, he considered the flame sword technique and the fire blade, both priced at 1,000 points, perfectly exhausting his total. Indeed, it was a sound decision. Previously, the ice spirit spear wielded by Wu Lin, though shattered by him, had endured the corruption of his 10-star cold energy and formless power, only to be broken afterward. Its sturdiness was commendable, yet it was merely a mortal tier spirit artifact. Wu Meng mused, recalling the impressive might of the ice spirit spear. Its enhancement of attributes was formidable, since Wu Lin had begun using this mortal tier spirit artifact. His combat prowess had soared significantly, illustrating the immense value of such weapons for spiritual masters. Regrettably, their rarity eclipsed that of spiritual techniques and ancient texts. Little one, you fancy the fireblade, do you not? At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in Wu Meng's ear. He turned towards the source and was momentarily taken aback. The voice belonged to the corpulent elder seated upon the high stone platform. Wu Zong gazed at Wu Meng with a smile, stroking his beard, reflecting that now that the old fellow Wu Lai had departed, his disciple would be easily within reach. To contend with me, Wu Zong, is still a bit premature. Wu Lian stood beside Wu Zong, silently observing this man, muttering to himself, what a spineless fellow, at this age. He still does not understand the need for respect towards the elders. He understood all too well that Wu Zong aimed to win over Wu Meng, this prodigious talent. With a subtle nod towards Wu Zong, Wu Meng smiled in return, discerning the elders' intentions. After all, these rewards were from the clan. Perhaps many of them contributed or provided by the elders themselves. Although he was uncertain if Wu Lai had coerced them, it was evident they held the authority to dispense such benefits. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. This young man remained composed, displaying commendable temperament. A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Zong's aged eyes, followed by a slight nod, as he transmitted his voice once more. I am Wu Zong, one of the senior elders of the Wu clan. I observed the competition in its entirety, and your talent is quite remarkable. Now that you have secured first place, I wish to bestow upon you an additional treasure. Rest assured, this is entirely from my personal resources and will not cost you a single point. Would you be willing to accept? Wu Zong's voice was as gentle as a caress upon tender grass, his gaze fixed on Wu Meng with earnest anticipation. Wu Meng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this elder would directly offer him a gift. Their first encounter, after all, was a blatant attempt at bribery. Is it the fiery sword? Wu Meng quickly deduced the item in question, feeling a surge of excitement even with his composed nature. A mid-tier spiritual weapon. While the points awarded for the clan competition were 1,000, the actual value of such an item may not align with this point system. At the very least, its appearance at the auction house in Chonglin Town would undoubtedly incite a frenzy of bidding, fetching sums in the millions of spirit coins. This illustrates the rarity of such a treasure. Thank you, Elder Wu Zong, for your generous gift. Your kindness shall be etched in my heart, Wu Meng conveyed, subtly transmitting his words enveloped in spiritual energy, making it nearly undetectable to ordinary ears. Even the elders, without knowledge of their discourse, found themselves bewildered. However, Wu Lian was all too familiar with the actions of his old friend and was far from surprised. Excellent. You may continue your selection. I will retrieve the fiery sword and deliver it to your residence shortly. No need for concern, Wu Zong replied with delight. Wu Meng, clearly astute, instantly understood his intent to draw him closer and reciprocated with goodwill, precisely what Wu Zong desired. You, going to their place, aren't you a bit shameless? Wu Lian shot an exasperated glance at Wu Zong, sneering. His disdain was evident. What do you know? The smug expression on Wu Zong's face remained unabated. And upon hearing the words, a hint of derision curled at the corners of his mouth as he addressed Wu Lian with unabashed candor. Had he ever cared for his reputation? Wu Meng pondered for a moment. Then a plan began to form in his mind. He turned around, ready to voice his choice. When suddenly another transmission reached his ears. Young friend Wu Meng, I am the elder Wu Lian, and I hold your talents in high esteem. Might you be inclined to accept a small gift from me? Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent expression on Wu Meng's face morphed into one of peculiar intrigue. Thank you for your kind offer, elder. My current abilities are rather modest, and I am indeed in need of such items. May I inquire what treasures you have in mind? Wu Meng's figure paused once more, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he directed his voice, enveloped in spiritual energy, towards the platform. What a cunning old man. Did he not previously proclaim his disdain? Wu Zong's face displayed astonishment. Although Wu Lian had shielded their conversation with spiritual energy, his prowess allowed him to discern the exchange between the two. Why has he not made a choice yet? It has been quite a while. Numerous clansmen below began to express their grievances, whispers rising among them. Unable to perceive the nature of the discourse, many were left in confusion. Some of the more impatient youth could not help but voice their dissatisfaction, which predictably sparked a ripple of agreement from others. Nevertheless, few dared to provoke the formidable Wu Meng, as most understood that this individual, who had effortlessly defeated Wu Lin and his companions, possessed strength far beyond their own, and his talents were a source of aspiration for them. It could be said that some were simply lacking in discernment. Wu Zong and Wu Lian chose to ignore the murmurs. Their pride as senior elders of the Wu family was formidable. Were it not for Wu Meng's extraordinary capabilities, they would never have humbled themselves to engage in such dealings. As for the others, the spirit map of the wasteland. I wonder if you have heard of it, Wu Lian remarked, a glimmer of subtle joy flickering in his eyes. Since Wu Meng had expressed interest, he felt confident that he could sway him. He was assured that what he offered would certainly rival anything Wu Zong could present. As he contemplated the item in his possession, Wu Lian's aged visage trembled slightly, clearly indicating his reluctance to part with it. One cannot catch a wolf without first sacrificing the lamb. Resolute in his decision, he gazed at Wu Meng with a smile and spoke. My offering does not appear on the reward list, but this is not due to its lack of value. Rather, it is precisely because its rarity surpasses those items. What I present to you is a second-tier, high-grade spirit map of the wasteland, one that can be utilized multiple times. A second-tier, high-grade spirit map of the wasteland. Wu Meng felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his mind, plunging him into a momentary stupor, clearly taken aback by the revelation. The wild spirit diagram, an ancient formation technique, is a remarkable creation of the exceptionally rare wild spirit masters. Its power is indeed astonishing, categorized into grades 1 through 5, as well as sacred and immortal grades. As the level ascends, its potential for growth amplifies, which is the formidable aspect of a standard wild spirit diagram. Among peers of the same grade, those wielding a wild spirit diagram often enjoy significant advantages, sweeping through confrontations with remarkable ease, such as the demonstration of its might. However, there exists another variant of the wild spirit diagram that lacks growth potential, usable only once. Its rarity is comparable to that of the conventional wild spirit diagrams, as it does not require the user's spiritual energy to activate. This means that even a novice spirit master, given the opportunity to invoke a sufficiently powerful wild spirit diagram, can contend against formidable adversaries of the spirit Xian realm. Yet, even in ancient times, this one-time use wild spirit diagram was exceedingly scarce, and its survival into the present day is a rarity indeed. Its value is self-evident, typically only possessed by superlative powers. Recently, Wu Meng overheard Wu Lian mention this enviable treasure, leaving him momentarily incredulous. Fear not, this is a personal gift from me, requiring no effort on your part. Wu Lian reassured him, observing Wu Meng's astonishment. To be honest, parting with it pains me, but it serves no purpose for me, making it a fitting gift for you. Wu Lian's assertion held merit. While a second-grade wild spirit diagram is indeed rare, it offers little utility for a powerful individual of the spirit origin realm, as one would require at least a third-grade diagram for it to be of significance. Hence, he intended to bestow this item upon a promising junior, and at that moment, Wu Meng emerged as the most suitable choice. For Wu Meng, this second-grade wild spirit diagram represents a tremendous boon, as its activation through spiritual energy would significantly enhance his combat prowess, precisely what he currently needed. Although the elder appeared somewhat stern, his generosity was evident, and his intentions were commendable. Thank you, Elder Wu Lian. Wu Meng expressed his gratitude telepathically, his face alight with excitement after a brief moment of joy. This was indeed a significant gain. I choose the fiery sword technique and the light breeze sky step, he declared, glancing at the two elders and bowing slightly as he made his selections. With this, his points would be perfectly exhausted, and both the sword technique and movement technique would align perfectly with his enhancement goals. Although Wu Meng's speed was already impressive, it was not yet optimal. The synergy between swordsmanship and agility was critically important. As Wu Meng pondered, Wu Zong on the platform erupted into hearty laughter, gesturing for 2 scrolls from those nearby. Wu Meng, our Wu family's champion in this clan competition, and our most outstanding young patriarch, I, Wu Zong, today represent the collective will of our family and bestow these 2 items upon you. His voice resonated powerfully across the square, akin to thunder, and in an instant, 2 streams of light surged towards Wu Meng, accompanied by a cacophony of air bursting. Wu Meng's gaze sharpened slightly as he observed the 2 formidable streams of energy before him, which were indeed 2 scrolls. However, it seemed that the elder was still secretly testing his own capabilities. With a subtle shake of his head, a faint smile graced Wu Meng's face as he extended his hand, effortlessly grasping the 2 scrolls brimming with immense energy. Instantly, a wave of force radiated from his position. An luminous white aura emerged from his palm as he calmly stowed the scrolls into his storage ring. Some keen-eyed clansmen, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but be astonished. Good, good, Wu Zong exclaimed with a hearty laugh, reclining his corpulent form against the back of his chair, his body relaxing. Casting a sidelong glance at Wu Lian, he sighed and remarked, "Some individuals clearly desire to pursue certain actions, yet feign reluctance." "What do you mean, Wu Zong?" I never specified anyone." Wu Zong tilted his head slightly, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Wu Lian. "I was unaware that you, old fellow, were concealing a scroll of the wild spirit map. TSK, to possess such a treasure and yet keep it hidden. How miserly indeed. If others were to find out, wouldn't you be perpetually anxious? Who doesn't know that you are the greediest among us?" Wu Lian scoffed in response. It has now been entrusted to my disciple." Wu Meng glanced once more at the 2 elders, feeling a swell of gratitude. Essentially, he had acquired an abundance of treasures at no cost. And while this could be viewed as an act of alliance, the genuine appreciation for talent and their contributions to the Wu family was undeniable. Subsequently, Wu Meng descended the platform, suppressing his inner excitement, and sought a secluded corner, where, under the watchful gaze of Yi's enchanting eyes, he began to examine his system. The green text remained unchanged. "Master, this time your wealth has increased by 40,000 points, elevating you from level 10 to level 12. The rewards include a 10% enhancement in physical strength, a 20% increase in mental acuity, and an elevation in spiritual energy level." At that moment, Yi, adorned in a delicate pink dress with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, fluttered her lovely eyelashes and smiled at Wu Meng. Chapter 57. The mysterious elder takes action. The current gains presumably did not account for the gifts the 2 elders were about to bestow upon him, which was quite satisfactory. Wu Meng smiled faintly, awaiting the changes, and the system did not keep him waiting long. In an instant, he felt a jolt throughout his body, an indescribable sensation of comfort, akin to having just enjoyed a hot bath or a sumptuous feast. His mind cleared, mental strength surged, and his physical form was fortified. His level ascended, achieving a minor success in the spirit Yin realm. Wu Meng, exhilarated, clenched his fists, feeling the powerful energy surging within him. A look of satisfaction lit up his youthful face, with vitality coursing through his limbs and bones. At that moment, it felt as though a single punch from him could shatter the defenses of an accomplished practitioner in the spirit Yin realm, relying solely on his physical prowess. In the present day, Wu Meng's strength has evidently increased significantly. Should he encounter the previous Wind Spirit Wolf King again, perhaps he could defeat the opponent without any enhancement. Observing the verdant display above him, Wu Meng noted, "Level, Spiritual Shadow Realm Minor Completion, Mental Strength, 2nd rank Alchemist, 85%, Physical Quality, 1st rank." This physical quality presumably refers to his corporeal strength. 1st rank? How could it be so low? Wu Meng gazed at the data, his mouth agape in astonishment. After all, his physical prowess was quite formidable among individuals of the same rank, yet it was still rated as 1st rank by the system. This seemed to be a standard inherent to the system itself. However, he dismissed it, knowing there would be ample opportunities in the future. Resolutely, Wu Meng hastened towards the courtyard where Wu Xiu resided. With the clan competition now concluded, it was imperative to assist Wu Xiu in addressing the latent issues of his flawed constitution. Wu Meng had firmly resolved that he must resolve this predicament before departing from the Yunhuang mansion. Only then could he find peace of mind. Within the modest chamber, the atmosphere was slightly tense. The wooden window was ajar, allowing gentle sunlight to cascade in, casting a warm, orange hue across the room, illuminating a somewhat pallid visage. Wu Xiao sat quietly at the edge of the bed, seemingly striving to adjust something within himself, his eyes closed and breathing rapid. The little one appears to be in a rather dire state, Wu Lai remarked, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Wu Xiao. After a prolonged observation, he shook his head slightly and turned to Wu Ling's side, stating, "Similar situations have arisen before, yet we could never ascertain the cause or the appropriate remedy. However, each time he experienced such issues, he managed to return to normalcy, so I did not take it too seriously." Who would have thought such a change would occur during the clan competition? As he concluded, Wu Ling sighed once more, casting a glance at the distant Wu Xiao, feeling somewhat at a loss. "First, we must identify the cause. The murderous aura is quite unusual. I wonder if you notice that it is not merely the accumulation of battle-induced malice. Perhaps it stems from some congenital deficiency or unique endowment. Regrettably, my experiences seem insufficient to uncover the reason, as this does not align with any symptoms I have previously encountered." Wu Lai raked his fingers through his thinning white hair, the wrinkles on his aged face deepening. "Attributes? That should not be the case. Could it be a special congenital constitution? If so, we cannot ascertain which type. For the unique constitutions I have witnessed are at most merely innate attribute bodies." While Wu Lai was deep in thought, the door suddenly swung open, and Wu Meng entered. Closing the door behind him, he beheld Wu Xiao seated on the bed, his heart tightening as he urgently inquired, "How is he?" Noticing the urgency etched on Wu Meng's brow, the two exchanged a moment of silence before sighing and briefly recounting Wu Xiao's condition. The previously evident aura of menace surrounding Wu Xiao has not made a reappearance, yet the circumstances remain dire. He seems to be ensnared in a struggle, as if engaged in a battle with some unseen force, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Both Wu Lai and Wu Ling have attempted to assist Wu Xiao with their spiritual energy and mental prowess, but their efforts have proven futile. He should recover. After all, he has always managed to bounce back swiftly following his episodes. Even Wu Ling, with his steadfast nature, finds his eyes slightly reddening at this moment. Witnessing his son in such profound distress, feeling utterly helpless. "I have a solution." Wu Meng's words immediately captured their attention. Wu Ling, taken aback, thought he must have misheard. If even two formidable practitioners of the spiritual origin realm could not help, what could Wu Meng possibly do? Wu Meng's expression was grave, yet he refrained from elaborating. Moving forward and turning to face the two. "Master, father, if you trust me, please allow me to remain here alone." Wu Ling was clearly surprised, but Wu Lai grasped him and began to lead him away. Observing the bewildered look from Wu Ling, Wu Lai patted his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Do you not trust your own son? Look at us. We are powerless to assist. Standing idly by serves no purpose. Trust him." After a moment of hesitation, realizing the validity in Wu Lai's words, Wu Ling followed him out, casting one last lingering glance at Wu Xiao, as if savoring a final farewell before a tragic parting. Perhaps Wu Meng truly had a solution. After all, the strides he had made were unfathomable even to his father. "Menger, if there are any issues, inform us immediately," Wu Ling began, only to be abruptly pulled away by Wu Lai. As the two departed, Wu Meng finally exhaled in relief, urgently calling out to the elder in his mind. "Elder, why has my brother's condition deteriorated again? Did you not assure me he was fine? I implore you to assist him," Wu Meng pleaded, his heart racing as he gazed at Wu Xiao's state, feeling utterly powerless. His sole beacon of hope lay in the enigmatic elder residing within his mind. "I hope he does not lead me astray. Do not worry, with my involvement. There is no issue that cannot be resolved," the aged voice resonated moments later, providing Wu Meng with a sense of relief. He was momentarily taken aback as an apparition of the elder materialized before him. Clad in white robes with a beard and hair ashen with age, the figure appeared almost unfathomably ancient, perhaps the oldest individual Wu Meng had ever encountered, embodying the very essence of frailty. "Elder, I beseech you to help my brother," Wu Meng implored, his demeanor radiating desperation. "I am aware of the depth of your bond. This matter requires a touch of your attribute-less essence. My current state barely qualifies as a remnant soul. It is more akin to a thought form. Only by harnessing your power can I manifest any semblance of aid. But rest assured, I shall return to you a healthy brother." Wu Meng nodded eagerly, then unhesitatingly released her formless spiritual energy. A pearlescent glow illuminated the modest room, subtly blending into the surroundings with a gentle radiance. Indeed, she had reached the threshold of mastery, albeit barely qualifying, although she had lost all memory of her identity. This sensation felt oddly familiar. With a faint sigh, the elder extended a finger toward Wu Meng. a gesture that deftly guided her immense spiritual energy like a vortex with tremendous gravitational pull, consuming every trace of her energy. The pristine white light swiftly dissipated, and the energetic fluctuations surrounding Wu Meng began to wane. She struggled against the instinct to resist, aware that the forceful consumption of her energy would trigger an adverse reaction. Yet she persevered. She sensed that at least 2/3 of her spiritual energy had been entirely devoured, as if drawn into an endless abyss. Chapter 58. The seal is complete. Noticing Wu Meng's unchanging expression as she endeavored to suppress the automatic defense and upheaval of her energy. A faint smile appeared on the elder's face. The gravitational force intensified once more. Wu Meng remained stoic, continuing to endure the wave of weakness that washed over her. As long as her life was not in jeopardy, she could bear it. "Senior, I hope you will honor your promise." Wu Meng lifted her gaze to the elder, her complex emotions not lost on him. Her trust in the elder stemmed not only from the system's assurance that he was not malevolent, but also from a profound sense of familiarity and trust she had inexplicably felt since their first encounter. Such feelings may seem absurd, yet often, one chooses to believe in intuition, trusting these instinctual sensations. "Thank you, Senior." At a certain moment, Wu Meng uttered her final words. Feeling her strength ebb away, her body once again becoming frail, appearing thoroughly fatigued. At this juncture, her Yin-Chi Dan was nearly devoid of spiritual energy. Her mental acuity significantly diminished, leaving her with little more than the strength of her physical form. However, even her body felt overwhelmingly weary, drained of vitality. What exactly has this elder absorbed? "Ah, a commendable little one, deeply sentimental. Had you been a heartless ingrate, I would not have accompanied you. Alas, my memories are somewhat hazy." The elder sighed softly, then floated before Wu Xiao. Under Wu Meng's tense gaze, he pressed his finger to the center of Wu Xiao's forehead. A gentle hum resonated, akin to activating a switch, causing Wu Xiao to tremble slightly, his pallid complexion growing even more ashen. A surge of intense killing intent erupted, spreading like a palpable force. In the courtyard, the expressions of Wu Lai and Wu Ling shifted instantaneously, clearly sensing the murderous intent emanating from within the house. However, out of trust in Wu Meng, they refrained from intruding. "Aside from believing in him, we have no other recourse," Wu Lai remarked with a wry smile. Glancing at Wu Ling nodded in agreement, his demeanor calming. "Indeed, this child has bestowed upon us numerous miracles. It appears he must possess some extraordinary adventure unbeknownst to us. Regardless, I have faith in him. You, as his father, are quite protective." Wu Lai replied with a dismissive snort, his gaze returning to the house, revealing his deep concern. Inside, Wu Meng observed the old man's swift movements. As the elder executed an intricate and obscure series of hand seals, the malevolent energy in the air diminished significantly, gradually being suppressed into Wu Xiao's body. It was fascinating. The seal seemed to draw forth energy from nothingness, yet it was astonishingly potent. Wu Meng caught a glimpse of a red mark on Wu Xiao's forehead, pulsating vigorously. Under the elder's control, the mark writhed as if a demon were desperately resisting, only to be subdued shortly thereafter. "Almost there," the elder murmured, his figure becoming increasingly indistinct. Yet, the speed of his hand seals intensified, and he uttered a series of cryptic incantations. An enigmatic seal, resembling a lotus flower, materialized in his palm before being pressed onto Wu Xiao's forehead. With a resounding thud, silence enveloped the room. Wu Meng felt his heart leap to his throat, his hand instinctively clenching. However, witnessing the elder's composed demeanor alleviated his anxiety considerably. The elder, draped in white, gradually floated away, scrutinizing Wu Xiao for a moment before nodding in approval. "It is done." Wu Xiao collapsed onto the bed with a thud, his long hair cascading over his face. Wu Meng hurried to his side, extending his spiritual energy to sense Wu Xiao's condition. In that brief moment, he had regained a significant amount of spiritual energy, and with the aid of the elixirs on him, his recovery was remarkably swift. Taking a deep breath, Wu Meng detected Wu Xiao's body returning to its normal state and exhaled in relief. Indeed, there was no trace of anomaly. It seemed this venerable elder possessed considerable prowess. Wu Meng promptly bowed to the elder, expressing his sincere gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior. Do not mention it. I am merely a remnant soul that cannot linger for long." The elder replied, "Wu Meng, your attributes are quite extraordinary. However, there is one point I must advise you on." The elder looked at Wu Meng with a kind expression. Yet his demeanor turned grave when discussing the absence of attributes. "You must never reveal this attribute lightly." "Am I not to use it?" Wu Meng asked, taken aback by the elder's serious tone. He then chuckled wryly. If I am unable to utilize it, what purpose does this extraordinary attribute serve? It is not said that you should not use it. If you do not, it would be better off not existing at all. Your attribute manifests a luminescent white hue. Quite unique in appearance and immensely powerful, surely destined to draw the attention of others. Should anyone inquire, you may simply state that your attribute is a rare one. Although rare attributes are uncommon, each is distinct, and no one has encountered all rare attributes. The elder spoke slowly. Wu Meng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his attribute was not considered rare? From the elder's tone, it seemed that the origins of his formless attribute were not so straightforward. Wu Meng's gaze lowered slightly, lost in thought. Do not overthink it. I merely want you to exercise caution, particularly in the presence of formidable beings from the divine race. It is advisable to retain some of your abilities and to refrain from placing your trust in them. The divine race? Wu Meng observed the elder's serious demeanor and scratched his head, recalling tales his father had once shared. The divine race is regarded as the pinnacle of the 5 Wastelands continent. In ancient and prehistoric times, there existed clans of deities, their veins coursing with divine blood, endowing them with extraordinary cultivation talents. Moreover, the foundations of the divine race are extraordinarily profound, surpassing most superpowers, positioning them at the very summit of the continent. Whether in terms of heritage, strength, or fresh talent, they represent an exceptionally transcendent existence. Thus, the divine race is often referred to as the pillars of the continent. Although their status has slightly declined since no one has reached the divine realm for thousands of years, the vitality of their bloodline remains robust, and their strength is indisputably formidable. Even a superpower like the Cloud Emperor's mansion must regard them with trepidation. Yet now, this mysterious elder had invoked the term, emphasizing it gravely in relation to Wu Meng. Could it be that his attribute would provoke their envy? Nevertheless, Wu Meng's character was not easily swayed by such matters. He had always adhered to the principle of prudence. I appreciate your guidance, Wu Meng expressed gratefully, sensing a genuine goodwill emanating from the elder. Despite being unaware of his identity, you must have been an unparalleled powerhouse in your time, Wu Meng remarked with a smile. The elder slightly shook his head and sighed. I wish I could know, but I have long forgotten such matters. Wu Meng could not help but be astonished. To forget something so significant might indicate senility. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he was undoubtedly a remarkably enigmatic figure. Chapter 59. 3 months later. All right, young one, allow me a moment to rest. Having to labor for free for so long has wearied me. The elder smiled faintly, and then his form gradually dissipated, merging into Wu Meng's consciousness. Wu Meng felt nothing, merely witnessing the elder enter his very being. How is this accomplished? Even with formidable strength, it would be unreasonable to feel utterly devoid of sensation. Wu Meng let out a wry smile, yet failed to reach any conclusion, attributing her inability to perceive others' traces to her own inadequacy. After a moment, Wu Xiu gradually awakened, prompting a sigh of relief from Wu Meng. Brother, she called out. After a lengthy conversation, both Wu Lai and Wu, despite their astonishment at Wu Meng's ability to address Wu Xiu's condition, refrained from pressing for further details, understanding that the child deserved her privacy. Thus, Wu Meng returned to her chamber, resolutely continuing her cultivation in pursuit of the aspirations set forth by the Yunhuang mansion. It won't be long now. The threshold to the Lingyang realm is drawing near. The time frame she had promised herself was set for after entering the Lingyang realm. Contemplating this, Wu Meng felt increasingly exhilarated, the image of that enchanting figure growing ever clearer in her mind, lingering during sleepless nights and upon waking each morning. Concurrently, the visage of her mother also surfaced in the depths of her thoughts, her face eternally adorned with a smile, even during those challenging times. Now, however, her mother's circumstances have likely worsened. 3 months later, within the bustling streets of the Yunhuang mansion, Wu Meng ambled slowly, absorbing the vibrant atmosphere, and felt a gentle relaxation wash over her. The days had been intensely fulfilling. By day, she was under the tutelage of 2 instructors, delving into the arts of alchemy and martial cultivation. Li Qin's teachings predominantly revolved around alchemical practices and the cultivation of spiritual energy. Previously, she had bestowed upon him a tome on spiritual energy, its rank reaching the esteemed heavenly level, leaving him somewhat speechless. The challenges of mastering it were daunting. After 3 months of diligent study, he had only scratched the surface. Despite his prodigious talent, he remained merely a first-tier alchemist, though he had now progressed to the 2nd tier, with his spiritual energy at a remarkable 40% of a 3rd-tier alchemist. This astounding figure would have been even more impressive had he not devoted so much time to the dual pursuits of spiritual cultivation and martial arts. as most alchemists or spiritual practitioners seldom engage in both. Yet Wu Meng, as one endowed with a system and self-proclaimed bearer of the Great Path, felt compelled to pursue both. Alas, time still felt insufficient, despite dedicating every moment to his training. Nevertheless, Wu Meng smiled upward, her face radiating satisfaction. The arduous journey was indeed worthwhile. Above her, emerald green characters danced in formation. Level: Complete Spirit Een Realm, Alchemist rank, mid-2nd grade, Spiritual Power level, 3rd grade Alchemist. 40%, Attribute Realm, Fire attribute, Mid-Transformation Realm, No attribute, Initial Control Realm, Physical Quality, Level 1. 5. Beside Wu Meng stood Yi, who gently remarked, Master, you have been working exceptionally hard lately, and the results are indeed commendable. Your current points have reached 100,000, and your level has ascended to a remarkable 16. Wu Meng nodded with a smile, acknowledging his rapid progress. The elevation of his system level has concurrently resulted in a significant accumulation of points. He has retained the 100,000 points for potential future needs, preferring not to expend them lightly. The rise in the system level was anticipated, as he had recently amassed an abundance of points. Winning the clan competition granted him 10,000 points. Although this may seem modest, his victory came with relative ease. Thus he refrained from quibbling with the system over it. However, if Wu Lin were to hear this sentiment, he would likely be taken aback. Currently, all aspects of Wu Meng have advanced, including his swordsmanship, which has seen the addition of a self-created technique. In terms of other spiritual techniques, he has barely managed to devise a set of profound-level palm techniques, which could be classified as quasi-profound. Their efficacy rivals that of ordinary low-tier profound techniques. Other areas are satisfactory, though time remains constrained. Wu Meng sighed, feeling that his enhancements were still insufficient. Master, how can others manage with your pace? In just 3 months, you have progressed from the minor success of the Spirit Een realm to its complete level, achieving 1 major tier in a mere month and a half. Especially considering the time saved in cultivation, is already remarkably swift. Yi chuckled softly, covering her mouth upon witnessing Wu Meng's demeanor. Indeed, his advancement is astonishing. He has firmly established his cultivation and swiftly ascended to the complete Spirit Een realm. The speed at which an ordinary person cultivates pales in comparison to his. He has now mastered the advanced profound-level Fire Dragon scripture, having touched upon the 2nd tier, absorbing spiritual energy at an extraordinary rate, with formidable attributes. The Een Shi pill is equally potent, achieving a 10-star level that defies ordinary classification. Such a formidable foundation, coupled with relentless training in spiritual techniques and mental fortitude, ensures that he need not worry about the stability of his realm or the finesse of his power application. Thus, his progress is akin to a raging torrent, seemingly unimpeded. It is noteworthy that even Wu Ling required over a year to elevate 2 realms at this level, whereas Wu Meng has exhibited a far greater prowess, leaving Wu Lai and others in astonishment. Since Wu Zong and Wu Lian have recognized his potential and provided such invaluable treasures, they have consistently monitored his progress, increasingly awestruck and silently affirming their discerning judgment. After all these years, they can finally rejoice in their clear-sightedness. As Wu Meng's gaze swept over the bustling vendors nearby, she purchased a few steamed buns from a breakfast stall. Munching on the fragrant buns, she made her way toward the apothecary, a journey that would take her approximately 15 minutes. The buns were quite delectable, filled with both pork and vegetables. She indulged in 10 of them, marveling at her own appetite. Just a little something to tide me over, she thought. After a while, Wu Meng smiled as the familiar wooden pavilion came into view, its entrance still devoid of a doorman. Passing through the intricately carved wooden archway, she entered the hall, greeted by Ru Xin before heading straight to the 2nd floor. It was as punctual as ever. Li Qin sat on a wooden chair in the corridor on the 2nd floor, the window beside her letting in a gentle stream of sunlight. She lifted her gaze to Wu Meng, a smile gracing her lips, clearly pleased with her punctuality. Today, grandmother insisted on an early arrival, so I got up ahead of time. By the way, grandmother, are there many tasks for today? Wu Meng approached with a smile. Yet Li Qin did not follow her usual custom of ruffling his hair. Instead, she stood still, her hands delicately playing the guqin. Wu Meng caught a glimpse of her hands, which appeared aged and trembled slightly over the strings. It struck him as somewhat peculiar. Grandmother, there are many tasks today. Do not dawdle. Are you trying to be lazy by coming with me? Li Qin's tone turned authoritative, her back turned to him as she ambled into the room. Wu Meng rubbed his nose, obediently following her. To be honest, he held a certain reverence for his grandmother. She was quite strict, and once her demeanor turned serious, even his status as her grandson could not shield him from reprimand. He had always wished for a meeting between his father and grandmother, but through snippets of conversation, he sensed there might be some misunderstandings between them, making an immediate meeting seem inappropriate. Each time the topic of his grandmother arose, discussions would swiftly divert, leading him to abandon the idea. The alchemy room was located on the second floor, comprising 3 chambers constructed from fire-resistant materials. The walls bore a faint white hue, which, after prolonged exposure to heat, revealed a desiccated yellow. At the center stood an alchemical furnace, approximately 1 meter in length and width, radiating a crimson hue, a third-tier furnace valued at no less than several 100,000 spirit coins. A superior furnace significantly enhances the alchemist's capabilities, thereby improving the likelihood of successful concoction. It can be said that the outcome of alchemy is 5 parts skill and mental fortitude, 3 parts fire control, and 2 parts the furnace itself. Each element is indispensable for the craft. Wu Meng's mental acuity far surpassed that of his peers, and even among alchemists, few could rival him. His experience and skill were slightly lacking, yet through relentless effort and insight, he managed to hold his own. As for fire control, he was anything but deficient. His mastery of fire attributes was at the mid-stage of transformation, granting him an astounding level of control over flames that was virtually unattainable for others at his level. Upon the alchemical furnace, the third-tier furnace is indeed considered precious, ranking among the superior choices. However, within each tier of furnaces, there exist several distinct classifications: ordinary, intermediate, advanced, and exquisite. This particular furnace is classified as an intermediate furnace of the 3rd tier. "How is your progress with the Spirit Essence Classic?" Li Qin inquired, gently brushing her fingers over the ancient zither as she raised her gaze slightly. "The first layer. I suppose I have grasped the basics," Wu Meng replied, scratching his head, feeling somewhat inadequate. The Spirit Essence Classic, a prestigious tome of celestial-grade spiritual energy bestowed upon him by Li Qin, is notoriously challenging to cultivate. The Spirit Essence Classic is divided into 5 layers, and he has barely entered the first layer, the Mortal Soul stage. Nonetheless, he has discerned the tome's profound intricacies. His rate of spiritual energy cultivation has tripled, while his recovery speed has quadrupled. It is essential to note that this is merely the threshold of the first layer. Remarkable. Achieving mastery of a celestial-grade classic within 3 months is an accomplishment many 4th-tier alchemists struggle to attain. For a 2nd-tier alchemist like you, it is commendable, Li Qin acknowledged, nodding in approval. She had initially anticipated that, even with Wu Meng's talent, it would take him at least 5 to 6 months to reach the first layer. But he has pleasantly surprised her. The ingredients are ready. The Wuling pill requires 3 components. "Ensure that you refine one for me," Li Qin instructed, gesturing towards the nearby shelf of herbs. "The Wuling pill?" Wu Meng exclaimed, glancing at the neatly arranged ingredients. He was quite familiar with this concoction, as it was the very pill he first consumed here. A peculiar smile crept across his face as he recalled how he had once taken advantage of the Spirit Herb Workshop. Who would have thought that now he would commence the refinement of this pinnacle 2nd-tier pill? "What's the matter? Lacking confidence?" Li Qin remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. Wu Meng smiled, stepping forward and focusing intently on the furnace. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Naturally, I must give it a try." At present, Wu Meng's alchemical proficiency stands at the intermediate level of the 2nd tier. However, this assessment is conducted by Li Qin, the master alchemist, and therefore, the standards are exceedingly rigorous. In other contexts, he would likely surpass this level. Wu Meng is confident in refining most 2nd-tier pills, yet he has never attempted the pinnacle Wuling pill. "Let us begin. There is no need for delay." Li Qin repositioned a chair from the side and sat down, facing both Wu Meng and the furnace. Wu Meng nodded in response, and a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from his brow, transforming into a small dragon-like form, shimmering in a beautiful pearlescent hue. The white Mengluo heart flame promptly ignited, and under Wu Meng's command, it descended into the furnace, blazing fiercely. The myriad beast's fruit and dragon scale grass were deftly manipulated by Wu Meng, who gently exhaled a stream of energy, swiftly drawing in numerous medicinal herbs. He subjected them to relentless combustion within the flames, allowing them to melt and transform. Some herbs, fortified by their resilient outer shells, initially withstood the fiery onslaught, yet ultimately succumbed to the formidable might of the Dream Luo heart flame, being incinerated and liquefied. Wu Meng's flames exhibited a diverse range of temperatures, skillfully controlled with precision to the 10th of a degree Celsius. As a result, each concoction of herbal liquid was produced without any waste of medicinal potency, achieving an exquisite refinement. "Your fire control is commendable," Li Qin remarked, her satisfaction evident upon her countenance. She was well aware of Wu Meng's long-standing strengths. Yet this particular alchemical endeavor had taken her by surprise. She had previously experienced the uniqueness of the Dream Luo heart flame. Its extraordinary nature rendered it one of the most suitable flames for concocting elixirs. In terms of temperature, this flame could reach depths of several dozen degrees below zero or soar to thousands of degrees, completely at Wu Meng's command, for it was his life fire. Moreover, its combat prowess was formidable. Since the transformation in the Chonglin Mountains, the Dream Luo heart flame had evolved into a rigid fire, though it could still shift into a flexible form during alchemical processes. Truly miraculous. However, Wu Meng sensed that this flame might be intrinsically linked to his formless essence. After half an hour, Wu Meng's first attempt at alchemy ended in failure due to the unsuccessful refinement of a particular herb. Experience, he realized, was still somewhat lacking. The optimal refining temperature for the ice spirit fruit should hover around 90 degrees, not exceeding it, before swiftly transitioning to 200 degrees for a secondary refinement. Wu Meng focused intently, and after a moment's contemplation, he resumed his alchemical efforts. Failure is a common occurrence for an alchemist. Without failure, there can be no accumulation of experience, and hence no advancement. A successful alchemist who never encounters failure remains stagnant. For instance, an alchemist capable of concocting fourth-grade elixirs would naturally have a low failure rate with third-grade elixirs, yet continuously crafting third-grade elixirs holds little value for them. Nonetheless, after attaining proficiency, there remains a disparity in success rates among alchemists of the same tier, reflecting their respective levels of expertise. Wu Meng's current success rate for concocting ordinary second-grade elixirs had reached an impressive 80%, while for advanced second-grade elixirs, it stood at 40%. Such efficiency would undoubtedly classify him as a high-ranking second-grade alchemist in the outside world. However, within Li Qin's standards, he still qualified as a mid-tier second-grade alchemist. According to her criteria, one must achieve a success rate exceeding 80% before claiming to belong to that tier, a notably stringent and even harsh benchmark. It is worth noting that even some third-grade alchemists might struggle to attain an 80% success rate when crafting top-tier second-grade elixirs. Under Li Qin's watchful eye, Wu Meng's speed in his second attempt at alchemy increased steadily. He seemed to have entered a peculiar realm, his eyes gleaming with fervor, yet perceiving nothing beyond the singular pursuit of alchemy. With unwavering focus, his spirit and essence harmoniously converged, and at that moment, Wu Meng's mental prowess appeared to be quietly expanding. An epiphany, perhaps? Li Qin mused inwardly, a smile involuntarily gracing her aged visage as she patiently awaited Wu Meng's progress. Such a miraculous occurrence as enlightenment arises when an individual's spirit, essence, and energy attain a subtle equilibrium or reach a critical juncture, leading to an exceedingly rare transformation akin to a sudden awakening. Typically, this grants the practitioner significant advancement. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly low and is intricately linked to personal talent and insight. Thus, this was undoubtedly a rare opportunity, one that Li Qin was determined to safeguard with all her might. Chapter 61. Undercurrents of turmoil. Wu Meng's moment of enlightenment was brief. Yet he had ascended into a new realm, and the process of alchemy flowed effortlessly for him, as if he were a fish in water. Quickly, he refined numerous elixirs, their crystal clear, vibrant liquids cascading and hovering in the air. At this moment, Wu Meng displayed no emotional expression, completely absorbed in his craft and unbeknownst to him. His mental capacity surged in delicate bursts. Such moments of enlightenment are serendipitous, cherished by all practitioners, be they spirit masters, alchemists, or artifact forgers. The chances of encountering such an opportunity in one's lifetime are exceedingly rare. Yet, Wu Meng had encountered such a moment. Ru Exine had been summoned by Li Qin and now stood respectfully beside her, her gaze subtly betraying a hint of envy as she watched Wu Meng in the distance. One cannot attract the opportunity for enlightenment without having accumulated substantial knowledge and experience. Thus, such moments are typically reserved for those with a solid foundation. Therefore, envy serves little purpose. It merely underscores Wu Meng's exceptional talent and remarkable alchemical abilities. Bring forth all available stock and lay it out here. Additionally, send over a couple of trustworthy individuals. Regrettably, Ru Mo is currently away. Li Qin instructed Ru Xin with a grave expression and rapid speech. Ru Xin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the command. At this point, Li Qin had assumed the role of the true master of the Spirit Herb Workshop, even disregarding Ru Mo's authority, leaving her with no choice but to comply. She understood that Ru Mo would likely be extremely displeased upon his return. The Spirit Herb Workshop had effectively transformed into Wu Meng's private garden, allowing him to harvest at will, even to the point of depleting the stock, which would surely infuriate Ru Mo. Before long, the herbs were transported, filling the entire alchemy chamber to capacity. Wu Meng had completed the refinement of 2 black spirit pills, the rich fragrance of the elixirs attesting to their superior quality. Such pure energy, indeed, the quality is impressive. Even some third-grade alchemists would struggle to achieve such perfection. Li Qin remarked, nodding in approval, having assessed the outcome. It was evident that he had now attained the status of a senior second-grade alchemist. Wu Meng's moment of enlightenment continued, and soon he embarked on the creation of third-grade medicinal pills. The herbs procured here were predominantly rare, capable of yielding numerous third-grade pills. However, these resources were typically reserved for the workshop master and Li Qin's alchemical endeavors, and now some of the stock had been drawn upon, making for a considerable reserve. Granny Li, do you truly believe Wu Meng can concoct third-grade pills? Ru Xian inhaled sharply, observing Wu Meng's alchemical process and sensing his formidable spiritual energy, which sent a shiver down her spine. Had it only been a few months? Was it even 4? When they first met, Wu Meng merely exhibited a somewhat stronger spiritual force and had not yet even begun to delve into alchemy. Yet now, after 4 months, he had already surpassed her, reaching the threshold of a third-grade alchemist. Such talent could no longer be deemed astonishing. It was simply unbelievable. After a moment, a look of defeat surfaced on her face as Ru Xian finally conceded. This young lad truly deserved the esteem of the workshop master and Granny Li. He was indeed exceptional. Having remained at the pinnacle of second-grade alchemy for several years, she fully understood the immense difficulty of achieving this level. Wu Meng continuously placed medicinal materials into the alchemical furnace, his gaze steady and unwavering, fixated on the contents of the furnace. His spiritual energy was unleashed without reservation, enveloping the entire furnace, allowing him to grasp every minute detail. It could be said that his skills and experience in alchemy had been profoundly enhanced during this moment of insight. An hour slipped by quietly, with Li Qin and Ru Xian, who awaited nearby, maintaining their undivided attention. For them, this hour was inconsequential, whether as spiritual practitioners or alchemists. It was not uncommon to enter a focused state for several days at a time. 4 high-level alchemists, spending half a month on a single concoction was merely routine. Therefore, they felt no urgency. Boom. At last, a muffled sound resonated from the furnace. Wu Meng slowly lifted his gaze, a hint of joy shimmering in his eyes. He carefully stored the medicinal pill in a jade vial and proceeded to gather more herbs for further refining. He had truly succeeded in his endeavor, which meant he was now a 13-year-old third-grade alchemist. Ru Xian was so astonished that she felt somewhat numb, gazing at Wu Meng's youthful and focused visage, unable to suppress her exclamation. A 13-year-old third-grade alchemist was unheard of, and yet, achieving such a rank in just 4 months seemed even more extraordinary. It's not entirely so. While moments of insight do significantly enhance one's abilities, digesting this newfound knowledge to reach even higher realms will require at least several months of consolidation. After all, experience and proficiency cannot be replicated, Li Qin remarked, shaking her head slightly, refraining from excessive praise. However, indeed, since Wu Meng had successfully concocted third-grade pills, many would already regard him as a third-grade alchemist. This child was undoubtedly gifted. Li Qin smiled. He continued to refine, yet his spirit seemed remarkably robust, leaving Ruxin somewhat perplexed. Even though Wu Meng possessed formidable mental strength, it must surely be finite. After consecutively refining 2 black spirit pills and 2 third-grade elixirs, his mental energy should have been significantly depleted. However, the current Wu Meng exuded a long and steady aura, his refining pace undeterred, as if he were unaffected. His mental prowess must have already approached that of a mid-level third-grade alchemist, especially considering he had cultivated a celestial-level mental cultivation text. Allowing for rapid recovery and seemingly boundless mental energy, Li Qin elucidated. Observing the nonchalant expression on Li Qin's face, Ruxin's lips twitched slightly. It was only after Wu Meng had completed approximately 10 rounds of refining, producing a total of 4 third-grade elixirs, that he finally paused, and the state of enlightenment dissipated. By this time, 4 hours had elapsed, and Wu Meng, utterly fatigued, decided to rest. His mental strength appeared to have risen to 60% of that of a third-grade alchemist. Such an enhancement was indeed considerable, particularly as most of the improvement stemmed from his alchemical skills. Wu Meng felt a surge of joy. He could now be regarded as a tentative third-grade alchemist. Truly stepping into the third grade was merely a matter of time. Li Qin instructed Ruxin to withdraw, leaving only Wu Meng and herself in the room. Li Qin, feeling the heat in the air, smiled broadly, her aged face illuminated with a mix of emotions. Today had unfolded in ways unforeseen. Approaching the window, she sensed the thickening atmosphere outside. Changlin Town seemed out of sorts today, with a subtle scent of gunpowder wafting through the air, hinting at turbulent undercurrents. Li Qin narrowed her pure white eyes, gripping her guqin tightly, leaving several indentations in the wood. Chapter 62. Blood stains the Wu family. Changlin Town was suddenly shrouded in a crimson hue. A multitude of fierce presences, laden with murderous intent, converged upon the town, instilling panic among the populace. Even some of the more powerful factions retreated to their territories, the atmosphere thick with unease. Many soon realized that their destination was the Wu family, which appeared to be the epicenter of this sudden upheaval. Before long, the Wu family faced an unprecedented calamity. Upon receiving the news, the entire Changlin town was taken aback. The Luo and Mo clans had joined forces to launch a direct assault on the Wu family. Surprisingly, after facing them head-on, the Wu family managed to withstand the onslaught, albeit with heavy casualties. It was at this moment that the townsfolk truly recognized the Wu family's strength, which was not at all inferior to the combined might of the Mo and Luo clans. At that moment, the Wu family was engulfed in flames of conflict, with ruins scattered about and smoke rising. The initial wave of attack had reached a temporary halt, yet the Mo and Luo clans showed no signs of retreating, fully aware that this was merely the beginning of a more ferocious war. Elder, many members of our Wu clan have fallen into chaos after consuming the elixirs from the spirit medicine workshop, resulting in numerous fatalities at the hands of our enemies. Beside Wu Lai, a core member of the Wu clan, whose strength has reached the spirit sun realm, stood drenched in blood, trembling as he reported urgently, his voice tinged with panic. How infuriating! Wu Lai felt a fire of rage igniting within him, his beard bristling as he turned to Wu Ling and exclaimed, "Could the elixirs from the spirit medicine workshop have been tampered with? Is it possible that something went awry during our transport?" "No, absolutely not. There was nothing amiss during our transport. The elder in charge is a trustworthy individual, and no one knew the route," Wu Ling solemnly asserted. Suddenly, Wu Lai lifted his head, a flicker of astonishment appearing in his eyes, as an overwhelming sense of unease settled in his heart. "Clan leader, the assault has commenced once more. Wu clan, to the death!" Wu Ling shouted hoarsely, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupting from him, reaching the threshold of the half-step spirit profound realm, exceedingly formidable. Ahead, a multitude of powerful presences surged towards the Wu clan, emanating a menacing aura, comprised of forces from the Mo and Luo clans. The cacophony of battle instantly transformed into a river of blood, as the fluctuations of spiritual energy and the glint of blades claimed lives incessantly. "Menger, Xiu'er," Wu Ling murmured softly. His only solace was that his two sons were fortunately not by his side. Though the coincidence was too fortuitous, he had no time to ponder. As long as they were safe, it was a blessing. Within the spirit medicine workshop, on the second floor, Li Qin stood by the window, absorbing the unfolding chaos, before slowly drawing the window shut. "Grandmother, what is happening?" Wu Meng's voice suddenly resonated, causing Li Qin to momentarily freeze before turning to him. He had already risen. Though his spirit had not fully recovered, his expression grave. "Have you sensed those presences? They seem to be heading towards our Wu clan," Wu Meng remarked. His mental energy somewhat depleted, yet he exerted himself to probe the outside world. In the next moment, as he detected a shift in the atmosphere, his countenance changed drastically. "The Wu clan is in trouble. Grandmother, this is urgent. Please, you must assist our Wu clan. You control the spirit medicine workshop, don't you? We must act immediately, or it may be too late." His face was etched with anxiety, and his spiritual energy surged fervently. It must be the Mo and Luo clans. How despicable! He understood that his capacity to impact the battle was limited due to his insufficient strength, but his grandmother was different. Her prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Along with the spirit medicine workshop, they needed to bring these loyal allies back to the Wu clan. They would never anticipate that the Wu clan possessed such a robust pillar of strength. "Grandmother." Wu Meng was momentarily stunned, gripping the doorframe, his body stiffening slightly as he gazed at Li Qin, who stood still. The latter placed the guqin beside her, seated herself, and began to sway gently. This leisurely demeanor genuinely surprised him. "Could it be that, grandmother, you are intentionally testing me?" Wu Meng paused momentarily, tentatively inquiring. These must be tests orchestrated by Li Qin. It could only be that way. The Wu family had not faced any assault. These were merely a slight examination from his grandmother. "No, that is not right." Clenching his teeth, his lips turning pale, Wu Meng's complexion grew increasingly ashen. The palpable hostility of those auras, coupled with the direct advance of numerous formidable individuals towards the Wu family, would inevitably provoke a fierce counterattack from them. The spirit herb workshop would not act so recklessly. Nor would his grandmother have any reason to instigate such turmoil. More importantly, the battle had already commenced. Wu Meng sensed the overwhelming and chaotic remnants of combat, as well as the tumultuous fluctuations of spiritual energy. Wu Meng fixed his gaze upon his grandmother, disbelief etched across his face. A sudden realization struck him, one that he found hard to accept. His grandmother had summoned him to the spirit herb workshop early today, insisting that he remain there throughout the day, and her peculiar behavior seemed to point to a singular, unsettling truth that he was reluctant to acknowledge. The Wu family must now be facing a second wave of assault. They were on the brink of collapse. We had deliberately infused the elixirs supplied to the Wu family with substances that would disrupt their spiritual energy. Today, they were destined for annihilation. A cruel smile suddenly graced Li Qin's face. Wu Meng trembled in shock, unable to fathom the words he had just heard. How could this be? How was it possible? Fear and confusion manifested on his face, and even with Wu Meng's composure, his heart was a tumultuous storm at that moment. Dreamer, your true kin are I and your mother. Do not believe a word from that scoundrel of a father. Today, I will not allow you to go to the Wu family, nor can I provide them with any assistance. If the Wu family manages to endure, it is merely a stroke of good fortune for Wu Ling. If they cannot withstand it, it will be the end for both him and the Wu family. You call yourself Li Meng. Wu Meng quaked, and Li Qin slowly rose, her voice solemn. If you insist on going, I shall simply render you unconscious, allowing you to sleep, and you will naturally accept what follows. No, no. Clenching his fists, Wu Meng's heart was now a tangled mess. Grandmother, how could you be so ruthless? Grandmother Li Qin suddenly felt a chill in her heart, for at that moment, Wu Meng's voice was remarkably calm. Raising her head, she noticed the tranquility of Wu Meng's face, where a hidden madness lurked within his serene eyes. Do not doubt my ability to shatter my own spirit in an instant. I do not know how formidable your powers are, but I am confident in my ability to end my own life before you can strike me unconscious. To shatter one's spirit implies immediate death, with no room for retreat. Dreamer, are you truly willing to oppose your mother and grandmother for that scoundrel of a Wu family? I know you have not been treated well there. That wretched Wu Ziru has always looked down upon you, and the Wu family's offspring have offered you no care. And Wu Ling, that scoundrel, I must kill him, no? In a moment of fierce intensity, Li Qin's countenance twisted into a grimace, as she nearly howled, Grandmother, if we delay any further, I shall perish before your very eyes. Wu Meng's voice, though calm, carried an unsettling weight. You must accompany me to rescue the Wu family, to save my father and my brother. If the Wu family ceases to exist, if my father is no more, then I, too, shall vanish. Even if you render me unconscious for a time, I will not allow myself to survive in despair. Wu Meng spoke with a chilling resolve, her azure eyes now laced with veins of madness. Chapter 63. I shall collect your lives. The Wu family found itself ensnared in an unprecedented crisis, as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy engulfed the atmosphere. The attention of all in Changlin town was drawn to this chaos, and fear permeated the air. It was well known that the Wu family had previously held the status of the foremost power in Changlin town, now that they were severely wounded. What hope remained for lesser factions? The answer was unequivocally negative. Consequently, many factions had begun to discreetly prepare for their exodus from Changlin town, seeking refuge elsewhere. They perceived the current state of affairs as far from tranquil. Bloodshed erupted everywhere, with the aftermath of battle lingering ominously. Much of the Wu family's estate lay in ruins, as its members fought valiantly, embodying a spirit of desperate defiance against the invading forces. The ground was soaked with blood and scattered limbs, tainting the very earth of the Wu family. However, the forces of the Mo family and the Luo sect were formidable, bolstered by numerous unfamiliar yet powerful figures. The Wu family's elite warriors found themselves engaged and restrained by these opponents. At that moment, several of Wu Lai's elders, along with clan leader Wu Ling, faced off against these overwhelmingly strong adversaries, rendered powerless. Clan leader Wu Ling, conserve your strength, came the disconcerting laughter of an elder clad in yellow, who stood before Wu Ling, observing the brutality around him with a dispassionate gaze. The Wu family's predicament was dire. You fiends, should my Wu family be annihilated, you shall face the relentless pursuit of my kin. Your days of comfort are numbered. Wu Ling bellowed, fully aware of the extraordinary talents of Wu Xiao and Wu Meng, who were destined to become superlative warriors. Thus, the Luo sect and the Mo family would inevitably face obliteration, consumed by the flames of retribution. You of the Luo sect possess remarkable skills. However, should you pursue total annihilation, it would yield no benefit for you. Wu Lai coldly declared, standing before a white-bearded elder. It was their first revelation that the Luo sect of Changlin Town was merely a minor branch of the Luo sect from Sunset City. Now, having found their backing, they conspired for some time, aligning with the Mo family to directly assault the Wu family. The elder's expression shifted slightly as he spoke gravely. Where are those two most gifted descendants of the Wu family? Should you refuse to disclose their whereabouts, we shall undoubtedly eradicate your clan. They had also heard of the two individuals from the Wu family who shone brightly, yet the Wu family's defenses were exceedingly stringent. Wu Meng, having previously suffered an attack and under the clandestine protection of the spirit pharmacy, had repeatedly failed to seize the opportunity. Today's chosen moment seemed rather hasty. However, it coincided with a time when the Wu family was notably less vigilant. Additionally, they had acted upon the directives of a mysterious powerhouse from the spirit pharmacy. The elixirs provided to the Wu family concealed hidden machinations, intended to inflict covert harm upon their stronger members at a crucial moment, a strategy devised by that formidable figure. In conclusion, the Wu family found themselves under a united assault from two formidable factions, and the results were quite effective, leading to a series of setbacks for the Wu family, who were now on the verge of collapse. The next step would be the annexation of Changlin Town. Boom. As yet another member of the Wu family was brutally struck down, Wu Ling could no longer contain himself. The cold energy emanating from him coalesced abruptly, forming a thick layer of ice around him, the biting chill slicing through the air like a razor aimed at the elder in the yellow robe. Do not be angered, esteemed patriarch of the Wu family. It is merely a matter of resolving a minor inconvenience. Some of your kin may yet remain, but the blades are indiscriminate, and we cannot guarantee how many shall perish. The elder chuckled mockingly, his gaze laced with derision as he waved his hand, conjuring a formidable vortex of spiritual energy that shattered Wu Ling's icy assault. Wu Ling charged forward undeterred, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of trepidation. The opponent's strength was formidable, having reached the realm of spirit profound. You possess quite the cunning, Wu Lai exclaimed, the azure light radiating from him as he pointed a finger, instantly summoning a tempest of winds that transformed into fierce shadows, hurtling toward the adversary. Boom! The air erupted violently, the powerful force radiating outward. This attack was sufficient to effortlessly rend the defenses of any spirit origin realm practitioner. Patience, your turn shall come soon. The opposing powerhouse laughed heartily, yet a flicker of seriousness crossed his features as he observed Wu Lai's gesture. He then unleashed a punch, causing a muffled explosion that resonated through the space before them. Boom! The collision of fist and finger erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to the wrath of a tempest. As the fierce energy detonated, toppling the surrounding ruins and sending debris flying, Wu Lai's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze intently upon his adversary, who remained entirely unscathed. Impressive strength. I did not anticipate encountering a spirit-profound practitioner here in this humble Changlin town, especially one at the minor completion stage, whose prowess rivals my own. However, I can easily delay you, the opponent smirked coldly. It appeared they intended to restrain both of them while allowing the Luo sect and the Mo family to decimate the majority of the Wu family's powerful members. Wu Lai remarked icily, his fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. Their situation was indeed precarious, yet they found it exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves from the control of these two individuals. Even if they fought with all their might to vanquish their foes, they would likely find themselves drained of combat effectiveness. Were the younger generation of the Wu family so feeble? A cold laugh escaped from Luoma as bloodstains marred his white attire. With a fierce strike, he sent Wu Xing, who had just reached the initial stage of the spirit Yin realm, hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. The blade shattered. To withstand even a single attack from Luoma was commendable. Beside him, a young man clad in black smiled, yet the mockery in his expression was unmistakable. Mo Luo, the foremost among the younger generation of the Mo family, aged 25, merely relied on his seniority. What was there for you to be proud of? At your age, I would undoubtedly defeat you. Wu Yang glared coldly at the two, supporting the blood-spattered Wu Xing. Yet, within his eyes lay a profound wariness. Both he and Wu Xing possessed similar strengths in the Spirit Yin realm, but with Wu Xing's swift defeat, he had no illusion that he could endure even a single strike from the adversary. Fools! No one from the Wu family can stand against us. I have already slain many of your kin. Haha! If there exists a talent among your younger generation who surpasses you, let him step forward. Luoma laughed heartily, dismissing them. He had heard of Wu Yang and Wu Xing, both regarded as the cream of the crop in the Wu family, yet they could not withstand a single blow from him. So weak. The Wu family has no talents left. They are all too feeble. Continue to slay them. However, Mo Luo remained unsmiling, his countenance still marked by indifference and disdain, clearly deeming these individuals unworthy of his effort. Do not think that my Wu family is without capable members. We still have the extraordinarily gifted young patriarch, as well as Wu Meng and Wu Xiao. Their strength is beyond your comparison. Wu Yang's face flushed with anger as he bellowed. He would not allow these ruffians to belittle the Wu family's capabilities, even if his own strength was lacking. In a flash, Mo Luo surged forward, appearing before Wu Yang in an instant. With a delicate yet forceful hand, he struck. Wu Yang barely had time to react before the blow landed squarely on his chest, causing him to spew blood and crash backward alongside Wu Xing, crashing heavily onto a fragmented wooden frame. The splinters flew, and Wu Yang was instantly drenched in crimson. Enough of this prattle. Today, every one of your young generation from the Wu family shall be slain by us. Do not think we will spare your remaining strength. Henceforth, your Wu family will face complete annihilation. Mo Luo approached slowly, his feet crunching over the debris of stones and wood, emitting a crisp sound. His indifferent gaze fell upon the two, the murderous intent palpable. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Wu family? Just moments ago indifferent, Mo Luo suddenly lifted his head, astonished as he beheld a youth standing atop a pile of rubble not far away. Sunlight illuminated the boy's face while casting shadows around him. This seemingly inexperienced lad, not particularly tall, had appeared unnoticed, standing there without their realization. Your lives, I, Wu Meng, shall claim. The cold words escaped his lips, and a chilling arc gradually emerged on his seemingly tranquil visage. Chapter 64. Double kill. As Wu Meng suddenly appeared, Mo Luo remained vigilant while rummaging through his mind for any recollections associated with the name Wu Meng. Yet, it seemed that this name did not resonate within his impressions of the Wu family's prodigies. Was this the Wu family's waste? At that moment, Luo Mo also swiftly approached, his gaze fixed on Wu Meng, his voice calm, yet piercing. A waste of the Wu family? Mo Luo was momentarily taken aback, before a realization dawned upon him. He cast a peculiar glance at Wu Meng, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. It appeared he had been deceived. So that was the case. At such a tender age, how formidable could one truly be? It was merely a facade. Mo Luo's expression grew increasingly ominous as he reflected on his own foolishness, feeling utterly humiliated for being misled by a mere waste. Wu Meng, young clan leader. Wu Yang exclaimed upon seeing Wu Meng, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. After a brief hesitation, he called out the title he had never conferred upon anyone before. However, in this moment of life and death, his sense of belonging to the Wu family and its descendants surged to an apex, rendering past grievances ephemeral. Thus, he readily acknowledged Wu Meng's status as the young clan leader. Wu Meng leaped down beside them, retrieving some medicinal pills from his storage ring, and solemnly instructed, "Take good care of yourselves. I cannot protect you for the time being. These are healing potions. Their effects are swift." Leaning against the rubble, Wu Xing, covered in blood, managed a smile and gave Wu Meng a thumbs up, his eyes conveying an unspoken trust and a deep-seated desire for vengeance. "Eliminate these bastards for me. I believe in you. We may lack the strength, but you are our hope. Annihilate these scoundrels." Wu Yang's expression was graver than ever. Wu Meng nodded slowly, rising to face the two opponents. "Are your farewells complete?" Luo Mo inquired. Mo Luo shook his head, gazing at the group with a look of regret. "What confidence do you possess? Do you truly believe that any entity can be your salvation in your final moments? Alas, let us see how we will slay him. Rest assured, none shall escape." Wu Meng's aura began to surge, and upon sensing it, the expressions of the two adversaries subtly shifted. Perfected spirit in realm? Mo Luo's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on Wu Meng, an overwhelming tide of shock swelling within him. His astonishment stemmed not from Wu Meng surpassing him in strength, but rather from the prodigious talent he displayed. How old was he? 14, perhaps? Yet he had already reached such heights. Casting a glance at Luo Mo, he discerned a similar gravity reflected in his eyes. "Since you have emerged, do not think to depart. We shall not allow you to leave unscathed." Mo Luo smirked coldly, while Luo Yun swiftly maneuvered to flank Wu Meng, both of them closing in from two directions with lethal intent. Clearly, they intended to eliminate him here to prevent future threats. A frigid gaze swept over the two individuals, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Wu Meng, which even caused Wu Xing beside him to cast a wary glance. On the other side, upon noticing the situation, Wu Ling and Wu Lai's expressions shifted dramatically as they urgently exclaimed, "Menger, leave at once. This is not a place for you to interfere." Their hearts were filled with anxiety, for Wu Meng was the most gifted individual of the Wu family, the very hope of their clan. They had initially believed that Wu Meng would retreat, yet to their astonishment, he suddenly appeared at that moment, causing their shock and panic to swell. Haha, even if you choose not to leave, witness how your genius Wu Meng is slain by our prodigies here. The two adversaries across from them chuckled, immediately blocking Wu Ling and Wu Lai, though their gazes directed at Wu Meng were laced with deep-seated caution. Such a prodigious talent must not be overlooked. They were determined to eliminate him on the spot. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a future threat. We must strike swiftly, leaving him no opportunity. His strength pales in comparison to ours, and will be easily dealt with. Mo Luo shouted to Luo Mo, and at once, a formidable aura erupted, sending shards of stone swirling around them. A half-step into the spirit sun realm. Achieving this at the tender age of 25 is indeed an impressive talent. The aura beside him mirrored his, belonging to Luo Mo, who wielded a curved blade, its edge shimmering with azure spiritual energy, augmenting his speed with wind attributes. Mo Luo drew forth a long spear, its wind swirling around it, pulsating with a fierce spiritual energy, revealing it to be a low-grade, profound spiritual weapon. The most outstanding talent of the Mo family was undoubtedly granted the finest treatment. Haha, you dare to threaten our lives. Now is your time to, he laughed heartily, brandishing his spear, but before Mo Luo could finish his words, his voice abruptly fell silent. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the expressionless youth before him. A fair hand, not large, gripped his throat, and an overwhelming force surged forth, akin to a slumbering lion awakening, becoming increasingly vivid in Mo Luo's perception. How is this possible? The hand of Luo Mo, holding the curved blade, trembled slightly as he gazed at the evidently defenseless Mo Luo, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never anticipated that a 13-year-old boy could possess such formidable strength. Even if Wu Meng had attained the pinnacle of the spirit Yin realm, could he truly be this powerful? Please don't kill me. The Mo family. I have the Mo family behind me. With a sudden explosion of power, Wu Meng's expression remained icy. With a sound of shattering bones, blood splattered forth. He showed no mercy. Clearly, the invasion and slaughter of his kin had incited his true fury. Under Luo Mo's horrified gaze, Mo Luo's body gradually slackened, evidently lifeless. This youth was indeed ruthless in his actions. The azure light surged as Lama swiftly darted outward, propelled by the wind attribute that intensified his speed, desperately attempting to escape. His strength was comparable to that of Mori, yet Mori had been swiftly vanquished. Before Wu Meng, he had no chance whatsoever. At this moment, he regretted coming here. Regretted following Mori, having unwittingly provoked such a harbinger of death. Save me. Luoma's voice rang out, and immediately, a figure rushed towards him, emanating the aura of a formidable spirit sun realm expert. With a thunderous crash, Wu Meng's foot struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Wu Meng shot forth, causing Luoma's expression to change drastically. How is this possible? I am of the wind attribute, and my cultivation surpasses yours. How can your speed exceed mine? Luoma roared. Disbelief etched on his face, his complexion flushing red, fear glimmering in his eyes. Having slain so many from the Wu family, he never anticipated that it would come to his turn, and that his executioner would be the one deemed a waste by the Wu clan. He was certainly no waste. You dare, young one. The figure rushing forward was a middle-aged man clad in the white robe of the Luo clan, bellowing in anger. Luoma grasped at this lifeline, shouting, "Quickly kill this brat. His talent is too extraordinary. He has slain Mori." In the next moment, Wu Meng had caught up to Luoma, his overwhelming aura pressing down upon him. Ah! Luoma roared in fury, his curved blade erupting with power as he unleashed his skills upon Wu Meng. I am the genius of the Luo clan. I will never be defeated by you. Wu Meng glanced at him indifferently, extending his palm to effortlessly pierce through Luoma's assault, shattering the fierce curved blade as if plucking leaves from a tree, striking him down with tremendous force. A brilliant white flame erupted. Boom. With one last glance at Wu Meng, disbelief lingered in Luoma's eyes. Luoma had fallen. Chapter 65. Those who invade the Wu family shall perish. Suddenly halting, Wu Meng left a massive imprint on the ground, taking a deep breath, yet his murderous intent remained undiminished. The Wu family was his birthplace, his bloodline. Yet now, this land had been ravaged by these fiends, familiar kin ruthlessly slaughtered. Such hatred was truly etched into his very soul. This kid is unexpectedly powerful. This is impossible. In the distance, the expressions of two Luo clan experts blocking Wu Ling shifted, their eyes filled with disbelief as they beheld Wu Meng. Before them, the prodigies Mori and Luoma had fallen, slain in a mere encounter. How could such a thing be possible? As his beard quivered slightly, Wu Ling's expression revealed a hint of surprise. With a wry smile, he murmured to himself, "This child truly becomes more perplexing by the day." Nodding faintly, Wu Lai's face lit up with a gratifying smile, evidently pleased with Wu Meng's formidable prowess. "Our young clan leader is indeed formidable." A chorus of cheers erupted from the warriors of the Wu family, their fighting spirit ignited, gradually overwhelming the onslaught of their adversaries. The stronger their young leader, the more confidence they derived. After all, Wu Meng was merely 13 years old. What extraordinary talent! What an audacious young man, with such unparalleled gifts. It seems he cannot be allowed to leave today. At this moment, the figure who had originally rushed to aid Luo Mo surged forward, revealing an elderly man clad in white robes, exuding an overwhelming aura of strength, having attained the pinnacle of the spirit sun realm. Fiery energy surged rapidly, charged with a fierce essence, as it hurtled toward Wu Meng. A colossal, indistinct fire python materialized before him, opening its maw wide to lunge at Wu Meng. Swish! The attack, akin to a half-transformed beast, was formidable. "Boy, meet your demise," the opponent bellowed, unleashing his spiritual energy with reckless abandon. As the powerful fire python crashed down upon Wu Meng amidst the worried gazes of the onlookers. 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Wu Meng extended his hand, and a radiant white flame erupted forth, transforming into a massive dragon's maw that clamped down on the fire python. Instantly, the creature let out a wretched cry, attempting to retreat in fear. "Since you have come, do not think of leaving." With a wave of his hand, Dream Luo heart flames surged forth, enveloping all the flames. Despite a momentary struggle, the flames were swiftly subdued, and as the Dream Luo heart flame glimmered with renewed brilliance, the fiery energy was absorbed directly into Wu Meng's being. You can actually absorb my fire attacks." The expression of the Luo Min expert paled, his finger trembling as he pointed at Wu Meng. Such control was utterly unfathomable, especially considering the boy's apparent inferiority in strength. "To manipulate fire in my presence, you are rather overconfident," Wu Meng remarked coolly. With a 30% enhancement to his attributes, his cultivation level surged to the latter stage of the transformation realm. Coupled with the formidable nature of the Dream Luo heart flame and the overwhelming force of the fire dragon technique, he effortlessly subdued the opponent's offensive. Precisely as he had anticipated. Boom! Wu Meng charged forth, his aura amplifying by 50%, nearing the initial stage of the spirit sun realm. Such a powerful presence. Despite his cultivation being merely at the pinnacle of the spirit Yin realm, the intensity and attributes of his spiritual energy were terrifyingly potent. The opponent's expression darkened. Daring not to delay any longer, he immediately summoned all his spiritual energy. Wielding a quasi-mystical grade spiritual energy greatsword, he struck fiercely at Wu Meng. Swish! The formidable blade's shadow sliced through the air, emitting a piercing sonic boom, flames surging forth. Judging by its might, it was likely capable of easily cleaving through a minor adept of the spirit sun realm. Wu Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a swift movement, she effortlessly evaded the attack. Like a specter, her figure darted beside her opponent, her right hand clenched into a fist, a radiant, white luminescence coalescing upon it. With a powerful strike, a fiery dragon's head materialized in an instant. Rising dragon fist. The sheer velocity of Wu Meng caused her opponent's pupils to constrict, and soon, he beheld her fist drawing ever closer. This speed was truly terrifying. Previously, Mo Luo and his companion had felt utterly despondent in the face of such swiftness. Now, he experienced it firsthand, realizing that Wu Meng's speed had escalated even further than before. "Do not presume I can be so easily vanquished," he bellowed, revealing a gleaming silver shield at his waist, a potent wave of spiritual energy radiating forth. Another quasi-mystical tier spiritual artifact, a shield. The instant it was summoned, it met Wu Meng's impending fist. A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Meng's eyes. This adversary had indeed made considerable preparations. Boom! In the next moment, her fist collided violently with the diminutive shield. "Haha, let us see how you can breach my defenses," he sneered, channeling energy into the shield while simultaneously launching a counterstrike towards Wu Meng. The luminous white radiance surged. What? In the blink of an eye, the seemingly impenetrable shield shattered into pieces, and Wu Meng's fiery dragon head emitted a furious roar, crashing into him with tremendous force. Boom! Uft! Blood erupted from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, evidently gravely injured. Swift as a shadow, Wu Meng continued her relentless advance, flames of radiant white igniting once more upon her form. Roar! The brilliant flames erupted violently, akin to a deathly incantation, causing the powerful Spirit Sun Realm cultivator opposite her to tremble uncontrollably, his face etched with terror. It felt as if the shadow of death was enveloping him. "Spare me." This 13-year-old youth demonstrated such decisive ruthlessness. "Those who invade the Wu family shall perish." As Wu Meng uttered her final words, her expression turned icy. The Dream Luo heart flame, imbued with overwhelming spiritual pressure, swiftly ensnared her opponent, an apparition consumed in an instant. He screamed in agony, rolling frantically on the ground. Yet his breath grew increasingly faint. From a distance, Wu Ling and the others gasped in shock. This formidable Spirit Sun Realm expert had been slain by Wu Meng in merely a few exchanges. Gasping lightly, Wu Meng turned to depart. Barely 5 steps taken. The opponent's aura completely dissipated, reduced to mere ashes. Indeed, her control over the Dream Luo heart flame was formidable. Her spiritual strength rivaled that of a mid-tier third-grade alchemist. Her realm surpassing mere spiritual cultivation, enabling her to wield the Dream Luo heart flame with finesse, easily sustaining such consumption. Thus, it was considerably energy efficient. How many points have been expended? While catching her breath, Wu Meng dashed towards another battlefield, tossing a few recovery pills into her mouth. Joining the fray against a powerful Spirit realm adversary. The time was brief, consuming merely 2,500 points. Upon Wu Meng's arrival, it was as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Wu Meng ruthlessly dispatched numerous formidable members of the Luo and Mo families, his garments drenched in blood. With a resounding strike, he felled a powerful adversary at the pinnacle of the Spirit realm, then raised his gaze amidst the astonished and fervent stares of the Wu clan members. Charging once more at another opponent in the Spirit Yang realm. The young clan leader is astonishingly powerful. He has outright slaughtered those in the Spirit realm, rendering himself invincible among his peers. If he can slay those at the Spirit Yang level, what fear does he have of the Spirit Yin? Our young clan leader is a peerless prodigy. Though drenched in blood, Wu Meng laughed towards the heavens, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He met his opponent with a fierce collision, delivering a straightforward punch that caused the adversary to tremble, a gaping wound appearing upon their body. His attacks, devoid of any attributes, were as formidable as divine weaponry, boasting overwhelming destructive capability. Another punch from Wu Meng sent Luo Ling reeling, blood spewing forth as his body was propelled like a kite severed from its string, crashing against a stone pillar with a cacophony of cracking bones. This formidable individual, who had reached the minor completion of the Spirit Yang realm, could not endure for long. This young man is too powerful. He must not be allowed to continue unchecked. He must be eliminated soon. Nearby, a member of the Luo family displayed a look of terror, retrieving a jade pendant from within his robes, which he crushed with great force. Moments later, a formidable aura enveloped the area. Chapter 66. Luo Huadian. With a thunderous presence akin to a dragon awakening, the ground trembled, debris scattering as if an earthquake had struck. Such a powerful aura. Wu Lai's pupils constricted, his gaze fixated on the white-bearded elder before him. Icy resolve reflected in his eyes. Did you not vow to spare no one from annihilation? Why then have you summoned such a multitude of strong warriors? Your threat is too great. At the very least, Wu Meng must not be allowed to survive. His talent is far too extraordinary and will inevitably pose a threat to our Luo clan. The elder across from him responded with a chilling smile. Wu Meng's existence is a formidable threat. Although he may not yet seem significant, where will he be in 10 years? Suddenly, a blue longsword appeared in Wu Lai's hand. Roughly 3 feet in length, its blade inscribed with intricate runes and profound markings. Waves of potent spiritual energy radiated outward, as if the very air had conjured numerous miniature whirlwinds. An upper-tier Xian grade spiritual weapon? The expression of his opponent shifted dramatically. Immediately, their own spiritual energy began to circulate with caution. They too produced a sword, but its spiritual energy fluctuations paled in comparison to the weapon in Wu Lai's grasp. Though it was still a mid-tier Xian grade spiritual weapon, to think such a powerful adversary exists in this remote locale. He scrutinized Wu Lai, wariness evident in his eyes, clearly recognizing that Wu Lai's strength warranted his utmost attention. On the other side, Wu Ling brandished an ice-blue spear, a formidable Xianbing spirit spear of intermediate Xian rank, unleashing a torrent of icy shards towards the elder clad in yellow robes. Merely a trivial skill, the yellow-robed elder scoffed, his gauntlets suddenly expanding in size. With a single punch, he shattered the ice projectiles, preventing them from nearing his vicinity by a full yard. The faintly deep-hued spirit energy emanated an aura of profound mystery, casting a shadow over Wu Ling's expression, leaving him at a loss. Despite having attained the semi-spiritual Xian realm and possessing fire attribute spirit energy at the semi-Zhurong realm level, his combat prowess ranked him amongst the elite within the Lingyuan realm, even granting him the capability to challenge opponents of higher tiers. Yet, when faced with a genuine master of the spiritual Xian realm, he found himself merely capable of self-preservation. Should the elder unleash his full might, it was uncertain whether he could withdraw unscathed. After all, the disparity between these realms was immense, particularly the chasm separating the Lingyuan and Lingxian realms, which was almost unfathomable. It is known that a nascent spiritual Xian realm expert could effortlessly defeat 3-peak Lingyuan realm cultivators, a commonplace occurrence indeed. Elder Hua Tian, the yellow-robed elder, declared, having repelled Wu Ling with a forceful palm strike. He then bowed towards the sky not far away. In response to his gesture, a figure slowly descended from the heavens. What is that? Goodness! Possessing the ability to fly, could it be a revered sage? The ongoing battle below momentarily halted, as numerous astonished gazes turned skyward, including those of the Mo family and Luo Sect's cultivators, who were equally unaware of such a formidable presence arriving at their location. Is it that you cannot resolve this trivial matter yourselves? Must you summon me? Luo Huatian, garbed in a flowing azure robe, his long beard cascading down, bore a countenance of indifference, exuding an ethereal aura. Yet, the cold intensity hidden within his gaze belied this demeanor. A mere glance revealed to him that the strongest individual present was merely at the minor attainment of the spiritual Xian realm. Such strength hardly warranted his intervention. As one of the esteemed patrons of the Luo Sect, his prowess and status far surpassed that of the two before him. Although Changlin Town possessed some resources, it remained a remote and underpowered location. Thus, he had merely lingered nearby in wait. Being summoned directly via a jade slip evidently displeased him. Wu Lai and his companion stood side by side, exchanging glances that mirrored their dismay. The current situation appeared to have spiraled beyond their control. The strength of this newcomer was inscrutable, but the earlier pressure clearly indicated that it was far beyond their capacity to contend with. My lord, a prodigious figure has emerged from the Wu family. Our actions are under your complete jurisdiction. This matter is of utmost significance. Thus we entreat you to resolve it. Lest we falter and cause prolonged complications, the yellow-robed elder succinctly recounted the events. Oh, as the tumult of battle gradually subsided, Luo Huayan's gaze, guided by the elder in the yellow robe, settled upon Wu Meng with an air of genuine intrigue. Wu Meng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and temporarily instructed Yi to. The overwhelming fatigue that had engulfed him had lingered for quite some time. He had relied on the forceful absorption of medicinal elixirs to sustain his combat prowess. After all, facing a multitude of formidable opponents at the Spirit Yang realm had inevitably taken a significant toll on him. Fortunately, the adversaries of the Spirit Yuan realm were being fiercely held back by the elders. Go, young clan leader. Their fervent encouragement propelled Wu Meng into a frenzied charge against the foes. Raising his head, Wu Meng inquired, "Who are you?" The spiritual energy within him gradually replenished, thanks to the rapid recovery attributed to the Fire Dragon technique, though it still required time. While he understood the wisdom of preserving resources for future endeavors and the necessity of safeguarding the Wu clan's legacy, he could not bear to stand idly by as his father and brother perished, nor could he tolerate the slaughter of his kin. For even if he were to one day acquire immense power, the losses would far outweigh any gains, irretrievable. Thus, today at this very moment, Wu Meng resolved to fight for the Wu clan until the very last breath, to tear out the throat of the final enemy. Even if it meant sacrificing his own life, potentially bringing an abrupt end to a life filled with hope. A tempest of fury and icy resolve surged within him. Wu Meng inhaled deeply, his countenance serene as he gazed upon Luo Huatian suspended in the sky, contemplating, what is his level of strength? It was said that only those of the sacred sovereign realm could soar through the skies. Could this newly appeared figure truly be a sacred sovereign? If so, they would stand no chance whatsoever. Grandmother, will you come? Master, assessing his strength will require approximately 1,000 points. He has not yet reached the sacred sovereign realm, but resides at the pinnacle of the spirit Xian level, replied gravely, standing beside Wu Meng. The pinnacle of spirit Xian? Wu Meng's heart stirred with astonishment. The Luo clan was indeed formidable, with a guardian of such caliber stationed here. It was no wonder they exuded such authority. A cultivator at the spirit Xian realm could temporarily achieve flight, having condensed the Xian crystal. Thus, it was not surprising that those at the pinnacle possessed such abilities, effortlessly hovering in midair. Indeed, you are quite the exceptional child. Your talents are commendable. Today's events were a recklessness on the part of my Luo clan, and for that, I extend my sincerest apologies. We shall bear all losses incurred, Luo Huatian declared, surprising all present with his unexpected apology. Perhaps you are unaware that the Luo clan is the dominant force in Sunset City, a power of considerable might, and as a servant of the Luo clan, I am but ranked within the top 5. Might I inquire if you are interested in joining our esteemed Luo clan? Luo Huatian spoke amidst the many wary and reverent gazes, revealing an unexpected intent to recruit Wu Meng as he descended gracefully from the heavens. Are they truly attempting to recruit Wu Meng? No, this cannot be allowed. The Loman sought to annex the entirety of Changlin town. An elder of Loman, his countenance darkened, voiced his concerns, evidently troubled that Wu Meng and the Wu family might be seized by the true Loman, thereby plunging their so-called Loman into dire straits. With a mere flick of his wrist, Luo Huatian summoned an immense energy hand that materialized in the air, swiftly crashing down upon the Loman elder, whose prowess was at least that of the spirit origin realm's pinnacle. There was no escape. The elder was propelled backward like a cannonball, carving a deep trench across the debris-laden ground before crashing violently into a pile of stones, erupting in a cloud of crimson mist. Witnessing the elder's demise, the onlookers swallowed hard, their faces etched with fear as they cast fearful glances at Luo Huatian, lowering their heads in trepidation, their bodies trembling slightly. What have you decided? Luo Huatian approached Wu Meng with deliberate steps. Wu Meng clenched his hand within his sleeve, tension coursing through his body. Despite the opponent's concealed aura, an indescribable pressure weighed heavily upon him. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Chapter 67. He is my grandson. Luo Huatian's intentions were unmistakable, submission or death. Such a prodigious talent was one that Loman naturally desired to recruit. From his earlier observation, he comprehended the astonishing aptitude Wu Meng possessed. At merely 13 years of age, he had the capability to slay powerful beings of the spirit yang realm, and even more impressively, he had done so while surpassing the limits of his own realm. Though enmity had already been forged between their factions, sacrificing a little to gain Wu Meng's allegiance was a prospect they were willing to entertain. Provide me with an answer, Luo Huatian smiled as he stepped forward once more. A sudden wave of impending crisis washed over Wu Meng. He had already focused all his energy in preparation to unleash his full potential, yet he still felt a numbing sensation coursing through him. Without warning, Luo Huatian moved, a chilling smile gracing his lips. A colossal energy palm imprint materialized out of thin air, crashing down toward Wu Meng. I know you cannot genuinely submit to us. If that is the case, then perish. A thunderous sound erupted as the air shattered, the overwhelming force crashing upon Wu Meng, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. His spiritual defenses nearly impossible to conjure. What an overwhelming suppression. Wu Meng's heart roared in defiance as a radiant white light burst forth from his being. His spiritual energy depleted at a rapid pace, and at that moment, the attribute-less energy finally surged forth, devouring the surrounding oppression. Wu Meng darted away like a fish, his speed reaching its zenith. The attribute-less energy cleared a path through the space around him, propelling him at astonishing velocity. With a deafening crash, the energy palm imprint struck the ground, leaving behind a massive crater with a diameter exceeding 10 zhang. Wu Meng had managed to evade the epicenter, but the residual shock wave still forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his breath significantly weakened. The depletion of his spiritual energy, coupled with his injuries, had taken a considerable toll. As Luo Huatian witnessed Wu Meng escape from his assault, his expression darkened. The disparity in their strengths was immense. Yet he had managed to break free. This was clearly beyond his expectations. Moments ago, Luo Huatian sensed that Wu Meng had invoked a peculiar attribute power, shattering his suppression in an instant. Evidently, it was a formidable attribute. A secondary attribute? I cannot allow you to escape. Luo Huatian's countenance grew grim. The stronger Wu Meng's talents and abilities, the more intense his murderous intent became. In a flash, he surged forward, the air around him seeming to produce a sonic boom. With a mighty sweep of his hand, a fierce offensive surged forth, striking down towards Wu Meng with relentless force. Boom! The ground erupted, and it appeared as if Wu Meng's spiritual energy had solidified, the earth beneath him sinking a foot deep. Menger! Wu Ling cried out hoarsely, but he was immediately intercepted by the elderly figure in the yellow robe before him. Get lost! Wu Lai bellowed, a torrent of azure energy surging from him. The wind attribute of the Zhu Rong realm coalesced into a single point, and with a swing of his sword, the intent surged like a tidal wave. The opponent with the white beard was sent flying back several meters, already injured. However, they were too far apart to offer any assistance. gazing up at the impending assault. Wu Ming's eyes reflected indifference, ready to unleash his full power and fight to the death. Just then, an aged, stooped figure suddenly appeared before him. "My grandson is not someone you can touch," the frail voice resonated, as a torrent of formidable energy surged from her being. Her withered hand gently pressed against the lethal assault directed at him, shattering it with a resounding crash. The onlookers were rendered speechless, particularly the experts from the Luo faction. Their previously mocking and excited expressions now frozen in disbelief. Who is this person, capable of directly intercepting such a powerful attack? One that even Wu Lai and Wu Ling could hardly withstand. In the distance, Wu Ling's frenzied offensive abruptly halted, blood wiped from the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. After a moment of dazed silence, he sighed deeply, his feelings still tangled. She has actually appeared. However, now that she is here, perhaps the situation may take a turn for the better. No matter what, she would not allow her grandson to be slain by others. Though unacquainted, as long as she could save my disciple, she would be a good person, Wu Lai thought, his sword resting at his side, feeling a sense of relief. Grandmother. Nearby, Wu Ming regarded the emerging aged figure with surprise, not expecting his grandmother to arrive. Previously, he had resorted to desperate measures to secure his departure. Yet he anticipated her coming to aid the Wu clan. After all, she had orchestrated so much. Although Wu Ming was unaware of the enmity between her and his father, it was evident that it stemmed from unfathomable hatred. It seems that, perhaps, he as her grandson holds greater significance to her. Nonetheless, this is for the best. One can presume that the arrival of my grandmother may instill a sense of trepidation within the Luo sect. After all, she herself is a master alchemist. Wu Ming consoled herself, and then immediately set about restoring her strength, seizing every fleeting moment to recuperate. The injuries within her were considerable. The might of a peak spirit profound realm expert was indeed formidable, even though she had merely been grazed by a fraction of their attack. The damage inflicted upon her was substantial, a testament to the severity of her wounds despite her own formidable physical constitution. Had it been an ordinary spirit yang realm practitioner, such residual energy alone would have likely been sufficient to bring about their downfall. Yet, owing to her unparalleled defenses, both attribute-less and fire-based, combined with an ample accumulation of chilling energy, she had managed to avoid catastrophic injuries, though her condition remained serious. "Here, take this 4th-grade protective pill," Li Qin said without glancing back, as a streak of light shot towards Wu Ming. Wu Ming hastily grasped it, observing her grandmother's silhouette. It was evident that her grandmother harbored some dissatisfaction towards her. "This protective pill must be quite precious, right?" Wu Ming mused. Feeling the robust medicinal potency within the pill and its icy touch, her heart filled with joy. Is this truly a 4th-grade pill? To casually present such a valuable item speaks volumes of generosity. "Master, please consume it quickly. Your injuries are critical," Yi urged with concern. "Very well." Wu Ming swallowed it whole, immediately sensing a refreshing chill enveloping her body, as her injuries and spiritual energy began to mend at an accelerated pace. The recovery rate significantly enhanced. In merely half a minute, her spiritual energy had restored by approximately 30%. Not far away, Li Qin had already entered a standoff with Luo Huatian. Upon their first encounter, Luo Huatian recognized her instantly. "Senior, you have an agreement with our Luo sect. It would not be prudent to renege now, would it?" Despite his profound apprehension towards Li Qin's strength, and the realization that most of these plans had been orchestrated by her, Luo Huatian's expression remained decidedly grim. The Luo sect was no minor faction. It was far beyond the likes of the miscellaneous forces in Changlin town. In response, Li Qin's frail figure slightly lifted, yet in comparison to his towering presence, she appeared exceedingly diminutive. Nevertheless, Luo Huatian dared not underestimate her. "This is my grandson. Do you think I should intervene? It matters not to others. But he must not come to harm," Li Qin stated, her gaze piercing through to meet his. "Grandson?" Luo Huatian paused, then glanced at Wu Ming. And back at Li Qin, realization dawning upon him. His fist clenched involuntarily within his sleeve, his expression shifting between shadow and light. Unexpectedly, the situation had taken such a turn, revealing numerous complexities. He had initially been confident in his ability to eliminate Wu Ming, yet now, a mysterious powerhouse had emerged to protect him, and their bond was evidently close. He understood well that this formidable individual was no less powerful than himself, and more critically, she possessed exceptional alchemical skills, which added to their apprehension. The influence and authority wielded by a high-tier alchemist are not to be underestimated. It was indeed a formidable prospect. However, The latent peril posed by Wu Meng cannot be overlooked. It is inevitable that he harbors animosity towards the Luo clan. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. As the hostilities from the Wu family momentarily subsided, numerous gazes were directed towards the scene, clearly anticipating this crucial negotiation. They understood that only the resolution of the mightiest in this place would ultimately determine the final outcome.